The young man remained motionless, ignoring how Wang Teng threw a stack of cash at his handsome face and ran his loud mouth. He was just a penniless loser from some middle of nowhere. The pocket change I spend in a single day is more than enough for you to live on for a whole year. Pick up these bills and get out of my sight. Seeing the other's silence, he pressed further, pointing straight at his face and threatening, from this moment on, stay the hell away from Zikin. A toad lusting after swan meat, the two of you belong to completely different social classes. Carve that into your memory, you broke loser. Hearing this, the surrounding sycophants immediately chimed in to mock him, truly a frog in a well that doesn't know its own weight. Daring to fight over the campus beauty with Wang Teng, haven't you heard that our young master's uncle is the vice principal of this university? At that very moment, an elderly man in a formal suit suddenly appeared, surrounded by a strict escort of bodyguards, led by a man who was eagerly bowing and respectfully inviting President Li inside. Su Xun is right inside. May I ask what terrible mistake this kid has made that required you to personally come all the way here? Upon seeing the guest, the whole crowd of students burst into an uproar out of sheer shock. Isn't that the renowned President Li of Qingyun? What wind blew such a big shot to our little university? Seeing the imposing aura marching in, everyone thought there would be a massive storm, but unexpectedly, both President Li and his entourage unanimously bowed so deeply they almost snapped their spines. Sir, the corporation is like a headless snake. We beseech you to quickly return and steer the great ship. The head office is currently in desperate need of your leadership. We beg you to lend a saving hand. And the powerful figure being so earnestly pleaded with, astonishingly enough, was none other than Su Xun. This ironic scene left Zikin and everyone present so stunned their jaws dropped, completely bewildered as to how the universe was operating. Even the young master Wang Teng turned completely to stone, standing as still as a wooden statue. The sycophantic man from earlier clasped his trembling hands and stuttered, What connection does Su Xun have with your esteemed company, sir? Are you sure you haven't mistaken him for someone else? This kid is inherently just a country bumpkin who came to the city. Upon hearing these words, President Li flew into a fit of rage, turning around to deliver a thunderous slap to the man's face. How audacious. Mr. Su Xun is the sole and absolute heir of Qingyun, who gave you the guts to spout such insolent words. Seeing President Li make such a resounding declaration, Wang Teng stumbled and almost fell. You are the only heir, are you kidding me? A guy so dead broke that even a passing dog would shake its head in dismay. How could this absurd story possibly become reality? But the moment the words left his mouth, he received a blinding slap directly from Su Xun. How could a frog at the bottom of a well comprehend the vision of a soaring phoenix? Truly shallow knowledge. Su Xun shifted his gaze to the right and caught sight of Zikin crossing her arms over her chest, her small face filled with absolute bewilderment. His tolerance had reached its limit. The young man immediately asserted his dominance by wrapping his arm securely around Zikin's waist, boldly giving her a passionate kiss. Leaving behind a trail of flabbergasted stares, mesmerized to the point of mind-numbing shock. The guy walked away with full arrogance and pride, casually waving his hand to signal President Li's team to follow. A single glance at Zikin's expression was more than enough to know this girl's heart had skipped a beat, her cheeks flushed as red as peach blossoms, while the recently beaten Wang Teng stood there thrashing about like a fish out of water. Su Xun was clearly a penniless loser. How did he transform into the sole crown prince of Qingyun in the blink of an eye? Hearing the name Su Xun being called out so casually, the bodyguards immediately yelled to his face. Is the name Su Xun for you people to just casually blurt out? You must call him President Su. Su Xun might look a bit rustic on the outside at this moment, but in reality, he was the envy of countless people, though he was the only one who truly knew the whole truth. The young man smirked and thought to himself, those people weren't wrong at all. 20 minutes ago, I was indeed a broke college student, but the tides have turned now. Tracing back to 20 minutes ago, Su Xun was glued to his phone scrolling through some trivial posts from friends, when in the midst of his boredom, his finger stopped at a shocking headline. This morning, Zhao Chengming, the captain of Qingyun, perished in a traffic accident. It is highly likely that the most powerful corporation in the province is about to face a massive earthquake. Midst his vague thoughts, Su Xun suddenly rested his chin and let out a sigh. Let the storm be a storm, after all. The affairs of the rich have absolutely nothing to do with me. At that exact moment, a mechanical voice rang out incredibly abruptly. Congratulations, host, on activating the ultimate power identity system. The binding process is underway. The system binding process is complete. On a weekly basis, the host is entitled to draw a random identity and unlock its accompanying series of challenges. Upon gloriously overcoming a challenge, the host will permanently possess the pinnacle skills of that identity. Absorbing this massive dump of information, Su Xun's jaw dropped immediately, his eyes widening so much they almost popped out of their sockets. What the hell is the ultimate power identity? The college student suddenly plunged into a tangled mess of confusion. The young man tried his best to sift through every word the system had just transmitted, and as the big picture slowly revealed itself, he began to stammer, draw an identity. Without giving him even a split second to regain his composure, the mechanical voice spoke again. The host only needs to chant the command to draw an identity to instantly receive the current week's background. Su Xun blurted it out loudly as a natural reflex, draw identity. In a flash, the system responded with absolute decisive speed, operation successful. The host has officially taken on the role of the new chairman of Qingyun. The moment the word chairman entered his ears, Su Xun's entire body felt as if a high-voltage current had zapped through him, his chest pounding like a drum. A mysterious voice continued to explain the ins and outs. Your cover is a plain college student, but deep down lies an earth-shattering secret, which is the identity of the sole crown prince of Qingyun. Your predecessor has just passed away, and today is the moment you step onto the throne to steer the empire. Attached abilities, top-tier commercial genius brain. Superior demeanor, an inner mind as deep as a still lake. Role challenge. Former chairman Zhao Chengming has passed away. As the young new king, you will have to deal with the prospect of being overpowered by the vice chairman on the very day of your coronation. A 30-day time limit to unveil the mystery surrounding Zhao Chengming's departure, alongside reclaiming absolute ruling power over the empire. The bells signaling the end of the class echoed throughout the hallway. The students poured out noisily like a flock of birds bursting from their nest. In stark contrast to that scene, Su Xun remained rooted to his chair like a statue, his brain temporarily on strike from the recent shock. Am I sleepwalking? The head of Qingyun, he mumbled to himself, trying to battle his own reasoning. How could this absurd thing possibly happen? I was originally just. Right at that moment, a familiar voice rang out right by his ear, making Su Xun's heart skip a beat. The class monitor had appeared out of nowhere, her eyes glaring at him with fiery intensity. Why are you ignoring me when I'm calling you? Su Xun looked up, forcing a twisted smile. Miss, my brain is currently tangled up like a ball of yarn. Could you please not be so aggressive? From a distance, Wang Teng revealed himself with a darkened face upon catching an Zikin standing next to Su Xun. You bastard, did you just toss my warnings in the trash? I forbade you from coming anywhere near an Zikin. Do you have deaf ears that can't understand human language? Recalling the clash from earlier, and then looking at himself crossing his legs and sipping wine in a luxurious supercar, Su Xun finally admitted that he wasn't dreaming at all. This system actually had the power to fabricate identities and even alter the memories of the people around him. The recent chain of events made Su Xun take a deep breath. This game promises a lot of drama. This treasure is truly a top-tier artifact among top-tier artifacts. In another development, a man and a woman were immersed in an extremely heavy negotiation atmosphere. Our spies just reported that Li Dao is escorting Su Xun from the university back to headquarters. We are one step behind in this chess game. Hearing the report, the man frowned and threw out a mocking remark. So what if he's brought back in the end? He's just a greenhorn still wet behind the ears. Even with 10 more livers, he wouldn't be able to stir up any storms. The arrow has left the bow. Even if he brings a heavenly army now, don't even think about blocking my path. That highest seat will sooner or later belong to this vice commander anyway. How naive. This arrogant figure was none other than Chen Hua, the man who held the title of vice commander but covertly manipulated the empire's underground power. When Mr. Zhao passed away, the old man naturally considered himself the chosen one to take over the throne. However, the will had fully transferred all shares to the crown prince Su Xun, making Chen Hua's ambition to seize power hit a major roadblock. After listening to President Lei summarize the situation, Su Xun quickly grasped the core issue. It looks like this old man wants to eat me alive. Outwardly casually joking, but in his mind, the new king had already secretly drafted a series of deep and dangerous schemes. The 30-day timeframe to expose the dark corners behind Zhao Chengming's death, he was absolutely certain that Chen Hua was the most critical link. The most burning task right now was to intimidate the entire company to establish dominance. Seeing that indifferent attitude, President Lee hastily intervened. In the corporate underworld, old Chen is notorious for being a ruthlessly cunning figure. There have been a few big bosses who dared to pull the tiger's whiskers and vanished without a trace. You are, after all, just an amateur stepping straight out of school. Please be on high alert. After hearing the warning, Su Xun simply gave a light smile. Oh, is he really that formidable? Then I absolutely must personally pay my respects to this old man to be satisfied. By now, the board of directors must have already rolled out the red carpet waiting for me, right? Pass down the order, make them all line up at the main gate to welcome my arrival. President Lee broke out in a cold sweat. You want to make them stand waiting in the main lobby. Su Xun waved his hand and laughed heartily. Pull over at that intersection ahead so I can grab a cup of boba milk tea to smooth my throat before we go. Hearing this, President Lee almost flipped over. Yes, going to buy milk tea. At the same time at the headquarters, the waiting atmosphere was gradually becoming sweltering and unbearable. A man named Su Xun roared in utter indignation. How ridiculous, daring to make us elders plant our feet down here just to welcome a little brat. Waiting until our necks get stiff and still not seeing a single moldy shadow of him, this brat is trying to mess with us. Another man immediately frowned and countered. Su Xun, think before you speak. This order was handed down personally by the new chairman. If you have the guts, step up and rebel. Where are your manners? Whoever feels hot-headed can just turn on their heels and leave. Stop spewing your dissatisfaction here. The guy named Lin Chuan standing nearby burst into laughter as if hearing a joke. Haha, that chairman title is nothing but a label slapped on the forehead of a greenhorn. Have your nerves all snapped? His capabilities are zero, his experience is non-existent. On what grounds should we bow our heads? In my eyes, for that supreme position, President Chen here is the most popular candidate. As soon as the inciting words were thrown out, the crowd instantly erupted into chaos with conflicting opinions. Exactly, only President Chen has enough prestige to steer this massive ship of Qingyun. An elder, witnessing the younger generation trying to stage a mutiny, was so furious he choked up. Are you people planning to rebel? President Zhao's soul hasn't even passed on yet, and you juniors are already planning to tear up his will. The person personally entrusted by President Zhao definitely possesses terrifying hidden talents. There's no way he just closed his eyes and picked blindly. From a secluded spot, Chen Hua leisurely waited like a hunter, watching the internal strife unfold, then gently closed his eyes and let out a sigh, while a storm was already brewing in his heart. These stubborn old geezers, sooner or later I'll send every single one of you packing back to the countryside to herd ducks. On the opposite side, the verbal warfare was still clashing fiercely. You're old and obsolete yet still so conservative. You guys are the dead weights dragging this corporation down. Hurry up and retire. What face do you have left to stand here blocking the way? Your capabilities are drained, yet you still desperately cling to power. Isn't your skin a bit too thick? Restrain your attitudes. Don't rely on your youth to act recklessly. The sounds of the chaotic crossfire grew increasingly deafening. Midst that chaotic marketplace of a scene, a luxury car suddenly slammed its brakes, burning rubber right at the doorstep. The screech of tires against the pavement created an ear-piercing echo. As the car door cracked open, the entire assembly of civil and military officials was instantly stunned by the presence of a man with an outstanding appearance, his aura exuding an overwhelming dominance, except for one slight detail. The young man was casually chewing on his boba straw, smacking his lips continuously. Sweeping his gaze over the neatly lined-up troops, Su Xun smirked and said dryly, "So all of you have gathered here completely." Catching Su Xun's wavelength, Chen Hua immediately put on a welcoming face, quickly stepping up to greet him as if striking gold. "This is Nephew Su, right? All the civil and military officials have been eagerly awaiting you." "Let me introduce myself. I am Chen Hua." Su Xun reached out his hand to accept. His tone was as light as a feather, seemingly unfazed by the messy situation before his eyes. "I am well aware, Vice Chairman Chen, I have admired your reputation since forever." Standing on the sidelines, Lin Chuan found Su Xun's attitude of juggling internal and external affairs while sipping milk tea an eyesore, and immediately spoke up to mock him. "No wonder you made everyone plant their roots here for so long. Turns out you were busy buying snacks. Hey kid Su, I sincerely advise you to pack up your bag and go back to school to study hard. The business world is a bloody battlefield, not a stage for an intern student to put on a play." Still maintaining his friendly demeanor, Su Xun cast a glance over the crowd and suddenly threw out a razor-sharp remark. "Mr. Vice Chairman, I am a complete rookie who just arrived and hasn't grasped the personnel yet. Is this dog that just barked wildly a new pet you recently bought? The accompanying question, pointing straight at Lin Chuan's face, made the guy boil with rage, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure. Chen Hua's heart tore hearing this, but he still had to play the peacemaker. Now little Su, watch your words carefully. He is absolutely not that kind of animal. Lin Chuan's fuse blew in an instant, his face burning with murderous intent as he growled a threat. What the hell is this brat barking about? If you have the guts, say that one more time. The demand barely finished before Su Xun swung his arm, delivering a tight slap that sent the opponent's head spinning. While the staff was still turned to stone by this lightning-fast display of authority, Su Xun casually stepped over the man clutching his face on the ground. Not wearing Vice Chairman Chen's collar, yet daring to bite wildly in front of this seat, you truly deserve a beating, highly deserving of a beating. Those mouths that were just babbling and mocking a moment ago were now as if glued shut with rat traps, uniformly bowing their heads to the ground, not daring to breathe heavily. The young new king walked with measured steps, tossing back a steely directive before disappearing from sight. The meeting begins in exactly 5 minutes, everyone dismissed. Chen Hua was still frozen by Su Xun's display of dominance, his mind beginning to churn. This brat plays a vicious game of chess, but if you want to play, I'll entertain you to the bitter end. From another angle, Su Xun proudly strode into the grand conference hall, with Li Dao quietly trailing behind. Inside, a female assistant had been on standby for a while, greeting him with a smile as bright as a flower. "Welcome, President Su." Li Dao quickly chimed in to introduce her. "President Su, this girl is Liu Yu. The person serving as your capable right-hand woman, absolute loyalty. Whatever demands you have, just instruct her to handle them." Su Xun narrowed his eyes, evaluating Liu Yu with a clear glint of interest. "Go brew 3 cups of hot tea and bring them straight into the meeting room for me." Receiving this bizarre instruction, Liu Yu paused for a few seconds, hesitantly verifying. You said 3 cups of tea." A few minutes later, the atmosphere in the conference hall had returned to a state of solemnity. Seeing that the top brass had all gathered, Su Xun took the initiative to break the ice. "First off, allow me to give a brief rundown of my background. My name is Su Xun. Starting from this very second, I officially sit on the Commander-in-Chief chair of Qingyun." Before the words even fully left his mouth, Lin Chuan arrogantly interrupted. "Hey President Su, about your ascension to the throne, I feel there's something a bit off here." Su Xun didn't even bother moving his lips, directly launching another strike that sent shivers down the entire room. Su Xun spoke coldly. "Did your parents forget to educate you? Basic politeness dictates not jumping into someone else's mouth when they are speaking. Haven't you ever heard of that? Truly uneducated, lacking any foundational upbringing." Li Dao sitting nearby witnessed this, his mouth forming an O and his eyes wide in utter shock. As the battlefield temporarily settled, Su Xun leisurely concluded, "From today onwards, this empire is ruled by me. Wonderful, my speech concludes here." He swept a piercing gaze in all 4 directions before throwing out the fatal question, "Who agrees, who objects?" Seeing the elders sitting as quietly as obedient puppies, Su Xun burst into laughter. "If any of you have thoughts on your mind, just let them all out. Speak up boldly, don't be shy. I myself am very gentle, it's just my fists that are a bit hot-tempered, haha." Li Dao observed Su Xun from close range with eyes overflowing with reverence. The big boss might be young, but his strikes are incredibly lethal. His aura radiates intensely, absolutely not your average mortal. President Zhao choosing this kid as his successor truly showed sharp foresight. Chen Hua smirked and followed up, "Haha. Since President Su has already spoken his golden words, this old man would like to humbly express a personal perspective." Su Xun gently stroked his chin, his face as cold as stone. "Vice Chairman Chen, go ahead and spill your thoughts." However, his hand was already casually holding a teacup, making Li Dao standing next to him practically skip a heartbeat. Chen Hua started setting the trap. "If the new king wishes to tame the masses, then prove your capabilities. For example, snatching a lucrative piece of the pie from the jaws of Taishan, the irreconcilable mortal enemy of Qingyun." After listening to the demand, Su Xun merely maintained a calm demeanor, not rushing to counterattack. But Li Dao immediately jumped up and roared, "Stop messing around, old man. Who in this place doesn't know that Taishan is our sworn enemy? You instigating President Su to go negotiate a contract with them is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack." Flying into a rage, Chen Hua grabbed the water cup on the table and hurled it straight at Li Dao's face, while shrieking shrilly, "What right do you have to bark here?" Piece of trash executive daring to raise his voice at this vice president. The object flew at lightning speed. It seemed as if Li Dao's head was about to burst open. But right at that life-or-death split second, an arm flashed with wind-breaking speed, catching the weapon cleanly in its palm. Before the crowd could even blink, Su Xun firmly laid down the law. "I'll take on this entire mission." Chen Hua was incredibly bitter but still had to force a stiff smile. President Su is truly a youth emerging as a hero, but this can't drag on forever. Let's set the deadline at 30 days. What do you say? Expecting to meet a rejection, but completely defying predictions, Su Xun simply stood up coldly, dropping a line that froze the entire room. 7 days is more than enough, dismissed. As the echoes faded, the hall erupted into a flurry of loud whispers. Chen Hua alone turned to stone over the 7-day limit. Right at the threshold of his exit, Su Xun casually beckoned to Liu Yu. "You follow me." The stranded Li Dao wore a flustered expression, mumbling and calling out after President Su. Chen Hua tilted his head back in a triumphant laugh. "Very well, a true leader's style. A gentleman's word is his bond, go ahead and execute it." "Old Li, thanks to you taking the trouble to bring this kid back, everyone here got their eyes open to the peak of stupidity." The pack of sycophants around them also chimed in with uproarious laughter. Everyone grinned from ear to ear, haha. Daring to pull President Chen's whiskers is a path to self-destruction. A wet behind-the-ears brat, what the hell does he know about corporate warfare? This is truly comedic to the point of dropping jaws. Midst the echoing sneers, in a certain corner, the elders huddled together, whispering with incredibly gloomy expressions. Did President Zhao lose his mind to hand over the seal and sword to such a prodigal son? This situation is basically doomed. Better start paving an escape route to save our own hides. Inside his private office, Su Xun was intensely analyzing the board when the door was suddenly torn open. Li Dao barged in, his tone laden with sheer panic. "Boss Su, you can't act so impulsively." Before he could finish his lamenting, he was cut off by Su Xun. "I was just about to summon you. Confess immediately. What exactly is the hidden truth behind President Zhao's death?" Li Dao startled slightly, his face dropping, and replied gloomily, "You mean President Zhao? He was hit by a car. The authorities have already closed the case." Absorbing the information, Su Xun's eyebrows knitted in deep suspicion. "Narrate it for me from start to finish." His intuition told him there was something shady here. If it were merely a traffic accident, the power system wouldn't have bothered assigning a mission to seek out the truth. Li Dao sensed the new chairman's paranoia and began to report in detail. On that fateful morning, when President Zhao's car crossed the intersection heading to headquarters, it was sent flying by a heavy-duty truck. He died on the spot. The truck driver inherently followed a fixed daily schedule, transporting rubble away from a construction site, so the incident was classified as an unforeseen accident. The words had barely faded before Su Xun smelled something burning. "So where is that driver currently being detained?" Li Dao answered immediately. "He was nabbed by the authorities, currently doing time in a holding cell." Not wasting a single second, Su Xun issued an urgent command. "Go to the police station right now to keep a strict eye on that driver. At all costs, do not let him lose his life or encounter any mishaps." Li Dao jumped, his eyes full of astonishment. "Could it be that you suspect a conspiracy?" Su Xun rubbed his chin, shooting a murderous glare. "Better safe than sorry. Prevention is better than cure." Catching his boss's drift, Li Dao didn't dare utter another word, nodding firmly. "Understood. I'm on my way right now." Right at that moment, Liu Yu walked in, clutching a stack of files tightly in her arms. Speaking in a soft voice, she reported, "Boss, the complete background profile of Nanshan, the head of Taishan, is ready." Su Xun reached for the papers while muttering unconsciously. Nanshan, why does this name sound so bizarrely familiar? I've definitely run into it somewhere." The moment he flipped the page, the young man completely froze as a picture of Zikin struck his eyes. "This is truly magical. Is the Earth really this small?" The lens shifted to Zikin's dormitory. The beauty had just stepped out of the bathroom, her rosy white, damp skin making the scene incredibly seductive. In a corner of the room, her girlfriends were huddled together holding an emergency meeting to discuss the shocking news about Su Xun. "Can you guys believe that guy named Su just leaped into the clouds and became the head of Qingyun?" Another girl screamed, how could it be faked? Out of nowhere, he went from a broke guy to a handsome, filthy rich prince. While busy drying her wet hair, Zikin swiped her screen and suddenly caught a text message that made her eyes widen. Her roommates were still whining in regret. Stop daydreaming. That delicious piece of pie won't fall into our laps. It's so frustrating. Just a few days ago he was flirting with me. If I had known, I would have locked it down right then. I'm truly blind as a bat. I could cry from anger. Zikin frantically grabbed her clothes, threw on a jacket, and hastily dropped a line, I have to step out for a bit to take care of something. In a deserted alleyway, under the dim streetlight, casting a shadow of the frail beauty waiting expectantly. Zikin's heart skipped a beat when a pair of arms forcefully locked around her waist from behind. Oh my, where is this beauty going? Zikin was startled, but her instincts didn't allow her to sink into fear. Natural reflexes kicking in, she instantly unleashed a sharp martial arts move, slamming the pervert to the ground in the blink of an eye, only for a very familiar groaning tone to ring out, it's me, it's me. Zikin bent over, eyes wide, hands covering her mouth. Good heavens, Su Xun. I was too careless. Su Xun thoroughly kissed the Mother Earth, awkwardly responding, I'm fine. This punch was high quality. Zikin blushed deeply as she justified herself. Who told you to play guerrilla warfare behind my back? Serves you right. Su Xun winked and teased her. Then why is it that when I sneak attack from behind I get beaten up, but when I charge in for a forced kiss face to face, you just stand still and take it? Hit right in the bullseye, and Zikin instantly grew embarrassed, lowering her head and whispering. I really can't believe it. For so many years you avoided me like a shadow, yet today you actually dared to. Under the faint glow of the lamp, Su Xun dropped his playful demeanor, looking deep into her eyes with a gaze overflowing with affection. In the past, I was just a penniless loser, empty-handed and unable to give you a home. But starting from today, I've shed that pathetic disguise. I will gamble this very life to properly and openly protect you. Zikin's chest felt like 1,000-time bombs were going off, her entire body trembling violently from the overwhelming sweetness. Seeing the beauty about to cry, Su Xun gently comforted her. Stop crying, you silly girl. I have an important matter to verify. Is your biological father the big boss of Taishan? Hearing Su Xun's question, and Zikin nodded in confirmation immediately. Spot on, half a decade ago my dad started a business and built Taishan. I've babbled this bio to you 1,000 times, don't tell me you forgot it all. Hearing her slightly sulky tone, Su Xun hurriedly scratched his head for an excuse. Haha, I carved it into my heart, how could I forget? However, deep down the guy was screaming, you chanted a whole mountain of info every day, even a genius brain couldn't store it all. The young man got straight to the point. In my current situation, I need to solidify my throne at Qingyun, and I desperately hope for assistance from my father-in-law. So, right in the middle of enthusiastically planting the seeds of love with Zikin, Su Xun's phone vibrated violently, reporting to the boss, it's a disaster. The driver who rammed President Zhao to death just committed suicide. Su Xun suppressed his fury and growled, what coordinates are you at? I'm rushing over right now. Seeing Su Xun end the call, Zikin spoke with a hint of sadness, do you have to run off again? Su Xun immediately bolted, running for his life, not forgetting to toss back a promise, I'll come pick you up tomorrow at dawn. Watching Su Xun's fading back, Zikin clicked her tongue in regret, truly a nemesis, running away right at the climax. Just as she finished pouting, and Zikin couldn't help but let out a joyful giggle. While speeding back towards headquarters, suddenly, a car tore through the wind, hurtling head-on straight at Su Xun. Su Xun blinked at the mass of deadly scrap metal rushing toward him, his pupils dilated to the max. Utterly terrified, he thought he was going to meet his maker this time. But unexpectedly, 3 generations of ancestral blessings saved him, keeping his fragile life intact. Witnessing that horrifying scene, the mind of Su Xun still couldn't recover its wits. I almost went to the afterlife, that was terrifying. Li Dao poked his head out the window, his face drained of blood as he screamed, President Su, are you still breathing? While the chilling atmosphere still lingered, Liu Jun strode in, wearing a funeral face as if someone owed him money and didn't pay. Sir, the hit-and-run mission is ruined. Old Li Dao jumped in and ruined it, saving that kid's life from the brink of death. Chen Hua, with his arm around a beauty casually sipping imported wine, slowly replied, what are you panicking for? This old man just wanted to throw a warning shot to intimidate him. 2 generations of chairmen both dying by car accidents. I don't have a brain dead enough to repeat the exact same stupid script. Tonight's greeting was a reminder, hoping that Brat knows his place and tucks away his insolent tail. As fate would have it, at that very moment, Su Xun was sipping bitter coffee, his expression suddenly shifting as if catching his enemy's brainwaves. He silently mumbled back the exact words perfectly. Tonight's clash was just an intimidation tactic. Someone is warning me to dial back my arrogance. Hearing this, Li Dao flared up, his tone filled with ultimate rage, truly a cold-blooded beast. If I had arrived half a step later, the disastrous consequences would have been beyond saving. Seeing Li Dao fly into a rage, Su Xun gently calmed him down. Cool your jets, old Li, give me the progress report on your end. Li Dao let out a long sigh, shaking his head helplessly. The driver was under strict detention, yet he ended his own life right inside the cell. By the time I managed to show my face, the corpse was already stiff. Hearing the report, Su Xun pondered, rubbing his temples. Silencing a witness without leaving a single trace, the opponent truly strikes with extreme malice, even fabricating a suicide note complaining about financial ruin to justify paying with his life. Racking his brain for a few seconds, he spoke in an icy tone. What about that driver's family? Have they been interrogated? Li Dao responded instantly. His family broke apart years ago. Right now he has no relatives in this world. Su Xun fired off a command. Flip over every clue for me. Once underworld dealings are involved, the only thing with enough weight to make someone willingly surrender their life as a martyr can only be their own flesh and blood. As if enlightened, Li Dao's eyes sparked with a ray of hope. Brilliant boss, that has to be it. I'll have my people scour everything immediately. At that exact moment, at the mansion of Zikin's family, future mother-in-law Li Ziu was bustling about clearing the dishes for her husband and Nanshan, constantly nagging, eating and drinking. Is your stomach only meant for food? Your precious daughter ran away from home. Do you even care? And Nanshan closed his eyes tightly, letting out a weary sigh. What the hell is it now, woman? That brat in Zikin spends all day clinging to a penniless loser, while young Master Han Shaecheng is such a decent catch. She's been out all night and still hasn't shown her face. Are you going to let her walk all over this family? The loud bickering forced Jianian, the eldest son, to drag himself downstairs, followed by a handsome young gentleman who was none other than Han Shaecheng. And Jianian grimaced, Mother, it's barely dawn and you're already turning the house upside down. Han Shaecheng stepped forward with the textbook smile of a well-bred gentleman. Auntie, has Zikin still not returned home? Hearing this, Li Ziu became flustered, sweating profusely. She forced a damage control smile. She is on her way back. You should have a bite first. I will drag her back to apologize to you later. Han Shaecheng maintained his gentle expression. If Zikin truly despises me, I am willing to back down on my own. This strategic retreat made Li Ziu turn pale with panic. Oh my goodness, how could I let you suffer such an injustice? Nanshan immediately chimed in. Han Shaecheng, you are a prestigious princeling. How could you be overshadowed by some ragged student who survives on cheap buns? Hearing the flattery, Han Shaecheng feigned modesty. Oh please, my family's meager fortune is nothing worth showing off, uncle. Right after his polite words, the main door swung open, and Zikin walked in radiantly with a smile as bright as a plum blossom, her small hand still tightly holding Su Xun's hand. Witnessing this shocking scene, the entire An family instantly turned into wax statues. And Zikin greeted them carefree, Mother, Father, I'm back. Li Ziu's eyes bugged out, stuttering, You little brat, how dare you drag? Not letting the atmosphere ignite, Su Xun quickly stepped forward and bowed very obediently. Greetings to you both, I am Su Xun and Zikin's boyfriend. I came to pay my respects to my future parents-in-law today. I brought some modest fruit, I hope you won't mind. Su Xun's sunbright smile seemed warm enough to melt the whole family. However, Jianian shattered that illusion by charging forward like a mad bull. He ruthlessly swatted the fruit basket, scattering it all over the floor, and roared, Boyfriend, what right does a piece of trash like you have? A mud-caked country bumpkin scavenging for scraps wants to climb the social ladder. Pack up your trash and get the hell out of this house. Pushed beyond her limits, and Zikin shouted, Brother. Facing Jianian's uneducated rage, Su Xun calmly launched a counterattack. Uncle N, the family's estate is renowned far and wide after all. How did it produce a young master so utterly devoid of manners? Hearing this, Jianian blew his top, You little punk, I dare you to say that again. Nanshan had been holding back, but finally exploded, letting out a roar that shook the living room. "Shut your mouth right now, you disgrace to my face." The old man's eyes were now glued to Su Xun, exuding a mix of confusion and disgust. "Mr. Su, I have always highly respected your drive to succeed. Why on earth are you putting on this eyesore of a stunt today? You will never walk the same path as Zikin. Please show yourself out." Taking the brunt of this freezing cold water, Su Xun looked somewhat melancholic and tried to speak. "To be honest, I—" Before he could explain, Han Shaocheng quickly seized the opportunity, playing the role of a righteous gentleman. "Well, let me settle this matter quickly. Allow me to casually mention my background. I am Han Shaocheng, the future ruler of the Kangshan Steel Empire." Su Xun felt a twinge of panic, his brain working in overdrive. This dog blood trope smelled way too familiar. "Please don't swipe a card. I beg you don't pull out a card. Absolutely do not whip out a bank card." But God just loves to play jokes. Han Shaocheng suddenly tossed a bank card onto the floor, acting out the perfect, domineering CEO trope. "There's £1,000,000 in here. Pick it up and vanish from my sight immediately." Admiring that arrogant smile, Su Xun could only chuckle. He really couldn't save this nouveau riches mindset. The next motif is definitely going to be a face-slapping scene. What else? Unexpectedly, before Su Xun could even make a move, Zikin flared up and mocked him to his face. "Hey Han Shaocheng, you usually preach about despising materialism and how a little wealth is nothing to you. What kind of poison did you eat today that makes you so eager to flaunt your riches?" Hearing Zikin finish, Han Shaocheng replied nonchalantly with a mocking tone. "I just want to let certain people understand their own worthless status. Don't delude yourself into thinking you're a swan about to take flight." Despite being viciously mocked by Han Shaocheng, Su Xun's face remained as calm as a lake. He just quietly bent down and picked up the card that had clattered onto the floor. This unexpected reaction made Zikin stand dazed for a few seconds. Seeing that, Han Shaocheng pushed his luck even further, looking utterly triumphant. He burst into mocking laughter. "Ha ha ha, look, this brat actually knows how to tell good stuff from bad." Everyone assumed Su Xun would pocket the card and turn away in shame, but in the very next second, he strode straight up to Han Shaocheng's personal space. Without uttering a single word, he shoved the card right back into the other guy's pocket. This clunky move made Han Shaocheng's facial muscles freeze. Before he could recover, Su Xun slowly spat out every word. "This is your father's blood, sweat, and tears. Don't throw it around like trash. You're not on the level to squander his wealth for him yet." Zikin's parents sat quietly in the back, taking in the entire drama, a flash of approval suddenly crossing their eyes. It seemed this was a rare time they encountered a young man possessing a character that far exceeded his simple appearance. Being slapped in the face in front of everyone, Han Shaocheng was so angry he wanted to blow smoke out of his ears. He was clearly the one spitting bitter words, so how did he end up getting ruthlessly counterattacked by a nobody? He couldn't swallow this anger, yet outwardly he couldn't do a thing. Reaching the point where he couldn't hold back anymore, he pointed his finger straight at Su Xun's face and yelled, "Stop acting so high and mighty. I am the heir to a 30 billion corporation. What kind of status do you have? Let's hear it for fun. Standing right here in front of uncle and auntie, let's see who really has a shot with Zikin." Faced with being forced to reveal his identity, Su Xun let out a long, drawn-out sigh. He originally just wanted to be an ordinary person for an easier life, who knew he'd be shoved onto a stage to perform a comedy. He slowly raised his head, his gaze calm as he declared, "I am the new chairman of Kingyun International." The words dropped like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Han Shaocheng froze for a second, then immediately rolled around laughing. "Ha ha ha, did you all hear that? A delusional fool." But that wide-mouthed laughter was very quickly extinguished. His eyes rolled back, his mouth twitching like someone who had lost his soul. Chairman, what kind of absurdity is this, a chairman?" And it wasn't just him who was shocked. The entire family of Zikin also fell into a state of total petrification. Eyes wide open, jaws dropped, unable to close. Speaking incoherently, stammering every word. What chairman of Kingyun International? Admiring a lively display of wax figures right in front of him. Su Xun scratched his head and giggled, trying to force an innocent expression. "Oh, do I look too poor to be a chairman?" Han Shaocheng now looked like a drowned rat in a blizzard, completely drenched in cold sweat. He pointed his finger at Su Xun, screeching as if trying to cling to his last shred of hope. "Stop your bullshitting. Why don't you just brag that you're Taisheng Leijun? Does a brat like you get to sit in the chairman's seat of Kingyun International? Do you think I'm brain dead?" However, just as the words flew out of his mouth, the TV screen behind him suddenly broadcasted a shocking news report. According to the will of the late chairman of Kingyun International. Yesterday, 19-year-old Su Xun officially took over the supreme chairman's seat. Where will this young captain steer this billion-dollar empire? Please hold your breath and wait. It is reported that the current market capitalization of Kingyun International has reached the threshold of $130 billion. The entire living room space instantly froze below absolute zero. Han Shaecheng had now officially turned into a wooden statue, his soul utterly shattered. As for Zikin's father, the man who just a moment ago was arrogantly tearing Su Xun apart, his face was now ashen as burnt-out embers, sweat pouring like a waterfall. He coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment, then tremblingly spoke, So young Master Su here is actually the new chairman of Kingyun International. Reading Han Shaecheng's humiliation of wanting to dig a hole and hide, how could Su Xun miss the chance to deal a fatal blow? He casually stepped forward, the corners of his lips curling into a deeply sarcastic smile. Brother Han Shaecheng, if you have any good projects in the future, remember to look out for me and collaborate. Poked right in his weak spot, Han Shaecheng could only grit his teeth and swallow the humiliation, squeezing out a laugh as dry as broken tiles. Ha, of course. Right after finishing his sentence, he immediately turned around and bolted as if chased by wild beasts. If I stand here a second longer, I'll probably get a heart attack and drop dead. I just remembered I have urgent business, I'll take my leave first. Meanwhile, Nanshan demonstrated a face-changing skill, faster than flipping rice paper. Immediately switching to affectionate and warm mode, he threw an arm around Su Xun's shoulder, flattering him to the heavens. Haha, my precious son-in-law. From the very first glance, I clearly saw that you are a dragon among men. Su Xun didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his fickleness, reluctantly nodding, You flatter me too much, uncle. Seeing his precious son overacting, old Master N was so angry he wanted to vomit blood, glaring and roaring, You little punk, you see someone with money and immediately accept him as your brother-in-law. Do you think I'm already dead? Before the old man could finish his words, Zikin's mother eagerly ran over, greeting him enthusiastically and pouncing on Su Xun as if she had struck gold. Oh my little Su, come sit at the table, have you put anything in your stomach yet? As soon as he settled in, Su Xun skipped all the tedious pleasantries, hitting straight to the point with a deep, sharp tone. Uncle N, my visit today also brings goodwill from Kingyun International. I very much hope to shake hands and cooperate with your Taishan group. Would have thought that right after hearing this, Nanshan sneered, flipping back to hostile mode in the blink of an eye. Nonsense. Everyone in this land knows that I and Kingyun cannot share the same sky. If you were just some penniless beggar, I might have made an exception, but since you are the chairman of Kingyun, please walk out of my door right now. Zikin was utterly panicked, unable to digest her father's face-changing speed, so she spoke up to question him, Dad, why are you doing this? But he brushed her off indifferently. No more words, see the guest out. Sensing that Nanshan still held a deep-seated grudge against Kingyun, Su Xun dropped a probing bomb. Don't rush, uncle. Regarding the old feud between Taishan and Kingyun, I have taken the trouble to investigate it thoroughly. Smelling the loss of money, Zikin's mother exploded in anger, glaring and yelling at her husband, You eccentric old fool, a lucrative deal is brought right to your mouth and you refuse it. Nanshan furrowed his brows tightly, looking half believing and half doubting. Investigated? What did you manage to dig up? Knowing the fish had taken the bait, Su Xun leisurely dropped the line, poking at the pain of the past. The thing is, rumor has it that in your youth you and President Zhao. Before he could even hear the rest of the sentence, Nanshan broke into a cold sweat that soaked the back of his shirt. His panicked expression was clearly visible. He lunged forward and grabbed Su Xun's hand tightly, frantic like someone caught red-handed stealing chickens. You brought the contract, right? We sign it right here and now. There are no complications at all, let's move to my study to stamp it. Witnessing the old uncle pivot as fast as a pinwheel, Su Xun could only laugh secretly in his belly. Then thank you, uncle. Nanshan now put his arm around him again, grinning foolishly, and dragged Su Xun upstairs. Ha, the moment I saw your face, I knew you were the elite of humanity. Su Xun smiled secretly and threw out a teasing jab, Thanks to you, uncle, earlier your son flattered me in the exact same way. Having grasped the old man's weakness, why wouldn't Su Xun twist the knife a bit more? By the way, Uncle N, in your youth, were you really brave enough to be romantic rivals with President Zhao? At the same time, Su Xun smoothly finalized the contract, On the other front, Chen Hua also received the bad news. Upon hearing the report, Chen Hua raged like a wild beast, slamming the table and screaming at the top of his lungs. What? That brat finalized the contract. Liu Jun, with a serious face, reported back. That's right, sir. In 2 days Nanshan will officially announce it before Taishan's General Assembly of Shareholders. How do we respond now? Mad with anger, Chen Hua smashed an innocent glass to pieces. He gritted his teeth. Taishan has always seen us as a thorn in their side. Why would they suddenly nod and sign with that wet-behind-the-ears brat? Liu Jun broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly explaining the whole story. According to my intelligence, he used a honey trap to seduce Nanshan's precious daughter. Those two are in the same college class. Hearing this part, Chen Hua was so furious he saw stars, roaring, "Damn it! Such important intelligence, why are you only opening your mouth now?" Liu Jun trembled like a leaf. I also just gathered at this instant. Do you need me to send someone to clean up those two? Chen Hua quickly retracted his rage, breaking into a sinister smile, and waved his hand to stop him. No need, a brat is still just a brat. Do you think I'm panicking over a little punk? I already have a script to send him on his way. Right at that moment, a system notification rang out as a reminder, making Su Xun's blood pressure drop. Warning, only 4 days left before the deadline, host is requested to speed up and complete the mission. Su Xun let out a depressed sigh. The signing is considered smooth, but the core issue is still having to pry open the truth hidden behind it. While he was scratching his head in frustration, the door suddenly burst open with a bang, nearly making Su Xun's heart drop out. Li Dao barged in with a beaming face, waving a stack of documents, his eyes shining brightly. President Su, everything is exactly as you predicted. I dug up an incredibly surprising secret. That driver has a daughter who went to study abroad 3 years ago, and coincidentally, that was also the time he started taking the job driving a truck at the construction site. Hearing the report, Su Xun fell into deep thought, analyzing carefully. Where would a lowly driver get a mountain of money to send his child to study abroad? It's absolutely obvious someone was pulling the strings and bribing him. Moreover, this enemy is incredibly malicious, calculating meticulously from 3 whole years ago. Hearing the analysis, Li Dao's expression tensed up, his voice dropping as if he were transmitting a national defense secret. Because time has buried it for too long, tracing the origin of the cash flow is impossible. But the hidden enemy is boundlessly wicked. We cannot be careless. I have arranged a squad of bodyguards. From this moment on they will stand shoulder to protect you. Just hearing the final 2 words bodyguards, Su Xun jumped in surprise. Before he could object, Li Dao spun towards the door and bellowed like a commander calling his troops. Security team, move in right now. As soon as the order was given, a squad aggressively stormed into the room like a tornado. One was wearing a t-shirt printed with a chubby pig. Another was decked out in blinding dollar sign patterns, and that guy over there was showing off with a giant 5-pointed star printed right on his chest. A whole formation of bizarre characters. As soon as they entered they roared in unison, "Greetings, President Su." Li Dao patted his chest and proudly introduced them. "Rigorously selected goods, boss. President Su, rest assured, they are all Special Forces veterans with extraordinary skills, and most importantly, absolute loyalty." The overwhelming aura of the bodyguard sent a chill down Su Xun's spine. He forced a stiff smile. "Very good. This is too much trouble for you brothers." Suddenly remembering a crucial matter, Su Xun turned to Li Dao, lowering his voice. "All right, I have a matter to ask you about." Li Dao sharply caught the signal, immediately waving his hand to dismiss them tactfully. "You guys wait outside for orders." Su Xun held the photo in his hand, frowning and scrutinizing it carefully before speaking. "Who is this guy? To sit so comfortably next to Chen Hua, his rank definitely isn't low. Why wasn't his shadow seen at the shareholders' meeting the other day?" Pointing his finger straight at the fierce-looking man in the picture, Li Dao rattled off without hesitation. "This guy is named Liu Jun. He has no seat on the board of directors, but is Chen Hua's trusted confidant. The underworld rumors say countless of Chen Hua's shady dealings are entirely handled by this guy. Calling him the most loyal subordinate is no exaggeration. Are you planning to investigate through this guy's mouth? He is tight-lipped, I'm afraid." Su Xun laughed and interrupted. "Not at all, I was just casually asking out of curiosity." Liu Yu, the secretary with a smoking hot figure, had just stepped out of the office when she bumped right into Liu Jun, who seemed to have been ambushing there for who knows how long. Seeing Liu Yu appear, he immediately opened his mouth to mock. Well, you see my face and can't even force out a greeting. I told you, when we're at the company, don't hover around me. Liu Yu coldly cut him off. HMPH, I also wanted to call you outside, but you never bothered to pick up. Cut the crap, I have a mission for you to handle. Faced with her father's commanding attitude, Liu Yu maintained an expression as resolute as winter ice. I have no obligation to work for you. Being flatly refused, Liu Jun roared angrily like a wild beast and lunged forward, tightly grabbing his daughter's collar. He scolded, "Stop playing that high and mighty act. If I hadn't paved the way, would you have had a chance to get in here as a secretary for the leadership? Do you believe that with just a wave of my hand, you'll be kicked out of here tomorrow?" Liu Yu was terrified by the attack, struggling and screaming, "Let go of me right now." Suddenly, Liu Jun flipped his face, switching to a mournful tone, acting deep with a few crocodile tears. "Dad is really backed into a corner, my child. If you don't want to see me die a tragic death, you absolutely must help me this time." The camera quickly panned to Su Xun, who had just walked out of the office, stretching and cracking his joints, lazily complaining, "Oh my God, grinding like this is going to kill me from exhaustion." But before his windpipe could fully load with air, the bodyguard squad with their bizarre fashion sense lined up waiting like a rescue team. The moment they saw the chairman's face, the whole gang roared in unison like rolling thunder. "Greetings, President Su. President Su has worked hard. Wherever you want to go, we brothers will escort and chauffeur you right to the spot." Bombarded by this unexpected enthusiasm, Su Xun smiled with a twisted mouth. "Shifts over, I'm going home." Hearing this, the Guardians immediately chanted their slogan as if heading into battle. "Brothers, into action, hoo hoo hoo." The ear-piercing howls, no different from a troop of apes calling their pack in the dense jungle, nearly gave Su Xun a heart attack. He only wished he could dig a hole right then and bury himself to lessen the embarrassment. On the way walking across the lobby, seeing the secretary Liu Yu still burying her face in her work. Su Xun smiled friendly and spoke, "I'm leaving first, keep up the work." Being called suddenly, Liu Yu bounced up like a sprung spring. "Yes, goodbye, President Su." However, just as Su Xun turned his back and took a step, she suddenly shrieked and called after him. Her tone was incredibly urgent, "President Su." The call made Su Xun break hard, looking back with sheer surprise. "What is it?" Liu Yu stammered for a few seconds before finally blurting it out. "My car broke down. Could you conveniently give me a ride home? If you find it bothersome, I can just call a cab outside." Hearing the alluring secretary's request, how could Su Xun have the heart to refuse? He nodded decisively. "Small matter, let's go. Let me be your driver to take you home." On the journey, escorting Liu Yu right to her door. Su Xun widened his eyes, scanning the residential area, and asked, "You live in this neighborhood?" Liu Yu bowed her head profusely. "Yes, thank you so much for taking the trouble to bring me home." But Su Xun remained utterly nonchalant, about to turn away and walk off. "All right, I'm leaving now," just as he was about to turn his back from behind. Liu Yu's startled cry suddenly rang out, "Ah!" Su Xun halted his steps. "What now? I brought you right to your door, and you're too stingy to even invite me in for a sip of water." The teasing complaint made Liu Yu flustered. She mumbled her excuse. I wouldn't dare. I am so sorry, sir." In another development, two bodyguards were hiding, pricking up their ears to eavesdrop. One guy with an itchy mouth asked, "Brother Zio, who should we charge in and break the siege?" The other guy slapped his underling right on the back of the neck with a loud smack. "You idiot! Did you leave your brain at home?" Looking at this situation, I bet President Su's sip of water is going to be savored until tomorrow morning. Inside the small room, Liu Yu looked visibly embarrassed as she invited her boss in. "I'm so embarrassed, my house is a bit messy." Su Xun just waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Back when I lived in the dorms, my stuff was thrown around much worse than this." Glancing around, he chuckled, then casually sat down on the chair that still had a woman's bra draped over it, offhandedly making a teasing remark. "It seems you've dedicated all your vitality to the company, which is why your house is this artistic, right?" Seeing her boss touching her sensitive item, Liu Yu panicked, dropping her composure. "Oh my God, please don't touch things randomly. I'll go pour you some water right now." As soon as she hid in the kitchen, echoing in Liu Yu's head was the cold instruction from her father, "Liu Jun, you must find a way to make private contact, then make him drink this special drug. That kid will completely lose his consciousness. After that, you take the opportunity to snap as many intimate, sensitive photos as possible." Do you understand clearly? With hands trembling violently, she gritted her teeth and dropped the effervescent pill into the glass of filtered water. Carrying the glass of water, she stepped out into the living room. She tried to force the most virtuous smile possible. "Please have some water, boss." Suddenly, Su Xun looked up and asked out of nowhere, "So where is your mother?" The abrupt question made Liu Yu freeze for a beat, then she slowly answered, "She is recuperating in our hometown." Su Xun tapped his fingers, his tone nonchalant but hiding deep implications. "Is that so? By the way, I also have a little something I want to chat with you about. Exactly what kind of tangled connection is there between you and that guy Liu Jun?" The question was like a stab right into her dark heart, making Liu Yu sweat until the back of her shirt was soaked. She forced herself to be calm, putting on an innocent face. "We don't have any relationship, it's just a coincidence that we share the same surname, boss." Su Xun smirked and scoffed, "Wow, is that so?" Without prying further, he lifted the glass and took a sip. Seeing this, Liu Yu secretly jumped for joy in her head. The fish took the bait, he actually drank it. But Su Xun set the glass down again, his demeanor icy cold. "Thanks for the water, you should rest early, I take my leave." Realizing the prey was about to slip away, Liu Yu frantically called him back. "Wait a moment, President Su, I have a personal matter I'd like your advice on." Inside, her stomach was tied in knots, the drug hadn't kicked in yet, she absolutely couldn't let him leave right now. Su Xun narrowed his eyes playfully. "Oh, looks like you have no intention of letting me off the hook tonight, huh?" Liu Yu waved her hands, stammering to clarify. "No, please don't misunderstand, it's not like that." He turned around, crossed his legs, and sat down. "All right, whatever it is, just speak frankly." On the outer perimeter, the bodyguard squad was still squatting and waiting. One guy pulled out his phone, and as soon as he unlocked the screen, an urgent message caught his eye. "You have a 5-minute limit to completely cut off the network signal for this entire apartment complex." He bounced up, roaring loudly like a red alert siren. "It's time to work, brothers. Zhang Zai, you take 2 guys and hack to pieces all the network cables in this building for me. Shi 2, you go destroy all the broadcasting stations around this area, speed it up. Understood, brother." The whole gang of guardians seemed injected with stimulants, lowering their heads and sprinting off like arrows. Back to the scene inside, Su Xun was still sitting there blankly, his eyes growing increasingly glazed over. He pressed with all sorts of questions, but Liu Yu kept beating around the bush to stall for time. Right then, the potent poison started to take effect. Su Xun's face flushed bright red, his breathing became wheezy and rapid, his gaze went wild. This was precisely an aphrodisiac, but did Liu Yu actually understand what kind of toxic water she was pouring for her boss to drink? Noticing Su Xun showing abnormal symptoms, she tiptoed closer, probing. "Boss, you are starting to feel sleepy, aren't you?" By now, Su Xun's face was burning red like fire, his body taut. "It looks like this girl is innocent and clueless, which proves there is someone behind the scenes who tricked her into dropping a libido enhancer instead of sleeping pills. If she was being led by the nose, then there must absolutely be someone secretly filming and watching. Zio-hu, act fast already." Liu Yu was still naive and oblivious to the situation, her full bosom unintentionally catching the eye of the person across from her. "Boss, are you all right?" Her insides were tied in knots, wondering, why hasn't the drug taken effect, yet the boss's face is grimacing in agony like that? Or did I accidentally put in too large a dose? Liu Yu leaned closer, asking with concern, "Your complexion looks completely pale." It turned out that from earlier until now, absolutely every move inside Liu Yu's room was secretly being recorded by Chen Hua's lackeys through a hidden camera. On the other end of the line, the hunting dogs sat waiting eagerly like watching a TV drama, their eyes wide open just waiting for the actors to hit the hot scenes. One guy let out a despicable laugh, slapping his thigh with a stinging smack. "Ha ha ha, today I have to broaden my horizons and see just how vigorous the young President Su is." Meanwhile, at the center of the storm, Liu Yu sniffed out that things were sliding off the safe track. She hurriedly rushed to Su Xun's side, who was burning up like a ripe tomato. "Oh my God, your forehead is burning hot. Let me call a car to take you to the hospital," staring at the twin peaks constantly hovering in front of him. Su Xun tried to brace himself and endure it, the whites of his eyes showing. A nosebleed was waiting to gush out. His face grimaced, sweat pouring like running water. He was 100% using his willpower to fight against the wicked drug boiling in his blood. Before they could inhale another breath of air, the screen on the other side showed a spinning network error. The image transmission stuttered and then abruptly went pitch black. The audience, eagerly thirsting for the fleshy scenes, furiously cursed up a storm. Right when it was building up to the climax, the network drops. What kind of garbage operation is this? In another corner, Liu Jun was also glued to his screen, but froze in confusion. The situation in the room at this moment was as spicy as a theatrical movie. Su Xun had lost control, lunging forward and pinning the smoking hot secretary tightly against the chair. "You fool, you're being used as a meat shield by others, and you're still clueless." Liu Yu widened her terrified eyes, her face drained of every drop of blood. What nonsense are you saying?" Su Xun dug his 10 fingers tightly together, mobilizing his entire willpower to slam the brakes on his lust, then staggered and shot to his feet. If he accidentally ate the secretary tonight, tomorrow morning even selling all his organs wouldn't be enough to compensate for his lost dignity. The young man struggled to turn his face away, roaring urgently, "Go get me some ice. Gather all the ice out here, hurry up." While frantically rushing to scoop up the ice, Liu Yu's brain was still in a suspended state. The boss's curse from earlier kept echoing in her ears. "The one being framed is me." Before she could fully recover her senses, the main door crashed open. A guy charged in, shouting loudly, "President Su, where are you, boss?" Liu Yu jumped out of her skin and plopped down onto the chair. Seeing the massive bodyguard standing there like a mountain, she stammered, The boss is dousing himself with water in the bathroom." Hearing that sentence, the bodyguard blanked out for 3 seconds and then let out a sleazy laugh. "Oh my God, it's only been 3 minutes and the boss already handed in his paper. The boss's performance has really dropped lately, ha ha ha." The tasteless laughter hadn't even faded before Liu Yu yelled right in his face, "Shut your filthy mouth right now." Right at that exact moment, the bathroom door swung open. Su Xun stumbled out, his face still flushed bright red, his throat completely hoarse as he coughed violently like he had just escaped from hellfire. The loudmouthed bodyguard continued to provoke. Tusk, President Su, oh President Su, a strong young man still needs to know how to preserve his health, letting loose like this will. Before he could finish babbling, he swallowed the full brunt of Su Xun's roar. "Shut your mouth, stop talking nonsense and drag yourself to do the main job. There's absolutely a hidden camera in this room. Turn it upside down and find it for me." Zio, who heard the order and immediately glared at Liu Yu, his gaze as sharp as a razor, intimidating her. "You have nerves as big as the sky to dare plant a hidden camera on the boss." Liu Yu turned pale with fear, clumsily clarifying, "What camera? I don't know anything." Su Xun was by now exhausted and collapsed heavily onto the sofa, trying to regulate his wildly beating heart, his voice cold and raspy. "Stop arguing, tear this house apart and find it quickly." He jerked his chin toward the empty glass. "What kind of drug did that guy trick you into thinking this was?" She flinched in terror and lowered her head, muttering her reply. "He said it was a sedative." Su Xun furiously scolded her. "What an absolute idiot. Do you think taking a few pictures of me sleeping soundly could push me to my death? They definitely wanted to blackmail me with much heavier clips. The stuff you dropped in the glass was an aphrodisiac. You are just a pawn being sold out by others. Has your brain processed that yet?" After hearing the harsh truth, Liu Yu almost collapsed on the spot. What? That's impossible." Just then Zio, who pried open the nooks and crannies and cheered triumphantly. "Found it, boss. It was stuffed deep inside the power socket, hidden really wickedly." Liu Yu froze dead in her tracks, unable to believe the cruel reality. So he really dared to set me up." Su Xun was uncompromising, ordering a full sweep. "Keep searching, go dig into the bedroom, there has to be more." The agony of being deceived by her own biological father, offering his daughter to another man, caused her pain to the very core of her heart. Liu Yu's eyes were filled with panic as she screamed frantically, How did you know about this?" Su Xun turned his head, his face devoid of any emotion, and said casually, "I just took a wild guess, who knew I'd hit the nail on the head." Since the truth was out, Liu Yu choked back her sobs and confessed everything. "Yes, that man Liu Jun is indeed my biological father. 15 years ago, he abandoned my sick mother and me to run off with his mistress. 3 years ago, when I was in utter despair, I accidentally ran into him. By then, he had climbed to a minor managerial position in Qingyun International. He pulled strings to get me a job. If it weren't for that favor, I probably wouldn't have survived. Even though I hate him to the bone, however." Su Xun cut her off, his eyes as calm as a placid lake. However, you didn't have the guts to refuse his dirty tasks, right? Liu Yu bowed her head, so consumed by humiliating shame that she couldn't utter a word. Zio Hu trotted out holding a bunch of gadgets and reported, "There are 3 in the bedroom, and they planted another one in the bathroom. They're trying to ruin your reputation, boss. What a bunch of bastards." Su Xun tossed the pile of hidden cameras in his hand. He turned and stared deeply into Liu Yu's eyes. "The evidence is right here. Are you still clinging to some hope regarding that father of yours?" Liu Yu suffered an emotional breakdown. She sobbed loudly. "No, I don't believe he could be so heartless. He must have been instigated and framed by someone." Zio, who found her too much of an eyesore and cursed right at her face, "Is your brain waterlogged? Stop being so stubbornly foolish." Su Xun raised his hand to stop him, speaking calmly. "I need to take down Chen Hua, so I must get a hold of Liu Jun's weakness. I need your help. If you feel too sorry for your father to do it, I won't force you." Liu Yu could only remain silent, not uttering a single word. Seeing this, Su Xun turned on his heel, his tone freezing. "Let's pull out." Zio, who followed, grumbling a question. "Boss, are you really just going to let this go?" Su Xun shrugged. "What else? Do you want me to go beat Liu Jun up empty-handed?" Leaving Liu Yu behind alone, she burst into bitter sobs, tears streaming down her face. It was late at night, but the dim light in Liu Yu's room was still on. She stared blankly at the hidden cameras in her hand, feeling a gut-wrenching pain. Dark fragments of memories suddenly rushed back. The days she wandered around applying for jobs only to be trampled on, with no company willing to hire her. The harsh, insulting words of the interviewers still seemed to echo in her ears. "This company doesn't harbor useless trash. Go away, don't get in other people's way. You have no skills, yet you have the nerve to apply for a job. How thick-skinned." The Liu Yu of the past was utterly devastated, sitting slumped in the pouring rain, crying uncontrollably. "Boo-hoo, Mom, I'm so miserable." And at that exact moment at rock bottom, Liu Jun appeared. Liu Yu bit her lip tightly, deluding herself. "No matter how terrible he is, he's my only relative. I have to give him a chance to redeem himself." But just as she was about to raise her hand to knock on the door, a disgusting burst of laughter leaked out from inside. "Boss Jun, I've hung around wicked people for years, but I truly bow down to your level of ruthlessness." "Exactly, using your own biological daughter as bait, your scheming mind is truly sinister. But rumor has it you two disowned each other. What kind of spell did you use to make her obey you so blindly?" Liu Jun stuck his nose up at his crony's flattery and laughed smugly. "It was nothing. I just blocked her job applications at all those companies, waited until she was starving and at her most pathetic, and then jumped out to play the hero. So naturally, she had to obediently become a pawn at my disposal." The lackeys competed to applaud loudly. "Brilliant, truly a worthy right-hand man of President Chen. So boss, will there be a clip tomorrow for us to feast our eyes on?" Liu Jun laughed despicably. "Piece of cake. Tomorrow I'll send someone to retrieve the memory card. You guys just get ready to admire a masterpiece. Ha ha ha, you have my word." Standing outside the door and hearing the complete despicable plot, Liu Yu felt her throat choke up. She bit her lip until it bled, yet tears continued to pour down relentlessly. Back in the car, Zio, who felt resentful and restless. Unable to hold back, he finally asked in frustration, "Boss, that Liu Yu is 100% the one who stabbed you in the back. Why did you spare her and not deal with her?" Su Xun calmly leaned back in his seat. "Since ancient times, the hardest thing to sever is blood ties. I'm just the boss who pays her salary. What right do I have to force her to point the spear at her biological father? Though, I must admit I miscalculated the part where my own trusted secretary turned out to be Chen Hua's pawn." Hearing the boss's confession, Zio, who immediately patted his chest and volunteered. "Don't worry, boss. We brothers swear to be fiercely loyal and protect you to the very end." Su Xun smiled faintly. "I appreciate your dedication. My principle is, if you use someone, don't doubt them. If you doubt them, don't use them. Once I consider you my trusted confidants, I will give you my 100% trust." Listening to the young chairman utter each firm word, Zio, who suddenly saw the light. So this is what true class is about. Barely out of his teens, yet holding trillions in assets, and possessing the interpersonal skills to make subordinates swear their undying loyalty. Surrounded by enemies on all sides, yet the boss's face remains unfazed, working diligently without distraction. Looking at his tightly knit brows, he must definitely be racking his brains to solve a tough business problem. Oh my God, How could such a domineering, irresistibly charismatic CEO exist? He thought the boss was stressing his brain over matters of national importance. But in reality, Su Xun had a dumb look on his face while scrolling the internet, watching a girl with cat ears bouncing and swaying. My eyes burn. They think this kind of frantic flailing can make them famous idols nowadays. The car slowly pulled over and came to a halt. Su Xun turned his head and instructed, "Swing by to pick me up for work tomorrow morning. You guys go home and rest." Xiao Hu replied solemnly, "Yes, boss." Just as he stepped through the door, Su Xun muttered to himself about the system's mission. "There are exactly 2 days left until the deadline. Why don't I feel an ounce of pressure in my heart? Damn it, could these be the traits bestowed by the system? A genius brain, the aura of a domineering CEO, and a serene demeanor in the face of a storm." Lost in thought as he walked into the house, a sudden call from behind snapped him back. "President Su, could you spare a bit of your precious time to hear me out?" He spun around to see his secretary Liu Yu standing there panting, dressed thinly, her face as haggard as if she had just run a marathon all the way here. Su Xun tilted his head to signal, "Come inside first, we'll talk then." Liu Yu didn't hold back, pouring out all the pent-up grievances in her heart for Su Xun to hear. "He is truly a beast in human skin. All these years, I was just a foolish pawn schemed and set up by him. That kind of bastard doesn't deserve to exist in this world. If he wants to destroy me, I'll drag him down to hell with me. As long as his true colors are exposed, I will grit my teeth and do whatever you order me to. Even if it costs me my life, I'm going all in." Su Xun stopped her right there. "Remember this well, if you follow me, no one would dare force you to sacrifice anything. The things you want to claim, the grudges you want to wash away, I will have your back and help you accomplish them flawlessly, understood?" Hearing those domineering yet warm words, Liu Yu couldn't hold back her emotions. Tears fell silently. She sniffled and nodded obediently, "Yes, sir." At dawn the next day, Liu Jun was standing with his arms crossed, lecturing his subordinates. "Wait for the moment that brat Su Xun steps out the door before sneaking into the house. Absolutely no alerting the enemy, do you hear me? Once you break in, you must clean out all those cameras for me." In the middle of their secret meeting, Liu Yu suddenly showed her face, making Liu Jun jump out of his skin. "The thing you old geezer are thirsting for is this pile of trash, right?" She swung her arm and threw the bunch of hidden cameras right in front of him. Liu Jun turned pale, unable to hide his shock. "Daughter, why are these things in your hands?" Liu Yu dropped sharp words without holding back. "Using your own flesh and blood as bait, sneaking hidden cameras into my place. How are you going to explain this?" Liu Jun was struck dumb, knowing he couldn't deny it. He could only shut his eyes and shift the blame. "Dad was wrong, my child. But it was all forced upon me by President Chen. He didn't want any variables, so he took it upon himself to switch the drugs and plant the cameras. By the time I found out, the deed was done. Just stay calm. Dad swears he won't let his precious daughter suffer any loss. After this deal is done, a seat on the board of directors will definitely belong to you." Midramble, Liu Jun suddenly panicked and asked urgently, "Oh crap, has that brat Su Xun found out about these cameras?" Liu Yu acted totally nonchalant, saying coldly, "I'm exhausted, I don't want to talk." The father and daughter trudged inside in silence. But the old fox Liu Jun continued to hound her relentlessly. "This matter is extremely important, my child. Did Su Xun fall into the trap or not? Open your mouth and tell me. Dad is going crazy with anxiety here." Just as they were about to push the study door open, an unfamiliar woman strutted out seductively. She stared wide-eyed at Liu Yu and asked coquettishly, "Jun honey, who is this little girl?" Liu Jun covered it up seamlessly. "Just someone from the company. She dropped by to deliver some documents and is leaving right away." The fire of frustration flared up in Liu Yu's stomach again, but she gritted her teeth and swallowed it down. The moment she entered the study, she stated firmly, "That woman is an eyesore, tell her to get lost." Liu Jun continued to fawn and beg incessantly. "Oh my dear little ancestor, to sum it up, how far has that Su Xun handled things?" Liu Yu immediately replayed Su Xun's sharp instructions in her head. "Engrave this in your heart, his fatal weakness lies in his personal computer." Liu Jun panicked wildly, drenched in cold sweat, frantically remembering the top-secret data card inside. Liu Yu maintained a piercingly cold attitude and retorted, "You treated me so shabbily, why did you think I would obediently hand over the clip? 8 million, 1 penny less, and you won't get a thing." Liu Jun roared in anger, but Liu Yu couldn't care less, continuing her words. Anyway, I'm in desperate need of money, and it's not like President Su has run out of ways to deal with me. Hearing this, cold sweat poured down him like rain. This was bad. He let this wretched brat get the upper hand again. If he didn't give in to her, where would he get the evidence to overthrow President Su? But forcing him to shell out 8 million from his own pocket was like slicing the flesh right off his own body. Fury blazed in his heart, but with no other choice, Liu Jun had to grit his teeth and pretend to compromise. All right, give me 15 minutes to report and ask for instructions from my superior. Liu Yu showed no mercy, cutting him off instantly. 10 minutes, my patience has its limits. He scrambled outside, pulled out his phone, and hurriedly called Chen Hua, whereas Chen Song quickly handed the phone to him. Meanwhile, Liu Yu carefully followed the plan that Su Xun had instructed. She pulled out the USB drive and plugged it straight into Liu Jun's computer. The system was immediately infected with malware. In another development, Su Xun was sitting next to a young hacker. Drag out what I need, and 8 million will instantly be in your pocket. The hacker boy nodded smugly. Leave it to me. This price negotiation left the surrounding bodyguards gaping in admiration, staying up all night hunting down a master in the mortal realm just for this kind of gig. Su Xun is indeed a tycoon who throws money out the window without batting an eye. If they had known, they would have tried hard to study it back then. Maybe they'd be counting money until their hands cramped up by now. In a corner of the room, Liu Yu was looking at her watch, counting down the seconds. The atmosphere was as taut as a bowstring. She secretly urged, "Hurry up now." After an intense search, the hacker finally snagged a secret password-protected folder, but to him, it was a piece of cake. Standing nearby, Su Xun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, constantly urging, "Faster, faster, faster." Liu Jun had just hung up with Chen Hua and said, "President Chen is transferring the money to me now. You'll only get the money once I've finished checking the video." As soon as he stepped into the room, Liu Jun freaked out when he saw Liu Yu hovering next to his computer. He glared and yelled, "What are you messing with?" Liu Yu thought on her feet quickly to buy time. She glanced at the photo on the desk and replied indifferently, "You didn't even bother to keep a picture of my mother and me. How utterly heartless." Liu Jun's blood boiled even more. "Cut the speech. Your money is on its way. Show me the clip right now." Liu Yu continued to stall. "The money has to chime into my account before I let you see it." Empty-handed, Liu Jun was forced to stay rooted to the spot, caught in a dilemma. Out of patience, Liu Yu raised her voice to pressure him. "Hurry up and settle it, my weight is about to hit rock bottom." Liu Jun's face turned pale as he issued a panicked warning. "Don't you try any shady tricks, or else both father and daughter will be going to see King Yama." A moment later, the money had entered the account, and Liu Jun asked hurriedly, "The money is transferred, is it okay now?" Liu Yu turned on her heel and walked away, dropping a freezing cold sentence. "After all, you used to be my father. I can't bear to stand and watch the pathetic scene that's about to unfold. Weren't you planning to ruin the relationship between Zikin and Su Xun? I've already sent that clip right over to him." Her words hit him like a thunderbolt, causing Liu Jun to scream out of control. "What did you say? Do you take me for a fool? Spit that clip out, or else don't even dream of walking out of this room." Liu Yu pretended to panic and cried for help. "Let me go." The frame cut straight to Chen Hua's office. At this moment, Chen Hua had already assembled his faction within the corporation. The Taishan faction had fully gathered, preparing to hold an emergency collegiate meeting. Chen Hua's female secretary tiptoed to knock on Su Xun's door, announcing softly, "President Su. President Chen wants to report on organizing an emergency board meeting." Su Xun maintained an indifferent attitude, replying casually, "I got it." Deep down, he told himself that the real finale had begun. The camera switched back to the scene of Liu Jun, his face flushed red with rage, threatening his own daughter. "I have no time to joke with you anymore. This is your last chance. Where on earth is that video?" Just as he was about to reach out and grab her, Liu Jun's phone rang loudly. It was a call from Chen Hua. He clumsily picked it up to report, "President Chen, I still haven't dug out the video." Opposite him, Liu Yu stood nonchalantly, giving a sneer. "I told you I already sent the video to Zikin." Hearing this, Liu Jun's face turned completely white. He screamed in terror, "What? Has Zikin arrived at the company?" The lens shifted to the scene of the young man, and Jianian slamming his hands on the table loudly. He roared in a fit of rage. "Does your Qingyun faction dare to look down on our Taishan like this? You dare let my sister suffer such grievances? Speak up, aren't you usually so arrogant? Chen Hua stood outside listening, feeling absolutely elated. This sound of cursing was music to his ears. All the pent-up anger he had suppressed these past few days finally vanished entirely. Seeing Jianian overacting a bit, Su Xun hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Presidentin, calm down. If there's any misunderstanding, let's brothers go into my room, close the door, and talk it out. He sighed while thinking to himself. He told the guy to just act a little, but he went totally overboard, scolding so fiercely no one would believe there wasn't a personal grudge here. Chen Hua's faction looked visibly delighted at the tense situation. The surrounding crowd joined in to add fuel to the fire. Don't go anywhere, President Su. You're the chairman. Must you suffer this injustice? We must stand here and win back justice for you. Exactly, everything must be brought to light. And Jianian uncurled his lips into a cold sneer. You want justice. If you have the guts, all of you step right up. At that exact moment, a crew of reporters holding cameras swarmed in, snapping photos nonstop. This hot event was definitely being live-streamed and broadcast globally. We are from the TV station. May I ask if President Su would like to share a few words about this incident? The line of bodyguards was bracing themselves against the crowd, not letting anyone else inside. Chen Hua, wanting to exploit the situation and blow things out of proportion, raised his voice. Don't block them, let the reporters do their job. The Qingyun Corporation is upright and honorable. Having the media here just proves we have nothing to hide. Su Xun put on a dark expression, looking supremely dissatisfied. Are you absolutely determined to force me into a corner? Chen Hua was thrilled on the inside, saying smugly, I am only helping you clear your name. Right then, and Zikin carried her laptop to the center of the room, declaring boldly, the whole truth is in here, everyone, take a look for yourselves. Chen Hua maintained his facade of feigned innocence, not yet realizing the storm that was about to hit. He gloated inwardly, you little brat dare to go against me. I'll ruin your reputation completely. However, when his eyes landed on the screen, Liu Jun also felt an ominous premonition. A familiar video began to play, exposing the entire shady dealing between Liu Jun and Chen Hua. Zhao Chengming, that old geezer blocking the way. Let's finish him off in the next few days. I've taken care of the driver, we can make our move tomorrow morning. The crystal-clear video made Chen Hua jump in fright, breaking out in a cold sweat. He stammered, what the hell is this? Shut that laptop immediately, clear out all these cameras. Despite his screaming, the video kept running, peeling back the shocking truth. President Zhao's death was not an accidental tragedy at all, but a premeditated murder. The entire crowd of reporters and company employees were stunned, unable to believe what they were watching. This was clearly proof of murder. President Zhao had been assassinated. Chen Hua went insane, roaring in fury. Are you useless bunch just going to stand there and watch? Within 3 minutes, smash all those phones and cameras for me. Before they could even flex their muscles, Su Xun winked at his private bodyguards and issued an ironclad order. Men, sweep all those security guards out of here for me. No one is allowed to disturb the press units doing their work. After handling everything, Su Xun turned around, raised an eyebrow at Chen Hua and mocked. The play has reached its end, do you have any last words? Chen Hua's face was drained of all color, turning to scream into Liu Jun's face. You bastard, you dared to secretly plant a camera in my office? Backed into a corner, Liu Jun stammered his defense. I was just trying to leave myself a way out. I got ambushed by that Liu Yu. The police force quickly arrived to control the scene. They identified these two suspects as the masterminds in the Zhao Chengming case and immediately handcuffed and escorted them away. Looking at the cleaned-up mess, Su Xun let out a breath, finally reeled in the net. And Zikin beamed brightly, showing off proudly. Haha, didn't you find my acting skills absolutely top-notch? Su Xun chuckled inwardly. You're just a supporting actress. The director who created this masterpiece is me. While he was enjoying his victory, the system in Su Xun's head suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for clearing the obstacle. Please read the password to activate the new identity and skills for this week. Su Xun faintly curled his lips. Activate new identity. The data download was completed, and Su Xun officially assumed the title of the King of Assassins. Beneath the guise of the chairman of Qingyun International Corporation, he concealed a terrifying background. The King of Assassins with the codename God, the one who sowed terror across the globe. From armed warlords and drug lords to big-shot politicians, once they made it onto his blacklist, there was only a one-way trip to hell. Wanting to wash his hands of it, he chose to retire from the underworld. However, the net of heaven is vast, and his old enemies still sniffed out his whereabouts, threatening to shatter his peaceful days. This identity equipped Su Xun with a series of peak skills: miraculous stealth, disguise arts, peerless medical skills, flawless marksmanship with all firearms, martial arts mastery, along with a sensory system sharper than ordinary humans. The goal of this mission is to wipe clean the grudges of the past to preserve his life. There is no time limit. Of course, Su Xun still has to simultaneously handle the job of running the corporation. Hearing the news that Chen Hua and Liu Jun only got life sentences, Su Xun expressed his disdain. "Life sentence my foot, a crime like that deserves a bullet to the head." Li Dao broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. "What did you just say, sir?" Su Xun emphasized with absolute resolve. "I want them to face the death penalty, no exceptions whatsoever. Go take care of this right away." Catching Su Xun's razor-sharp glare, Li Dao trembled. He understood that this order left no room for refusal. Although young in age, Su Xun already possessed ruthlessness and decisiveness, showing absolutely no mercy to those who stood in his way. He nonchalantly picked up a pen, twirled it skillfully in his hand a few times, and then he flicked his wrist and launched a flurry of paper-thin sheets. With a thwack, they embedded themselves into the wall like darts. Looking at the results, Su Xun was extremely satisfied with this newly implanted ability. He muttered praises to himself. "Damn, the skills of the King of Assassins are truly mind-blowing." Standing nearby, Xiao Hu turned pale witnessing this scene, asking in a small voice, "Boss, do you really want to use me as a punching bag? Just go all out with your full strength." Xiao Hu gulped and shut his eyes tightly. With sweat pouring down his forehead, he complained inwardly, "I get it, just another one of those rich people's pastimes. I took a job as a bodyguard, not a clown." Without thinking much, Xiao Hu let out a howl, gathered his momentum, and charged straight at Su Xun, throwing a punch that tore through the wind. "Then I won't hold back." The strike carried terrifying power. It seemed as though it would tear through the very space around it. But facing it, Su Xun stood calmly. His expression was as light as a feather, like taking a walk in the park. The very moment Xiao Hu's fist brushed past Su Xun's clothes, he suddenly howled miserably. My arm is broken, my arm is broken." His whole body writhed in pain, his mouth complaining incessantly. "President Su, what kind of dark magic did you use? The bones in my arm are about to be shattered to pieces." Su Xun shook his head in disappointment. "All right, let's stop here. It seems I need to find a tougher opponent to warm up." Shortly after, Su Xun arrived at a high-end martial arts training center. Inside, a highly intense boxing match was taking place in the ring. The cheers and roars of the audience echoed throughout the four walls. The two fighters in the ring were lunging at each other, delivering fatal blows. Su Xun stood with his arms crossed below the stands, his eyes glued to their every movement. After watching for a while, he clicked his tongue and dropped a comment. "At this level, taking them down is no challenge at all." Standing right next to him was Li De, a guy with bulging muscles. Hearing the arrogant remark, he flared up and turned around. "What did you just mutter? A brat whose nose isn't even wiped clean yet dares to mock the fighters in this ring as easy targets." Saying that, he pointed his massive finger straight at Su Xun's face. "Are you here to look for trouble?" Seeing this brutish, small-brained guy was easily provoked, Su Xun waved his hand, pretending to placate him. "Calm down, bro, I didn't mean it like that. I absolutely have no intention of trashing this place. I'm just evaluating based on facts. To me, the people in the ring are too weak." Upon hearing this, the beefy guy's blood rushed to his head, his chest heaving as he panted heavily. "You little brat, you have a death wish, don't you? If you have the guts, step into the ring and go one-on-one with me." Su Xun gave a sneer and nodded promptly. "You invited me yourself." Looking at Su Xun's thin, scholarly frame, the muscular guy curled his lip in contempt. "A build that could blow away in the wind, and you dare show your face here acting cocky. If I don't beat you to pulp today, I'll shut down this martial arts gym." Faced with the intense trash talk, Su Xun merely shrugged casually. "Why so tense? I'm just here to exchange skills and learn." At that moment, Han Shaoking strutted in, leading a group of tough-looking thugs. The manager bowed and scraped. "Boss Han, do you find the style of the gym acceptable lately?" Han Shaoking smirked. "It's passable, seems the money I threw in here wasn't wasted." While acting cocky, Han Shaoking's eyes happened to sweep across Su Xun's silhouette. His face immediately contorted as he let out a startled gasp. Ah! What the hell, why is that little bastard here? At the same time, the challenge match between Su Xun and the bald guy in the ring was given the green light. Su Xun showed no signs of fear. On the contrary, he smiled brightly. I had some free time today and dropped by to test my skills. Please enlighten me, bro. The bald guy grunted in his throat. Just as he was about to warm up, a lackey trotted into the ring and whispered something into his ear. The bald guy's expression immediately pulled a 180-degree turn. What? Su Xun feigned ignorance and asked, is something wrong? The bald guy cleared his throat, nothing major. But a murderous glint began to flash in his eyes as his brain processed the instructions. Boss, Han has an order. Beat this brat to death. A quick reward of 1 million. With a juicy 1 million dangling right in front of his eyes, his facial muscles relaxed and he bared his teeth in a grin. Understood, then let's fight to the bitter end. He appeared extremely thrilled. Kid, blame it on your rotten luck today. I'll be taking your life today to change mine. Below the stands, Han Shaoking felt a bit guilty and uneasy. Is that bald guy reliable? The gym manager thumped his chest, guaranteeing firmly. Young master, you can rest easy. I gritted my teeth and spent a massive sum of money to bring him in. The underworld calls him the monster of the Han River. Countless people have been sent to the hospital by his hands. Just wait and see, in less than 10 seconds, that brat's bones will be crushed. Looking at Su Xun's scholarly figure, the bald guy sneered in disdain. He swung a fist carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, charging thunderously at his opponent. Everyone was certain that if this punch landed, Su Xun would definitely be sent to meet his ancestors. But as quick as a flash of lightning, Su Xun merely tilted his body slightly, and the lethal punch instantly hit empty air. The audience below widened their eyes, mouths gaping so wide an egg could fit in. He dodged it. Seeing that scene, Han Shaoking was infuriated and turned to scold the manager relentlessly. Did you starve your fighter? What kind of crippled punching is that? The manager was also in total panic, hastily smoothing over his boss's anger. Young master, please calm down. It must be because that brat got lucky. Fight properly, or I'll skin you alive right now. While the crowd below was shouting noisily, the bald guy in the ring stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe reality. A random pretty boy could so easily dodge his signature move. You. Su Xun dropped his smile, switching to a challenging tone. I'm very curious to see where my endurance limits are, so just use all your ultimate moves. Hearing his opponent's arrogance, the bald guy pursed his lips and thought to himself, so that's it, this guy is playing the pig to eat the tiger. But you're out of luck, you're putting on an act with the wrong person, kid. Thinking of the prize money, he concentrated all his muscular power, determined to fight to the death with Su Xun. Unleashing his killer move, he roared, if you are so thirsty for death, I'll send you on your way. The audience below the ring held their breath as they watched the big guy show off his strength, whispers ringing out. Wow, he's gone mad. Look at those bulging muscles, truly fitting of the monster of the Han River. Seeing his fighter unleash his ultimate move, the manager smugly turned to flatter Shaoking. That was just a greeting earlier, now that brat is definitely a goner. Han Shaoking found the words pleasant to his ears, unable to hide a malicious smile. Haha, this time I have to send that Su Xun to hell. You dared to rub mud in my face at Nzikin's house. This is the price you pay for daring to fight over a woman with me. Back in the ring, the bald guy was flailing wildly, throwing all sorts of punches and kicks from east to west. But alas, even if he fought until he was out of breath and clawed until his nails were scratched, he couldn't even touch the hem of Su Xun's clothes. A flurry of storm-like attacks ultimately hit nothing but air. Looking at his opponent's panting state, Su Xun frowned in annoyance. Your speed is as slow as a crawling turtle, can't you go any faster? Is this your highest level? There's no pressure at all. The words rubbed salt into his pride, making the bald guy spit blood from anger. If you're so slippery and good at dodging, then have the guts to stop hiding. If you're so capable, stand still and take one of my punches. Just as he finished speaking, he froze because he met Su Xun's cold, murderous gaze. There was no need for many words, that glance was more than enough of an answer. Su Xun slightly curled his lips, as you wish. Without giving the fighter time to compose himself, Su Xun threw a punch as fast as lightning, the force piercing through the air, aiming straight at the opponent's arm. The bald guy only had time to let out an ah. The two fists collided, creating a sharp, resounding crack. Before the bald guy could process the situation, he saw his muscular arm snapped into multiple pieces, fresh blood splattering everywhere. He rolled on the floor, howling miserably. My arm is shattered. The bloody scene caused the entire crowd below to freeze. No one dared to make a single sound, their foreheads drenched in sweat. Han Shaoqing stood with his mouth agape, eyes rolling back. He spat out the mouthful of water he had just sucked in out of sheer shock. In the ring, Su Xun still stood firmly, his breathing completely undisturbed. He stared at his own fist, feeling bewildered himself. Oh wow, am I really this overpowered? In stark contrast to that demeanor, the bald guy on the floor was writhing. My life is basically over with my arm shattered like this. How am I supposed to hold a rice bowl? It hurts so much, call an ambulance quickly. Witnessing his prized fighter get knocked out in a single move, Han Shaoqing was scared out of his wits. Disregarding his image, he turned his back intending to slip away quietly. Retreat, retreat quickly, guys. But just as he lifted his foot, a cold voice rang down from the ring. Stop right there, Han Shaoqing. The sheer authority in that voice made his heart skip a beat, and out of a conditioned reflex, he responded instantly. Yes. The moment he opened his mouth, he knew he had made a huge mistake. Having already shown his hand, Han Shaoqing had no choice but to swallow his saliva and turn around. He forced a smile that looked uglier than crying. President Su, it's such a small world, why are you strolling around here too? Su Xun slowly stepped down and walked toward him. The oppressive aura made the two bodyguards beside Shaoqing tremble uncontrollably. One guy gathered all his courage, raising his hand to stop him. Sir, please stop. But Su Xun didn't even pay them any mind. He reached out both hands, grabbed the heads of the two bodyguards, and smashed them forcefully together with a crack, causing them to howl miserably and collapse on the ground. Those filthy words you just instructed that guy with, I didn't miss a single syllable. Han Shaoqing was so scared that all color drained from his face, his mouth stuttering repeatedly. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, bro. Su Xun couldn't be bothered to listen to his explanations and delivered a stern warning. I'm letting you off this once, and it will be the last time. I have no interest in your worthless life, but if you dare to pull any more dirty tricks, I won't hesitate to wipe you out. Got it. Han Shaoqing was so frightened his legs went weak, and his pants began to dampen, nodding frantically. Yes, I understand. Su Xun casually slapped his face a couple of times, warning him, if you're smart, you'll remember what I said and don't go looking for death. With that, he turned and walked straight to the door. I have things to do, I won't see you out. The entire training floor was dead silent. Han Shaoqing bowed deeply, muttering softly, Take care, Boss Su. Once Su Xun was out of sight, the murmuring began to erupt. Who the hell is that freak, taking down two of Han Shaoqing's top bodyguards like it's nothing, and even slapping the big shot in the face? The main thing is, Han Shaoqing was scared speechless. Who says he's the most arrogant young master around here? He meets a real expert and shrivels up. Cut to Su Xun stepping out of the training room, he pulled out his phone and called in Zikin. Beautiful, free to grab a bite. On the other end, the class president's shrill voice came through. I'm about to head to class. You better stop slacking off, keep skipping class, and you'll get expelled one day. Su Xun chuckled, unfazed. I've already dealt with the principal. I'm donating 3 million yuan to the school's scholarship fund next week. They'll definitely let me pass. And Zikin was speechless. Are you crazy? Now you're buying your grades with money, you're hopeless. At that very moment, on a rooftop of a skyscraper in the distance, a group of assassins lay in ambush. A female assassin peered through her sniper scope, clicking her tongue in surprise. Can't believe the king of assassins is just a snot-nosed kid. Her accomplice beside her snorted in disdain. Young or old, he's about to be minced meat anyway. Took a ton of neural effort to finally pinpoint his location. But just as she was about to aim, she suddenly froze. Damn, I think he caught our scent. Her partner frowned. Impossible, we're a kilometer away, how could he detect us? He quickly grabbed his binoculars and scanned Su Xun's position. But strangely, the target had vanished without a trace. Where'd he go? How did he disappear so fast? In reality, Su Xun had slipped into a hidden corner near a wall, his eyes sharp as a knife scanning the surroundings. This killing intent. Could it be some street thug sent by Han Shaoqing? Doesn't add up. Those small fries can't be this sharp. This must be some old grudge from the god catching up with me. That evening, at Su Xun's private residence, Xiao Hu entered the room, his gaze sweeping every corner with extreme vigilance as if enemies were lurking nearby. He reported sternly, "Boss Su, as per your orders, I've deployed 30 more bodyguards around the perimeter, and the infrared laser system is activated. Any fly that passes will be caught." Su Xun nodded, looking composed as if everything was going according to plan. "Good work, go get some rest." Outside, the assassins hiding in the shadows were sweating bullets at the sight of the Titan security network. One whispered, "He's called in more guards, he's clearly sniffed us out. This turtle shell of his is solid, no wonder he chose to go into hiding." But the assassins were too dumb to realize that this display of security was just a psychological ploy by Su Xun. He had intentionally set up a seemingly solid trap full of holes, just to make them overconfident and charge in. All he had to do was wait for the right moment, lure them out of hiding, and catch them all in one sweep. Just as he was plotting, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he answered immediately, God, still looking sharp as ever. That familiar shrill voice was unmistakably Tony, the notorious middleman in the underworld. Su Xun frowned in confusion. Why would Tony call him now? The god had already retired. He immediately went on high alert. He lowered his voice threateningly. "Do you have a death wish calling this number directly? In this line of work, direct contact is taboo. Did you forget the rules of the jungle?" Tony on the other end laughed heartily. "Don't get hot under the collar. I'm not trying to break your rules. It's just that I've got a fat contract in hand, and with your caliber, this job would be a walk in the park." Su Xun replied indifferently, "Oh, do tell." Tony lowered his voice mysteriously. "The target is in the lower kingdom, not far from you. The key is the client's paying big, setting the price at $3.5 million for his head." Hearing the staggering sum, Su Xun blinked in surprise. Who the hell is this guy worth millions? Tony sneered, "He's just the chairman of some small corporation. For you, it's like snapping your fingers. I'll send the target's profile to your email." Hanging up, Su Xun rubbed his chin, his eyes cold. Are these rich folks all crazy now, throwing $3.5 million just to take a life? A new email notification popped up on his computer screen. Target name, Su Xun. Title, Chairman of Kingyun International Group. Su Xun nearly spat out his tea. Oh my God, all that circling around, and the wanted target was none other than himself. At a sunny, windy beach far away, some sizzling hot babes in skimpy bikinis were playing around on the white sand, painting a peaceful scene as if the world of assassins had never existed. On a comfy lounge chair, Tony was living like a king. His phone rang. Seeing the familiar number, he picked it up, his tone still playful. "So God, caught the scent of money and got interested, huh?" Su Xun's cold voice came through the phone. "Tell me who put a hit on me." Tony felt like he'd been doused with ice water, panicking, "God." But before he could make excuses, Su Xun's voice thundered. "Shut up and skip the bullshit. I'll find out what I want to know one way or another. Or do you think I've lost my touch and can't do anything to you?" Tony broke out in a cold sweat, stammering for mercy. I was just joking. I'll tell you anything you want. Screw those confidentiality rules. The guy who paid for your head is Han Shaoking, a well-known young master in the lower kingdom." Hearing that name, Su Xun couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Han Shaoking, you're literally digging your own grave." Tony was still trembling, defending himself. "I was totally in the dark on this one, you gotta believe me." Before the call could end, a loud crash echoed, and the wooden door was kicked open. And Zikin appeared, her eyes blazing as if she wanted to devour someone. "What the hell are you doing in here? Your phone's been ringing off the hook and you don't even answer." Su Xun spun around in surprise, stuttering, Zikin, how did you get here?" She crossed her arms, her voice icy as a glacier. "You ask that? Who was it that made the first move to take me out to dinner to repay my feelings?" Su Xun froze for a good 5 seconds, feeling like he'd just taken a knockout punch to the chest. Facing her pouty, sulky face, he panicked. I was too busy and forgot, I'm sorry." Not letting him explain further, Zikin grabbed his sleeve and yanked him toward the door. "Do you know how hard it is to book a table at that place? If we're late, what are you going to do to make it up to me?" Su Xun was dragged along, still trying to soothe her. "I'll make it up to you, everything. I'll even give you my whole body." Dragging him to the front gate, Zikin was greeted by a row of imposing black-suited bodyguards. She frowned. "Why are there suddenly so many people around your house?" Zio, who, sharp-eyed, rushed over and reported. "Boss Su, do you need a car to go somewhere?" Su Xun cleared his throat. "Yeah, I'm going out, have some of them escort us." At the same time, from the building across the street, the pair of assassins were still closely monitoring the target's every move. The male asked, The praise left the den, do we follow? The female blonde assassin shook her head, stopping him. Hold on, today's not a good day for Feng Shui to strike. Looking at how he's set up his defenses, it's clear he knows we're here. Let's stand down and wait for backup before we hit them all at once. In the car, Zikin was still pouting in anger. See, I told you we missed dinner. That restaurant is strict. They cancel reservations if you're half an hour late, and rebooking means waiting until next month. Seeing his crush upset, Su Xun didn't bother explaining, just quietly pulled out his phone and made a call. Yes, that's Emperor Restaurant. No, I'm not interested in investing in shares, I just want a spot for dinner tomorrow. Right, arrange the transfer now. And Zikin snapped her head around to stare at him with wide eyes. What did you just do? Su Xun smiled confidently. Just bought the whole restaurant. Tomorrow we can eat whenever we want. The sheer financial impact of his words left Zikin completely stunned. Buying an entire restaurant just for one meal, she was at a loss for words at this audacity. Back at Zikin's villa, she said, just sit in the living room for now, I'll go make you some noodles in the kitchen. Looking around the empty house, Su Xun was curious, is everyone else out? Zikin honestly replied, my brother's overseas on business, and my parents are out of town for meetings. Oh, there's a light switch behind the sofa, can you reach back and turn it on for me? As soon as she finished, the living room lights flashed on. Suddenly, something hard pressed against Zikin's back, making her jump and let out a few ah-ah sounds. What are you trying to do? Before she could react, Su Xun rushed over and locked lips with her in a passionate kiss. And Zikin, caught off guard, let out a few muffled sounds. Stop, wait, you're not planning to. While kissing, Su Xun's mischievous hand slowly slid behind her, slipping under her thin skirt, making her whole body tremble with stimulation. After a deep kiss, Su Xun pressed on, pushing Zikin down onto the sofa. Zikin weakly pushed him away. I'm not ready for this. Su Xun coaxed softly. Be good, relax, I promise I'll be gentle. Just as the sweet words fell, Su Xun leaned in again, greedily claiming her lips. The young girl was lost in a daze, her breathing heavy. Just as the atmosphere was heating up, suddenly, click, click, the sound of a key turning in the front door echoed. Looking up, both parents were standing right at the entrance. They were greeted by the sight of the young couple in a rather dramatic embrace. Zikin and Su Xun were so scared they almost jumped out of their skins, stammering incoherently. Dad, Mom, weren't you guys on a business trip? Nanshan's face turned beet red, swallowing his anger. The meeting got cancelled unexpectedly. Thank God, otherwise I wouldn't have known when this pig would have ruined my cabbage patch. Zikin blushed, frantically explaining to her father, Dad, it's not what you think. Su Xun's face scrunched up like he'd been caught cheating on a test, forcing a smile. Hello, Uncle Auntie, this is all a misunderstanding. I actually tripped while looking for the light switch and ended up like this. Oh, so that's where the switch is. I'll keep that in mind for next time. And Nanshan glared, his anger reaching his brain, and roared, What kind of trip makes your zipper come undone? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Su Xun swallowed hard, his face bitter as if he'd eaten a bitter melon, scrambling for an excuse. Maybe the fabric quality was poor, Uncle. Knowing he couldn't argue further, he bolted like the wind. Oh, I just remembered I left a pot of soup on the stove at home. I'd better head back. Good night, Uncle and Auntie. He'd barely taken 3 steps out the door when a powerful roar came from inside. Get lost. Xiao, who was waiting by the car, and seeing Su Xun walk out looking dejected, he cheerfully greeted him. Boss Su, you finished that fast. Su Xun was both embarrassed and annoyed, his face flushing red. You guys head back first, my business is none of your concern. With that, he opened the car door and got in. Stepping hard on the accelerator, the car shot forward. He just sent Xiao Hu's group back, but those assassins were still nowhere to be seen. Seems like Senya would have to call it a day, unable to vent his anger on them. But no matter, he still had a much better outlet to blow off steam, haha. Cut to Han Shaoking's villa. Su Xun pushed the door open and strode inside. His tone was calm but radiated immense danger. Is Han Shaoking home? The security team spotted him and started shouting, This is no place for you, get lost. One of them, looking fierce, charged at him. Before he could even touch his clothes, Su Xun had thrown a punch that sent him flying, blood spewing. He coldly advised the rest to stay out of his way. Su Xun glanced at his fist and let out a sigh of regret. Man, this punching power, I'll have to dial it down next time. Another bodyguard pulled out a weapon and roared in anger, bringing trouble upon himself. But before he could pull the trigger, Su Xun had already snatched it away. The guy yelled in panic, "What the hell? This thing is broken." Su Xun looked at him like he was a stupid kid, shaking his head in disappointment. "Even a weapon, you're holding it wrong. How the hell are you aiming? You're fired as of now." Inside the room, Han Shaoqing was still busy having fun with two young beauties. The atmosphere was getting hot and heavy when the commotion outside made him furious. He shouted curses. "What's all the noise out there? If I hear another peep, I'll come out and beat you both to pulp." As soon as he poked his head out, he came face to face with Su Xun, who greeted him with a radiant smile. Han Shaoqing jumped in fright, still clad only in a towel. His eyes widened in shock at the sight of Su Xun standing right there. His demeanor was extremely relaxed, his gaze sharp as a hunter who just caught his prey. Han Shaoqing stammered, "What the hell are you trying to do?" His eyes accidentally glanced at the beauties lounging on the bed waiting for him. Su Xun's appearance made them scream in fright, giving him a headache. He immediately pointed at the trembling girls and ordered, "This is personal business. Anyone not involved knows better than to stay." Watching the two girls scurry away, Su Xun couldn't help but taunt, "Tusk tusk. Young Master Han sure knows how to enjoy life, one dragon handling two phoenixes." Su Xun's teasing made Han Shaoqing's face turn pale, sweat pouring down like rain. He nervously explained, "If you're interested, Boss Su, I'd be happy to find some top-notch girls and deliver them to your door. And about this morning's incident, I've already apologized. Please be magnanimous and spare me this time." Su Xun sat cross-legged on a chair, chin resting on his hand, looking leisurely as he spoke. "This morning's business isn't why I'm here." At that moment, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the courtyard. Han Shaoqing's men, armed with all sorts of crude weapons, rushed in with fierce faces shouting, "Don't worry, boss, we're here to rescue you." Seeing his reinforcements arrive just in time, Han Shaoqing forced a crooked smile. "Ha ha ha, you crazy bastards, you look more terrifying than the enemy." Su Xun casually glanced at the new arrivals, smirking. "You're really holding a lantern and running ahead of the car? Tusk tusk, truly terrifying. You're so cautious you've got troops lying in ambush." At those words, Han Shaoqing's expression contorted. The painful memories of his earlier fall came flooding back. His voice trembled, but he tried to sound tough. "You humiliated me in front of so many people. How can I swallow that anger? I just finished planning this afternoon, and now you show up on your own to die." Su Xun chuckled softly, a smile that cut deep into his opponent's pride. "You've managed to do this much, I really have to give you credit. Because going after a weakling like you is truly boring." Hearing those insults, without any regard for his dignity, Han Shaoqing turned pale with fury. He howled like a bloodthirsty beast. "A dead man still dares to act tough. All of you, attack and beat his face in until it's crooked." Immediately, the henchmen rushed forward with their weapons, each one eager to claim the credit for taking down Su Xun, unaware they were heading straight to their doom. In a flash, the lead brute received a massive punch that sent him flying backward. Dark red fluid spewed from his mouth and nose, and he collapsed to the floor unconscious. Seeing their comrade down, the rest let their blood boil, charging in with a collective roar. But the more they rushed in, the faster they flew out, the sounds of groaning and blood splattering forming a chilling symphony. Every move Su Xun made was precise, ruthless, and so fast that no one could keep up. Within minutes, Han Shaoqing's entire formidable army lay scattered on the ground, their bodies trembling in excruciating pain. Han Shaoqing stood frozen, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, his mouth wide open in disbelief at this brutal reality. He screamed in panic, "You useless bastards, good for nothing but getting in the way, don't let him escape." Unfortunately, it was too late. The only henchman still standing was trembling as Su Xun grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up like a feather. Su Xun's gaze was sharp as a knife, his deep voice suddenly turning into the call of death. "What did you just say?" Han Shaoqing's legs went weak at the sound, backing away as he shrieked in terror. "You, just what kind of demon are you?" Su Xun leisurely walked toward Han Shaoqing, his oppressive aura making the young master too scared to move. "Looks like you're out of tricks to play with me, aren't you?" Su Xun's voice echoed, as cold as needles piercing flesh. Knowing he had no way out, Han Shaoqing resorted to the cheapest tactic, verbal attacks. He yelled out in provocation, "You Su, if you've got the guts, kill me. Otherwise, this feud between us isn't over. No matter how good your martial arts are, can you watch over Zikin 24/7? All I have to do is make one call, and I can have her kidnapped. My hundreds of men will take turns dealing with her. Everything happened too fast. A swift hand motion cut through the air with a sharp crack. Smack Han Shaoking's face was twisted to one side, his cheek bruised and red. Foam flying from his mouth, he screamed in frenzy, You dare to hit me again. Su Xun at this moment was like a wrathful god. If you dare to touch a single hair on Zikin's head, I can easily list 100 ways to make you beg for death. Han Shaoking remained stubborn, laughing maniacally to provoke him. Haha, come on then, let's see who's more afraid. You're just some corporate big shot. What makes you think you're some savior? Su Xun's smile vanished, standing still, his voice dropping low. The stupidest move of your life was daring to spend $3.5 million to hire someone to kill me. Those words hit Han Shaoking like a thunderbolt, his limbs stiffening, his eyes rolling back. How the hell do you know about this? Impossible, I used the most professional middleman, only him and the god knew about the details. Su Xun leaned in close, whispering in his ear, his voice soft as clouds. Because I am the god. As soon as the sound faded, Han Shaoking's body froze solid, his knees giving way. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the air, and Su Xun immediately spun around to look. From afar, a hail of bullets ripped through the air and slammed into the room. He gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, Who's the coward hiding and sniping? Han Shaoking quickly corrected in panic, What are you talking about? Why would I call someone to kill myself? Seizing the moment, Su Xun was distracted. He fumbled for his phone with trembling hands, dialing the authorities in a panic. I have to call the police for help. Su Xun reacted quickly, rolling under the bed to dodge the bullets. Meanwhile, Han Shaoking stood right in the open, becoming a live target. The rain of bullets shattered the window glass, the metallic clanging echoing throughout the room. Su Xun shot him a sidelong glance and taunted without mercy, Looks like you're not putting on a show after all. Han Shaoking was a mess, tears and snot streaming, crying and wailing nonstop. Su Xun's mind raced at lightning speed. Could this be the assassin who'd been tailing him since morning? He glanced out the window. Following the trajectory of the gunfire, he calculated. Got you. Right on the roof of the building across the street. Itching for a fight with me, huh? The sniper in the distance was smirking savagely. Haha, there's only one way out. Just show your face, and I'll turn your skull into a honeycomb. But as he waited and saw no sign of the target, he began to get suspicious. Suddenly, a chilling thud tore through the air. The assassin let out a horrible scream. A chopstick pierced through his shoulder, embedding deep into the bone. Su Xun suddenly appeared, his gaze cold as a death reaper. Let me show you how to do it with a chopstick. The assassin's eyes widened, his mind paralyzed. Holy crap, hitting a target from 250 meters with a chopstick. No wonder they call him the god. He tried to flee, but Su Xun wasn't about to let him go. His voice boomed like thunder. Can't handle it and trying to run? What a coward. The assassin ran as fast as his legs could carry him, his heart pounding. This guy's skills are terrifying. I can't get tangled up with him. I have to get out. Didn't expect a chopstick to be so deadly. Just who the hell is this guy? But his joy at escaping was short-lived. As soon as he turned around, Su Xun was blocking his path, radiating a chilling aura like a death god. Good evening, brother, why the rush? Stay and play for a while. Before the assassin could process it, he took a devastating kick, his body slamming against the wall like a sandbag. Despite the heavy blow, he struggled to his feet and pulled out a submachine gun. Aiming it straight at Su Xun, then I'll treat you to some lead candy. But when he looked up, Su Xun's figure had vanished. His voice finished, and Su Xun appeared right beside him, making his heart skip a beat. Quick reflexes, but compared to me, you're still a turtle. As soon as he finished, Su Xun delivered a thunderous kick that split his lip and shattered his teeth. Taking the hit, blood spewed from his mouth. In that moment, he realized the man before him was truly beyond his comprehension. Su Xun then grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up, his low voice demanding to know who sent you. The man curled his lips into a faint smile, speaking with hidden meaning. Living up to the title of the first-generation king of assassins, your strength is indeed extraordinary. Su Xun seemed to understand, smirking as he concluded, First generation, huh? From your tone, you must be the current king of assassins. With that, he dangled the man over the edge of the rooftop, coldly threatening, I don't like wasting words. You have exactly 10 seconds to give me the answer, or I'll make you shut up permanently. Trying to suppress his panic, The man held onto Su Xun with one hand while secretly reaching behind his back with the other, muttering, "Hold on." When his fingers touched the hidden dagger, he swung the weapon out and said, "My boss is none other than." At that moment, he threw the dagger with deadly precision at Su Xun, snarling, "Go meet your maker." Without hesitation, Su Xun let go of his grip immediately, and the man's body lost its balance. The sudden turn of events left the man defenseless, falling through the air as Su Xun calmly remarked, "Waste of time." His tie fluttering in the wind, his demeanor still exuding arrogance on the rooftop. Su Xun looked into the distance, muttering to himself, "Guess I'll have to find out on my own." Just as he was about to turn and walk back inside, he paused, noticing something. Down below, a car was speeding toward the spot where the body was about to land. That car, along with two identical ones, were racing madly on the highway. Instantly, the henchmen of the assassin from earlier all leaned out of their windows, weapons ready. They frantically fired a hail of bullets straight at Su Xun's position. Round after round ripped through the air, slamming into the rooftop where he'd just been standing. Seconds later at ground level, Faye was anxiously shouting, "Move in, absolutely don't let him escape." The black-suited guards swiftly got out of the cars, following her orders. George stood with crossed arms right next to Faye. Then she helped the half-dead guy off the roof of the car, anxiously asking, "You okay? How bad are the injuries?" He weakly forced out a few words, "Just a few broken bones, not dead yet." Just then, a guard on the rooftop where Su Xun had been appeared hurriedly reported a shocking news: the targets vanished. Hearing this, Faye was furious, gritting her teeth in anger. "Damn it, we lost him." A bad feeling stirred in George's mind. He quickly decided, "Evacuate now, the cops will be here any minute." The henchmen scrambled back into the cars to make a clean getaway. George was just pulling the back door open for Faye, who was frantically helping their comrade in. Despite his numb, injured body, the wounded man managed to force out a warning, "This enemy is cunning, don't underestimate him." Faye snapped back, "You can explain to the boss yourself when we get back." In the blink of an eye, the black caravan was racing down the road. But no one knew that a familiar figure with that recognizable hair had been clinging underneath the car all along. It was Su Xun. Despite the terrifying speed, he hung on with ease. A while later, the convoy pulled up in front of a grand mansion. Outside, guards were packed like sardines, and from inside came a report, "Boss, we're back." Behind Karen, Wilson stood a hot blonde. He slammed his fist on the table and roared, "You useless pieces of crap. I poured all those resources into you, and you can't even touch a hair on the god's head." The man opposite him grimaced and confessed, "It was my arrogance. I really can't handle him alone, I'm deeply sorry." With his body wrapped in bandages and an arm in a cast, he kept pleading, "Please give me another chance to make up for it. I swear I'll bring the god's head back." Karen frowned, warning him harshly, "3 days. I'll be on a yacht to personally oversee this hunt. If you still can't take down the god by then, I'll take your lives." With that, he slammed the window shut with a bang, adding a final note, "Don't test my patience." Once Karen's figure disappeared, George spoke grimly, "This situation forces us to set a tighter trap. Absolutely no more mistakes." Faye, standing beside him, immediately proposed, "We just strike at the girl he's involved with." At the same time, lurking behind the bushes near the window, Su Xun's eyes took in everything. He quietly processed the information. Karen Wilson, 7 years ago at the New York racetrack, was stripped clean by the god and lost 3 fingers. Can't believe after all these years, he's still holding a grudge. His gaze locked on the target ahead, already formulating a plan in his mind. If he's that bloodthirsty, I guess I'll have to give him a proper game. At that very moment, Zikin was deeply absorbed in flipping through the pages of a book when the sudden ring of her phone cut through the silence. She pressed the phone to her ear, her tone carrying a hint of weariness as she asked, "It's late at night, what's so important that you had to call?" From the other end of the line, Su Xun's deep, warm voice came through, "Baby, would you care to take a little trip on a yacht?" Hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise, and she softly murmured the word yacht to herself. The scene shifts to a luxurious 5-star resort, where a tower rises to touch the sky, and the first rays of morning sunlight stream through the window panes. At this very moment, Zikin, dressed in a turquoise outfit, leans against the balcony railing, taking in the view. From behind, the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps approaches. Her soft hair sways gently in the breeze, and she exclaims with delight, "The scenery is absolutely breathtaking." Then, raising her camera to capture the moment, she asks with a curious smile, How did you ever discover this place? It's truly enchanting. Su Xun steps out onto the balcony at that moment, and seeing Zikin so happy, he grins and says, "This is nothing. There are countless more stunning sights all over the world." Immediately after, he seizes the opportunity to wrap his arms around her waist and pulls her close. Their eyes lock in a deep gaze, and Su Xun whispers something that makes Zikin's cheeks flush crimson. "As long as you like it, I'll go with you to the ends of the earth." No sooner had he spoken than she tiptoed up and planted a kiss on his cheek. After the kiss, Zikin beams brightly and says cheerfully, "I'm going to freshen up a bit, and then we can head out to the sea." Seeing her so elated, Su Xun casually suggests, "I'm feeling a bit peckish. Do you want to grab a bite first?" And Zikin turns on her heel and grins back, "No thanks, you can just go down to the dining room and sort yourself out." A few minutes later, the warm water from the shower cascades down, her alluring curves faintly visible through the frosted glass. Witnessing such a tantalizing sight, Su Xun feels his blood rush and sighs, questioning his own resolve for trying so hard to be a gentleman. And Zikin catches a bit of his muttering and calls out loudly, "What are you mumbling about out there? Go get some food already." In the hotel's restaurant, where Su Xun and Zikin are staying, an array of aromatic dishes has been beautifully laid out, with a golden, glistening roast pig taking center stage and looking incredibly appetizing. He leisurely walks over, picks up a portion of food, and places it on the table. Su Xun, with one hand casually picking up food and the other holding his phone to his ear, contacts someone and asks, "Liu Hu, what's the situation at the house?" From the other side, Liu Hu, crouching by the windowsill, reports briskly, "Mr. Su, we've caught the hounds that were trailing you. They're still clueless and think you're swamped at the office. Right now, those lackeys are idly chatting downstairs in the lobby." Upstairs, the Su Xun lookalike is still engrossed in playing games. Liu Hu pats his chest in assurance, "You can rest easy, we'll keep these guys in check." After receiving the news, Su Xun calmly ends the call, feeling quite pleased as he schemes to himself. Using a body double as a decoy will make the assassins complacent, and he can just wait for that old shark to walk right into his trap. If the intel is correct, Karen's luxury yacht will dock tonight. At that exact moment, a curvaceous figure sways over to Su Xun's table. The beauty raises her hand in greeting and softly says, "Excuse me for a moment." This stunning woman with a chic pixie cut is none other than Yan Yuru. She politely asks, "Could I possibly share this table? There are no empty seats elsewhere." Su Xun looks up, examines her, and graciously gestures, "Of course, please make yourself at home." So Yuru pulls out a chair and sits directly across from him, ignoring the hungry stares from the men around them. Two guys at the next table fix their eyes on her curves, swallowing hard and exclaiming, "That girl is smoking hot, face and figure both perfect. She's top tier." Another guy can't stop staring at Yuru either, prompting his girlfriend to fume, "What are you gawking at?" Ignoring the commotion, Yuru calmly enjoys her meal amid the sea of admirers. Then she sneakily glances at Su Xun across from her, feeling a surge of curiosity. She's sitting right in front of him, yet this man hasn't even looked up once. Could he be too shy to steal a glance? As Yuru picks up a cherry tomato and brings it to her lips, she muses, "Whatever. He's probably just playing the aloof boy routine to reel me in. I've seen this act 1,000 times, better to just ignore him. If it weren't for my growling stomach, I wouldn't even set foot in this chaotic dining hall." But before the tomato even reaches her mouth, Su Xun abruptly stands up. Then he turns and walks off without a single word, leaving Yuru completely stunned. Su Xun's figure has long since disappeared, but she's still frozen in shock, her mind filled with bewilderment. Not even a single glance. Is my beauty really that worthless in his eyes? As he strides away, Su Xun glances down at his clothes, utterly puzzled, muttering to himself, "Why was that woman staring at me so intently just now? Did I get food on my shirt or something?" At that moment, two young men near Su Xun are gazing out the window. One exclaims, "Look, the Golden Sun yacht is docking," and the other can't help but gasp, "Damn, that thing is massive." Catching their words, Su Xun also turns his gaze outward. The magnificent superyacht cuts through the waves, approaching the resort under the blazing red sunset. One guy excitedly boasts, "This is the most luxurious ship in the world. Just stepping foot on it once would be a dream come true." His friend immediately pours cold water on him. "Stop daydreaming. The people who get tickets to that ship are all aristocrats and tycoons with money to burn. Quit your fantasies." The two youths continue to admire the stunning vessel, shouting gleefully, "Amazing! Quick, get the camera and take a few shots for me. From behind them, Su Xun curls his lips into a sinister smile and murmurs, finally showed up, huh? A moment later, the superyacht anchors smoothly right in front of the hotel beach. A crowd of curious onlookers packs the entrance. A message echoes from the speakers. Dear guests, please have your tickets ready. The yacht is currently docking and conducting health checks for passengers. We wish you a wonderful journey. As soon as Zikin lays eyes on the floating castle, she can't hide her admiration and exclaims, standing close and taking it all in really shows how magnificent it is. At that very instant, a sturdy arm wraps around her waist from behind. It's Su Xun, disguised as an old man with a fake beard and thick glasses. He leans in and whispers, just staring from the outside is no fun. Let's go in and look around. And Zikin asks skeptically, are we even allowed to board? Glancing at the line of people presenting tickets at the checkpoint, she grows even more doubtful and presses. They say you have to book a diamond-class ticket a year in advance to get one. Do you actually have one? Just then, Su Xun deliberately bumps into a passerby. That person is none other than Li Dao, who glares at him angrily and spits insults. Watch where you're going, you blind idiot. Su Xun calmly offers an apology. Immediately after, a sly grin spreads across Su Xun's face. With a quick sleight of hand, 2 luxury tickets are now in his possession. He winks playfully at Zikin and excitedly shows off, here's our tickets, see. She stares wide-eyed at the tickets in his hand and can't help but exclaim, how did you do that? He hastily covers her mouth, sweating and urging, dear God, keep your voice down. In a firm tone, he whispers in her ear, you think I picked a random target? I dug into that guy's background late last night. He's a gambling kingpin, and all his wealth comes from selling out people's souls. Tell me, could I just stand by and watch that scumbag blow his dirty money? Understanding dawns and she lowers her voice, so that's how it is. Right after, Zikin's eyes light up like 1,000 stars, and she urges excitedly, then let's get on board fast. A bright smile on her face, she grabs Su Xun's hand and marches forward, eagerly pushing, any more dawdling and we'll miss the boat. Watching his girlfriend's lightning-fast change of heart, Su Xun can only sigh inwardly. Women are indeed the most easily swayed creatures on the planet. Then he thoughtfully scans the crowd of passengers, a suspicion forming in his mind. Judging by their attire and demeanor, these people are definitely not ordinary tourists. Since the yacht docked, very few have left, but a huge number are boarding. Is there some kind of big party about to happen? He curls his lips into a confident smile, determined to himself. No matter what tricks Karen tries, this young master will overturn the board. In a private room on the yacht, a glass of red wine is hurled into the face of a kneeling underling, accompanied by a scathing insult. You useless piece of trash. The enraged figure is none other than Karen, lounging with 2 seductive women on the bed, still cursing. Did I hire you for a honeymoon? Karen's fury is like a volcano about to erupt. He points a finger and growls, where is the head of the deity? Facing the old man's rage, the subordinate calmly wipes the wine from his face and reports, my men have set up an ambush on his route from work, using 3 large trucks. Karen's face is still twisted with malice, each word dripping with killing intent. Today, even if he has 9 lives, he'll be crushed to pulp. Show me your hand, I hope you don't embarrass me further, otherwise you won't survive the night. Just then Faye and George push open the door. Faye quickly reports, boss, all the VIP guests have assembled. Upon hearing this, the old man grabs his cane and springs up. His face relaxes into a delighted smile, and he says in a low voice, let's go, time to mingle with our esteemed friends. At the same time, in the grand, opulent lobby of the yacht, with its soaring ceiling and shelves displaying vibrant red fans, a stage glows with golden light, and the floor is crowded with wealthy figures. And Zikin glances around and asks with curiosity, why is everyone gathered here? Did they buy yacht tickets just to have a round-table meeting? Su Xun, standing beside her and also scanning the area, leans in to explain, I overheard from those 2 guys earlier. These people are all here for gambling. Once the yacht sails into international waters, they'll be free to gamble openly without restraint. Hearing this, Zikin is momentarily stunned, but immediately tugs his sleeve. Then let's get out of here fast. Su Xun gently pats her shoulder, pulls her close, and grins triumphantly to reassure her, calm down. As long as I'm here, this yacht won't go anywhere, even if it grows wings. Lurking behind the wealthy guests deep in conversation, the familiar face of Yan Yuru suddenly appears, peeking around cautiously. Su Xun spots her right away, frowning slightly as questions arise in his mind. That woman again, is she here for fun? Why is she alone? At that moment the lighting in the hall dims slightly, and a male voice echoes, "My dear distinguished guests." The speaker is none other than Li Dao, swirling a glass of red wine as he declares, "Warm welcome aboard the yacht. The next 3 days promise to be the most brilliant time of our lives." Then, flashing a smile at the crowd, he receives a chorus of cheers chanting, "Mr. Karen." Mid the hollow applause, Su Xun casts a smug glance at Li Dao and coldly thinks to himself, "And this will be the day your life ends." Soon, the passengers disperse into groups to begin gambling. At a poker table, a graceful waitress extends her hand and sweetly invites the game to start. The man in seat 1 scrutinizes his cards and says flatly, "I fold." The next player, also deep in thought, says, "I pass." When it's the third player's turn, a triumphant smile spreads across his face and he shouts, "I raise." Meanwhile, Su Xun and Enzikin are seated at a slot machine. Enzikin glances at the poker table and asks, "Fighting landlords? Are these tycoons really that bored?" Su Xun casually explains, "The ship hasn't reached international waters yet, so they're just killing time with these games." Then he keenly scans every corner, mentally calculating. That old man is already on guard. He barely showed his face before retreating into hiding. Finding him on this massive ship will take some effort. At a distant corner, Yan Yuru is jumping for joy in celebration. After finishing her round, she laughs brightly and shouts, "I've won this hand." Catching a familiar voice, Su Xun turns his head curiously. Yan Yuru, riding high on victory, chatters eagerly, "Deal again. Tonight I'm going to take all your money." Her antics make the other players chuckle. "Miss, you're on a hot streak today." Seeing this, Su Xun just smiles wryly, thinking to himself, "Looks like another spoiled rich girl seeking thrills. Kind of cute, actually." In the yacht's command center, a technician points at the radar screen and reports to Karen, "Sir, in about an hour we'll enter international waters." Karen strides over, scans the surveillance monitors, and his gaze locks onto Yan Yuru laughing and chatting. He asks sharply, "Who is that girl?" On the screen, she's still engrossed in gambling with the men. The command center staff hurriedly searches the guest list and replies, "Give me a few minutes to check." But before he can find anything, Karen waves a hand, "Don't bother checking." Then, casting a lecherous gaze at Yan Yuru, he says with a disgusting smile, "Even if she's a princess, once she's on my ship, she becomes my spoils." In a flash, Karen's henchmen approach Yan Yuru's table and coldly deliver an invitation. "Miss, our master invites you for a cup of coffee." Still oblivious, she giggles and replies, "Just let me finish these 2 hands." However, after being glared at by the 2 bodyguards, the smile on Yan Yuru's face vanishes, replaced by sheer terror. Annoyance is written all over her face as she snaps, "I don't know any boss of yours, tell him to find someone else to spoil." A sharp knife is quietly pressed against her side, accompanied by a threatening whisper, "Unfortunately, he is very eager to have a word with you." Yan Yuru trembles in fear, and the armed thug continues to coerce, "Please come with us, miss." Despite the sweat beading on her forehead, she tries to bluff, "Do you know who I am? If you dare mess with me, I'll make you pay." The bodyguard tilts his head and breathes out menacingly, "Move, my master's patience is running out." With no way out, Yan Yuru swallows hard, terrified, and reluctantly follows the 2 brutes. Behind them, Enzikin is shouting excitedly, "I'm about to be overtaken." But Su Xun's eyes are fixed solely on Yan Yuru's retreating figure. At this moment in the surveillance room, a man crosses his arms and stares at the monitor, thinking, "That girl is bold to come aboard alone. She has some nerve." Suddenly, he spots something unusual, and his eyes widen in shock. Su Xun's silhouette is quietly tailing the 2 thugs and Yan Yuru, coming into his view. He immediately orders the technician to extract a frontal view of the man in the hat. The technician hurriedly types, "Sir, let me check." After a frantic search, the technician reports in alarm, "All cameras are blind. How is that possible? Is he invisible? How did he slip past over a dozen cameras?" The manager is equally stunned. "What the hell?" The technician points to footage of Su Xun playing games with Enzikin. Then he turns and reports, "He's been rooted there the whole time, but not a single camera caught his face." His ability to avoid blind spots like this proves he's a highly trained professional assassin. Receiving this information, the manager feels a wave of unease and quickly deduces, that girl indeed has a master bodyguard. Back to Yan Yuru, who is being dragged along the hallway by the 2 thugs. she struggles and screams, "Let go of me, you bastards." The deeper she is pulled, the more terror consumes her, and she keeps shouting for help. Moments later, a security guard approaches Karen's door, bows, and reports, "Boss, the goods have arrived." Yan Yuru, panic-stricken and cornered, clasps her hands and begs, "Please let me go, I'll give you money. My family is rich, any amount you want." Not far away, Su Xun, hidden in a corner, observes everything and smirks to himself. These scumbags finally tracked them down. Thinking it's time to make his move, he steps out of the shadows. But as his foot touches the light, a cold steel wire tightens around his neck. He instantly senses the danger, his sharp eyes locking onto the attacker behind him. With lightning speed, he uses 2 fingers to snap the chain away from his throat, sneering inwardly, "Think you can take me out with scrap metal?" The assassin grinds his teeth in frustration, furious that his sneak attack failed. He steps back, ready to deliver a fatal kick to send Su Xun to hell. But before he can lift his leg, Su Xun's calmly chilling voice cuts in, "Your turn's over, now it's mine." With that, he kicks the assassin's supporting leg. As the assassin staggers, Su Xun catches the steel chain and jeers, "Bro, with that strength, you're pretty weak." In the blink of an eye, Su Xun locks the opponent's wrists with both hands. He throws the man forward, his hat flying off along with a declaration, "Open your eyes and watch my skills." Crashing to the ground in pain, the assassin howls internally, "Impossible, how can a mere bodyguard be so fast and deadly?" Seeing his prey down, Su Xun steps closer and taunts, "Ha, all done, get up and play with me a bit more." His eyes now sharp as daggers, he stares down at the defeated man's darkened face. Just then a few guards rush out, whispering, "What's that noise? Something wrong?" Su Xun quickly slips back into the shadows. The guards gather around to help the fallen man up, anxiously asking, "Sir, are you all right?" The man remains silent, his brows knitted in suspicion, muttering to himself, "That face just now looks familiar. Where have I seen it?" Brushing himself off, he turns to the guards and orders, "Someone is targeting Mr. Karen, tighten security immediately, and no strangers are allowed near him." The henchmen nod, "Yes, sir." Back in the VIP room, Yan Yuru has been dragged into Karen's lair, cowering in the corner. The repulsive old man shuffles closer with a lecherous smile, spewing filth. "Don't be scared, darling, I'll treat you tenderly." Yan Yuru is terrified, her teeth chattering, and she sobs, "Please spare me." Karen stands before her, chuckling disgustingly, "Then you must obey me." In sheer horror, she scrambles to the right. In her panic, she knocks over a decorative shelf, and a vase crashes to the floor. The next second, Yan Yuru's piercing scream echoes, "Someone help me." Hearing the commotion, the 2 guards at the door burst in with guns drawn. Scanning the room and seeing no threat, they ask cautiously, "Boss, are you okay?" Karen, annoyed, snaps, "Okay my ass, what's wrong? If you keep bothering me, I'll throw you overboard to the fish, get out." The 2 guards scurry out. Seeing their dejected comrade, the one with braids pats him on the shoulder, "The boss is in his element, we just guard the door and get paid. It's the only door, even a fly can't get through." With the intruders gone, Karen reaches out to molest Yan Yuru, but she struggles and screams hoarsely, "Help." The old man grins shamelessly at his prey, uttering the most despicable words, "Scream louder, the more you scream, the more I like it." While Karen indulges his depravity, Su Xun is hanging outside the glass door, swinging on a rope and shouts, "Get away from that beast, leave it to me." The next moment, he kicks the glass door to smithereens. The moment he sees Su Xun, Karen's eyes bulge in terror. In a panic, he turns toward the main door and screams for help, "Guards, get in here now." But before he can finish, Su Xun lands a devastating punch on his face, sending blood spraying from his nose. Outside in the hallway, the 2 guards remain rooted to the spot. One of them mimics the shout, "Get in here now," and says stupidly, "The boss has a weird taste lately, likes to call people in." The other laughs, "If I were him, I'd have gotten down to business ages ago." Back inside, Su Xun crouches over Karen, who is lying flat on his back, and clicks his tongue in contempt. This old man is pathetic. One punch, and he's foaming at the mouth. Yan Yuru, still in shock, stammers from behind, "My hero, who are you?" Su Xun stands up slowly, removes his glasses and fake beard, revealing his handsome face, and says cheerfully, "We ate at the same table a few hours ago, got a goldfish memory." Recognizing Su Xun's true identity, Yan Yuru rushes to him like a drowning person clutching a lifeline. She throws her arms around him, sobbing like a child, thank you 1,000 times." Su Xun stands stiffly without responding, feeling a bit awkward. At that moment, a voice booms through the loudspeaker from outside. "Deity, I know you're hiding on this ship. If you want to save your little girlfriend, get your ass out here now." The scene cuts to a panoramic view of the luxurious superyacht on the open sea. Now surrounded by armed guards, Su Xun, who was once the hunter, must now walk into the trap. Everyone holds their breath, eyes fixed on the elevator door slowly rising. The mercenaries form rows with their gun barrels aimed at the door, ready to fire at Su Xun's first move. But he's even craftier, using Karen as a human shield. As the door opens, the bruised face of their boss greets the henchmen. A chime sounds, and the elevator door opens fully. Seeing his men poised to shoot, Karen screams in terror, "Put down your guns, all of you lower your weapons." Su Xun grabs Karen by the collar and peeks out to see Zikin being held captive. Unimpressed, he remarks casually, "Oh, you found my friend too, not completely useless, I see." The kidnapper presses a gun to Zikin's temple and sneers, "Thanks, I just checked the cameras." Zikin chokes out his name. "Su Xun," the thug continues, "leaving your girlfriend behind to go on a mission, probably the biggest and last mistake of your life." Ignoring the taunts, Su Xun smirks and winks reassuringly at his girlfriend. "Don't worry, everything is under control." Seeing Su Xun's calm demeanor, the enemy seethes with rage and growls. "Still putting on an act? You think you can fly out of this encirclement alone?" Su Xun presses a cold blade to Karen's throat and teases, "Your underlings seem a bit rebellious, told them to drop their guns, but no one listens." Fear of death makes Karen stutter, "Put down your guns, who's the boss here?" Seeing the two loyal henchmen still unmoved, Karen curses in fury, "Faye, George, are you deaf? Tell them to drop their weapons, and both of you drop yours too." George finally drops the act and sneers, "Sorry, boss." Faye drops her pretense of loyalty and chimes in, as if waiting for this moment. Someone offered a much better price. She looks Karen straight in the eye, sneering as she reveals the truth. "You're done. The three of us will take all your assets and shares. How could I refuse that offer?" Hearing their betrayal, Karen is furious enough to cough up blood, yelling, "You ungrateful bastards." Before his curse fades, George pulls the trigger without hesitation, a loud bang followed by a chilling farewell. "Take care, boss." As the bullet flies toward him, and Zikin screams Su Xun's name in terror. He doesn't flinch, his cold eyes tracking the bullet's trajectory. With superhuman reflexes, Su Xun twists his body and dodges smoothly to the side. He safely takes cover behind a wall, but old Karen is not so lucky. The bullet hits him square in the forehead, and he dies instantly. Immediately after, a hail of bullets rains down on Su Xun's hiding spot from the guards. Faye cocks her chin arrogantly and shouts, "Deity, stop hiding. You're going to die anyway, come out and take your bullets like a man." Su Xun doesn't bother to respond, silently analyzing the situation, frowning in confusion. Weird, Karen's dead, so why hasn't the mission been flagged as complete? With that, he pulls out a dagger from his side and clicks his tongue. "Looks like I'll have to get my hands bloody today." Waiting for Su Xun to make a move, George grows impatient and orders, "Don't let him escape." The henchmen charge forward like moths to a flame. Seizing the perfect moment, Su Xun hurls the dagger outward. The deadly blade cuts through each target one by one. The knife moves so fast that the mercenaries don't even realize what hit them before they fall dead. Seeing their comrades fall, the remaining men panic and fire wildly, the deafening roar of gunshots filling the air. Su Xun darts in and out, constantly shifting positions to confuse the enemy formation. Thinking quickly, he grabs a corpse to use as a meat shield and charges forward. Witnessing such an absurd scene, George's eyes bulge in disbelief. What the hell? Even Zikin can't believe her eyes, gasping, "Huh." The henchmen in the rear scramble to provide backup. Su Xun then pulls off a crazy move. He spins and throws the dagger straight up at the ceiling. With a clang, the lighting system is completely destroyed. Plunged into pitch darkness, the guards panic and shout, "Turn on the lights, he's over here." Su Xun moves like a ghost, silently taking lives. With just a few casual swings of his arm, one by one, the guards collapse, some with a dagger in the forehead, others more unlucky with a blade through the chest, their lives snuffed out. George still tried to maintain his superior air, yelling at the group of soldiers, "What's the fuss? Get closer to me. With so many people here, are you really afraid of a brat?" But at the very moment he was shouting the loudest, his eyes suddenly widened in sheer horror. Su Xun had already circled behind him from who knows when, pressing an ice-cold blade against his neck, and delivered a compliment with devastating effect. Always exposing your own position, huh? You're really brave, young man. Hearing the voice, the bodyguards panicked and reported, "He's right here." A cold command rang out, "Fire!" George was terrified and shouted frantically to stop them. "Wait." But the gunshots accidentally drowned out his screams, and George was hit by friendly fire, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing her brother fall, Faye went berserk, firing wildly in despair. "Pay with your life for my brother, die, you bastard." With his superior skills, Su Xun easily dodged in the blink of an eye, clicking his tongue in regret. "Beautiful lady, I usually can't bear to be so harsh with a flower like you." He tilted his body slightly, letting the bullet graze past within inches. He threw her a bone-chillingly cold glance and uttered two words, "What a pity." As soon as the words left his mouth, a deep gash appeared on Faye's throat, blood spurting out like a fountain. She fell face first to the floor without even time to gasp, yet Su Xun still didn't let up, adding a sarcastic remark. "For all the women I've met, your looks are a bit below average, I'd say." Seeing all his accomplices had gone to meet their makers, the leader panicked, tightening his grip on Zikin and yelling a threat. "Freeze! Did you hear me? Make a move and I'll kill her." At that moment, a cold flash of light shot silently through the night. In the blink of an eye, the gun in the man's hand was knocked to the ground. Su Xun curled his lips into a faint smile, casually responding to the earlier threat. "Sorry, the wind's too strong, I didn't catch that." The man broke out in a cold sweat, stammering in disbelief. "Are you human or a ghost? It's pitch dark, I can barely see the road, how did you throw so accurately?" In a flash, Su Xun stood right behind the man, breathing into his ear and sending a chill down his spine. "Because I'm the god of death, of course." His eerie voice echoed in the darkness. "Oh right, you must be really curious, huh?" Making the man shudder, frantically darting his eyes around in vain. Su Xun swiftly snatched Zikin back from the enemy's grip, then whispered an explanation. "Curious why I dared to bring my girlfriend onto this death cruise ship, right?" With that, he gently raised his hand to cover the girl's eyes completely. In the very next instant, he swung a brutal knife slash, sending the man's head flying from his neck. "Because the simple reason is, scum like you are nowhere near qualified to threaten me." He raised his head high, half closing his eyes, murmuring, "Job done." The system screen popped up with a congratulatory message. "Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Please recite the command to receive your new identity and change classes within this week." Su Xun habitually called out, "Receive new identity." Information flooded his brain like a waterfall. Class change successful. New identity, the diviner who never misses. His outer shell was that of a nobody university student, but his true profile was the chairman of Qingyun International, the god of death, the supreme assassin king, and now also adding the mysterious title no one knew about. A natural psychic, seeing through the mysteries of heaven and earth, calculating the past and future with a snap of his fingers. Psychic ability activated. Mission for Master Su, make the reputation of never misses famous throughout Jiangsu province. Deadline is 7 days. Note, finishing KPI ahead of schedule will reward you with a super secret prize. After listening to the system's rambling, Su Xun let out a weary sigh, silently complaining. Psychic abilities and secret rewards, this system is starting to seem like it's short-circuiting. Zikin's voice pulled him back to reality. "What are you muttering about?" she asked with wide eyes. "Is everything okay? Why did you cover my eyes?" He placed his hands on her cheeks, his gaze full of affection. "All good now, but the scene's a bit gruesome, better if you don't look." She still asked in confusion, "Who were those people anyway?" Su Xun smiled and ruffled her hair, gently concluding, "Just some nobodies not worth your attention." A moment later, sirens blared as police cars surrounded the scene. An officer shouted through a megaphone toward the yacht, "Everyone stay where you are. We received a report of illegal gambling on this vessel. We are conducting identity checks right now." Upon hearing this, the passengers on deck erupted in chaos. "What? Are you kidding me? How did the cops find this place? Who the hell called them in? Where's Karen? Wasn't he supposed to guarantee 100% safety?" Seeing his chance, Su Xun stepped forward with a smile, handing out his business card. "I'm Su Xun, chairman of Qingyun International. I'm the one who called the police." The officer shook his hand gratefully. "Thank you, Mr. Su. Thanks to you, we've made a major bust." But he was unaware that from high up on the deck, a pair of complex eyes were fixed on him. Meanwhile, the police officer warmly offered, "Let me arrange a car to take you both to the hotel to rest." Su Xun wasn't one for pretense, nodding readily. I appreciate your trouble. I'll come by later to give my statement. Watching his retreating figure, Yu Ru recalled the moment her savior had rescued her earlier, her face sulky with frustration. He just leaves like that. What am I supposed to do now? Remembering his harsh words at the time. Little sister, I just fished you out incidentally. You got yourself on this boat alone, so take responsibility for yourself. If you want to live, figure it out on your own. Snapping back to the present, Yu Ru pouted resentfully. Is my looks really not worth a second glance from him? Back to Su Xun, he stood leaning against the doorframe, speaking gently to his girlfriend. Get some sleep, I'm right next door. Just holler if you need anything. Zikin was still haunted by the shooting, her heart filled with lingering fear, tugging at his sleeve and whispering, Are you sure those thugs won't come back? He puffed out his chest with confident arrogance. I swear on my reputation, not a single one of them will dare come looking for trouble with you again. Hearing his sweet words, Zikin's cheeks flushed red. She shyly twisted the hem of her clothes, murmuring softly, But I'm still scared, I don't dare sleep alone. After 3 seconds of brain lag, Su Xun naively replied, Oh, then I'll sleep on the floor by the door tonight so you can sleep soundly, okay? Hearing his clueless reply, Zikin pouted and cursed inwardly. This dense wooden block. Utterly defeated, she had to take the initiative herself. Do I have to spell it out for him? We're leaving tomorrow, and he still can't take a hint even when it's right in front of him. The quiet night gave way to a radiant dawn. Zikin groggily opened her eyes, waking after a passionate night. Su Xun was already leaning close, his handsome face beside hers, his gaze full of affection, asking softly, Awake, sweetheart. The girl blushed furiously, burrowing into the blanket and muttering, When did you wake up? He teased nonchalantly, Just 20 minutes ago, I was watching you sleep. Zikin covered her cheeks with her hands, making a silly face to hide her embarrassment, repeating his sappy line, 20 minutes, you were watching me sleep. The next second, his expression shifted to a mischievous one, going straight to the point without any shame. I didn't get enough last night, how about? Zikin froze, stammering, You want to go again? As her brain caught up, she panicked and backed into the corner of the bed, shaking her head frantically. No way, he smirked slyly, pulling the blanket away with a wolfish tone. Come here, I promise I'll be super gentle this time. Outside the window, a pair of sparrows were huddled together chirping, just like the couple in the room. Soon, they arrived at the university gate. Su Xun's luxury car slowly pulled to the curb, and Zikin gracefully stepped out. She didn't leave immediately, lingering with a bright smile, waving, I'm heading to class. He rolled down the window to remind her, If anything happens, just call my name. I'll pick you up tonight. Hearing the word tonight, Zikin shot him a playful glare, her expression turning challenging. Tonight, I'll make sure you can't even walk. He caught her signal instantly, sweating bullets as he thought, Oh no, I better hit the pharmacy this afternoon for some stamina boosters to survive. Time flew by, dusk painting the steps golden, as a few fortune-tellers tirelessly hawked their trade. Come one, come all, don't miss out. They chanted their familiar spiel, palm reading, love fortune, family fate. Suddenly, a flashy signboard was thrust in front of an old fortune-teller, the words, Master Su the Diviner, making him gape in shock. The culprit was none other than Su Xun, now disguised as a fortune-telling master, wearing a Taoist robe that gave him a strikingly dignified appearance. The old man glanced at him and scoffed. Tusk, a young man with broad shoulders, why not do something productive instead of coming here to scam people? Su Xun smiled gently and replied, You misunderstand, senior. My business is legitimate. I read fortunes based on genuine ability, not deception. The fake fortune-teller sneered bitterly. Save your lies, brat. Your tricks might fool a 3-year-old. We're both in the trade, and I've been doing this here for 3 years. I know all the tricks. After his rant, he turned away in a huff, sneering inwardly. These scammers nowadays even act all noble, ridiculous. Just then a couple walked by, all lovey-dovey. Let's go to the movies, this new film is really popular. The girlfriend complained, Always the cinema, aren't you bored? Wang Ying pouted playfully, glaring at her boyfriend. Her eyes landed on Su Xun, the handsome fortune-teller, who smiled invitingly. Care to try a fortune reading? The girl's eyes lit up at the sight of the handsome guy. Ooh, a hottie, she eagerly asked. Can you really read fortunes? Her boyfriend pulled her aside, whispering irritably. This brat knows nothing, he's a total fraud, don't be so gullible. He heard everything and calmly clasped his hands behind his back, speaking with ease. Genuine or fake, sit down for a reading and you'll know right away. Wang Ying, swayed by his looks, insisted on having a reading, making her boyfriend angrily snap. What the hell? She ignored him completely, leaning in excitedly with her hand out. Handsome, please read my love fortune. Su Xun nodded without hesitation. Let's do it. Suddenly, Ning Hang jumped in between, demanding arrogantly, read for me first, young master. He frowned at the arrogant kid, threatening him. If you're lying, I'll smash your stall to pieces. Witnessing the brat's rude and uneducated attitude, Su Xun remained seated leisurely, his demeanor cold as ice. He casually uttered a sentence, you want to destroy my stall. The young man's blood boiled, rolling up his sleeves and rushing forward, yelling, what's wrong? Scared, Wang Ying hurriedly tried to stop him. Are you crazy? Stop causing trouble, let's go. He waved his hand dismissively, firmly concluding, if you're scared, get lost and make the water clear. The fake fortune-teller next to him stroked his beard and sneered, adding fuel to the fire. So rash at a young age, daring to steal the rice bowl of others without tasting life. Today's beating is well-deserved. Su Xun remained calm and nodded in agreement. Let's play then. If my reading is wrong, I'll stand still and let you punch me. Hearing such a good deal, the brat laughed heartily with glee. Wang Ying was extremely worried, tugging at his sleeve to persuade him. Big brother, stop arguing with him. Su Xun glanced over the guy's features and asked seriously, what do you want to know? The brat answered arrogantly, then check my luck for today, do it right now, no lying. Without wasting time, he predicted bluntly, sir, your brow is dark, it seems you'll get a bloody nose if you go out today. The brat burst out laughing, confidently thumping his chest. I'm going to have a life-threatening disaster. I'm a Taekwondo black belt, you dare say I'll bleed. With that, he pointed at Su Xun and threatened, I'll be back tomorrow, and by then, get ready to get beat. After throwing his harsh words, Ning Hang turned around angrily, dragging his girlfriend away. Let's go. Wang Ying glanced back at him with apologetic eyes and whispered, handsome, you'd better pack up and run. Su Xun not only didn't flinch but smiled faintly and replied, no need to wait until tomorrow, there'll be a good show to watch soon. At this moment, he was wearing a hidden earpiece. As Ning Hang was pulling Wang Ying away, she suddenly slammed on the brakes. He snapped at her, drooling over handsome guys again, hurry up and watch the movie with me. Wang Ying coldly pulled her hand back and dropped a harsh remark, I've lost interest. Her boyfriend froze for a few seconds, choking on his anger. As he turned to leave, he accidentally bumped into a burly figure. Already itching for a fight, he cursed immediately, damn, are you blind or what? What a coincidence, the person he bumped into was Xiao Hu, a tough gangster who was already frowning, and now encountering this insolent brat, his anger flared up. The underworld figure scowled menacingly, then roared like a beast, you bump into your grandpa and still dare to yell, tired of living, kid. In less than a beat, a whole group of thugs surrounded them, making the young couple turn pale and fall silent. On the other side of the bridge, Su Xun relaxed, scrolling through TikTok while waiting for the outcome. The old fortune-teller again played the hypocrite, advising him, kid, don't be stubborn, pack up and run or you'll get hurt. A few minutes later, the old man was shocked to see the cocky brat from before now battered and bruised like a ragged blanket, crawling and groaning. Master Su, save me. The kid knelt down in a panic. Tears and snot smeared all over, he kowtowed and sobbed. I was blind, you predicted like a god. Please, take pity on me and do another reading. Su Xun curled his lips in a triumphant smile. How about it, ready to shut up now? Before the old man's stunned eyes, the kid hurriedly replied, I'm begging you on my knees. He coldly brushed him off. My rule is one person, one reading per day. But then he turned and smiled, waving to Wang Ying. This turn is for the lady. What do you want to know? The girl pointed at herself in surprise. Me. Su Xun turned her palm over and asked calmly, which area are you interested in? She blushed shyly and answered, please read my financial fortune. He stared intently at her palm lines, then gently placed 2 fingers on her palm, speaking evenly. Tell me your full name and birth date, the more accurate the better. Wang Ying rattled it off without a slip. My name is Wang Ying, born on March 19, 2002, currently a sophomore at Jiangnan Normal University. After collecting the data, Su Xun concluded immediately, today you will receive an unexpected windfall. Wang Ying gasped in surprise, a windfall. Her injured boyfriend also leaned in curiously, getting rich. Did you steal my money to buy lottery tickets? She shook her head repeatedly. Of course not. Right at that divine moment, her phone buzzed vigorously. She answered, her face lighting up with joy, shouting excitedly, "Really? My scholarship application was approved." Hanging up, Wang Ying rushed over to cling to Su Xun's arm, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Master Su, you're incredible." He humbly smiled, just grasped a bit of heavenly knowledge. Meanwhile, at the gang leader Xiao Hu's side, a subordinate reported, "Boss, the school administration asked if we should keep an eye on that girl." He angrily cursed, "Shut up, are you blind? Can't you see I'm acting? Forget about that brat." Master Su's reputation exploded like wildfire, with people from all over flocking for readings. "Master Su, give me a reading. I'll pay any price. Please read for me. I'll set up a shrine for you at home." Su Xun was torn between laughter and tears, quickly waving his hands to politely decline. "I appreciate your enthusiasm, but heaven's secrets cannot be revealed too often. It shortens one's lifespan. I only take 2 clients a day. Please forgive me for stopping early today. See you another time." He tucked his sign under his arm and slipped away, but the fanatical crowd still followed, pleading, "Master Su, at least give us your WeChat QR code." The plan worked perfectly, and Su Xun thought smugly, "The fish have taken the bait, the virality is strong. I'll be famous all over the web in no time." Scene shifts to the headquarters of Qingyun Group. Su Xun returned to his powerful chairman's seat, stretching with a crackle, and wondered curiously, "I wonder what this psychic ability the system gave me can actually do." The system AI popped up to explain, "All things have a soul. By touching an object, you can retrieve its history of interactions." He was impressed, nodding thoughtfully. "Wow, there's a user manual too, so those potted plants over there, can I check them too?" No sooner said than done. Su Xun curiously placed his hand on a plant's leaf. His pupils dilated, and he gaped in amazement. "Wow, an image is appearing." Who would have thought the image would show a secret footage of Secretary Liu, Yu's daily routine? From her diligent typing, to her sneaky scrolling on social media to relieve stress. Then pulling out yarn to knit in her spare time, or munching on snacks without stopping. Even meticulously watering the plants for fun. Su Xun's face was panicked, like a thief caught red-handed. Unluckily, Liu Yu walked in at that moment carrying a towering stack of documents, asking in confusion, "Mr. Su, you called for me." He flinched and turned away, clearing his throat to regain composure, then covered up. "Ah, no, nothing." Hearing his vague answer, the secretary wore a bewildered expression, frozen for a few seconds. As Liu Yu left the room, Su Xun leaned against the door and sighed in relief, his brain starting to spin. Touching an object reveals its past. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, "So that means I can." The next moment, a very perverted smile spread across his face, his eyes gleaming as if finding gold, his demeanor utterly lecherous. But then Su Xun quickly slapped his own cheek to snap out of it. "Down, boy, you're the righteous male lead, no dirty thoughts allowed." However, his iron will barely lasted 3 seconds before wavering. "But sneaking a little use once in a while probably won't get me punished by heaven, right? Readers probably enjoy these kinds of scenes anyway." While he was busy wrestling with his conscience, his phone buzzed with a message notification. Su Xun curiously pulled out his phone to check. The screen showed a message from his girlfriend. "Are you free this afternoon? My relatives just came back from abroad, and my parents want to invite you over for a casual meal." Reading the message, he broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh, we've barely started dating and already meeting the family? That fast." Time passed, and soon he was at Zikin's family estate. A lavish feast was laid out, the family atmosphere buzzing with cheerful conversation. The uncle nodded approvingly. "I haven't seen you in years. Little Chin has grown so beautiful. Say thanks to your uncle, dear." The aunt beside him smiled brightly and chimed in. "I can't believe our Kinkin landed such a handsome boyfriend. You must treat her well." Su Xun politely clasped his hands and replied respectfully, "Please rest assured, uncle and aunt, I swear I'll put her first and cherish her always." On the other side of the table were cousin Du and her boyfriend Li Hua. This young man flattered smugly, "Little Xun, we're all family now. When you're free, let's drink and socialize. I'm also planning to enter the domestic market, so I'll count on you for support, little brother." Outwardly he smiled and humbly replied, "You flatter me, brother, we should help each other," but inwardly he was cursing their entire lineage. "Damn, little Xun, little brother, it sounds so grating." Li Hua put on an air of superiority, propping his chin and asking curiously, "Oh, by the way, I haven't asked what position little Xun holds. He picked up a piece of meat while casually lying. I do a little bit of everything, just running a small family business to get by. Hearing that, the guy immediately puffed up his chest. Oh, no problem, every beginning is hard. Since we're family, if any good business comes up, I'll give it to you first. You know Kingyun International Group, my family is a close partner of theirs. As soon as he said that, Zikin's whole family froze like wax statues. Su Xun was also shocked and blurted out, Kingyun International. He quickly played along, smiling as if he'd hit the jackpot. Wow, that's great. I'll be relying on you, Brother Li, from now on. With that, he eagerly reached out to shake hands. Li Hua, flattered, puffed up with pride but humbly replied, Don't mention it, don't mention it. The two shook hands warmly, and in that instant, Su Xun's supernatural ability was activated. Knowing the prey had taken the bait, Su Xun curled his lips slightly, quietly reciting the mantra, psychic. As soon as the skill activated, fragments of Li Hua's memories flooded through. An image appeared of a middle-aged man smiling smugly, his hands busy counting a thick stack of cash. A voice urged, remember, act it out well. The man happily replied, trust me. Just as scripted, the next day the middle-aged man groped Juju. Immediately, Li Hua played the hero, rushing out to save the damsel, shouting boldly, what do you think you're doing? Get lost. After the act, Juju's parents were extremely pleased, praising him endlessly. You truly are an outstanding young man. Our daughter's future is in good hands. Facing the charming Juju, Li Hua continued to put on a show, saying earnestly, I can't. I'm a man of honor, I won't touch you before marriage. Interwoven with those memories was a scene of a doctor frowning at a medical report and advising, you must keep taking your medication. Treating this erectile dysfunction is very difficult. More horrifying was the next scene, a few oddly dressed men coming into view with chilling words. Honey, are you ready? Let's start tonight's fun. Who knew Li Hua would excitedly cooperate, let's go, be rough with me. Seeing Su Xun frozen in a daze while holding his hand, Li Hua asked in confusion, what's wrong with you? He was still smiling brightly, unaware that all his secrets had been exposed. Su Xun pulled a chair with one hand and clutched a towel with the other, awkwardly replying, oh, nothing at all. Seeing Su Xun lower his head, Zikin felt a bit anxious, picking up food and putting it in his bowl, asking gently, are you okay? Or did you overexert yourself last night? Have some meat. He waved his hand, declining. No, I'm feeling nauseous. Su Xun truly couldn't believe his eyes. He was stunned, thinking such godlike acting truly unparalleled in the world. This guy's a real player. A little slip and it's game over. If it were anything else, I wouldn't bother, but... Su Xun rubbed his chin with a thoughtful expression, cold thoughts flashing through his mind. If you're bold enough to target my woman, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Xun's blood boiled as he imagined the scene of Zikin and Du in skimpy lingerie on the bed, urging Li Hua, hurry up, I'm so longing for it. Ignoring Zikin's surprised look, Su Xun pretended to pat his pockets, then turned to ask, oh no, I forgot my phone. Brother Li Hua, could I borrow yours for a moment? He generously handed over his phone. The password is 6 ones, feel free to use it. Su Xun happily received it with both hands. Thank you so much, Brother Li. Witnessing this, Zikin leaned in and whispered, your phone is clearly in your pocket. What are you up to? Su Xun remained silent. He used the information he'd gathered to key in the 4-digit security code. What appeared was a photo of Li Hua in a revealing state, flushed and sandwiched between two muscular men. Zikin gasped and quickly turned away, while Su Xun teased calmly, Brother Li, you sure know a lot of moves. Li Hua was stunned, still confused, and asked, what do you mean? Su Xun didn't bother explaining, directly showing the screen to Juju's family and saying, uncle, aunt, and sister, take a look at this. In a blink, all three of them furrowed their brows, looking at Li Hua with strange eyes. Du angrily stood up, how long were you going to fool me? Her father was about to curse but was left speechless, so you're this kind of person. Having achieved his aim, Su Xun gently set the phone down. Li Hua glanced at the screen and turned pale. How the hell did you know the password for my hidden folder? Su Xun looked away, scratching his cheek and making excuses. I just accidentally typed it in, really embarrassing. Li Hua gritted his teeth, gripping the edge of the table. The next second he flew into a rage, overturning the entire table and shouting, you bastard, you set me up on purpose, didn't you? Li Zhu and Zikin stared wide-eyed at the chaotic scene. As a reflex, Su Xun pulled his frightened girlfriend into his arms, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick at the flying table. The 1,000-pound kick snapped the table in two, mingled with Li Hua's bitter curses, "You bastard." The shockwave sent him flying backward, blood trickling from his mouth. The floor was spattered with Li Hua's blood. He pointed shakily, "You brat." Su Xun dropped his pretense of fearlessness, bluntly exposing him. "Li Hua, you orchestrated the whole hero saves the damsel scheme just to get close to Du, all for the Ren family's vast fortune. Not to mention your poor performance in bed, don't you think you should come clean with her?" Li Hua gaped, thinking he'd misheard, and yelled, "What the hell are you talking about?" As Juju sobbed in her mother's arms, her father roared in fury, What other lies have you been hiding from us?" Li Hua fell to his knees, trembling all over. Abandoning all pride, he hissed at Su Xun, "Who the hell are you?" He calmly smoothed his tie and said with pride, "Chairman of Qingyun International Group, Su Xun. You can also call me by my new title, the infallible fortune teller, Master Su." The golden rays of sunlight gently bathed the magnificent villa. Du charged out with a knife, furiously chasing Li Hua out of the estate, shouting, "Get out, and never show your rat face here again." Without a word, she hurled the weapon in her hand. The blade whistled through the air, embedding itself in the wall. By sheer luck, he narrowly dodged it. After throwing it, Juju covered her face and wept bitterly. Zikin hurried over to comfort her sister. "Don't cry, sister. Luckily we found out his true face early, so no real harm was done." Su Xun stood to the side, rubbing his hands together, smiling apologetically. "Uncle, Aunt, I'm sorry for the shock. I sincerely apologize to the whole family." Nanshan smiled gently. "Don't be so polite, nephew. Thanks to you, our family avoided a major disaster." The uncle asked curiously, "How did you know so much about Li Hua, who just returned from studying abroad?" Li Ziu chimed in, "Exactly, you even cracked his phone password." Su Xun stroked his chin and proudly replied, "Because I have the gift of fortune-telling." Suddenly, a knock landed right on his head, making him wince and rub the sore spot. Zikin helped Juju inside, glancing back at him. She frowned and scolded, "Cut the fortune-telling nonsense and come eat." A moment later, Su Xun was strolling through the yard, admiring the view. Noticing he was being followed, he spoke up, "Stop the tailing act. I noticed you hiding behind me long ago." Juju, hiding in a corner, clutched her chest when she heard Su Xun call out, "Come out." When he recognized who was sneaking around, he was stunned. "Sister Juju, weren't you confiding in Zikin? Why are you here?" Juju looked skeptical and asked hesitantly, "Can you really read fortunes? Can you perform an exorcism for me?" Su Xun stared in shock. "Exorcism?" The silent night fell. Under the dim light of a crescent moon, the luxurious villa sank into dreams. Only Juju and Su Xun remained awake, talking. She stood and confessed, "My family moved straight here when we came back." He looked around and nodded approvingly. "Nice, good feng shui, a perfect place for retirement." Su Xun smiled gently. "Now, can you tell me the whole story in detail?" Juju swallowed hard as she recounted. "About 10 days ago, on the second night my family moved here to live. That night while deep in sleep, she suddenly heard faint, chilling noises. At that moment, Juju groggily peeked outside, but her mind was awake enough to recognize that the static-like sound was exactly like mournful wailing. Under the dim moonlight, gusts of freezing wind slipped through the ajar window, blowing the curtains wildly around the room. Juju fumbled around and stumbled out of bed. She slowly made her way to the window, unsure whether it was a weeping sound or just the howling wind, so she decided to close it herself for peace of mind. And right at the moment, Juju forced her eyes wide open to see things clearly. The curtain, whether by accident or design, was blown up by the wind, forming the exact shape of a human silhouette. By now Juju was completely wide awake. She stared in absolute horror at the terrifying sight. Snapping out of her flashback, Juju recounted the story while sweating profusely and clutching her head in panic. But a split second later, the curtain fell back down normally. "Even so, I swear I saw a person standing right there." Su Xun's eyes briefly turned sharp and cold. He immediately asked, "Which corner is your room? Take me there to check." She nodded hastily. "Let's go, follow me." In a flash, both were standing in the middle of the room. Juju tremblingly pointed at the window and said, "It was right over there." Su Xun strode over to the windowsill, scanning the scenery outside. He pressed his hand against the curtain fabric, squeezed his eyes shut, and channeled his energy to open his extrasensory perception. Standing from this window position, one could overlook a corner of the garden below. The spirit of a young girl exuding overwhelming resentment made Su Xun flinch and curse. Damn it. His face turned pale, his eyes widened and sweat poured down his forehead. Darkness swallowed the cold garden. A black luxury car was quietly parked right at the villa's gate. Su Xun stood frozen in place, his eyes scanning everything around him. From inside the luxury car parked outside the gate, an anxious voice rang out, "Good Lord, Juju, why on earth did you sneak back into that haunted house?" Juju pressed the phone to her ear, calmly replying, "Don't worry, Mom. I have faith that Su Xun will be able to resolve this." Meanwhile, our guy was stuffing his hands in his pockets, a string of garlic dangling from his wrist, feeling secretly anxious. "I'm pretty gutsy, daring to come back here single-handedly to subdue demons and catch ghosts. If I end up getting barbecued by it, I'm totally done for." The corners of his mouth curled up smugly. "But since I carry the title of a master fortune-teller, how could I pass up this thrilling ghost-hunting gig?" Suddenly, something appeared that sent a chill down Su Xun's spine. All the color drained from his face as cold sweat broke out. Right behind him, the faint silhouette of a woman was clearly imprinted on the ground. Su Xun instantly sensed it, groaning inwardly. This spine-chilling draft of cold air has indeed arrived. A pair of pale white legs peeked out right behind him. Su Xun whipped his head around, his will boiling as he told himself, "The time has come." He spun around completely, his left hand gripping a cross, his right hand ready with an exorcism talisman, gathered momentum, lunged straight at the dark shadow, and roared, "Step back, evil spirit." The vengeful spirit turned out to be a beautiful young woman, and she was so startled that she let out a long shriek. Closing in on her, Su Xun paused for a few seconds upon seeing the opponent's petite figure. But then his entire body simply phased right through the female ghost, leaving her staring in astonishment. Unable to hit the brakes in time, Su Xun tripped and fell face first onto the ground. His nose swelled up after the landing. Su Xun rubbed his nose while grumbling in annoyance. "Damn it, so ghosts are only for looking and not for touching? This deal just got sour." Just as he lifted his head, he saw the spirit getting closer and asking curiously, "You can see me?" Breaking into a cold sweat, Su Xun stuttered back, "You can even hear me? Don't tell me you're planning to snatch this body to resurrect yourself." He glanced over and silently appraised her. "I have to give praise where it's due, this female ghost is quite well endowed." The spirit didn't seem fearful at all. She even clung tightly to Su Xun's arm, chirping, "This is absolutely wonderful." The situation shocked him. "Wait, how come I can suddenly touch a ghost?" Looking through the window of the luxury car, Juju noticed the young man flailing wildly in the middle of the yard. She swallowed hard, thinking to herself, "This is bad. Master Su Xun has been possessed by a ghost too." Terrified, she hastily slammed on the gas pedal to flee, feeling guilty and praying inwardly, "1,000 apologies, Zicken. After this, I'll just have to set you up with a better catch." The car sped away without a shred of hesitation under Su Xun's bewildered eyes. That heartless woman just ditched me and vanished the moment things went south. He pulled his hand back, putting on a stern face to warn the female ghost, "All right, tone it down, let's get straight to the point." Su Xun feigned composure, placing his hand on the female ghost's shoulder to interrogate, "What is your identity, and why are you lingering here to scare innocent people?" The female ghost threw a whiny tantrum. "No way, I just want a hug. It's been so many years and not a single soul has been willing to cuddle me." Su Xun pursed his lips and threatened, "Stop acting spoiled. If you don't confess honestly, I'll just keep holding you suspended like this forever." Finally, she put on a pitiful pout and began to confess. "Yes, sir, I am Chinju. 3 years ago, I unfortunately fell off a cliff and died. Since no one in the living world could see or hear me, and I had nowhere to go, I had to take shelter in this place. I swear I didn't mean to scare anyone. I was just too bored and wanted to invite them to play house for fun." Su Xun frowned in suspicion. Seeing his expression, Chinju hastily swore, "My words are absolute truth. Now can you let me go?" Having said that, she landed safely on the grass. Su Xun smiled with a hidden meaning. "Since we are destined to see each other, how about you join my side as my disciple from now on?" Chinju joyfully blinked her eyes and asked, "Oh, really? Are you truly willing to take me in?" He turned his back and walked away, finalizing the deal. "Follow me. Don't loiter in this dump anymore. Come live at my house." Who would have thought Chinju's cheeks flushed red as she mumbled her objection, "Dream on, buddy. It'll be a cold day in hell before I follow you. I can do whatever I want here. Why the heck should I tag along behind you? I'm not your pet." Su Xun stopped in his tracks and leisurely dropped a sentence, because I have the ability to demand justice for you. In reality, he had already fully guessed the hidden secrets inside, so he turned his head and played a psychological trick. Witnessing the one who harmed you leisurely enjoying life, you must be holding a grudge and unable to swallow this anger, right? Poked right in her sore spot, Qin felt aggrieved and let tears soak her cheeks, especially the moment Su Xun brought up the crime of the bitch who ruthlessly kicked her into the abyss. At this time, the night sky still enveloped the luxurious villa. Su Xun tightly closed all the curtains under Qin curious gaze. He turned to instruct the female ghost, from now on, make this place your sanctuary. Do me a favor and cut back on floating around scaring people. Qin bashfully blushed, asking timidly, do I also have the right to lie down on this bed? Su Xun was rendered speechless, his face darkening. Of course, get some rest to gather your strength. Tomorrow at sunrise, I'll take you to demand a blood debt. Qin, like an obedient little girl, nodded meekly, yes, sir. Suddenly she fell silent, stealthily casting her gaze toward the guy. When the space was left with only silence, Qin lonely curled herself up on the spacious bed. Time slowly passed, and Su Xun was sound asleep, snoring away. Suddenly, something disturbed his golden slumber. Su Xun was startled out of his wits to find Qin curled up, nuzzling into his chest, sleeping soundly. He immediately shook her awake and questioned her, what's your excuse for dragging yourself over to my room to sleep like this? Qin rubbed her eyes and mumbled, did I wake you up? She put on her coquettish act again. It's a strange house and a strange bed, so I was too scared to catch a wink of sleep. Su Xun was completely helpless against that absurd excuse. He screamed frustratingly in his mind, good lord, you are a ghost. What the heck could you possibly be afraid of? After that, Qin shamelessly pinned Su Xun down on the bed, letting her ample bosom press tightly against his chest while acting like a rascal. I don't care. Since you threw me in here, you have the obligation to provide for me. In less than a heartbeat, Qin was already snoring again. The young man had to grit his teeth and lie as stiff as a board, enduring it while wondering what kind of tribulation heaven was making him bear. The next morning, the expensive black car rolled smoothly down the street. Su Xun steered the wheel with one hand, tapping a rhythm with the other as he asked, which corner is your enemy's lair? Don't tell me you're bad with directions. Qin eagerly directed, take a left at the intersection ahead. He grumbled in indignation. Just to fight over a man, she ruthlessly murdered her best friend. This kind of person is pure scum. Touching her sore spot, Qin cried a river again. I poured my heart and soul into treating her well, who would have thought I was nurturing a snake in my bosom. Su Xun continued driving while digging for more clues. Wait, why didn't you just fly over and haunt her to death, instead of miserably loitering around that abandoned house at the foot of the mountain? She replied immediately. I did seek her out, but the problem is she wears a very sacred peace amulet on her body. The moment I inched closer, I was repelled. Hearing this, he smirked with amusement. This deal seems interesting. An amulet that can repel vengeful spirits proves that highly skilled hidden masters still exist in this world. Right after abruptly parking the car in front of the gate, Su Xun decisively reached out and repeatedly pressed the doorbell. His leisurely attitude proved that he had already mapped out a perfect scheme in his head. Qin stood beside him, bombarding him with curious questions. What's your revenge plan? Are you going to drag them all out and chop them up? Su Xun nonchalantly replied, nonsense, I'm a model citizen who would play bloody stabbing games. Later, just watch my actions and play along, that's it. An aristocratic lady slowly walked out to the gate, glaring uncomfortably as she asked, where did you crawl out from? Su Xun totally ignored the woman, striding straight inside and dropping a sentence, I came to look for your husband. That insolent action infuriated the lady. She furrowed her brows and yelled, what the hell do you think you're doing? Who allowed you to trespass into my house? Ignoring the old woman screaming and trying to stop him, halt right there. Su Xun acted deaf and leisurely stepped into the main hall. Hearing the commotion, an old man of a similar age walked down the stairs, asking in bewilderment, what's with all the noise? The wife tightly grabbed the collar of Su Xun, who was now sitting comfortably with his legs crossed on the sofa, and indignantly complained, this uneducated punk claimed to be your acquaintance and just barged right into the house. The old man seemed frail, having to rely on a walking cane to painstakingly inch closer step by step. Leaning on his cane, the old man pointed directly at Su Xun's face, furiously shouting, I don't know you, get lost. or else I'll call the police to collar you right now." The young man smirked with a faint smile. A noble benefactor brings life right to your door, yet the host is so stingy that he won't even offer a glass of plain water. After taking a sip of tea, Su Xun cleared his throat and suggested, "So can you two sit down and have a proper discussion with me now?" Wang Hong, with a face as wrinkled as a jujube, stood there looking dumbfounded. He hastily pulled out a chair and plopped down, clasping his hands submissively. "Oh, great master, I was foolish and blind earlier not to recognize a true expert. Please forgive my great offenses. You mentioned saving my life. Could it be that a major disaster is about to strike my family?" Su Xun put on a serious face and proclaimed, "This humble monk just happened to pass by here, suddenly noticing dense resentment enveloping the area, so I dropped in to investigate. This home of yours is the epicenter of the miasma. If it's not neutralized, in about 3 days, your entire family will face the catastrophe of annihilation." Upon hearing this, the old couple turned pale and screamed in unison, "Catastrophe of annihilation." The two white-haired heads immediately knelt together and kowtowed profusely on the floor like they were worshipping stars. Casting aside all dignity, the old couple banged their heads and pleaded with the young man sitting grandly on the chair, "Please, great master, show mercy and lend a hand to save us. Our Wang family swears to build a shrine for you while you're still alive, burning incense day and night to pray for blessings." He closed his eyes, pretending to perform hand seals for calculation, then probed, "There is still one more person hiding in this mansion, isn't there?" Wang Hong bowed his head and pleaded, "Yes, reporting to the great master, there is still my precious daughter." Su Xun coldly ordered, "Drag her out here for me too." Wang Hong hurriedly turned his head, calling out sharply for his daughter named Jiao Jiao. Su Xun smirked with satisfaction upon hearing the shouting, "Hurry up and come down here." A petite miss walked down the stairs, a glaringly bright amulet dangling on her chest. She grimaced and grumbled, "What the hell are you screaming for? It's deafening." She froze upon seeing her parents prostrating themselves at the feet of a complete stranger. She widened her eyes in doubt. "Huh, what's wrong with you, Mom and Dad? Why are you kneeling on the floor like that?" Jiao Jiao's father ignored the question, just frantically waving his hand to call her. "Move your legs fast, come over here and bow to the master." Qinzhu's ghost immediately materialized to confront her sworn enemy. The memories of that fateful day, when the bastard friend Jiao Jiao ruthlessly pushed her down into the abyss, rushed back, tearing at Qinzhu's soul. Qinzhu ground her teeth, cursing, "You wicked woman." Resentment rushing straight to her brain, the female ghost lunged forward screaming, "Pay me back with your life." This reckless move surprised Su Xun so much that he couldn't pull her back in time. Qinzhu's 10 aggrieved fingers were only millimeters away from Jiao Jiao's shoulder. Meanwhile, the evil bitch was still utterly clueless that the Grim Reaper was at her neck. The yellow object on Jiao Jiao's chest suddenly glowed brilliantly under the sunlight. That light immediately caught Su Xun's attention, so this is the protective magical artifact that the female ghost mentioned. In the blink of an eye, an invisible force threw Qinzhu flying backward. The female ghost frantically used her hands to cover her sensitive areas, because the clothes on her body had been torn to shreds by the amulet's spiritual energy. The catch was that only Su Xun's eyes could witness this springtime scenery. He was startled, his eyes widened into perfect circles, and a stream of nosebleed simply gushed out. Witnessing the sudden blood spray, Jiao Jiao's parents asked in panic, "Great master, what happened to you?" Su Xun hurriedly wiped the stream of blood, flowing profusely from under his nose. Beside him was Qinzhu, timidly hugging her chest and sobbing, "Whenever I face that bitch, my crazy blood boils up, and I completely forgot she has a death exemption gold medal on her." Every coquettish pose and the exposed body of the female ghost made it even harder for Su Xun to restrain himself. He struggled to suppress his voice as he told Qinzhu, "Stand still and be a good girl for my sake." She immediately nodded and obeyed, "Yes, sir." Seeing the young mage muttering curses into the void, Jiao Jiao's parents broke into a sweat and made their own assumptions. He must be fighting fiercely with the vengeful spirit, right? This evil ghost's magic is truly powerful, fighting to the point where the Grand Master even got a nosebleed. Jiao Jiao looked dumbfounded and retorted, "In short, what kind of play is this family putting on?" The father yanked his daughter's arm, forcing her to kneel down. "Cut the nonsense, kneel and bow to him right now." Su Xun cleared his throat, coughed a few times, and bluffed, "The vengeful spirit just sneak-attacked this humble monk. I almost took a fatal hit. The karma of retribution has now descended, and the dense resentment has obscured the sky. This case is too difficult. I'm afraid I cannot shoulder it. Hearing those firm, definitive words, the Wang father was scared into a cold sweat. Great master, please show mercy. The lives of my entire family are entrusted to you. You must think of a plan to save us mortals. The fish had taken the bait. Su Xun immediately pointed the spear at Jiao Jiao. The root of all this bad karma was brought back by your precious daughter. I'm not sure what heinous crime your beloved daughter committed to make the spirit so resentful that it cannot pass on, holding a grudge day and night. Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao's face instantly darkened, scared so much that all the blood drained from her face. The father's jaw also dropped in panic, beads of sweat pouring down like he was taking a bath. The mother beside him shared the same fate. The family of 3 couldn't even keep their mouths shut due to extreme terror. Jiao Jiao cowered in fear, her brain starting to run calculations. Could it be that bitch's ghost returning? The pale-faced miss shrieked in panic. It's 100% Qinzhu, she's come back to take my life, Mom and Dad. Mrs. Wang hurriedly covered her daughter's mouth. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? That girl has been pushing up daisies for ages now. Su Xun leisurely interlaced his hands, smirking as he probed. So who is this character Qinzhu? He secretly gloated. Just as I predicted, these 2 old folks have colluded to cover this up for a long time. Wang Hong, his body wrapped in a bathrobe, looked shifty-eyed as he stuttered a confession. Well, to tell the truth to the great master, a few years ago this brat played a stupid prank and accidentally pushed her best friend down a deep cliff. Qinzhu stood with folded arms next to Su Xun, furiously cursing. A bunch of liars, accidentally my ass. He tapped a rhythm on the table, his voice turning severe. In short, what is the root cause of the incident? You better confess clearly from beginning to end for me. The old man, cringing and sweating, had to confess. It all started because of fighting over a man. Back then, my daughter and that girl Qinzhu were best friends. My Jiao Jiao fell for a boy, but that boy was infatuated with Qinzhu. That time, the 2 of them went mountain climbing and got into an argument, and in a fit of rage, my daughter. Right at the climax, Jiao Jiao jumped up to argue back. Dad, stop talking nonsense. Zhang Shui clearly had feelings for me. It was all that vixen Qinzhu's fault for seducing him. Mrs. Wang exasperatedly scolded her obsessed daughter. After all these years, are you still blind and deluded? Open your eyes and look. Since Qinzhu died, has that guy surnamed Zhang ever spared you a single glance? She still stubbornly argued. That's because he has an inferiority complex and feels he's not good enough for me, which is why he. The word he hadn't even escaped her lips before she took a blinding slap from Wang Hong. The force was so strong that it knocked Jiao Jiao's head completely to one side. The old man gritted his teeth and threatened, Stupid, can't you read the room? In this dire situation, the lives of my whole family are the most important thing. Su Xun shook his thigh, sitting with his legs crossed in a figure 4, enjoying the family drama. Then he faked a smile. Master Wang speaks the absolute truth. Let's get back to the main topic. Only at this point was Qinzhu enlightened. It turned out that just because of a man, her best friend ruthlessly took her life. Hearing Su Xun speak, Wang Hong immediately changed his tune, cringing and begging. The great master is absolutely correct. The dead are already gone. It's the living here who need to be taken care of. The vengeful spirit has returned for revenge, please. Absolutely do not stand by with folded arms and watch us die unjustly. The young man rubbed his chin, pretending to analyze. By normal logic, Qinzhu has been dead for 3 years. There's no reason she wouldn't have come back to claim your life before. But you've been living perfectly fine until now. It must be because you carry a talisman that suppresses evil spirits, right? The old man nodded and confessed truthfully, That's right. I once obtained a peace amulet for Jiao Jiao. Maybe it's thanks to that she escaped disaster. Having said that, he signaled to his daughter. She hastily took off the necklace and offered it up to Su Xun. He lifted the shining yellow amulet in his hand to inspect it, then faked a frown and asked, Master Wang, where did you obtain this amulet? Wang Hong was scared out of his wits and dared not lie. Sir, it was bestowed upon me by a true master at Yangqing Temple in the land of Lingyun. Su Xun swept his eyes over the magical artifact, thinking to himself, the mortal realm truly is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This item's power to expel demons and destroy ghosts is no joke. With such good stuff, I definitely have to pocket it. After a while he finally spoke to negotiate. The spiritual energy of this item has run dry, keeping it is useless. I can help your family cheat death without charging a single cent, but in exchange, I will take this amulet back to dissect and study. What do you say? Wang Hong waved his hand and agreed immediately. Whatever item you want, just take it. As long as this family survives the disaster, I will reward you handsomely. Su Xun looked pensive, half closing his eyes. Accumulating for 3 years, Qinju has now turned into a vicious ghost with dense, murderous intent. I'm afraid even in my hands, I might not be able to turn the tide. Right now, I only have a last resort. It all depends on whether your family dares to make the trade-off. Wang Hong's spine went as taut as a bowstring. He cautiously opened his mouth. Please enlighten us. Frowned and threw out the deciding move. The reason Qinju became a cruel ghost is because her life was taken by your beloved daughter. This resentment cannot be resolved unless your daughter turns herself in and confesses to the crime. Doing so will cut the resentment in half, and at that point, it will be as easy as flipping my hand for this humble monk to subdue her. In short, sacrificing your daughter alone will preserve the lives of the entire Wang family. Yao Jiao stuttered, chewing over the words, turn myself in. Su Xun acted fed up and sighed. This depends on whether Master Wang has the determination to make the move. Upon hearing that, Mrs. Wang's limbs went weak. The old man was also stunned and cried out, what is the meaning of this? Wang Hong clumsily bargained, Great Master, please show mercy and use another method. I am willing to compensate you with a massive 7-figure sum. He rolled his eyes in disdain and ignored him. It seems Master Wang here does not value this humble monk's abilities. Su Xun didn't bother wasting words. He directly stood up and walked toward the door, not forgetting to threaten, if that's the case, your family can pray for your own luck. I'll take my leave. The old man frantically lunged forward, clinging to his sleeve and crying, Great Master, you misunderstood my intentions, please stay a moment. Wang Hong humbly prostrated himself, tightly hugging Su Xun's thigh while whipping his head around to coax his daughter. Well, just bear with it and go to the police station to confess, Jiao Jiao. The stubborn miss shook her head in refusal. No way, I'd rather die than go to prison. Dad, you have to back me up. Aren't you always so majestic and imposing? Has all your power been thrown in the trash? Anger choking his throat, he sprang up, pointed at her face and scolded, Shut your mouth. This is all because you brought disaster upon yourself. I cannot throw away the lives of this entire family just for you. Jiao Jiao didn't show any respect either. She irritably screamed, I absolutely will not go. The powerless mother could only touch her daughter's shoulder and plead softly, Jiao Jiao, go confess. Consider it for the sake of your younger brother who carries on the family line. I am begging you. Jiao Jiao rudely swatted her mother's hand away, hissing out every word, in your dreams. Harboring anger mixed with panic, she turned around to run upstairs to her room. Seeing the situation turn, Wang Hong rushed forward, tightly pinning Jiao Jiao down and yelling, You are forbidden to run. If you slip away, this whole family will be resting in their graves. She struggled and kicked wildly. Let me go. Wang Hong hastily ordered, I've got her restrained, hurry up and get your phone to call the police. The wife clumsily complied, yes. Seeing that, Jiao Jiao furiously cursed at the top of her lungs, Wang Hong, you bastard, you guys are selling me out because you're greedy for life and afraid of death. He shouted loudly, Shut your mouth. The duo, one human and one ghost, stood on the sidelines sipping water and watching the play. Su Xun clapped in praise. Well, this father-daughter affection act is quite touching to watch. The wailing sirens of a patrol car soon tore through the quiet space, entering the Wang family's villa. A few police officers burst in and asked firmly, whose house just reported a crime? Wang Hong hurried out to present himself. Comrades, I was the one who called. I'd like to report that the case of the girl Qinju falling off the cliff 3 years ago was a murder, and the killer is none other than my daughter, Wang Jiao. The officers looked at each other in bewilderment and exclaimed, What did you say? Mrs. Wang, with tears welling up in her eyes, patted her daughter. Be good, Xiao Jiao, don't hold a grudge against Mom and Dad. It's only out of absolute desperation that we had to use you as a human shield to save the lives of your parents and your little brother. Rest assured, the family will regularly send you supplies. Jiao Jiao's face contorted, her mouth twitching continuously out of resentment. Backed into a corner, Jiao Jiao flew into a rage, determined to drag both of her parents to prison with her. Officers, I want to make a report too. I did accidentally kill someone, but these two have been accomplices in covering up the crime for the past 3 years. Arrest them all. Hearing that, the old man flipped his attitude and cursed, washing his hands of the crime completely. You're speaking nonsense. You committed the sin, you bear it yourself. What the heck do we two old folks know about your bad deeds? Jiao Jiao threw her head back and laughed abhorrently, threatening, If you two are so ruthless as to hand me over to die, then our whole family will hold hands and go down to hell together. Don't even dream of getting off easy." The police officers were speechless at this family exposé, whispering to each other. A biological father rats out his daughter, and the biological daughter turns around and reports her father. Did this whole family take the wrong medicine? Could this be the legendary, sacrificing family ties for righteousness? Su Xun, hands clasped behind his back, slowly walked out to expose the truth. It truly is sacrificing family ties for righteousness, officers. 3 years ago, Wang Jiao pushed her best friend off a cliff, and her two parents covered up the crime until now. Today, the family had internal conflicts, which is why they dragged each other out to tear each other apart. He tossed the voice recorder straight to the police and continued, "The witnesses and material evidence are all clearly in here. Please take the whole nest back to the station for interrogation, and everything will be revealed." Wang Hong collapsed, pointing his finger straight at him and screaming, "You intentionally set a trap to push my whole family to death. Who exactly are you?" He leisurely turned his head, smirking as he introduced himself. "I don't change my name when I travel, nor my surname when I sit. I am Su Xun." Su Xun lowered his voice, emphasizing every word. "I came here to demand justice for Qin Zhu." Beside him, the ghost of Qin Zhu was also gritting her teeth and glaring, resentful over her own unjust death. All 3 members of the Wang family turned pale with fear, their faces ashen as if they had felt the icy chill from Qin Zhu. The 3 of them screamed in terror in unison, "There's a ghost." The old man, being dragged away in figure-8 handcuffs, cried out pitifully, "Oh heavens, a ghost, help me, don't drag me away." Yao Jiao also muttered like a lunatic, "I knew you would crawl back to haunt me." The police officers put on stern faces and reprimanded her. "Stop acting crazy and playing the fool to escape your crimes. Hurry up and follow us back to the station." An officer turned back and smiled warmly at Su Xun. "We greatly appreciate you providing valuable clues to help us solve the case." The young man smiled humbly and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. This is just a citizen's duty, officers." Su Xun watched the group leave, leaving behind echoing screams of resentment. "Please leave me alone. Please stop tormenting me." He let out a soft sigh, turning to ask Qin Zhu, "Your revenge is complete. How is your mood right now?" The girl standing behind hesitated before replying, "Overall, I'm definitely relieved, but a wave of bitterness still rises in my heart." Su Xun raised an eyebrow in curiosity, finding it highly incomprehensible. "Sad, why is that?" Qin Zhu raised her small hands to rub the corners of her eyes, explaining in a sorrowful voice, "It feels as if I've lost my reason to live. I have no motivation left, nor do I know how to walk the next part of my journey." Right as she finished speaking, he reached out and gave her cheek a painful pinch, making Qin Zhu flinch in shock. Su Xun leaned his lips close to her ear, whispering wickedly, "Silly, the greatest purpose in your life right now is to serve me thoroughly." Upon hearing that, Qin Zhu let out an ah, as bewildered as a young deer. He put on an incredibly serious look. "What's with the ah? I helped you settle such a massive grudge. Don't you think you should repay me with your body? From this moment on, you are officially my pet, got it?" She reached up to rub her flushed cheek, bashfully saying, "Yes, sir." Qin Zhu slowly pulled down the lapel of her shirt, dropping bewitching and coquettish words. "From now on, this body belongs solely to the master. To make it convenient for you to enjoy, I will take off all my clothes." The bold statement almost made Su Xun cough up blood from his nose. He hurriedly grabbed her wrists to stop her. "Wait, no need to be that reckless yet. If you're this exposed, how am I supposed to focus my mind on my work?" Qin Zhu's face darkened, her teary eyes looking extremely aggrieved as she sobbed and squirmed. "But why? Master is starting to hate Qin Zhu, isn't he?" Su Xun could only force a laugh, shaking his head and waving his hands to explain that wasn't the case. But inside, he was silently crying to the heavens, "Why on earth did I bring this troublesome burden upon myself?" Suddenly, the phone resting quietly in his pocket vibrated violently. Su Xun ignored the teary-eyed girl, turned his back and answered the call. "Liu Hu, what's going on?" A panicked voice from the other end of the line reported, "Boss, there's a TV reporter smearing you online. He claims your fortune-telling at Tianqiao the other day was all a scam act, and now he's staking out at Tianqiao doing a live stream to challenge you. What should we do now, boss? Should I call the brothers out to chase him away?" He cracked a faint, wicked smile and slowly issued a command. "Quite interesting, the fish has taken the bait so soon. You just hold your ground, I'll be right there." The other end of the line was bewildered and didn't understand what was going on, only managing to respond with an "oh." Su Xun started calculating dirty tricks, turning to instruct Xiao Zhu to hurry up and pretend to follow and serve him. The camera shifted to the Tianqiao Hall area, where a man was standing in the middle of a sea of people, waving his arms and legs and screaming, "Ladies and gentlemen, open your eyes and trust me, those guys calling themselves half-immortals are all fraudsters." Hearing this, the crowd immediately broke into lively chatter. "Is that true? Who is this guy anyway?" The man proudly held his press pass up to the screen and formally introduced himself. "I am Li Yang, a veteran reporter for the Metropolitan Times. Today I am at the scene to expose the fake, deceptive face of that scammer. Please click follow on this broadcast and don't take your eyes off the screen." Li Yang's live stream was instantly flooded with a rain of comments. "Mr. De Long typed, 'Been waiting forever and haven't seen that half-immortal.'" Huazai added, "He was probably so scared that he abandoned his stuff and ran for his life." Someone else wrote, "Fortune-telling is just a street trick. He wouldn't have the guts to come out and confront you. Power creates miracles. This reporter is awesome." Upon receiving a donation, the guy happily clasped his hands. "Thank you for the gift, Brother Liu." Right at that moment, a young man suddenly pointed behind him and shouted loudly, "The Grand Master has arrived." The eyes of the entire crowd immediately locked onto Su Xun's figure, dressed in a shaman outfit and wearing sunglasses. Everyone whispered in astonishment, "So young, and he can accurately predict fate. It's probably just a gimmick for fame. Wouldn't be surprised to see him opening an online shopping channel tomorrow." Su Xun couldn't be bothered. He just strode leisurely and picked a hidden corner to stop. Su Xun slowly sat down on a tiny chair, still holding the Ban Xian flag firmly, then spoke loudly, "All of you here want fortune-telling, right?" Su Xun gave a gentle smile and invited customers. "Who wants to go first?" Li Yang held his phone in one hand and slapped his chest with the other, eagerly volunteering, "Let me break the ice." He smoothed his collar and calmly asked, "May I ask the gentleman if he wants to know about love or wealth?" Li Yang immediately pointed the camera at his face and arrogantly set conditions. "Cut the fortune-telling about the future. How can we verify that on the spot? You call yourself a Ban Xian? Just tell me things that have already happened in my past." Su Xun paused at this strange request, blurting out in surprise, "That's all," while his brain was flooded with 1,000 question marks. He laughed inwardly, praising his own wit. Predicting the future would be a hassle, but telling the past was as easy as pie. A single glance and he'd see every detail. Li Yang chuckled smugly and taunted, "Sounds simple, but I see you're sweating bullets. So dare you do it or not?" Su Xun nodded in agreement. "If you like it, I'll oblige." Then Li Yang spread his palm and Su Xun calmly placed 2 fingers on it to start his divination. A flood of images from Li Yang's childhood raced through his mind. The scene of Li Yang being dragged by the ear by his mother while being scolded, "You're this big and still wet the bed every night." Next came the scene of young Li Yang hunched over his desk, taking an exam. Another embarrassing memory surfaced. Li Yang shamelessly following his crush, but she turned away in disdain and angrily knocked away the rose he offered, saying, "Please stop stalking me." Su Xun took in all the somewhat pathetic memories of this reporter's life. Especially the scene of Li Yang eagerly peeping at women in short skirts, which made him chuckle inwardly. Seeing Su Xun silent and absorbed, Li Yang leaned close to his face and continued to provoke, "Stop acting. God, if you can't do it, just admit it. We'll still save you some face." Su Xun suddenly let out a rapid string of words that left Li Yang frozen like a statue. Li Yang, 34 years old, born in Xianying Village, Xinhai City, father runs a restaurant, mother works at a hospital. Li Yang's lips twitched, but he still pretended to be skeptical and retorted, "Huh, you must have investigated my background beforehand to block my business. Anyone could know these trivial things. Got anything more shocking?" Su Xun cleared his throat with a cough, breaking into a sweat for fear of damaging Li Yang's dignity. He hesitated and asked, "Shocking? Are you sure? I'm afraid that if I say it, it might cause trouble." Seeing Su Xun back down, Li Yang became even more cocky. He turned around and called out to the crowd, "See? He's scared." The crowd's curiosity about Su Xun's abilities grew even stronger. Li Yang pressed on, "Go ahead, master. You're a Ban Xian. Show everyone your skill." Su Xun smiled and began to recount everything without missing a word. "You had chronic bedwetting until age 13 and only stopped after taking traditional medicine. In the final exam of 9th grade, you were caught cheating by the invigilator, but you argued and nearly got expelled." Even added a series of shocking details that left Li Yang petrified. "In college, you tried to hit on 12 girls and failed all 12. You have a perverse hobby of peeping at women in short skirts, plus a whole stash of adult films hidden in Drive F, disguised as a folder named Journalist Self-Draining, with password 5269. Su Xun curled his lips and sneered, so, is that enough to be shocking? Li Yang went limp, trembling and stammering, impossible, this is too absurd, who are you, a god or a ghost? Su Xun spread his arms and gave a theatrical shrug, replying clearly, I'm just a flesh-and-blood human, of course. In broad daylight, where would I find a ghost? The onlookers were wide-eyed in shock at the information, joking around, could he really have clairvoyance? Digging up things like that is like magic. This time he must be so embarrassed he'd want to crawl into a hole. Su Xun didn't let up, adding a fatal blow with a meaningful warning, oh, and I also took a look at your luck. Those who like to stir trouble will surely bring disaster upon themselves. When you leave, remember to watch your step. Li Yang gritted his teeth and stubbornly denied it, just luck. Your words are nothing but a fluke. At that exact moment, Qin Zhu appeared right behind him. The sly girl stuck her foot out just as Li Yang was about to dash off. In the next second, Li Yang tripped and fell flat on his face, causing the crowd to gasp in amazement. Wow, he really fell, truly a prophet's words. The whole crowd surged forward, surrounding Su Xun and begging, Master, please tell my love fortune, help me with my wealth. Master, have mercy and give me advice. Su Xun kindly offered a solution. Everyone calm down and line up, one by one. The scene shifts to a small apartment next to a main road. The room was silent as a tomb. Yan Yuru was lying on the bed, listlessly scrolling through her phone reading news. After a long session of telling fortunes for the masses, Su Xun finally dragged himself home, leaned back in his chair, and sighed wearily. Su Xun's two subordinates pressed themselves against the doorframe, peeking in and eavesdropping on their boss's moans, oh my god. Liu Hu turned and asked sharply, what's wrong with Boss Su? Liu Tian just shook his head in ignorance. Liu Tian hesitantly guessed, from the sound of it, he seems to be enjoying something pleasurable. Liu Hu was shocked, mouth agape, but there's only the boss in the room, don't tell me he's using the keyboard for self-gratification. Liu Tian broke out in a cold sweat and whispered, let me analyze it for you. Liu Hu rested his forehead against the wall, eyes glistening with pity, oh Boss Su, he must be under so much mental pressure that he's hallucinating. For the sake of our livelihoods, he's drained himself, how heartbreaking. Inside, Su Xun was squinting, his face slightly wrinkled, letting out a low groan. Qin Zhu popped her head in with an innocent look, is this pressure satisfying enough for you? It turned out Su Xun was getting a massage from her. He nodded in approval, good, good. Qin Zhu leaned down and asked curiously, Master, why do you bother going out to tell fortunes and then send your men to check results? Aren't you tired? Su Xun let out a long sigh and replied languidly, tired of course. That's why I only do 3 readings a day, sweating all over. He squinted thoughtfully. The sensational news online is buzzing, but the system still hasn't reported the mission complete. Looks like I'll have to rack my brains for another trick to stir things up. Suddenly, urgent knocking came at the door. Su Xun cleared his throat and called out, come in. Liu Yu pushed open the door, sweating profusely, panting as she reported, Boss Su, something's up. Seeing her flustered look, Qin Zhu craned her neck to listen, and Su Xun sat up straight and asked, what's got you so worked up? Liu Yu quickly placed a tablet on the table, the screen showing a hot headline. Master Zhou issues a challenge, 9 a.m. tomorrow at Tianqiao to unmask the fake Su Ban Xian. Su Xun picked up the tablet lazily, muttering, who's this old guy, why's he dressed so oddly? Liu Yu stepped back, fidgeting with her clothes, and provided information. His name is Zhou Chengxuan, a renowned master of occult studies in Jiangsu. He's very accurate in palmistry. Many wealthy big shots flock to him for fortune-telling and feng shui. He's known as the #1 occultist of Jiangsu. Liu Yu squinted with concern and warned, if this old man targets you, it could be big trouble. Su Xun rubbed his chin, feeling that fun had arrived, #1 huh? Then I must meet him and see his skills. Liu Yu stared in shock, you're still planning to walk into the lion's den. Su Xun pushed the tablet back to Liu Yu and firmly declared, of course, this is a great stepping stone to boost my fame to new heights. Missing it would be a waste. Liu Yu anxiously advised, after all, you're hiding your identity. If he exposes you, both you and the company will suffer serious consequences. Su Xun waved his hand gracefully, reassuring her, just sleep easy, I've got it all figured out. Liu Yu had no choice but to turn and leave, yet she paused to warn, all right, then no matter what you do, keep your eyes open. At the same time, Qinzhu quietly approached behind her. A clear voice called out, "Master." Su Xun turned reflexively, "Huh." The mischievous girl grabbed Liu Yu's short skirt and flipped it up, uttering one word, "Enjoy the view." This bold move made Su Xun reflexively spurt a nosebleed. Qinzhu giggled gleefully and teased so, feeling a bit more relaxed. Realizing her skirt was flipped, Liu Yu spun around in shock. Her face flushed bright red, stammering "You." Su Xun jumped in fright, leaping up and waving his hands in protest. "I swear, it wasn't me." A heated argument immediately erupted in the room. "If not you, then who? You pervert." Liu Tian outside the door timidly asked Liu Hu, "Brother Hu, should we rush in to save him?" Liu Hu could only prick up his ears to listen, not knowing what to do. Finally, the chaos subsided. The next day, Su Xun took Qinzhu out, and the crowd surrounded them, everyone's faces filled with excitement and curiosity. Qinzhu followed behind, still chattering, "Master, I went to all that trouble yesterday, didn't you like it? Aren't you men all fond of looking at women's butts? I bet that secretary has dark intentions toward you." Su Xun scowled and yelled, "Quiet down." Blocking their view was a sea of people shouting, "Master Zhou has arrived, hooray for Master Zhou." Su Xun lowered his head slightly, his eyes flashing with icy sharpness. The crowd crowded around an expensive car, flattering him, "Master Zhou, we're blessed to see you in person. You're truly the greatest master of occult arts." Zhou Chengxuan stepped out of the car, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe sweat, and sneered contemptuously. "No wonder that brat became famous in this backwater. A one-eyed man is king in the land of the blind." He strutted in with his head held high, flanked by two burly bodyguards clearing the way. The crowd automatically parted to form a 3-against-1 formation against Su Xun. Zhou Chengxuan curled his lips in a sneer and muttered under his breath, "Kid, today I'll teach you some manners." Before he finished, a slender hand suddenly swung out. It was Qinzhu from behind, delivering a physical blow to the old man's neck. Zhou Chengxuan took a full slap on the neck, lurched forward, and instinctively cried out, "Ah." Just like a script, his whole body fell flat and his hat flew off. Su Xun struggled to hold back laughter and mocked, "Oh my master, why so careless?" The crowd witnessing this buzzed with chatter. Didn't he read his own fortune before coming out? The two bodyguards hurriedly helped him up, asking anxiously, "Master, are you all right?" Zhou Chengxuan's eyes burned with resentment as he pointed a finger forward to save face. "Just a small accident, don't be cocky, kid. Today I'll expose all your tricks." Su Xun smiled innocently, "I'm not being cocky, and I don't even know what you're trying to expose about me." One bodyguard shouted angrily, "Trash like you dare to read fortunes for others. You're just a low-level fraud. My master came in person today to reveal your true colors." Su Xun lifted his chin and smiled challengingly, "So, what rules do you want to play by?" Zhou Chengxuan darkened his face and set the terms, "You and I will read each other's fortunes. Whoever guesses right wins, simple as that." Su Xun raised one finger toward Zhou Chengxuan and calmly accepted, "Deal, so what do you want me to read?" The old man rolled up his sleeves and arrogantly proposed, "I heard you're very skilled, so tell me where this scar on my hand came from." The audience around gasped and buzzed, "A scar on the hand? That's a tough one. That faint scar must be at least 30 years old. Even a god would be stumped. Master Su is done for this time." Su Xun decisively held up 2 fingers and calmly said, "Just a mosquito bite, give me your hand." Zhou Chengxuan readily spread his palm and sneered contemptuously, "I'll see how long this street punk can hold out." As soon as Su Xun's finger touched the other's hand, the old man laughed mockingly, "If you can't guess, don't waste my time, kneel and kowtow 3 times and get out of my sight." Su Xun ignored the jabs and cut to the chase. "At age 3, you went up the mountain with a machete to chop wood, slipped, and the blade cut you, leaving that injury. Am I right?" Zhou Chengxuan jumped as if stung, stammering, "You. Impossible, how could you?" The netizens also erupted in uproar. "Master Zhou's reaction means it's a hit. Oh my god, could he be a real Ban Xian?" The old man's face gradually turned ashen, sweat pouring out. Zhou Chengxuan pointed a finger at Su Xun and shouted, "You're totally wrong. This scar is from 3 years ago when I cut myself peeling fruit." He was determined not to admit defeat. Su Xun had ample ability to expose his deceit, so he pointed at him and scolded, "Shameless old man, playing tricks and trying to weasel out." Zhou Chengxuan waved his hands in denial, "Nothing of the sort, slander. Now it's my turn to read yours. What do you want to see? Say it quick." Inwardly, he was panicking. This brat has such a heavy murderous aura, wanting to read his fate. He looks like a hired killer. Su Xun calmly gave his request. I won't make it hard for you. Just tell me when I'll get married, okay? Zhou Chengxuan seized the opportunity and bragged shamelessly, love fortune. Then you're out of luck. My specialty is matchmaking. Everyone I've read for has settled down and had kids, 100% success. Su Xun clicked his tongue and interrupted, you talk too much, old man. Zhou Chengxuan raised his head arrogantly, give me your hand and let me read your palm. As soon as he looked, he suddenly froze, unable to utter a word. Zhou Chengxuan tremblingly pulled Su Xun's palm closer to examine it closely. Instantly, he jerked his hand back, shaking all over like a leaf, and let out a few terrified screams. Zhou Chengxuan swallowed hard and stammered, may I ask your birth date and time, sir? Su Xun raised an eyebrow and rattled off a string of numbers, 6:40 in the morning, March 20th, 2001. He laughed inwardly, strange, just now he was aggressive, now he's changed his address. Zhou Chengxuan closed his eyes, tearing at his hair. How did it come to this? Absurd. He half opened one eye and glanced at the young man before him with extreme fear. Without hesitation, he bent over at a 90-degree angle, his tone humble and urgent. Senior, please go easy on me. This lowly one was blind and offended you. I beg your forgiveness. Su Xun was baffled, scratching his head and gaping at the other's dramatic flip-flop. Su Xun was utterly bewildered, thinking, how bizarre, I thought this old man had some real skill to see my fate. What on earth did he see to cower like that? In Zhou Chengxuan's eyes, Su Xun appeared terrifyingly huge. He tremblingly said, this junior surrenders. The crowd around burst into chaos. Why is Master Zhou raising the white flag? What did he see? Could Master Su be some hidden master? Su Xun curled his lips and joked, hey Master Zhou, share a little with the folks. If you're accurate, you have to speak out to make it clear. Zhou Chengxuan was drenched in cold sweat, his pupils dilated, his mouth frozen, unable to form a word. In his hallucination, Su Xun appeared as a bloodthirsty demon, staring at him with a terrifying face and a chilling grin. Zhou Chengxuan was so scared he nearly sold himself. He hurriedly knelt and kowtowed, this lowly one dare not. I swear I'll keep my mouth shut and never utter a word to anyone. From this moment on, I'll retire and never tell fortunes again. I beg your forgiveness. The two black-clad disciples rushed to help him, but before they could do anything, Zhou Chengxuan shouted, shut up all of you, I'm no longer your master. Su Xun himself was speechless at this absurd situation. He stood frozen, thinking this is a huge misunderstanding. In an instant, hundreds of eyes focused on him, waiting for an explanation. His lips twitched as he tried to clarify, everyone calm down, it's just a misunderstanding. Though I call myself Su Banxian, I'm not as divine as he thinks. But the crowd wouldn't listen, still clamoring, Master, give me a reading, please guide me. Everyone shouted their wishes, how to win the lottery. I want to change my life overnight, Master, I've been single too long, I need love. Su Xun and Qin Zhu were trapped in the crowd, so they had no choice but to make a run for it, with faint shouts from behind, Master, marry me. Su Xun glanced back and breathed a sigh of relief. Pulling off this level of bluffing is already top-notch. Next time, forget setting up a fortune-telling stall on the street. Qin Zhu laughed so hard she held her stomach. Master is amazing, slipping away unnoticed. Su Xun puffed up with pride, these little tricks are nothing. I was a top assassin in my past life. Suddenly a clear female voice called out, Master. He jumped, reflexively turning to deny, oh no, I'm not a Banxian. But when he saw Yan Yuru with tearful eyes and rosy cheeks, Su Xun paused, oh, it's you. He quickly suppressed his lecherous look, coughed, and asked, Miss, what can I do for you? Inwardly he panicked, what's she doing here? Hope she doesn't recognize me. She approached, placed her hand on her left chest, and shyly asked, Master, can you help me find someone? Su Xun smiled wryly, cold sweat beading, and played along as a stranger. Tell me who you're looking for, just give me their birth date. Inside he was screaming, please don't say. Yan Yuru clasped her hands behind her back, blushing, and shyly replied, I don't know his birth date, I only have the sketch. With that she unfolded a sketch of a perfect profile, Su Xun's, making him cry inside, I knew it. Yan Yuru blushed even redder and softly asked, what's wrong, Master? Can you help me? Qin Zhu behind her covered her mouth, giggling, now it's serious, love has struck. Cornered, Su Xun took off his sunglasses, clicked his tongue, and muttered, all right, enough acting. Su Xun stepped closer to Yan Yuru and asked curiously, I thought my disguise was perfect, how did you see through me? She stuck out her tongue playfully. I watched the video online, recognized you instantly. Su Xun sighed inwardly. Even godly fortune-telling can't beat women's sixth sense. Now Yan Yuru turned serious. I really didn't expect to find you this way, so your main job is fortune-telling. Su Xun scratched his head and smiled innocently, just a little hobby. Miss Yan, what's the matter that you went to all this trouble to find me? She shyly replied, actually it's nothing urgent. Last time I sneaked out and you saved me, I've been wanting to thank you. Su Xun laughed it off, it was nothing, just a small favor. Is there anything else? Qinju behind him was fuming, calling him a stupid log. Yan Yuru quickly averted her gaze, her voice fading, and there's one more thing. Gathering all her courage, she looked into Su Xun's eyes and asked loudly, I want to know, do you have a girlfriend? Su Xun pulled out a business card and honestly confessed, that day in London, the girl with me was my girlfriend. Here's my card, if you ever need help just call. This bucket of cold water left her utterly disappointed. Yan Yuru murmured sadly, of course, someone as outstanding as you wouldn't be single. Su Xun scratched his ear, embarrassed, I'm just ordinary, not that outstanding. Qinju scowled behind him, annoyed at his pretentiousness after having taken advantage of her. Suddenly she asked loudly, where's your girlfriend? You're not married yet, are you? Su Xun flustered, not knowing how to answer, is that important? Yan Yuru clutched the card firmly, showing determination, her eyes full of hope. It's very important. It means I still have a chance. With that she turned and ran off, waving and calling back, I won't give up, I'll win you over. Qinju poked his cheek with her finger, pouting and reminding him, see, you've added another romantic debt. Su Xun chuckled it off, let it be, at least she'll go home for a meal. Suddenly he glanced back, pondering, strange, even that old ghost Zhou Chengxuan was taken down. Why hasn't the system dinged mission complete? Su Xun walked along deep in thought, maybe the final boss hasn't shown up yet. The scene shifts to a massive villa with a grand fountain in the garden, very modern design. Wang Teng personally poured a pot of fine tea, grinning flatteringly, master, please have some tea. Qing Yang smelled something unusual and cut straight to the point. You called me all the way here not just for tea, right? Just say what you need. Suddenly, Wang Teng dropped to his knees with a loud thud. Wang Teng kowtowed like a worshipper, sobbing and begging, Master Qing Yang, you must seek justice for my family. That bastard Su Xun sent my parents to jail. I beg you to punish the evil. Qing Yang frowned curiously. You said on the phone that there's a ghost beside that brat. Wang Teng then recounted his past grievances with intense hatred. Qing Yang slowly wiped the spout of the teapot while listening to Wang Teng's sycophantic accusations. The thing is, he was my college classmate, then somehow struck gold and became a big boss, but I've never seen him play any shady tricks. Qing Yang stepped forward calmly, grasping the core point. A classmate? How did he get the dirt on an old case? Maybe your parents weren't wrong. Indeed, a wronged spirit must have come to Su Xun for help. Wang Teng's eyes widened in shock. How could he be that formidable? Qing Yang clasped his hands behind his back and probed further. There's talk about a so-called Su Ban Xian these days. Have you heard anything? Wang Teng quickly replied, I saw a video in passing, but didn't bother digging deeper. Qing Yang turned to look at him and made a firm judgment. I boldly guessed that Su Ban Xian is definitely Su Xun in disguise. Wang Teng was startled, really. Qing Yang half closed his eyes and raised his hand to explain, whatever the case, that evil creature dares to harm people, I swear to destroy it. And that Su Xun, daring to consort with demons, his face shows he's a scoundrel, he may have brought disaster to many. I will not stand by. Qing Yang flicked his sleeve and turned, giving an order, lead the way, I must see him. Wang Teng was overjoyed, eagerly replying, I owe everything to you, master. Scene shifts to the edge of a crystal-clear lake, with a small shelter set up to block the sun, fishing rods cast far out under the bright sunlight. Su Xun and Nzikin, wearing sunglasses, leisurely enjoyed the peaceful air. Nzikin pushed up her glasses and wondered, are you also into fishing? Why come here to kill time? Su Xun smiled mysteriously, fishing is an art, it takes time and most importantly, patience. Su Xun glanced aside and muttered, isn't the fish biting now? Leaving Nzikin completely puzzled. It turned out that Qing Yang and Wang Teng were standing behind them. Wang Teng pointed and flattered, Master's prediction is spot on, that brat is indeed sitting by the river. Nzikin immediately recognized Wang Teng's voice. Wang Teng was seething with killing intent, pointing at Su Xun and roaring, you stole my goddess, framed my family, Su Xun, today we sever all ties." Qing Yang beside him also smirked slyly, thinking this trip was worth it. His yin-yang eyes instantly opened in a flash. In a split second, Qing Yang spotted Qin Zhu's shadow, and he sighed inwardly. Indeed, there's a vengeful spirit wandering in broad daylight. Su Xun was startled and snapped back. "Wang Jiao is your sister." He took off his sunglasses, his face darkening, cursing inwardly. "I had a feeling I'd meet the key figure to finish the mission today, but it turned out to be this dark guy. What a narrow road." Wang Teng smiled smugly and pointed at Qing Yang, introducing him. "You like playing tricks with ghosts, don't you? This is Master Qing Yang, invited from the deep mountains. With him here, let's see how you can act tough." Qin Zhu sensed the killing intent from the old man and hid behind Su Xun in fear. She trembled and whispered in his ear, "Master, that old man, he can see me." Su Xun went ah and nodded, "Seems like a tough one." He casually pulled out the peace charm that Wang Hong had given him and asked, "Master Qing Yang, this is your work, isn't it?" Qin Zhu was thrown back by the charm's spiritual force, screaming, "Put that away." Qing Yang joined 4 fingers together, channeling a dark energy. He threatened in a low voice, "That's just a fake from years ago, the real deal is coming now." Instantly, Qin Zhu's body was sucked into that demonic energy, floating toward Qing Yang like a puppet. She panicked and screamed for help, "Master, save me." In that critical moment, Su Xun quickly grabbed Qin Zhu's hand. He forcefully pulled her back behind him, like a man protecting a damsel. And Zikin witnessed this surreal scene, eyes wide, hand covering her mouth. Qing Yang gritted his teeth and threatened, "Brat, I don't care which sect you learned from. If you harbor evil spirits, I won't let you off." Su Xun retorted loudly against that old-fashioned thinking, "Evil spirit my ass. There's no ghost here. I advise you to mind your own business. People who meddle often die young." Qing Yang kept his hand seal, refusing to back down. He strained to unleash another dark spell. "Oh, you dare to challenge me? You think my Taoist arts are useless." Suddenly, a cold gun barrel pressed against Qing Yang's temple, along with a stern warning, "Don't move." He spun around and nearly had a heart attack seeing a whole armed squad closing in, guns at his head. Su Xun and Zikin calmly sat down on a bench and mocked, "Master Qing Yang, times have changed. How about we see if your Taoist arts are more powerful or my bullets are faster? What do you think?" Qing Yang was furious, his mouth stammering curses, "You little bastard, you scoundrel without martial virtue." The gunman pressed the barrel harder against his head, ready to send Qing Yang to the underworld. Liu Hu couldn't hold back any longer and stepped in to scold, "You insolent old man, dare to talk nonsense to my boss. You want to die." Even a great Taoist or demon must kneel before a black gun barrel. Qing Yang stammered, "No, spare me, hero." Wang Teng from across shouted to incite Qing Yang, "Master, why are you scared? You're a powerful Taoist, aren't you? You're not afraid of a few bullets, are you?" Qing Yang exploded in anger, "You want me dead? I'm not an immortal. Of course I'm afraid of bullets tearing me apart." Su Xun smirked and interrupted, "Wang Teng, I hadn't even found my way to your place, yet you've dragged yourself here, bringing along a Taoist priest to bother me. Let's settle both old and new scores once and for all." His legs went weak from fear. He quickly fell to his knees, begging profusely with tears streaming down his face, "Boss Su, I've learned my lesson. I swear to never do it again. Please be the bigger person and forgive this humble one. Just treat me like a piece of trash on the side of the road and let me go." He turned to ask Zikin, "What do you think?" She sighed wearily and replied, "Deal with him however you want, as long as this guy disappears from my sight forever." Seeing that, Su Xun immediately waved his hand, telling Liu Hu to drag the guy to the police station. "Remember to tell the police that there is still an accomplice covering up Qin Zhu's fall off the cliff years ago." The tall guy immediately grabbed Wang Teng by the collar and answered briefly, "Understood." The guy could only roll his eyes back, gasping in shock. While being dragged away by Liu Hu, he still tried to crane his neck, crying and pleading, "Boss Su, please be merciful and spare my life." He patted the empty spot on the ground next to him, lifting his chin to invite, "Please calm down, Grandmaster. I am a shining example of a law-abiding citizen. I don't have a hobby of killing indiscriminately. Please have a seat. I have a few questions and would like to seek your guidance." Qing Yang knew he was outmatched, so he obediently complied. "If I'm not mistaken, you are the renowned half-immortal Su of this realm, right? Your magical power is so supreme, this humble monk is completely convinced. I truly wouldn't dare to show off my meager skills in front of an expert." He turned his head slightly and smiled faintly, saying, "To tell you the truth, If you had told me ghosts existed about half a month ago, I would have brushed it off immediately. But lately, witnessing so many strange things has truly opened my eyes. The old Taoist priest was startled, looking up and shouting, "Only half a month. How could you reach this level in such a short time?" Su Xun waved his hand dismissively. "Well, let's leave those minor details for later. No need to worry about it." He frowned, dropping his playful demeanor and interrogating seriously, "Just tell me in detail about this cultivation world of yours. Is it really possible to cultivate into an immortal in this world?" Qing Yang looked dumbfounded, his lips trembling as he repeated, "Cultivate into an immortal. Why are you so obsessed with becoming an immortal?" Su Xun shrugged calmly. "It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but I'm just a rookie in this field, so I'm naturally curious if your circle actually practices magic to become immortals or not." The old man hurriedly took out his oak-dyed cloth to wipe the beads of sweat, groaning, "So that's how it is. Mr. Su, you must be heavily influenced by some Xiangxia novels. Taoist cultivation and immortal cultivation are two completely different worlds. If I had immortal magic, I wouldn't have been beaten to a pulp by your minions like this." Liu Hu, standing nearby listening in, chimed in, "Taoist arts are basically like the Kaimen Dunjia discipline, born to specifically deal with ghosts and evil spirits. But at the end of the day, except for a few dirty tricks from petty factions, authentic Taoism rarely poses a danger to living people." He pointed straight at Qin Zhu and questioned, "So what was your purpose in trying to snatch Qin Zhu?" Qing Yang followed his gesture, obediently spilling the truth, "This spirit has many peculiar traits. I was just curious and wanted to catch her as a subject for some spiritual science research." Lying on Su Xun as her shield, the girl smugly stuck out her tongue to provoke him, even throwing in a mischievous wink as a bonus. Meanwhile, the old Taoist continued his passionate speech. "In this modern era, it's extremely difficult for spirits to condense into a physical form, and even if they do, it's only as a blurry shadow, plus ghosts are incredibly averse to sunlight. Yet she has a vibrant appearance just like a living person, which is truly miraculous." He stroked his chin, looking intrigued. "Oh, so great minds think alike. I was actually wondering about that too." This statement instantly made Qin Zhu's heart skip a beat. With tears welling up in her eyes, she clung tightly to Su Xun's leg, whining pitifully, "Oh master, don't tell me you're planning to chop me up for research. Please, whatever you do, don't listen to the instigations of that stinky ox-nosed old geezer. He has a wicked heart." He smiled and patted Qin Zhu's head to comfort her. "Calm down, how could I bear to do that? Who would have the heart to chop up such an adorable pet like you?" Hearing that, she grinned from ear to ear, nodding repeatedly in flattery. "I knew my master was the absolute best." Zikin, standing right behind and witnessing the scene, felt her jealousy flare up fiercely. Her eyes sparked with anger, a cold, thorny smile blooming on her lips. My, the affection between master and servant is so passionate it gives people goosebumps." Su Xun instantly felt the burning, murderous intent transmitting through the small hand gripping his shoulder tightly. He quickly backed down and let the old Taoist go. "Well, I've figured it out. You can take your time heading back, Grandmaster. Whenever I run into a bottleneck, I'll come find you for a chat." Qing Yang was stunned, raising his head to ask just to be sure, "Are you serious? You're really just going to let this humble monk go like that?" He kept a stone-cold expression and retorted, "What else do you want? Or are you waiting for me to set the table and treat you to an intimate meal before you leave?" Su Xun's oppressive aura made the old man break out in a cold sweat. Qing Yang hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully. "Oh dear, I wouldn't dare. I thought for sure my time was up today. Who knew Mr. Su was so broad-minded and wouldn't hold a grudge? This humble monk is eternally grateful." He slowly reached out his hand, his tone both threatening and appeasing. "Mr. Qing Yang, your talent for subduing demons and monsters is more than enough. Compared to those swindlers in the flea market, your class is far superior. As brothers sharing the same struggles in this profession, it is only natural that we look out for each other. Why should we tear each other apart and let outsiders laugh at us?" The old Taoist stayed completely silent, staring blankly at that extended palm, his mind a mess, not knowing how to respond appropriately. Suddenly, Qing Yang was so moved that tears streamed down his face, groaning, "Alas, your bodhisattva-like heart truly fills this humble monk with boundless gratitude." He sniffled, dabbing his tears with a handkerchief while tightly grasping Su Xun's hand, complaining, "It's all because of those fake charlatans causing chaos that genuine cultivators like us are starving. Brothers in the industry now have to scrape by telling fortunes and naming babies on the streets. So many fellow practitioners go hungry. My life is too bitter, young man." Witnessing Qing Yang lamenting so sorrowfully, his heroic spirit was stirred. I really don't know how to solve this mess for you guys. How about this? I'll sponsor you with 1 million. Take it and share it with your struggling colleagues, and whenever you run out of breath in the future, don't hesitate to come find me. Thinking that Su Xun was just handing out some spare change for show, he never expected the massive number that just came out of his mouth to almost make Qing Yang fall over in shock. Trailed behind Liu Hu, not forgetting to wave goodbye, his face tried to force a tragic expression, but inwardly he was overjoyed. "Oh, Mr. Su, when I get home, I'll cast a living statue of you to worship, and I will remember this debt of gratitude for all eternity." Meanwhile, he watched him leave and clicked his tongue, full of talent yet reduced to such a miserable state, truly a tragic human life. Overhead, the sky was a deep, vast blue, dotted with a few white clouds drifting lazily. Su Xun gently patted Zikin's shoulder, asking affectionately, "What would my lady like to eat tonight?" Clutching her phone tightly, she pouted and gave a curt reply, "I don't feel like eating anything at all." Seeing her sulky demeanor, he could only smile secretly and steal a kiss on that pouting cheek. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Xun pulled Zikin tightly into his embrace, coaxing her sweetly, "Come on, please stop being unreasonably jealous. She's nothing but a lingering spirit. Do you think I'm capable of playing out a ghost-human romance?" She still hadn't cooled down, puffing her cheeks and glaring, arguing stubbornly, "Who knows how bizarre your tastes could be." However, seeing his sincere expression, Zikin softened and stopped acting out. She shoved her phone right into his face, whining coyly, "I'm craving this dish." He leaned in to look at the gorgeous food photo on the screen, reading the caption in a daze, "The true disciple of the god of cookery of Longguo, Shen Fang." She smacked her lips, saying, "A while back, I skimmed through an interview. Rumor has it he actually won an international award. Now that he's returned to the country to open a restaurant, I bet booking a table is going to be a real struggle." Upon hearing this, Su Xun's curiosity was piqued even more. He clicked his tongue in approval. "That title sounds pretty impressive. Let's go, let's head over there and experience his skills for ourselves." Before long, night had fallen. A crescent moon hung suspended right overhead, scattering a silvery light over the bustling, prosperous metropolis. What met their eyes was a massive crowd of people patiently lining up in an endless queue, waiting for their turn to enter the restaurant. Just stepping out of the car, the couple walked forward with their fingers tightly intertwined. He also carefully turned back to remind Qinzhu, "Wait obediently in the car for us." The ghost girl inside whimpered in agreement, "Yes, master." Zikin snuggled close against Su Xun's arm, whispering softly, "With it packed this tight, we're definitely going to miss out on a meal." Glancing past that endlessly long line, he confidently lifted his chin. "How would we know if we can get anything good without charging in and trying first?" Targeting a specific couple, Su Xun approached with a bright smile, asking, "Hey buddy, would you mind giving up this spot for me? I'm willing to compensate you with cold, hard cash." Du and Zio Li immediately bristled like porcupines. "Are you drunk without even drinking yet? I've been camping here since 6 in the damn morning. Even if you brought a mountain of gold, I absolutely wouldn't give it up." "You must be sick in the head. Did you really think we were desperate for your few spare coins?" He leisurely pulled out a check and waved it around. "Bro, just take a look at the number first before making your final decision." The girl didn't even bother glancing at it, curling her lip in disdain. "What era is this, still using checks? You're just a massive show-off." Despite their tough talk, the two couldn't suppress their curiosity and sneaked a peek down. The young man's eyes bugged out like saucers as he stammered, shouting, 666,666 yuan. In a flash, the lovebirds hurriedly gave up their prime spot. They even bowed 90 degrees, obediently chanting in unison, "Have a great meal, boss." A girl standing right behind them, witnessing the whole thing, resentfully pinched her boyfriend and scolded, "I told you to drag yourself here early and you didn't listen. See, we just missed out on a gold mine." The poor guy could only curl up, crying silently. Finally, the lovebirds took their seats. Zikin sat opposite, curiously asking, "Throwing money out the window like that, won't it cause too much of a scene?" Su Xun shrugged nonchalantly, "I'd love to play poor and miserable too, but my finances just won't allow it, babe." At that exact moment, the system's dinging sound rang out cheerfully. "Congratulations to the host for reaching the goal earlier than expected, officially unlocking the permanent skill, spirit channeling, along with an unnamed treasure chest. Would you like to open it right now?" He smirked triumphantly, silently commanding to open the gift. His mind quickly pieced things together. It seemed old Qing Yang had already broadcasted the name Su Xun to his fellow colleagues. So those Taoist priests were actually the strategic pieces on this chessboard in Jiangzhou. The notification panel flashed. Hooray, the host has just hit the jackpot with an earth-shattering reward. Charm stat permanently boosted by 300%. Su Xun hurriedly grabbed his phone screen to inspect his looks, muttering in doubt. It said it boosted my attractiveness, but no matter how I look at it, it's the same old handsome face. I don't see a single bit of difference, huh? At the same time, Zikin's cheeks suddenly flushed as red as a tomato. She covered her mouth and spoke shyly. This is so weird. Why is it that just staring at you for the past few minutes has made my heart pound so wildly and intensely? Zikin's slender legs instinctively kept brushing lightly against his thighs under the table. Su Xun's eyes widened, his brain processing the situation rapidly. Oh my God, don't tell me that added charm stat is actually boosting lustful emotions. He lowered his head slightly, lips curving into an incredibly mysterious smile. This time he had truly hit the mother lode. Right then, a waiter briskly brought over the menu, warmly welcoming them. Dear guests, please take your time choosing your food. Su Xun didn't even bother hiding his dark, dirty thoughts. His eyes scanned the menu while he loudly asked, does your place have any dishes that greatly replenish vitality? I anticipate having to plow extremely hard tonight, so I need to fully recharge my energy first. The waiter hastily gestured and introduced with extreme professionalism. In that case, I strongly recommend the King's Feast, personally prepared by our restaurant's head chef, Shen Fang. He didn't even care what was in it, carelessly nodding approved, serve one of those right up. Waiting until the staff member was out of sight, she finally pouted, lightly pinching his arm and scolding, plow hard my foot. Tone down your nonsense in public places, will you? Su Xun mischievously teased back, oh that's funny. I didn't specifically name you to join me, so why is your face flushing so red? Right at that moment, the system screen flashed with text again. Is the host willing to activate a new identity? He decisively commanded, accept the new identity. Data rapidly poured into his brain. Congratulations, you have officially donned the title, God of Cookery of Longyu. We're a prodigious talent in the culinary world. 5 years ago, as if falling from the sky, you single-handedly turned the entire culinary map of Longyu upside down. You traveled across all countryside regions, challenged every chef's arena and faction, and extracted the quintessence of all things. Your whereabouts and background were as mysterious as a thick fog, and people hailed you as the God of Cookery of Longyu until you decided to retire from the martial world, vanishing without a trace. Accompanying skills: total mastery of all categories, from Chinese cuisine, Western cuisine, pinnacle pastries, the overlord of cold cuts, divine fruit and vegetable carving, to premium dough kneading and fruit jam making. Attached quest chain: open a restaurant and turn it into a globally renowned legend, with a strict time limit of a mere 30 days. Su Xun was so thrilled that his eyes shone brightly. He silently screamed in delight, God of Cookery, this cover identity sounds truly majestic. With a status this high, I'm still forced to lower myself to taste the handiwork of these amateurs. After a short wait, a lavish banquet was neatly laid out, accompanied by the waiter's clear voice. The King's Feast, crafted by the very hands of head chef Shen Fang, is all served. Please enjoy, you two. Zikin was probably so hungry that she was dizzy. She hurriedly took a spoon, scooped up a mouthful of soup, and slurped it down. Just a split second later, Zikin's eyes widened, sparkling as if holding a myriad of stars. She kept marveling, oh wow, the flavor is absolutely top-notch. She hurriedly urged you should try it quickly. The diners around them also showered praises. No wonder people are willing to wait in line forever. It melts on the tongue, truly an earthly delicacy, fully deserving of its reputation, totally worth the effort. Meanwhile, he just hemmed and hawed hesitantly, pushing the plate of food away. Help yourself, it's all yours. Su Xun, on the other hand, was groaning internally in disgust. From the presentation to the flavor, not a single dish managed to pass the bare minimum. Swallowing this garbage is a total insult to my taste buds. At that very moment, Shen Fang was standing on the mezzanine, arms crossed, scanning the area. He smugly commented, the customer turnout today seems much more bustling than last time. Manager Chen, waiting on him from behind, immediately clapped his hands in sycophantic praise. Chef Shen's golden hands have reached the supreme realm. Who in this land of Jiangzhou isn't head over heels for your cooking? I bet even if the God of Cookery descended to work the wok, he might not be able to surpass you. He suddenly turned around, coldly cutting him off. Although I've never had the honor of beholding my master's face, you are forbidden from using him as a point of comparison. My master's realm has reached divine status. whereas I am still young and have a long way to go in my cultivation." Manager Chen was so scared he curled up like a turtle retracting its head. He obediently nodded along, "Yes, yes, yes. After all, you are still radiating with youth. The title of the god of cookery will fall into your hands sooner or later." Suddenly, Shen Fang's gaze stopped at a corner table. He frowned and blurted out an ear-piercing "Oh." Shen Fang leaned his arms on the railing, stretching down to get a clear view of Zikin trying hard to feed him food. "Open your mouth. You have to taste at least a little bit." Before the food could even touch his lips, Su Xun grabbed his throat, turned to the side, and dry-heaved loudly. After his little act, he grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth and judged with a grimace, "It's terribly awful. I give up, you finish paying the bill." Seeing this, the surrounding diners threw sharp glares at Su Xun, whispering critically, "Is this guy crazy? How dare he throw insults at Grandmaster Shen's magnificent feast?" The head chef, hands clasped behind his back, caught snippets of the criticism and flew into a rage, growling, "Terribly awful." Seeing Shen Fang personally walking over, the crowd enthusiastically whipped out their phones, snapping photos nonstop. Some even gossiped with a sneer, "Head chef Shen is making a move. This brat is about to face disaster. Daring to run his mouth and trash talk right in front of the man himself, he must be a spy sent by a rival." He waved his hand, the corner of his mouth twitching as he hastily made an excuse to cover it up. "Buddy, you've got a huge misunderstanding. My stomach is just protesting. It's not because your food is hard to swallow." But deep down he was cursing, "Damn it, does this guy have ears everywhere?" I was just grumbling softly, and it already went straight into his ears. He smirked disdainfully, glancing to the side to give an order. "Manager Chen, please instruct the security team to be a bit more thorough. This luxurious place isn't meant for low-class trash to run rampant in. Serving exquisite delicacies and precious food to the kind of commoner used to eating garbage is just a total waste of heaven's gifts." Old Chen bowed subserviently and nodded sharply. "Yes, boss, I'll go remind the security team to kick them out immediately." Having delivered his verdict, Shen Fang turned on his heel to leave, scoffing with clear contempt, "What a cheap and vulgar peasant." But suddenly a deep voice cut in, "Stand right there." Getting his pride stepped on, Su Xun laid his cards on the table and slammed him straight to his face. "I planned to take a step back and leave you some dignity, but you thought I was an easy target. So I'll be completely blunt, the trash you cook is no different from garbage." The entire dining room boiled over, half furious and half utterly stunned by his unprecedented insult. Garbage? This wet behind-the-ears brat dares to call Grandmaster Shen's food garbage. This guy's got nerves of steel. Shen Fang's fists immediately clenched, cracking loudly. He enunciated every word, grinding his teeth in a threat. "If you have the guts, repeat that one more time for me to hear." Su Xun leisurely stood up straight, his finger tapping against the table of food, lecturing confidently. "As a rule, for any fine delicacy, the first core element is that it must be visually appealing and rich in aroma." Hearing his tough words, the surrounding diners stared wide-eyed, their faces all displaying extreme bewilderment at this fierce counterattack. He continued his loud analysis. "The plating must instantly stimulate the customer's visual senses, making them crave it, but your mess of a dish is miles behind the starting line." How could Manager Chen swallow that lump of anger? The old man waved his arm, pointing directly at his face and screaming furiously. Ignoring the old man's mad barking, Su Xun continued mocking relentlessly, "Standing around until your legs ache all day, starving until your eyes go blurry. Even a plain vegetarian bun would taste like a royal feast. So of course, everyone here is praising it to the skies." After listening and pondering for a moment, the crowd seemed to be psychologically manipulated, all changing their tune at once. "Spot on, hearing this young man's analysis woke me up. The flavor is just average for these so-called five-star restaurants. There's nothing special about it." Shen Fang was so furious his face turned red, his expression pale with rage as he frantically argued, "Tricking who? Being blindly devoted to what? I carry the title of the god of cookery's true disciple. Why on earth would I need to use those cheap tricks?" Su Xun gently stroked his chin, looking thoughtful, muttering under his breath, "Hold on a second. I haven't managed to recall the memories of this new role yet." Seeing this, Shen Fang also endured the humiliation and stood still, planning to see what other tricks this little brat could pull off. In just a minute, Su Xun clapped his palm and cheered as if he had struck gold. "Got it now." He pointed his index finger straight at the guy's face and exposed him, "True disciple my foot. You merely snagged a garbage trophy at some international competitions, then thumped your chest, claimed the title, and raked in the fame. Hearing this, Zikin's jaw dropped in awe. What? Having his dark secret exposed, Shen Fang jumped up and screamed noisily. You bastard, how dare you? Spouting venomous lies, you're slandering my reputation. There was no way Su Xun was going to back down, delivering another fatal blow. You bet that the god of cookery, who had washed his hands and retired, wouldn't waste his breath jumping out to clarify things, so you threw money to gag the press and hype yourself up. If only you had used that cunning brain of yours for cooking, the world would have been much better off. He was so ruthlessly scolded, he couldn't even save face, tongue-tied, only managing to squeeze out one word, you. Itching to fight, Manager Chen lunged in to defend him, aggressively twisting the logic. The god of cookery of Long Guo has kept his whereabouts hidden for years. Not even a blurry photo can be dug up. Why would you know the root of the matter so thoroughly? Shen Fang seized the opportunity to grasp at straws. Exactly, how could a bastard like you know the ins and outs between me and the god of cookery? Manager Chen, quickly call the police and arrest this fabricator. He calmly slipped one hand into his pocket, his face confidently declaring a shocking truth. The answer is very simple, because I am the god of cookery in the flesh. Zikin, who had been sticking by Su Xun's side all this time, never expected this plot twist either. Her eyes widened in shock, her mouth hanging open in sheer disbelief. The people around them suffered the same fate, all completely freezing in their tracks at the information they just heard. The head chef's eyes bulged like a bullfrog, sweat pouring from his forehead like rain, plunged into absolute flustered panic. The crowd started putting their heads together to dissect and probe the god of cookery of Long Guo. You are the god of cookery. He scratched his head and lifted his chin, asking back, what's wrong, don't I look the part? Manager Chen shoved his obnoxious face right into Su Xun's, growling, how do you look the part at all? Did you escape from an asylum or forget to take your meds? Coming all the way to my restaurant to cause a scene and spout nonsense, you're getting more and more out of line. He grabbed his shoulder and shoved the old man toward Shen Fang, pointing his finger straight at the guy's face and declaring loudly, if you don't believe it, drag this guy out and confront him. Shen Fang was sweating buckets, profusely stammering out a single word, you. The public was thrown into a boiling frenzy once again. Assuming head chef Shen really is the god of cookery's true disciple, he must have seen his face. So in conclusion, am I him or not? Just ask him and everything will be clear. Shen Fang grimaced at the supreme master towering before him, inwardly lamenting how cruel the heavens were. Was his luck really that rotten? Just poking his head out, and he immediately bumped into the real god of cookery. Thinking back to the past, that legendary figure always wore a wide-brimmed hat that concealed his face, but this person had exposed their secret meeting place without missing a beat. Could he really be the true master? The people around were still craning their necks, waiting for a confession. The old manager anxiously pressed, Master Shen, is what he said true? Shen Fang resolved to deny it completely. He threw his arm up, firmly rejecting it. These are all fabricated lies. Even in your dreams you could never be my master. There's no way I'm revealing my master's information. No matter what, it's definitely not you. In his mind, he was frantically calculating. He had to ride the tiger since he was already on its back. Even if it killed him, he couldn't admit it. He just had to bluff his way through. Su Xun lightly covered his mouth and smirked. Well, still stubbornly refusing to admit it, huh? It doesn't matter, I already guessed as much. A young man with an itchy mouth waved his hand and challenged, if you boldly claim to be the god of cookery, then pull out a wok and show off a few basic moves to open our eyes. The crowd clapped wildly, playing along, exactly. You two should compete right here and now, we'll gladly be the impartial judges. Hearing this, Shen was furious inside. Buddy, stop fueling the fire for me. What's the point of competing right now? What if he turns out to be the real deal? Where would I even hide my face? Shen Fang frantically tried to slip away, tactfully declining, no way, this guy is a fraud by nature. How could I let him set foot in my kitchen area? My kitchen stores all my secret recipes. What do I do if he steals them all? The crowd found this somewhat reasonable after hearing it. Coming to think of it, that makes sense. So how should we resolve this smoothly now? He smirked and reached out his hand, offering a solution. Let's make it clear like this. Tomorrow morning, I will officially open a restaurant right here in this city. I will post the specific address online right away. Everyone is welcome to come and have a taste, and I especially invite head chef Shen here to learn on the spot. The screen cut to Su Xun's company. Liu Yu stared at the computer monitor, complaining in frustration. Boss Su truly doesn't take his work seriously at all. He's been leaving early, coming home late, and has been completely off the grid for a long time. Just then, Li Dao walked by her desk holding a stack of documents. Liu Yu softly cleared her throat and called out, "Boss Li." He slowly turned on his heel, squinting and asking, "Is there something wrong?" She stammered, scratching her head, "Boss, have you been able to contact Boss Su lately? With the big boss disappearing like this, what's going to happen to the corporation's business?" Li Dao smiled brightly to relieve the tension. "Ah, so it's about that. My thoughts were the same as yours, so a few days ago, I took the initiative to meet him privately." He uttered a sentence exactly as Boss Su had conveyed it. It truly enlightened me completely, leaving Liu Yu staring blankly, utterly confused. Li Dao half closed his eyes, visualizing the young boss's radiant handsomeness, captivating demeanor, and warm, deep voice. Tried to mimic Su Xun's mannerisms at the time and recited the dialogue. "If a company collapses just because I am absent, then that would be my most humiliating failure. Boss Su's domineering mindset is truly beyond my reach." The girl nodded in realization upon hearing this. Oh, so that's his philosophy. Speak of the devil, the desk phone rang loudly, the screen flashing an incoming call from Boss Su. Liu Yu hastily picked up the receiver. "Yes, I'm listening, Boss Su." With the phone in one hand, she fumbled around and muttered the order she just received. "Number 230 Changjiang Street, urgent situation, emergency summons." "Yes, understood, I'll be right there." Li Dao snooped eagerly, asking frantically, "Did Boss Su run into some kind of emergency?" Liu Yu clenched her fists resolutely. "I don't know either, I just received an order to get there at top speed." She hurriedly sprinted out the door as fast as she could, looking back to wave goodbye. "I'm off, Boss Li." Old Dao stayed behind, clenching his fist and raising it in the air in a gesture of determination. "Do your best." While running as fast as her legs could carry her, Liu Yu couldn't stop analyzing. On the surface, Boss Su looks like he's just slacking off, but in reality, he's scheming for the future. The boss is definitely secretly preparing for an even grander career. Her eyes shone brightly, overflowing with intense faith and love, vowing to herself, "I swear I will do everything in my power to support him." Cutting back to this side, Su Xun had already managed to throw on his head chef uniform. He clicked his tongue in surprise. "You got here that fast." With one hand behind his back, Su Xun swung the other to point up at the Su Xun signboard, asking confidently, "Take a look. How do you like the name I picked for this restaurant?" Liu Yu rested her hands on her knees, panting heavily. Thinking her boss had run into some emergency, she complained, "Oh, Boss Su, you vanished from the company for so long just to open a restaurant." The young man didn't even care about his employees' sweat, shrugging ruthlessly as he replied, "You're joking, right? Can't you see this place just opened for business?" Liu Yu stroked her chest to slow her heart rate down, muttering to reassure herself, "Oh right, you scared me half to death just now." He started dragging things out, bringing up the past to dissect. "Well, I used to set up a fortune-telling stall under the bridge before, didn't I?" That irrelevant remark completely froze her in her tracks, dumbfounded by her boss's optimistic spirit. Having said enough, Su Xun lifted his chin, turned around, and instructed, "All right, stop standing there looking lost. I called you here to help out." She lowered her head, whispering in embarrassment, "The only thing I'm good at is making instant noodles. What exactly can I do in a place like this?" A while later, he smirked triumphantly, admiring the two beautiful women wearing seductive uniforms. Su Xun let out a sound of praise. "It seems my taste in clothes is incredibly sensible." He clapped his hands a few times to build up momentum. "Su Xun is officially open for business today. I'll hold down the fort in the kitchen, and you girls will handle the service out front." Zikin crossed her arms, sulking and protesting. "You're the dignified boss of a massive corporation. Yet you couldn't even hire any waiters, forcing us to show our faces and greet the guests instead." Su Xun sweet-talked to coax her. "I've already pasted the hiring notices everywhere. You two young ladies, just bear with it and help me out for now." Suddenly, a loud shout tore through the peaceful atmosphere. "Who's the owner of this joint? Get out here." Three tough-looking old men with fierce faces barged straight into the restaurant, lifting their chins and threatening, "A newly opened restaurant, and you didn't even bother coming to greet your elders? You truly have no manners." Zikin stepped back in panic. With one hand on her chest, she clumsily fished out her phone with the other and whispered, "It's the protection fee gang again. Let me call Brother Liu Hu over to chase them away." He immediately stopped her hand and brushed the idea off entirely. "Guests have arrived at our doorstep. Why would we chase them away?" Su Xun maintained his polite demeanor, opening his hand to kindly invite them. "Please sit down first, three big brothers. Would you like to enjoy something? A thug strained his neck and yelled right in his face, "We're here to collect the protection fee. A newly opened shop must pay 3,000 up front, otherwise, you people won't be able to stay in business, believe it or not." Su Xun remained completely unfazed, persuading them, even if you're collecting a protection fee, you still need to eat, right? Just sit down and taste our restaurant's cooking first. If you find it unappetizing, not only will I not charge you, but I will also compensate you double. The three thugs heard this bargain and couldn't believe it was true. They stared blankly and cursed, "Is there something wrong with this kid's head?" The skinny guy tapped on the table and whispered, "Boss, can we trust what this kid says? What if he tricks us?" The bald guy crossed his arms and yelled fiercely, "He wouldn't dare, I'll tear his restaurant apart." His eyes immediately darted to Zikin and Liu Yu standing there, drooling as he praised, "Though I have to say, the waitresses here are quite eye-catching." Liu Yu fidgeted anxiously and asked Miss N, "Does Boss Su really know how to cook?" Zikin scrolled through her phone, smiling comfortingly, "Don't worry. Even if he brings out a pile of terrible food, these three wouldn't dare to complain." The secretary jumped up restlessly and paced back and forth, still unable to feel at ease. Should we call someone to protect Boss Su? How can he stand against those three guys alone? Liu Yu quietly walked towards the kitchen, peeked through the door, and her jaw dropped in absolute shock. Inside the kitchen, Su Xun was stir-frying with the masterful proficiency of a true master chef in a major tournament. Right next to him, Qin Zhu excitedly tossed a freshly cleaned fish through the air toward him, shouting loudly, "The fish is prepped, master." Su Xun caught the rhythm, swiftly grabbing an incredibly sharp knife. While the fish was still suspended in midair, he turned his back without even looking at it, swinging the knife in a flash with a few swift slashes. Just 1 second later, the fish was perfectly deboned. Not only that, all the meat had been transformed into paper-thin, perfectly even fillets. Standing outside, Liu Yu's eyes widened in amazement and awe. Could it be that Boss Su's true hidden identity is a super chef? Out in the lobby, the bald guy had lost his patience, slamming his hand heavily on the table and threatening, "Is the food ready yet? We're about to smash this place to pieces." Just as he finished his sentence, Su Xun leisurely walked out wiping his hands with a towel, followed by two beautiful waitresses carrying 4 beautifully plated, mouth-watering dishes. He smiled and said modestly, "It's been a while since I cooked, so my skills are a bit rusty. Sorry to keep you bosses waiting." Liu Yu carefully placed each exquisite dish on the table. One thug barked arrogantly, "I get it, so you're a newbie using us 3 brothers as guinea pigs for your garbage food." But the bald boss suddenly took a sniff, his cheeks turning a passionate, flushed pink. "Hold on a minute, this delicious aroma." All 3 thugs sat dumbfounded in front of the lavish feast, which was radiating an incredibly intoxicating scent all around. Su Xun gently gestured, "Please try it. If you have any complaints or suggestions, feel free to speak your mind." The bald guy hesitantly covered his face with one hand, while waving his chopsticks at the food with the other to put on a tough front. "My brothers and I eat food of this caliber every day. Let me tell you in advance, you better have that 20,000 yuan ready." But his 2 lackeys, craving it beyond their limits, shrieked, "Boss, please let me take the first bite. I'm starving to death." With that, both of them buried their faces in the food, devouring it ravenously and slurping up every drop of soup. The bald guy exploded in anger, jumping up and screaming, "You 2 bastards." Su Xun, Liu Yu, and Zikin could only stare blankly at the chaotic scene unfolding before them. The bald boss looked heartbrokenly at the table, where only a few measly scraps remained. He lunged forward, fighting for the food. "Save a piece for me, you bastards. Spit the meat out of your mouths right now." Time passed, and the golden sunlight filtered through the lush green leaves. Right in the middle of God of Cookery Pavilion's lobby, the pile of plates was now wiped spotless, without a single crumb left behind. Liu Yu and Zikin stared in awe. Oh my God, they licked the plates cleaner than washing them with water. After stuffing themselves full, the 3 middle-aged men leaned back in their chairs, relaxing and basking in absolute satisfaction. Su Xun smiled, reading their minds. "It seems you 3 are quite pleased with today's meal." Hearing this, the 3 guys sprang up, their faces turning beet red with immense embarrassment. They stammered and stuttered, scratching their heads and making up all sorts of excuses. This level of cooking, honestly, basically, in short. He crossed his arms tightly, furrowed his brows, and shot them a piercing glare. The group suddenly burst into loud sobs, spilling their true feelings. "Oh boss, I really can't lie to my conscience anymore. It's too exceptional. Me too, I swear I can't go against my conscience. I tasted the exact same flavor my grandma used to cook for me back in the day. After that, they coughed up the money to pay the bill and left. Su Xun even stood there waving his hand, calling after them, "Welcome back next time." Zikin counted the money while clicking her tongue in admiration. Who would have thought you could squeeze cash out of thugs who collect protection fees? Just as the three were about to celebrate, a sweet, somewhat familiar voice echoed in, "Excuse me, are you hiring waitstaff here?" It turned out to be Yuru, holding a folder, stepping happily through the door and timidly adding, "I'm here to apply for a job." Rumors began spreading like wildfire, causing shock everywhere. The god of cookery had appeared, drawing crazy crowds of people rushing to eat the restaurant dry. Cutting to Shen Fang's office, he slammed the newspaper onto his desk, screaming bitterly, "Damn it, this guy is clearly targeting me." Just then, the phone on the desk buzzed, displaying the caller id as the manager. He had to grit his teeth and answer, "Hello, manager," but before he could say anything, he was hit with a barrage of words. "Hey Shen, have you seen the news? That kid from the other day is definitely the god of cookery. Couldn't you even recognize your own master? I spent a fortune to hire you. Now look at this, not a single soul is coming to eat at our restaurant anymore. Prepare the money to compensate and pay me back." Shen Fang frantically tried to smooth things over. "Manager, please calm down. He calls himself the god of cookery, and you actually believe him. That title has shaken the world for years. How old is that brat? It's clearly just a bunch of thugs running a scam for fame." The person on the other end of the line was still boiling with rage, yelling, "I don't care if it's a scam or not. Right now, the restaurant can't do business. Tell me how you're going to fix this." He grabbed a razor-sharp knife, revealing a dark intention. "Don't worry, sir, I've already set a trap. By tomorrow, I will tear off his mask for the world to see. Just wait and count your money." The manager finally calmed down a bit and snorted coldly, "Fine, you better not disappoint me again." Shen Fang twirled the knife in his hand, cursing under his breath, "Whether he's the real god of cookery or a fake, if he dares to block my path to wealth, he shouldn't blame me for what happens next." With that, he forcefully slammed the sharp tip of the knife deep into the desk. The cold blade struck right at a picture of Su Xun's handsome face. He hissed through his teeth, emphasizing every word, "They all must die." Back at God of Cookery Pavilion, the masses were still flocking in overwhelming numbers, forming an endlessly long, winding line. Two young men waiting way at the back whispered to each other, "What's so special about this restaurant that people are lining up so extravagantly? Could the owner be spending money to hire fake customers for marketing?" A polite man in a suit heard this, turned around, and retorted, "That's ridiculous. Their place is the most viral thing on the internet right now. Why would they need to throw money at fake crowds? On one hand, it's because the chef's skills are truly outstanding. On the other hand, just wait until the doors open and you'll see for yourselves." Just as he finished speaking, the restaurant doors slowly opened. The crowd erupted into a joyous uproar, "It's open, it's open." As soon as the restaurant's three beauties stepped out, they immediately drew countless thirsty gazes from the lecherous crowd. With eyes full of love, they screamed, "The goddesses are out, bros." Zikin stood before the crowd, graciously opening her arms in welcome. "Welcome to God of Cookery Pavilion, please step inside." Everyone's faces flushed red with astonishment as they gasped in awe, "Oh my God, what kind of high-class restaurant is this? The staff are all fairies descended from heaven. I definitely have to give this place a try." The crowd surged forward, pushing and shoving so intensely that a warning had to be broadcasted over the loudspeaker. "Ladies and gentlemen, please do not push. Kindly maintain order and safety." Yuru smiled gently, pointing at the menu and kindly guiding them. "Please just scan the code, and you can start ordering your food." Liu Yu's hands moved nimbly to print receipts, while her ears rang with the lively, bustling atmosphere that filled the entire restaurant. Inside the kitchen, Su Xun seemed to have 3 heads and 6 arms, constantly tossing pans to produce perfect, aromatic dishes. Qinju was overwhelmed, clutching the order slips and muttering like a monk chanting scriptures. Table 3 has spicy stir-fried pork, sweet and sour ribs, garlic greens. Table 5 ordered spicy braised fish, hot and sour shredded potatoes. Oh my God, it's so incredibly packed. He paused for a beat, thinking to himself, today the food is top tier and the eye candy is fully satisfied. Who would have thought that Yan Yuru would stoop to working as a waitress? A woman's mind truly is like finding a needle in a haystack. After surviving a chaotic battle of serving tables, the trio finally found a brief moment of free time to sit and sip some tea to unwind. However, Lurking behind Su Xun was a mysterious guy acting extremely shady. The man cleared his throat, looking quite pleased as he muttered that once the last customer finished eating, the restaurant could close up and they could go to sleep. He suddenly stood up, leaving behind a whole table of half-eaten, messy food. The identity of this person was none other than Shen Fang. He hastily pulled down his baseball cap to hide his face, then turned and asked in a low voice, "Excuse me, where is the restroom?" Yuru cheerfully waved her hand to point the way. "It's all the way in the back, just walk straight and take a left, you'll be right there." Before long, the three beautiful girls were happily raising their hands and cheering. "Ladies, let's hurry up and clean so we can sneak out and go home." Right at that moment, Su Xun's eyes suddenly sharpened, locking tightly onto Shen Fang's fading silhouette. The next day, people lined up like a winding dragon again, screaming excitedly, "Boss, hurry up and open the doors, we want to look at the pretty girls, and our stomachs are practically eating themselves over here." Suddenly, a law enforcement bureau vehicle screeched to a halt right in front of the restaurant. Zhang Qi stepped out of the car with a stone-cold expression, loudly ordering a complete lockdown and an immediate search. Liu Yu ran inside as fast as her legs could carry her to report, "Boss Su, we're doomed. People from the Law Enforcement Bureau are here, they say they want to shut our place down." Hearing this, he just looked bewildered and mumbled, "They're only showing up now? I thought they would have been here since last night." She widened her eyes and asked persistently, "Did you anticipate they were coming?" Su Xun stood up unhurriedly and spoke nonchalantly, "Let's go welcome our VIPs." Oli was also on the scene at lightning speed to deliver breaking news. The Law Enforcement Bureau just issued a closure order for God of Cookery Pavilion. What kind of scandal is God of Cookery Pavilion mixed up in? Please stay tuned as we follow the story. Zhang Qi held out his badge and demanded arrogantly, "Where is your boss hiding? Call him out right now." Yuru stayed completely silent, secretly glancing at the man, while Zikin clutched her chest anxiously and replied, "If you have any issues, you can just talk to me." Right at that moment, Su Xun strode out casually and announced clearly, "I am the one in charge here. If there's a problem, please speak to me." The man immediately stood up straight, using a condescending tone, "I'll give you one last chance. Whatever heinous crime you've committed, confess it voluntarily." The young man casually chewed on the word, "Crime? I'm just a gentle, law-abiding cook. How could I possibly break the law?" Su Xun waved his hands, gave a careless shrug and stretched. "Hey leader, did you get your wires crossed or something?" Zhang Qi, too lazy to argue over nonsense, waved his hand and ordered, "Escort him inside, hurry up." Shen Fang, wearing the exact same outfit as yesterday, strolled inside with a laid-back, swaggering attitude. Oli's sharp eyes recognized him instantly, and she immediately raised the question, "Shen Fang, the top disciple of the God of Cookery. Could it be that he is here to expose his own master? Is their master-disciple bond completely shattered?" He crossed his arms, smirking sarcastically. "My dear disciple, your master has been running this business for so long. Why did you wait until today to show your face and congratulate me?" Also curled his lips in retort, conveniently throwing in some slander. "You fraud, stop your barking. Although my master has never shown his face, I am 100% sure he is nothing like you. You have the guts to borrow his name to scam people. Today I swear to enact justice on heaven's behalf and clean you up." Su Xun opened his hands, firing back fiercely. "A fraud. The public's eyes are as bright as stars. If my skills were trash, would they really bother waiting in endlessly long lines just to try my food?" The crowd eagerly eavesdropping outside started adding fuel to the fire. "Spot on, Chef God's cooking skills are top tier. Hurry up and open the doors, our stomachs are protesting heavily." Seeing the situation, Zhang Qi cut in, "Enough lip service. Where did you hide the evidence?" Shen Fang pointed his finger forward, stating loudly, "Behind the kitchen, hidden inside the spice bag." Hearing this, Zikin jumped in shock, crying out, "Huh, what?" The man immediately urged his subordinates to rush in and search. The crew solemnly shouted in unison, "Understood." She glanced at the silhouettes of the group, asking in a tiny voice, "Are we really doomed?" The young man, however, remained cool as a cucumber without dropping a single bead of sweat, leisurely offering, "Why just stand there and make your legs tired? Sit down and let's have a chat." The trio sat down together at a dining table. Su Xun didn't beat around the bush and hit straight to the point. "You guys storming my restaurant, what exactly are you plotting?" The man scanned him, sneering, "Stop playing dumb. I bet your stomach is tied in knots with panic right now, isn't it?" The law enforcement team hurriedly ran back out, holding a bag of spices and reporting their findings. Aside from this bag of ingredients, we didn't find anything else. Besides, there's nothing unusual about this bag either. Shen Fang slammed both hands on the table, springing up like a coiled spring, screaming in agitation. How can something so ridiculous happen? He snatched the spice bag with lightning speed, frantically saying, "Do you guys even know what that thing looks like? Hand it over, I'll inspect it myself." The people around blinked in confusion at Shen Fang's frantic digging. Someone then spoke up, "Then you can go dig for it yourself." He rested his chin on his hand, dropping a half-joking remark. "My good little disciple, what are you digging for? Do you need your master to lend a hand?" He glared fiercely and shouted back, "Shut your mouth, once I dig it out, you better prepare for your funeral." Jiang Qi raised his hand to signal an announcement. "Mr. Su, let me be straight with you. We received an anonymous tip that the food in your restaurant is laced with addictive substances, which is why people are so obsessed with it." Su Xun immediately let out a fake gasp of horror. "Oh my God, what? Addictive substances? Those are toxic drugs banned by every country." Shen Fang was stunned upon hearing this, accidentally blurting out, "Impossible, how could that be? Last night I clearly—" The law enforcement team immediately whipped their heads around, frowning as they asked, "You what?" He pointed his finger straight at Su Xun's face, continuing his malicious slander. "I bet he transferred it somewhere else. It's definitely still hidden in the kitchen." He stood as proud as a pine tree, nodding without the slightest flinch. "Great, there are tons of reporters here today. I'll throw the doors wide open for you to search. I want you to dig your own grave with your own hands and simultaneously clear up my crystal-clear reputation as the god of cookery." Shen Fang aggressively charged in, not forgetting to turn his head and drop a threat. "Just wash your neck and wait." Su Xun also openly raised his hand in welcome. "Please, brothers and sisters of the press, come right in. I hope everyone live streams this to avoid the dirty mudslinging of certain malicious individuals." Mo Li was incredibly proactive, agreeing instantly. "Deal, we swear to capture the whole scene without missing a single frame." The whole group banded together to turn the kitchen upside down, constantly grumbling. "Ridiculous, this is truly ridiculous. I'm absolutely sure it has to be somewhere in this corner." Standing outside, Yuru saw him casually pouring and sipping water, so she curiously asked, "That guy sneaked into the kitchen beforehand, why are you still so unfazed? What if he threw it in some other corner?" Su Xun raised his glass of water, leisurely replying to reassure her, "Rest easy. The old man threw it into that spice bag, and I already caught him and handled it cleanly." She widened her eyes in sheer astonishment. "Huh, how do you know it like the back of your hand?" He immediately thought of Qin Zhu's figure lying in ambush inside the kitchen, and calmly threw up a smokescreen. "Because I secretly installed a hidden camera in the back, obviously." After a fierce sweep, the whole kitchen was now torn apart as if a bomb had hit it, with things scattered everywhere. Shen Fang collapsed onto the floor, rambling in despair. It really vanished into thin air. How could this bizarre thing happen? Just then, Su Xun walked in side by side with Jiang Qi. He crossed his arms and asked smugly, "So how is it? Did you dig up the evidence you were just bragging about?" Hearing the voice, he whipped his head around and stared fixedly. Shen Fang, in his panic, exposed his fox tail, carelessly blurting out, "How did you detect the poppy shells? Where did you stuff them?" Su Xun shrugged, feigning innocence, and leisurely replied, "I have absolutely no clue what the hell you're rambling about. Something I haven't owned since the day I was born. What am I supposed to hide it with? A rubber band?" Jiang Qi glared fiercely at him, his voice hardening. "If you can't dig up the evidence, this counts as false accusation. Please come back to the station with us to have some tea and assist with the investigation." Outside, the sunlight was still a vibrant golden yellow, dotted with a few pristine white clouds drifting lazily through the sky. Seeing the group of people walking out one after another, the crowd started throwing insults. "What kind of game are you playing? Wasting our food and time. And you even dared to falsely accuse Chef God Su of using drugs. What cheap, garbage character. Letting him off easily like this is too good for him." Just as Jiang Qi grabbed the car door handle, a voice suddenly called out to stop them. "Hold on a second," making the guy turn his head to look back. He casually leaned against the wall, launching a counterattack. "If any crowded restaurant is accused of using poppy shells, then I'll take the liberty of exposing Chef Shen for using this banned substance too." Seeing himself being framed, Shen Fang immediately pointed his finger at Su Xun, throwing a fit. "You're barking mad. I haven't touched that filthy stuff since the day my parents gave birth to me." Jiang Qi also frowned and reminded, Mr. Su, when we solve cases, we have to speak with concrete evidence. Su Xun smirked mockingly. So did Shen Fang provide you guys with any evidence? Weren't you guys still eagerly showing up to search my place? He changed his expression to stone cold, swearing not to let the guy off. Let's go. Sorry to bother you, but escort me over there for a trip to check it out. If we flip the place and find nothing, I will personally drag my ass to the station for interrogation. The man was still standing there dumbfounded, watching Su Xun naturally hop into the car like a fly, hesitating as he spoke about this matter. Time passed quietly, and before long, the whole group had swarmed into Shen Fang's culinary headquarters. He curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. You brat named Su, I respect your stubbornness. If you manage to dig up poppy shells here, then we'll see, but my kitchen is as pure as distilled water. He stroked his chin while tossing a sarcastic remark. If you're going to play dirty, you better know how to wipe your mouth. Don't crow too early, young man. Zhang Qi was also getting fed up, clicking his tongue and saying, feel free to grope around. Whenever you dig something up, just give us a shout. Su Xun strolled around leisurely, running his fingers along the kitchen counter, acting fake polite. I also thought Chef Shen was a decent guy. But since I went through the trouble of coming all the way here, I might as well take a spin and see. Shen Fang stood on the other side with his arms crossed, continuing his bragging session. This guy is petty and holds a grudge. He clearly dragged you guys on a wild goose chase on purpose. The man interrupted him, snapping irritably. Could you mute your mic for me? Suddenly, the corner of his eye caught a type of spice, lying haphazardly right next to the sink. Su Xun pinched a bit of the dry ingredient and faked surprise. What kind of weird spice is this? My eyes aren't failing me, are they? Being an industry professional, Zhang Qi took one close look and recognized it instantly, shouting out, You can't run from heaven, this is exactly poppy shell. At this point his face turned pale green as he roared, What? This is completely absurd. How could my kitchen harbor this damn thing? Shen Fang immediately pointed the spearhead at him, shifting the blame as if his life depended on it. It's 100% him. He stuffed it in his clothes and smuggled it in here. He's deliberately playing dirty to frame me. Su Xun threw both hands in the air, shut his eyes tight, and finalized his plan. Since you're making such a huge fuss from this moment on, I absolutely won't touch a single thing of yours. You guys do the searching yourselves. The man immediately issued the order. Spread out and tear this place apart for me. I'm sure there must be leftovers. The lackeys swiftly roared, Yes, sir. So the whole squad aggressively charged in, tearing through every nook and cranny in the kitchen. Was now trembling uncontrollably, clutching his chest and desperately trying to clear his name. Boss, you have to believe me. Since birth, I've never dared to touch that contraband. This is clearly a super lame act of shifting the blame. I'm no stranger to this dirty trick. He's showing off his cheap tricks in front of an expert to fool you. Suddenly, a subordinate yanked open a wooden cabinet door, turned his head and called out, Boss, there's a safe hidden in here. Zhang Qi stomped over furiously, pointed straight at the safe and growled, Whose stuff is this? Shen Fang scratched his head and neck, sweating profusely and stammering, It's my safe, sir. Us chefs all keep a few family secret recipes that can't be leaked. I just shove them all in here and lock it up tight. He sniffled a bit, lighting the fuse. Who knows, maybe the poppy shells are also stashed inside there too. He was so provoked that his face turned bright red as he roared, Don't you talk shit. I'll pull it down and bust it wide open so you bastards can see for yourselves. Shen Fang hurriedly and clumsily hauled the safe down, fumbling with the passcode while his mouth kept running. People come and go in the kitchen all the time. Those poppy shells could very well have been smuggled in by someone to frame me. But I'm the only one who has the password to this safe. I guarantee the inside is spotlessly clean without a single flaw. He kept babbling endlessly without stopping. If it's actually in there, I promise I'll eat it raw. Before the final words even left his mouth, a pile of poppies was glaringly exposed right neatly next to his generational secret recipes. The law enforcement squad rushed in like a tornado, snapping a pair of handcuffs onto Shen Fang's wrists, snapping, Freeze, don't move. In the blink of an eye, Su Xun had triumphantly returned to his own restaurant. Mo Li jumped for joy, urging everyone, Chef God Su is back, everyone move fast. A swarm of reporters crowded around him, shoving microphones right into his face and interrogating him rapidly. Chef God Su, you hid your identity for so long, why expose it now? Rumors in the underworld say you're running a Fortune 500 conglomerate, so how do you plan to manage your grinding schedule? Why is your appearance aging backward? Do you have any immortal cultivation secrets to casually share with the public? Su Xun just gave a general concluding statement to brush them off. My passion for cooking is purely a personal hobby. It has nothing to do with those other things. Thank you all for your genuine support. The young women eagerly watching nearby were so captivated by his romantic, handsome looks that they were swooning, gasping endlessly. "O Mother of God, this man gives off such a deadly charm." While the crowd was still swarming, a luxurious car slowly pulled over to the curb from a distance. A young man dressed in a crisp, sharp suit stepped out. Two burly guys in black sleeves immediately parted the crowd like Moses parting the sea, shouting loudly, "Please step aside, make way." The young man immediately handed out his business card, speaking formally. "Greetings, Mr. Su. We are from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Currently, there are numerous international top executives eagerly waiting to taste your culinary skills. Please come with us for a trip." Su Xun splashed a bucket of cold water without mercy. "I only cook at God of Cookery Pavilion. Other than that, even if you pry my mouth open, I won't take a single step anywhere else." The crowd immediately pointed their phones to record his badass moment. He added, "Besides, my restaurant is currently packed with endless lines of waiting customers. If those top executives want to eat, they can haul themselves over here and wait in line." Having said that, Su Xun turned around and walked away, not bothering to give face as he looked back for a final word. "So that's settled. Please pass the message to them that my restaurant always welcomes them with open arms to come try the food." The two guys could only exchange awkward glances, their mouths stuttering in unison. Well, this is. He didn't care about their awkward expressions at all, just held his head high with overwhelming aura and walked straight into the lobby. Netizens once again got the chance to scream and cheer wildly. Chef God Su is freaking awesome, totally badass, worthy of the title of God. His charisma is off the charts. Su Xun smirked secretly in his heart. This young master's mission is to plot how to elevate this restaurant to universal heights. And you want me to go cook a state banquet for you? Go home and hug your pillow and dream on, baby. Another long, dragging day came to an end. A group of people were huddling together, their eyes glued to the news broadcast about Su Xun. The fiery debut of God of Cookery Pavilion has created a culinary earthquake that shook the entire realm. Tens of thousands of foodies have flocked here to hunt for this earthly delicacy. Rumor has it that the queue numbers are fully booked up to 10 days in advance. Suddenly, someone irritably grabbed the remote and clicked it, instantly turning off the screen. 5 figures were gathered around a tea table, everyone wearing the same gloomy, sour expression like minced meat cooked in porridge. The president of the Longguo Chef Association, Lu Gi, tilted his chin up and demanded, "Tell me, what's the plan now?" Tong Bao hurriedly leaned his head over to report the tense situation. Over a dozen foreign big shots have already made noises wanting to visit God of Cookery Pavilion. "I'm afraid we won't be able to cover this up anymore." The old man delivered a blistering slap to the table, roaring like a hungry tiger. "Bullshit. As the prestigious Longguo Chef Association, home to so many national treasure talents, how the hell are we being overshadowed by some random, third-rate street stall?" The person sitting next to him clicked his tongue and added, "If you think about it, the guy goes by the title God of Cookery. With such a blinding aura, how can we even argue against that?" Lu Gi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He darted his eyes at the young man, and a venomous scheme instantly flashed through his mind. Lu Gi stroked his beard, his face full of calculation. "Hold on a minute, you just sparked a brilliant idea for me." "Proof, huh? Why don't we just pretend to be friendly and toss him a chance to step up to the chopping block and prove his skills?" In less than a blink of an eye, Yu Rang frowned and immediately rejected it. "Absolutely not, President." The young man sitting next to him also nodded along. "If we compromise and acknowledge him as the God of cookery, our seats will sway with the wind. When that time comes, who will even respect us anymore?" The old man calmly rested his chin on his hand, starting to explain. "I'm just saying we throw him a lifeline of an opportunity. What if that brat slips up and fails?" Tong Bao excitedly jumped to conclusions, slapping his thigh in praise. "Brilliant idea, brilliant idea. Playing this trick not only polishes our label of older ginger is spicier, but also tears off that brat's mask, leaving him no way to use the God of Cookery title to scam people." Yu Rang crossed his arms, still looking deeply in thought. "But how do we set a trap to make him fall flat on his face? That's the real issue." Lu Gi put on a highly dangerous expression, reached out to grab a ripe red apple, and slowly laid out the plan. "Isn't the delegation from Banglai landing here in 2 days? They always have that mentality of wanting to dominate everything. Just push them into the wind, egg them on to send their #1 super chef to challenge Su Xun to a bloody battle, and it's done. The young man jumped in shock, stuttering, Bangle, let alone whether Su Xun would flop against their chef. What if that guy actually loses? The public's mentality will probably. The old man shot a gaze as sharp as a knife into the apple in his hand, coldly spitting out each word. If he tastes defeat, it falls right into my hands. That way, that brat named Su will be nailed to the pillar of shame for eternity. As for whether he will fail miserably or not. Lu Gi mercilessly crushed the apple to a pulp, his voice deep and malicious. Whoever I appoint as king gets the throne, and whoever I want in the mud must obediently lay down. Panning the camera back to Su Xun, as if he had just been cursed by someone badmouthing him behind his back, he sneezed repeatedly. Chinju caringly asked, "Did Master catch a cold?" Su Xun shook his head, denying it flat out. "Nothing's wrong at all." A cold drop of sweat rolled down his forehead, intuition telling him trouble was brewing. How bizarre, this instinct keeps ringing the alarm that someone is plotting to play dirty behind my back. That bastard Shen Fang clearly got taken away to eat state prison food, didn't he? Yuru stood in the lobby, enthusiastically waving her hands to coordinate. "Please be patient, everyone, and line up neatly." The waiting crowd immediately cut in with complaints. "Oh dear sister, our youth is draining away here. When is it finally our turn? Hurry up and tell the god of cookery to open the doors." Suddenly, a tourist bus screeched to a halt right by the curb, leaving her dumbfounded. Two middle-aged men staggered off the bus, smiling and chatting happily. "Oh my, we finally made it." An arrogant bodyguard rushed up to block the crowd, aggressively shooing them away. Clear out, make way. Shenshu Pavilion has been entirely booked by us today, so pack up and go home." The irritated crowd burst into angry curses. "What gives you the right to chase us away? We've been rooted here in line since dawn. Do you think you can just bark and take over the whole place?" All the blood drained from Yuru's face. She dashed inside as fast as her legs could carry her, calling out to Liu Yu, "Go carry Su Xun out here, quick. Things are getting intense." The black-clad bodyguard poked his finger right in the face of a nearby man, lifting his chin threateningly. "I'm giving you face, so don't push it. Don't choose the hard way over the easy way." The man didn't even blink, loudly clapping back. "You haven't even wiped the snot off your nose, and you dare to act tough, kid." The furious brat raised his hand, ready to slap him, yelling, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Just as his arm swung up to strike, a hand like an iron vice, belonging to Su Xun, clamped down tightly on his shoulder. Emitting a chilling aura, he casually interrogated, "The man is asking you a question. How long do you plan on living?" The words scared the living daylights out of the guy, his face turning pale as a ghost. Trembling, the bodyguard pointed a finger forward and threw a tantrum. "This lunatic dares to assault someone on official business." Su Xun leisurely rubbed his fingertips, mockingly slapping back. "You act worse than a spoiled young lady. I barely touched you and you're already screaming assault." The surrounding crowd burst into roaring laughter, while the guy could only stammer as he addressed him. He threw his hands up, unleashing another wave of sarcasm. "Besides, are my eyes going bad, or is there not a single soul here on official business? All I see is a brat crying out loud trying to cut the line." The crowd took the opportunity to pile on. "Exactly, get lost. Stop making a fool of yourself for everyone to laugh at." The bodyguard ground his teeth, clenching his fists and muttering, "Damn it." Suddenly, Lu Gi led a group of lackeys barging in from behind, harshly ordering him to stop at once. Acting like he found a savior, the bodyguard hastily pointed fingers and tattled, "President, I was just trying to clear the way, but this little punk." Instead of defending him, the old man delivered a stinging slap that left the grunt bleeding from the mouth. Gi angrily scolded, "You useless trash, what kind of dog-shit way of working is this? What did I drill into your thick skull? Tone down the arrogance, and don't think you are the father of the universe." Su Xun stood with his arms crossed, watching this comedy of friendly fire, utterly speechless. Playing the role of the good guy, the old man loudly lectured, "Every customer is God. What gives you the right to kick people out? Get lost, and don't let me see your face around here again." Holding his swollen cheek, the bodyguard swallowed his grievances. "Yes, it was my fault, President." Hiding in the distance, Yuru murmured in awe, "Well, look at that, this old guy seems pretty decent, doesn't he?" Zikin nodded in agreement. "True, much more reasonable than his errand boy." Liu Yu clicked his tongue, dropping a blunt remark. "Why the hell do I feel like his face looks incredibly sly and treacherous?" Which left the two girls dumbfounded. Gi cheerfully extended his hand to introduce himself. Greetings, Mr. Su. I am the president of the Longyu Culinary Association, Lu Gi. Hearing that title, the surrounding crowd collectively dropped their jaws in astonishment. They scrambled to pull out their phones, recording frantically and whispering to one another. Holy crap, the president of the Longyu Culinary Association. Why would such a big shot come all the way to this corner? The old man continued smoothly, 1,000 apologies to you. My brain-dead subordinate doesn't know how to behave and brought trouble to you. He shook his hand casually, brushing it off. It's nothing. President Lu is such a reasonable man, I am truly in awe. Guy turned his palm toward the two Westerners behind him, starting his introduction. These are all VIP guests who traveled all the way from abroad just to taste your craftsmanship. How about you make a slight exception and let them cut the line to get a table first? Thinking this deal would go through smoothly, he didn't expect Su Xun to flat-out reject him without mercy. I refuse. My restaurant doesn't discriminate based on nationality. First come, first served. Those who arrive late will just have to wait. Whatever number you get is the number you get. And if you gentlemen have deep pockets, feel free to use your cash to buy a spot from the people ahead of you. Yuru and Zikin stood on the sidelines, looking completely dumbfounded after hearing that. Embarrassed, Guy salvaged a stiff smile. Ah, understood. I'll explain it to them and we'll bite the bullet and wait in line for our turn. He gave a firm nod, agreeing instantly, deal. Seeing Guy awkwardly walking to the back of the line, the crowd went wild. Hey President, hold on a sec, I'll pass my spot to you. What do you think of the price? I'm ready to sell it. Zikin sneaked over and whispered in his ear. Did you really have to reject them so ruthlessly? Why not just give them a number and tell them to come back tomorrow for a win-win situation? Su Xun smacked his lips, reminding her, you girls are overthinking this, the reason that old fox came all the way here. He recalled the guy's bitter expression from earlier and concluded, I'm 100% sure it wasn't just to fill his stomach. The city was now draped in the quiet veil of night, with the moon hanging high in the sky. Su Xun, holding a glass of filtered water, quietly glanced at the group of people feasting and boasting loudly. Truly out of this world, top tier, very good. Yuru patted her chest, whispering, is this whole bunch made up of foreigners, boss, walking around without even bringing a translator? They speak the local language so fluently. Guy calmly walked over, interjecting, they are all hardcore officials from the embassy. After going undercover in our country for so many years, speaking the local language is something they could do in their sleep. The old man gulped, looking at the three stunning girls, and flattered him excessively. I really have to admit, Mr. Su is incredibly lucky. I've been working in state banquets for years and have never feasted my eyes on such stunning beauties. Didn't beat around the bush, cutting straight to the core. President Lu, please stop acting. You are the overlord of the Longyu culinary world. There's no way my few amateur female employees could catch your eye. You coming all this way to find me definitely involves some hidden agenda, so just spit it out. Guy slapped his thigh, laying it on thick, truly living up to the reputation. As expected of the notorious god of cookery in the underworld, young, talented, and sharply perceptive, not bad at all. On this trip of mine, there is indeed a mission that I want to ask Mr. Su to lend a hand with. Su Xun's face immediately darkened, grinding out those words. Notorious in the underworld. Listening to President Lu's tone, this god of cookery title of mine is just some cheap thug label, isn't it? The old man hastily waved his hands to do damage control. No, Mr. Su, you're overthinking it. I respect you from the bottom of my heart. Putting on a serious face, Guy started paving the way. But on the other hand, I hold the representative position of the Longyu Culinary Association, and your god of cookery title doesn't have a single scrap of paper to prove it, so I can't just arbitrarily slap that title on you. Zikin scratched her head, confusedly cutting in. So what on earth do we have to do for you people to officially stamp it and acknowledge it? The old man smirked proudly, screaming internally, You're on the chopping block now, kid, you took the bait. Guy pretended to rub his chin in contemplation, vaguely hinting, this conferring of the god of cookery title is extremely critical. You have to achieve an outstanding feat and bring glory to the country to get it. I'm just afraid that. Before he could finish spitting out his words, he turned on his heel and walked away, waving his hand dismissively. I don't give a damn about those empty titles. Let me go answer the call of nature first. The old man looked around dumbfounded, gritting his teeth and muttering, this little punk actually didn't take the bait. Guy helplessly strained his neck to yell after him, there's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity right now, as long as you. Su Xun didn't care to listen, slamming the toilet door shut and leaving a single remark. Wait until this young master finishes draining the pipes, then you can continue your nonsense. Yuru could only force a smile, bowing to apologize on her boss's behalf. 1,000 apologies, President. Our Su Xun is behaving too ruthlessly. Although boiling with rage inside, the old man still had to force a fake smile. It's nothing, just the impulsive temper of a young man. Guy furrowed his brows tightly, cursing internally. The humiliation you dumped on my head today, I swear I'll pay you back 100,000 times over. Hiding in the emergency stairwell, Qinju pointed towards the lobby, asking in a high-pitched voice, "Master, what kind of dirty trick is that old man surnamed Lu brewing up?" He crossed his arms, exposing him completely. The moment we shook hands and chatted, I already used mind reading to see right through his guts. This old geezer is scared I'll kick him out of his seat, so he's plotting to drag me down into the mud. She gasped in amazement. Oh my God, is he really that sinister? Her blood boiling, Qinju was about to dart off, not forgetting to turn back and snap. Let me fly over there and expose him right now. Su Xun quickly shouted to stop her. Come back here immediately. Don't act recklessly and ruin my grand plan. She blinked her eyes curiously. So what kind of scheme are you cooking up? He chuckled, leaning in to whisper. A pillow coming just when you're sleepy. I was racking my brain trying to figure out how to push the Shenshu Pavilion's name to a universal level. With the fat already hanging right in front of the cat's mouth, how could I refuse? Su Xun gave a decisive order. Starting from this second, tell that old man closely for me, see what kind of demonic scheme he shits out and fly back to report immediately. Qinju nodded crisply, patting her chest, a piece of cake. A moment later, the guests also packed up and left completely, leaving behind an empty space with vacant tables. He strolled out waving his hand apologetically. Sorry about that, President Lu. Earlier, nature called too hard and I couldn't hold it, accidentally interrupting your speech. The old man took Su Xun's hand again, feigning magnanimity. It's nothing. Would have thought he'd turn his head toward Zikin, extending the exact same hand he just used for the handshake, and complained, call a plumber to fix this urgently tomorrow. The toilet is busted, making me unable to wash my hands after doing my business. The girl was startled, leaning back and stammering, yes, sir. Guy, having been played so brutally, turned to stone on the spot, screaming in his head. What the holy F***ck is this? Su Xun casually dropped himself into a chair, pulled out a tissue to carefully wipe his hands, and slowly opened the conversation. Oh, right, I forgot. That fat deal you were bragging about earlier, lay out the details for me. Right at that moment, the tissue box also hit rock bottom, as if joining him in mocking the old man. Guy pursed his lips to swallow the humiliation, his face turning pale as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, that bastard used up the very last wet wipe to save himself. For the sake of his grand scheme, he had to bite the bullet. Guy stepped forward to explain in detail. The situation is like this. 3 days from now, a delegation from Bangli will touch down in our territory. Escorting them is a chef bearing the title of National Treasure, Xin Zhengu, and to top it off, he specifically called you out for a culinary skill showdown. Upon hearing the name, Yuru burst out laughing. She secretly cursed in her head. Xin Zhengu? That name sounds hilarious as hell. Su Xun raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Weird, isn't the National Treasure super chef over there Kui Kexi? The old man nodded to correct him. Old Kui Kexi had a heart attack 3 months ago and went to heaven. Xin Zhengu is his direct disciple, and word on the street is that the younger generation surpasses the older. He's even better than his master. Guy seized the chance to provoke him. So, does Mr. Su have the guts to step into the ring? As if he was ever afraid of anyone, he locked in the deal. Of course I'm in, but I have to tack on one condition. The old man smirked, thrilled that he took the bait. What condition? Internally, he had long formulated a sinister plot, just waiting for this brat to step onto the chopping block so he could send him to the grave. Su Xun crossed his legs and shook his knee, laying down an ironclad condition. The battlefield must be set at Shenshu Pavilion. Guy fell back, letting out a gasp. Sweat poured down the old man's face like rain as he awkwardly made excuses. This once-in-a-millennium battle will be broadcasted live globally. I was planning on borrowing the National Exhibition Center. Huddling in this little nest might be. Too lazy to listen to his nagging, he nodded and cut in. Understood, I get it. Su Xun stretched and stood up swiftly, turning his back to walk away along with a ruthless send-off. The door's that way, see yourself out. Seeing that the situation was about to fall apart, Guy frantically waved his hands and yelled, All right, Shenchu Pavilion it is. Deal. Seeing the fish take the hook, he slowly turned his head to tease. Are you sure about that, President Liu? If it's too much of a stretch, don't force it. The old man hurriedly waved his hands like he was warding off evil, flashing a distorted smile. No stretch at all, I am more than willing. Su Xun scratched his head, steering the conversation. But you said it's a global broadcast. My shabby restaurant is tiny, I'm afraid we don't have the budget to cover the expenses. Guy groveled along. Exactly, that's why I'm begging Mr. Su to figure something out. He immediately unleashed his ultimate move to renovate Shenchu Pavilion, patting his shoulder to reassure him. Drop that worry, I've already planned my next move. You just need to fork over the cash to fund me, and we're golden. The old man muttered in confusion. Next move. Guy was horrified when he glanced at the draft plan for the complete teardown and rebuild of Shenchu Pavilion. Su Xun pointed a finger up to finalize it. Precisely. I've got my eyes on a massive high-end restaurant in the middle of the city, planning to acquire it and give it a little facelift. Sparkling quartz floors, purple crystal chandeliers, gold-plated and silver-encrusted walls. When it goes live, it will automatically shine brilliantly and bring glory to the nation. The old man froze like a wax statue, frantically complaining. But where am I supposed to dig up a mountain of cash to fund you right now? Taking a mile when given an inch, he reused his old trick to kick people out. Then the deal is off, see yourself out. Guy, with tears welling up, reached out to pull him back and accepted instantly. Yes, I'll handle it. I'll figure out a way to scrape the money together myself. Su Xun, delighted, spun around, squeezing out a few crocodile tears. He tightly held the old man's hand and poured out. President Liu is truly a hero. I've finalized the materials and workers. You just go ahead and boldly wire 70 million into my account, and the boys will jump right into demolition and construction in a split second. In about a week, the stage will be ready to rock. Guy gritted his teeth in utter bitterness, forced to take the plunge. The deal is sealed. If you back out, don't blame me. Right after Guy packed up and fled, he stood with his hands on his hips, waving goodbye. President Liu, be careful not to trip over a rock on your way. Yuru frowned in confusion. Wait, Boss Su, are you so starved for money that you need that amount? Why go through all this trouble? Su Xun smiled mischievously, dropping a cryptic hint. I'm not lacking, but seeing his arrogant face pisses me off, and watching this comedy is just too fun. Back in the luxury car, the old man put on his earpiece, glued his eyes to his phone, and cursed loudly. Does this little brat think I'm an ATM? Opening his mouth to demand 70 million right off the bat, why don't you just grab a knife and rob me? Guy pressed the button on his earpiece, clearing his throat. Hello, I'm listening. At the exact same time, Qin Zhu was sitting invisibly in the car seat, perking up her ears to eavesdrop clearly on the old man's call. The solo match is all set up smoothly, tentatively scheduled to kick off in 2 weeks. You better fight properly over there, don't embarrass your country. Guy rubbed his chin, muttering, I'm dead stuck for 70 million, but don't worry, I have more than enough ways to pull it back. As long as you kick that guy's ass, it's a done deal. The camera quickly panned to Su Xun's private residence. The young man was currently sporting nothing but boxer shorts, sprawling out and snoring like thunder. Suddenly, silent footsteps tiptoed into the room. Yuru, draped in a sheer chiffon shirt mixed with extremely short shorts, crept toward the edge of the bed. She gently reached out her soft fingers, about to caress the face of the male god she had been secretly crushing on day and night. Right at the critical moment, Su Xun snapped awake, his sharp eyes shooting open as his hand grabbed a cold knife. Su Xun pinned Yuru down on the mattress in a flash, holding the cold blade right against her throat, whispering harshly, Lie still, don't move. The girl turned pale with fear, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Only now did he fully wake up and recognize the face in front of him. Su Xun panicked, stepping back a few paces, and stammered, Wait, why is it you? Shouldn't you be on duty at the restaurant at this hour? What the hell are you doing sneaking into my place? Yuru cleared her throat, her cheeks burning red as she hastily explained. It was too dark at the restaurant, I was scared, so Sisterin told me to come over here. I just wanted to find a place to sleep, who knew you'd pull a knife to scare people. She burst into loud sobs, wiping her tears while throwing a tantrum. You bullied me. The guy frantically waved his hands to coax her sweetly. Oh, come on, please stop crying. Right at that moment, Zikin pushed the door open and barged in, screaming at the top of her lungs. Su Xun, I just went to get a bath towel. What kind of trick did you pull on Yuru? Su Xun pointed at the sniffling Yuru, crying out to the heavens that he was innocent. I'm so wronged. I was sleeping soundly, and she crawled in herself. Seeing that, she immediately beat him to a pulp and roared. Are you saying she just randomly crawled into your room? He could jump into the Yellow River and still not wash away this injustice, only able to hold his head and wail. But that's the absolute truth. Zikin went mad with anger, beating him up, grinding her teeth and interrogating, still talking back. And so, only Su Xun's tragic screams echoed in the room. 2 weeks passed. Outside Shenshu Pavilion, reporters were swarming, scrambling to report the news. After days of frantic upgrades, Shenshu Pavilion was ready to welcome diners. But instead of eagerly testing the culinary skills, the public's eyes were all glued to the fiery showdown between Long Yu and Bangli. Bangli's top chef, Zhenggu, along with his delegation, had already arrived half a month ago. He purposely stayed behind just to duel Su Xun, who would ultimately take the crown. Today would provide a satisfactory answer. Sitting inside a parked car nearby, Lu Gi puffed on a cigar, scoffing coldly. These vultures are only good at spouting nonsense. Who even recognizes that brat Su Xun as the god of cookery? Right then, the person sitting next to Gi opened the car door and stepped out. He didn't forget to call out a reminder, "Put on a good show, I'll roll out the red carpet for you." Catching a glimpse of his silhouette, the reporters immediately pointed their lenses right at him, shouting, "The main character is here." The dapper man strode into Shenshu Pavilion amid countless cheers. Oh my, the male god of cookery, Zhenggu is unbelievably romantic. With these looks, he'd outshine actors, let alone chefs. A female reporter pointed at him, eagerly reporting to the camera. Zhenggu has revealed himself, yet there's still no sign of Su Xun. Could he be brewing up an ultimate secret move for his home turf battle? With only 1 hour left until the opening, please don't take your eyes off the screen. Coincidentally, at Su Xun's residence, the guy was still snoring loudly in bed, sandwiched between Zikin and Yuru. With drool still at the corner of his mouth, he sleepily half-opened his eyes as a sharp voice echoed, "Master, it's broad daylight, get up quick." Barely making out Qinzhu floating right in front of his face, Su Xun jolted in shock and screamed, "A ghost." The girl pouted in annoyance, replying, "Well, this young lady is a ghost by nature." The loud shouting woke Zikin up. Rubbing her eyes, she sleepily complained, "What are you doing making such a racket bright and early?" Yuru also grumbled along, "Yeah, keep quiet so people can sleep a little longer." Glancing at the scene, Qinzhu immediately threw a sarcastic remark at Su Xun. "Only been a few days and you're already so skilled, huh?" He frantically waved his hands to clear the air. "Stop imagining things, lady. The AC broke last night, and this room had some cool air, so these two just sneaked in." Right after, Su Xun lowered his voice and interrogated, "Didn't I assign you to tail Lu Gi? Why did you randomly come back here?" She widened her eyes in surprise. "Do you have temporary amnesia?" Then Qinzhu dropped a piece of bad news that made his mouth twist. "Today is the day of your blood match with Zhenggu, dude." The camera shifted back to Shenshu Pavilion, where Zhenggu was now standing majestically at the kitchen counter waiting. The reporters clamored with updates. There are only a mere 5 minutes left until the curtain rises, yet Su Xun is still nowhere to be found. At the judges' seats, sitting from left to right, were 3 figures, Dejai Gi and Yang Ming. Dejai looked furious and grumpy. What kind of trick is this Su Xun trying to pull? Yang Ming also chimed in angrily. Scared out of his wits, so he ran away, right? What a disgrace to the culinary world. Gi remained silent on the outside, but inside he was brewing vile schemes. As long as you're 1 beat late, I'll eliminate you without hesitation, making you fall so hard you'll never lift your head again. In a flash, the female MC, Hua Tao, glanced at her watch, nervously announcing, "Only 60 seconds left. If Su Xun doesn't show up, our organizing committee will be forced to announce." Before she could finish, a reporter on the outer edge suddenly pointed into the distance, shrieking loudly, "He's here, Su Xun is here." Following the pointed finger, Su Xun arrogantly strode in, clad in a neat chef's uniform, followed by 2 muscular bodyguards. Zhenggu, like a predator lying in wait for a long time, smirked coldly and cunningly the moment he caught sight of Su Xun's shadow. At that moment, Hua Tao rushed over to bombard him with questions. "Mr. Su, did you time it to the last second to intimidate your opponent, or were you busy sharpening a secret weapon, causing the delay?" Faced with such a grandiose question, he scratched his head and sheepishly confessed, "To be honest with you, I slept through my alarm. So embarrassing." The reporters surrounding him completely froze at such a lame excuse. Yet one male reporter excitedly exaggerated his commentary. "I get it. This move is called a preemptive strike of dominance. His implication is that Zhenggu isn't even worth his attention." Hearing that, Su Xun broke into a sweat, hastily waving his hands to clarify, "Hey, that's not it at all." But the flock of vultures ignored him, eagerly flattering him to no end. So that's how it is. What a master move. The title of God of Cookery of Longyu is truly well-deserved. This psychological warfare is flawless. The kitchen hasn't even sparked a fire yet, and Zhenggu is already pushed to the underdog position. Hearing those words of praise, Zhenggu's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He clenched his fists, grinding his teeth and cursing, "You deceitful brat." The reporters took the chance to jeer loudly. "Look, folks, Zhenggu's face has turned as pale as a banana leaf. He's triggered. Get a close-up zoom in." Guy panicked and stood up abruptly to restore order. "Ladies and gentlemen of the press, please be quiet. The hour has come. Stop disturbing the two contestants." At this moment, Zhenggu shot a deadly glare at Su Xun. Hua Tao also held up her mic and shouted, "Yes, Su Xun has taken his place. I would like to blow the whistle to start the match. Logistics team, please bring the competition ingredients to the stage." Just as the MC finished, Su Xun's two bodyguards looked around in confusion. Zikin broke into a cold sweat and delivered the bad news. "We're doomed. We haven't even bought any food or ingredients." Ignoring the storm at his own counter, Su Xun still stretched and yawned casually. That indifferent attitude made the press scratch their heads. Why does this guy look like he's not anxious at all? Right on beat, Zhenggu's logistics team grandly rolled a cart onto the stage, loudly announcing, "Presented first is the super ingredient of contestant Zhenggu." The cart stopped squarely in front of him, and a female staff member slowly lifted the secret veil. The MC also curiously spoke into the mic. "I wonder what dish Zhenggu will show off today. The cards are about to be revealed." A giant striped amberjack sitting on a block of cold ice made Hua Tao widen her eyes and shout, "Oh my god, a striped amberjack! Zhenggu is actually going all out with a masterpiece striped amberjack." Dejai was also startled upon recognizing the king of all fishes in the world. "This stuff is incredibly rare. Maybe barely over 100 are caught in a whole year. This fish was easily 80 centimeters long, absolutely a top-tier delicacy of the human world." Seizing the opportunity, Hua Tao glanced towards Su Xun and spoke up. "Judging strictly by the ingredients, Zhenggu already has the absolute upper hand. I wonder what treasure contestant Su Xun has prepared to counter this." Just as he slowly stepped away from his counter, she frantically commentated, "Su Xun is heading straight for Zhenggu. Is he planning to declare war?" Following that, he leaned in to admire his opponent's striped amberjack, stroking his chin in deep thought. Then Su Xun pointed a finger at the fish, smacking his lips in awe. "With this size and this level of fat, it must take at least 3 million to take this baby home, no joke. You're quite a big spender, bro." Immediately, he shamelessly begged, "Since you can't use it all anyway, share a little bit with me." Zhenggu heard this, flared up and yelled, "Daydreaming." Su Xun could only pout and turn back, not forgetting to grumble, "Stingy is stingy, why act like a fierce ogre?" Behind his back, Zhenggu strained his neck to yell, "Stop stalling and playing tricks. Bring out your tools." Hua Tao was baffled by his clumsy maneuver, constantly raising questions. What exactly is Su Xun scheming by shamelessly borrowing Zhenggu's ingredients? This is truly unprecedented in the international culinary world. Or is this another top-tier psychological attack? Right now, Zhenggu brought out his knife and cutting board. As he sharpened his blade with a slicing sound, he threw dagger-like glares at his opponent. Seeing that, the female MC spoke up. Well, it seems Zhenggu's psyche is being severely shaken." Abruptly, Su Xun elbowed and called out to Zikin, "You two check the back kitchen, and whatever leftover veggies or meat you find, haul it all out here for me." The absurd order left the two beauties stunned. Zikin gloomily delivered the sad news. "There's only a pile of leftovers from last night in the kitchen." Yuru clicked her tongue shyly. "Just do it. Something is better than nothing. Hurry up, sister." Before long, a fresh fish, accompanied by half a cabbage, a few stalks of spring onion, and 3 withered carrots, were sitting squarely on Su Xun's cutting board. Zikin pointed at the pathetic pile of food, nervously whispering, "This is all we could scrape up. Will it be enough to pass the test, or should I grab a basket and hit the supermarket?" Ignoring her frantic state, he calmly replied, "More than enough. You two go sit in the corner and watch the tigers fight." Zhenggu lifted his chin to look over, smirking disdainfully, and arrogantly mocked, "Your competition gear is this garbage, so excessively impoverished. Don't tell me you plan on crushing me with this pig food." He grabbed a carrot, taking a crunchy bite, while lifting his chin to retort, "Impoverished where? These are the very provisions that feed billions of people every day. Isn't the culinary profession meant to serve the masses, or do you think everyone can stuff a striped amberjack down their throats every single day?" As soon as those golden words were uttered, a male reporter excitedly praised. So profound, Mr. Su's class is truly on another level. At the shopping plaza, the public glued their eyes to the LED screen broadcasting Su Xun's face, the crowd chuckling with delight. One hyped-up guy even cheered, "God of cookery of Longguo, smash Zhengu's face in." At this moment, Zhengu raised his shining knife, spouting arrogant words. "Flapping your lips won't save you. Today, I will let the whole world know that the culinary essence of Bangli reigns supreme." As soon as the final sentence dropped, the female host announced loudly, "The battle for survival officially begins." Zhengu seized the moment, wielding his knife like a master swordsman. Instantly, a reporter shouted loudly, "Zhengu's blade truly cuts iron like mud. It's as if the amberjack has absolutely no bones. In the blink of an eye, it was cleanly deboned and skinned." On the other battlefront, Su Xun tossed his fish high into the air, accompanied by superior pinpoint slashes. The fishbones were smoothly removed the exact moment it landed in the tray. The MC immediately praised profusely. Contestant Su Xun only swung once, yet cleanly handled the fish. His knife skills are truly godlike. Taking in the entire scene, Judge Dejai nodded in surprise. It looks like they are evenly matched in this round. The skills are absolutely top tier. Meanwhile, Guy, sitting next to him, remained calmly seated on his mountain. He slowly stroked his beard, his mind calculating with extreme malice. If this match ends in a draw, it's no different from slapping my own face. Su Xun, try your best to show off. Enjoy your final moment of glory before you burn out. A blink later, every translucent slice of amberjack was neatly arranged by Zhengu on a pitch-black ice tray, accompanied by an arrogantly boastful invitation. Premium striped amberjack sashimi, respectfully presented to the judging panel. That masterpiece was carried to the judgment table by the logistics team. The MC widened her eyes in awe. My God, it's a whole figure. Zhengu actually arranged every slice of meat to perfectly replicate the original fish. As the judges gingerly picked up a slice of fish, the MC continuously added, "It is exactly as they say, sliced as thin as a cicada's wing, and then meticulously shaped to perfection." This technique not only locks in the full sweetness of the seafood, but also elevates the visual experience for the taster. Taking just one bite, Dejai was already praising it to the skies. The knife work is purely magical. The fish meat melts in the mouth with an intense sweetness. Guy, sitting next to him, also nodded. "Even though it's raw, I'm certain it was infused with some kind of essence. The freshness is beyond reproach." After wiping their mouths clean, 3 scoreboards displaying a 10 were simultaneously raised. Hua Tao gasped in shock. A perfect 10. The panel holding the scales of justice has finalized the absolute perfect score. Then her expression fell, revealing anxiety as she analyzed the situation. Once the ceiling score has appeared, Su Xun's most perfect threshold stops at a draw, but bearing the title of the god of cookery of Longguo, a draw is no different from a stain. Receiving his dream score, Zhengu smugly lifted his chin to challenge his opponent. "I told you, crushing you is easier than taking candy from a baby." On Su Xun's counter sat a few earthen pots. He leisurely pulled out a towel to wipe his hands, then smiled and shot back, "Let's wait and see. Don't count your chickens before they hatch." Saying that, Su Xun turned around and told Zikin and Yuru to bring them straight to the judge's table. Zhengu, still keeping up his old mocking habits, sneered, "The ignorant are truly fearless. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, will you?" At this moment, Zikin trembled and asked softly, "Can you really pull this off?" He winked confidently, patting his chest firmly. "Trust me, victory is already in the palm of my hand." While the 2 beauties carefully carried the trays, Su Xun began his presentation. "My masterpiece is called Mom's Homestyle Braised Carp. Please have a taste." As the lid of the earthen pot was slightly opened, a brilliant, sparkling light radiated outwards, followed by an incredibly appetizing aroma that filled the air. Seeing this, Zhengu burst into a fit of laughter, relentlessly mocking him. Bringing a cheap street food meal to an international arena, this is what they call hitting rock bottom. If I were you, I'd bury myself out of shame. Su Xun wasn't one to back down and instantly retorted, "If you shut your mouth, no one will think you're mute." Choking on his words, he furiously roared, "You little brat." The female MC also leaned toward Zhengu's stance, believing that bringing a commoner's dish to a large-scale competition was a guaranteed ticket to elimination. On the seats of power, the 3 veterans were unhurriedly savoring every bite of the steaming braised carp. Suddenly, Guy's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. The explosive aftertaste left him completely speechless. Seeing the trio as silent as stone statues, the MC hastily made a guess. Is there a problem? The expert panel refuses to raise their scoreboards. Could it be that the dish is too terrible? Dejai, with tears streaming down his face, choked out, "This is a true earthly delicacy. What right do mere mortals like us have to judge this masterpiece?" His final remark prompted the host to quickly draw a conclusion. A spectacular plot twist. Who could have foreseen this scenario? The judges humbling themselves and claiming they are unqualified means the culinary crown officially belongs to Mr. Su. All of a sudden, a scorecard with a 9 popped up conspicuously. The MC panicked and cried out, "Wait a minute, one of the judges has given a 9. The one holding that card was none other than Guy. He nonchalantly explained, making Dejai's eyes widen, "I find the aftertaste of this dish slightly lacking, so I'm deducting 1 point." Seizing the opportunity, Zhengu pointed his finger at Su Xun's face and shrilled sarcastically, "Ha, god of cookery, my foot. More like garbage. Su Xun, you're done for. Let's see you bounce back from this with just blind faith." Hua Tao also froze at this intense twist. Bewildered, she commented, "What a painful blow. Lu Gi is the dignified head of the Longguo Culinary Association. One would think he'd be the protective fortress of the nation. What on earth is going on here?" The old man immediately stood up and grabbed the mic to clear his name. "Yes, I hold power in the association, but my starting point is still that of a cook. The principle of today's battle is to find the most outstanding talent. I absolutely will not bend the scales. The score I gave is completely transparent and clean." The moment he shut his mouth, a loud round of applause echoed from the opposite side, making him stiffen. The person causing that scene was none other than Su Xun. He immediately raised his voice in mock praise. "Oh my, so clean, so transparent. Chairman Lu's shining morality truly makes this junior bow down in absolute admiration." Then he threw out a deeply sarcastic remark. "But who knows, maybe you and Zhengu used the back door in the past, so now you're dead set on dragging me to the bottom to boost him up." Faced with the mockery, Guy kept a brazen face. He gave a few dry laughs and stubbornly covered it up. "Ridiculous, nothing but slander. Today is the first time I've met Zhengu face to face. Where would this rigging come from?" Before the old man could finish flapping his lips, Su Xun played a video on his phone, shoving it right in his face as a warning. "So after watching this tape, does Chairman Lu still care to explain?" In the clip, Guy whispered to Zhengu, "This battle is a matter of life and death. Whether we can pull out the thorn named Su Xun depends entirely on you." Zhengu laughed boisterously in response. "Just sleep soundly, I've already hatched a master plan." Confronted with the exposing video, Guy broke into a cold sweat that drenched his face, stammering in terror, What the hell is this?" Recording kept playing the old fox's voice. "If you were really that scheming, you wouldn't have been beaten black and blue by Kui Kexi, forcing me to personally poison him and send him to his maker. In short, I cleaned up Kui Kexi for you, and you'll get rid of Su Xun for me. After this deal, the throne of Longguo's god of cookery will belong to me." Zhengu firmly sealed the deal with a loud "done," and that naked footage was broadcast prominently for all the citizens of Longguo to witness. The female MC boiled with anger at the newly unmasked tragedy, hastily shouting on the broadcast, "A shocking truth! The big boss of the Longguo Culinary Association is actually a traitor selling out his country for glory. Even more horrifying, the passing of former Chef Bangli was actually a bloody murder." Zhengu lost all reason, slamming his hand on the table and hissing out every word through his teeth, "You cunning bastard!" Then he grabbed a kitchen cleaver and lunged madly at Su Xun, roaring maniacally, "Give me your life." Hua Tao, scared out of her wits, reached out her hand and screamed, "Watch out." At that hair-raising moment, Zhengu swung his weapon high, cursing wildly, "If you dare kick over my rice bowl, then you're going to the grave with me." Just as the tip of the blade was about to pierce Su Xun's throat, he suddenly snapped his head around. With just 2 fingers tightly pinched together, he completely locked the incoming, water-sharp blade. That absurd maneuver made Zhengu's jaw drop, exclaiming in horror, "My knife." The female MC was frightened out of her soul but still managed to comment, blocking a deadly blade with just 2 bare fingers. "At this very moment, aside from my jaw being on the floor, I am completely speechless, ladies and gentlemen." In the blink of an eye, the razor-sharp cleaver was flicked and snapped by Su Xun with a loud crack, the sound of shattering echoing throughout the hall. Holding the stubby half of the knife, Zhengu's hands shook like a leaf. He pointed at it and stammered, "A treasure forged from the 1,000-year-old meteorite of Jeju Island, and you snapped it with your fingers. What kind of demon are you?" Su Xun didn't bother to reply. directly swinging a heavy punch right into his opponent's mouth. Zhengu tumbled to the floor with a heavy thud, leaving the whole surrounding crew of reporters gaping at this scene of aesthetic violence. Having handled it smoothly, Su Xun threw a gaze as cold and sharp as a dagger right at him, growling, "So, after tasting that punch, have you realized whether I'm a man or a ghost yet?" Zhengu's mangled and deformed face immediately became prime bait for the media to dissect. Oh my god, his nose bridge is snapped, his chin is busted, and even his silicone chest implants popped out. No wonder he looked so buff, it turns out it was all stuffed. Then Su Xun slowly strode toward the judges' seats. Yang Ming frantically shouted for the flock of reporters to back off, while Guy remained as stiff as a log on the spot. He stood imposingly in front of the old man, smirking as he asked, "Now that everything is exposed, do you have any last words?" Guy gave a smug sneer, spitting out a few venomous words. "Kudos to you, Su Xun. Turns out I fell into your trap long ago, but don't crow too early. With the umbrella backing me, I'll be released in less than a few days." Catching those arrogant words, Su Xun paused for a second, his mind racing to calculate a scheme. Seeing him as silent as a mouse, the old man provocatively ran his mouth even more. "When I get out of prison, we'll settle our debt item by item. No matter how great your martial arts are, you can't babysit your little mistresses 24/7, can you?" After that, Guy hooked his finger toward the array of cameras and challenged. "What, your hands are itching to beat me up, aren't they? Come at me if you've got the guts. There are live streams all around you, boy. You hitting Zhengu is called self-defense, but just try touching a single hair on my head, and your reputation will stink across the 5 continents and 4 seas instantly." The old man laughed boisterously like a maniac, completely unaware that all the lenses had already turned away. His mouth kept squawking smugly, "Trying to compete with me? This whole underworld knows that I, Lu Guy, work the most airtight." When he realized that the cameras had all moved away, Guy was left completely dumbfounded, cold sweat soaking his back. At that exact moment, Su Xun cracked his knuckles and curled his lips into an evil smile. "This young master was originally too lazy to lay a hand on you, but since you let your mouth slip and threatened me, I have no choice but to send you off on your way." Guy curled up in fear, frantically clasping his hands and bowing. "Boss, spare my life, let's talk this out slowly. I swear I'll go to prison obediently. I made a mistake, I was just running my mouth for fun earlier." Despite his whining and crying, his answer was a rain of punches and kicks from Su Xun. The old man could only lie there holding his head, screaming miserably, "Boss Su, Master Su, spare me." While later, on the giant LED screen outside the mall, Su Xun's face proudly sat alongside the title of God of Cookery. Next was an announcement from the MC, reporting that the Longguo Culinary Federation had escorted the corrupt former chairman Lu Guy to the police. At the same time, the man who knocked out Zhengu in the arena had legitimately stepped onto the throne of the #1 chef. Then the surrounding crowd cheered the 2 words God of Cookery in unison, shaking the heavens and the earth. As night fell, the scene shifted to Su Xun's luxurious mansion. At this moment, the guy was tucked in his warm bed scrolling on his beloved phone, gleefully muttering to himself, "Sweet as a peach, the fighting clip has gone insanely viral on the internet. It'll blow up globally in no time. So that concludes this thorny mission." Just then Zikin, wearing only a loosely draped bath towel, peeked from the door and asked shyly, "Su Xun, are you asleep yet?" He turned his head, bewildered. "Not yet, what's up?" But deep down, his heart was doing flip-flops over this sudden appearance. Following that, the girl gently pushed the door and slipped in, acting coy and spoiled. "You silly goose, it's so obvious, do you even have to ask?" Flashing a flirty smile, Zikin murmured awkwardly, "You returned in triumph today, so this lady naturally has to give you a hot reward." Su Xun, hands faster than his brain, hurriedly unzipped his pants, asking eagerly in extreme excitement, Okay. Normally you don't even let me touch a single hair, why so bold all of a sudden?" Suddenly he paused as if catching a weird signal. "Hey, hold the brakes, did you just use the word we?" Right away, Yuru, also wrapped in a bath towel, shyly held Zikin's hand and walked in. Zikin giggled and teased, "Why play dumb? Inside, you're probably already throwing a celebration party, aren't you?" As dawn broke and sunlight shone into the room, Su Xun held the 2 fiery beauties in his arms, floating on cloud 9 and asking himself, "Am I sleepwalking or something?" So he pinched his own cheek hard with his hand, then yelled out, "Ouch, that hurts to the bone. It's the real deal, folks." A lecherous smile crept onto Su Xun's face. He chuckled smugly to himself, "I definitely hit the jackpot this time. No more dreaming at this point." Sitting comfortably on the edge of the bed, Su Xun glued his eyes to last night's two ultimate beauties, screaming internally from sheer excitement. Oh man, how did my life peak so hard? Zikin woke up groggily. Seeing him sitting there like a lump, she asked sleepily, "The roosters haven't even crowed, where are you crawling off to?" Su Xun replied with a smirk, "I'm going to toss the wok and make some nutritious breakfast for my two darlings." He reached out to stroke her cheek, still hung up on something he couldn't figure out. "Zikin, I really don't get why you were so easygoing yesterday." Before he could spit out all his words, the girl became shy and bashful. "What do you mean why? Isn't it all thanks to your high and mighty grace?" Hearing that, he was thrilled to the core, taking advantage of the situation to tease her. "Since you know my merits are as vast as the sky, why don't you hurry up and thank this young master?" Zikin pouted and threw a pillow straight at his face, scolding, "Stop daydreaming. Get out and make the food, chop chop." Waiting until Su Xun's silhouette disappeared behind the door, she slowly turned over to face the wall. Next, a glimmer of unwavering resolve flashed in her eyes as she stared blankly into space. Curled up on the bed, Yuru kept her eyes tightly shut, pretending to sleep, but the muscles on her face twitched unnaturally. Noticing this keenly, Zikin nudged her shoulder and called out, "Stop acting like you're fast asleep. I know full well you're wide awake." Yuru blushed furiously and pulled the blanket over her head, stammering her explanation. "You spoke so boldly to Su Xun, I really didn't know where to hide my face. Besides, you were supposed to be his only flower. Isn't it too weird for me to just barge in and share like this?" She gently patted her head to comfort her, whispering softly, "Calm down. I can see clearly that Su Xun belongs to the vast sky. In the future, the beauties trailing after him will form a long line. I'm just running a test to select the best ladies for him. I'd rather share than let cheap vixens bleed him dry." Zikin revealed a radiant smile, eagerly sealing the deal. "From this moment on, we become sworn sisters and share our blessings together, okay?" Yuru peeked out, lowering the blanket, and nodded happily without hesitation. "Yes, whatever Big Sister says, I'll listen." Suddenly, Yuru furrowed her brows in curiosity. "Oh right, I smell that the girl Liu Yu is also madly in love with Su Xun. What if she demands to squeeze into the harem too?" Zikin mumbled evasively. "About this," while internally crying out, "Oh ancestors, you really are cursed with a peach blossom debt." On the kitchen front, Su Xun was tossing the wok vigorously, his mouth whistling and humming nonstop. The swollen, sulking face of Qin Zhu haunting right behind his back made him pause. He asked tactfully, "Who ate all your rice rations that you're fuming so early in the morning?" She pouted and vented her frustration. "Favoritism, you're too biased. I carried the team on my back in that last incident. How the hell come you only treated Zikin and Yuru to a sleepover?" Catching that outrageous demand, Su Xun stared intently, almost falling backwards as he asked, "Sleepover? Good lord, don't tell me you're lusting after my looks too." Qin Zhu shifted her gaze away, feeling guilty as she stammered, Liar, who would want that?" Su Xun waved his hand right through Qin Zhu's misty form and consoled her. "Stop being delusional, miss. The living and the dead walk different paths. Even if we had mutual feelings, it'd be a bust. How are we supposed to touch?" That bucket of cold water hurt Qin Zhu deeply. With tears welling up in her eyes, she wailed and sobbed, "So that's how it is. You're discriminating against me for being a bodiless ghost, aren't you?" Seeing her fly away in a huff, he hastily explained, "Hey, I didn't mean it like that." But Qin Zhu kept flying while screeching, "You clearly meant exactly that. I'm ignoring you forever." Witnessing that psychological brawl, Su Xun scratched his head and complained, "Truly, petty people and ghosts are equally hard to please." Suddenly, the system interface popped up with flashing text, "Congratulations, host, for taking the restaurant's reputation to a cosmic level. The bonus gift is the permanent ultimate Chinese master chef skill." After reading it, he pouted and complained pickily, "The system is so damn stingy, grinding my butt off in the cooking profession, and all it throws me is a cooking spatula." Then Su Xun loudly called out the familiar password, "System, activate the new identity." He consoled himself inwardly, "Whatever, let's see which prize slot we roll into today." Loading data, load successful. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the new title, Ghost Detective Su Xun. Born with superhuman abilities, you can clairvoyantly see the last words of vengeful spirits. You once used this trade to crack a series of dead-end bizarre cases, spreading the legend of the ghost detective across the 4 seas. Now, you descend to the mortal realm once again to sweep away all sins in the shadows. The death knell tolls, the gates of hell swing wide open. The world's #1 ghost detective, only you can unveil the blurred truth. Attached skills: underworld communication, piercing vision, super mind reading. Task deadline: assist the police department in neatly solving 3 murder cases within 15 days. A sinister smile bloomed on Su Xun's lips. He excitedly rubbed his hands together. Well, telepathy combined with a ghost detective, this gig is gonna be captivating. The frame shifted to the Jiangnan metropolis, heading straight into the headquarters of the 513 Special Task Force. Late at night, 4 guys were scratching their heads amid mountains of piled-up case files. One officer in police uniform was slowly pinning crime scene photos one by one onto a corkboard. That man in uniform was none other than Deputy Chief Chen Yu. He spun around, his face grave as he announced, "Comrades, 7 days have passed for the 513 major case, and we are still treading water. This situation is a disaster. I need you all to turn the evidence upside down, scrutinize every comma to see if we can pick up any glimmer of hope." Xiao Han stared nervously at the pile of messy papers, sighing helplessly. The scene is trashed, the forensics team gave up, the camera angles are completely blind. Where the hell are we supposed to dig up clues now, boss? Lao Liu, sitting next to him with a gloomy face, suddenly had a terrible idea. Boss Chen, since our side is in a total dead end, how about we hire a super mercenary to crack the case? Xiao Han immediately threw cold water on him after hearing that. Mr. Liu, stop talking in your sleep. If state-fed, formally trained folks like us are throwing in the towel, which sorcerer are you planning to drag in to lift this curse? The old guy slowly pushed up his glasses and lowered his voice mysteriously. Have you guys ever soaked in the legend of that mutant, the one who can gossip with ghosts and phantoms? Right after dropping that bomb, Xiao Han jumped in shock, asking back tremblingly, "You mean the rumored ghost detective?" From the far opposite corner, a clueless cop chimed in, "Wait, do ghost detectives actually exist in this world?" The guy sitting next to him stared in surprise. "I vaguely heard about it back in the day, but I thought it was just bedtime sci-fi." Xiao Han still shook his head vigorously. "Fabrication, science can't prove this stuff." At this point, Lao Liu adjusted his glasses and declared every word firmly. 10 years ago, I had the honor of meeting him face to face. Thanks to his golden touch, a rotting bazaar case was brought to light. I swear on my worthless life, the ghost detective is 100% the real deal. Xiao Han awkwardly rubbed his chin, his tone noticeably trembling. I know full well this character is the real deal, but the problem is he's vanished without a trace for years. Where are you telling me to dig him up now? Lao Liu smirked triumphantly at that, patting his chest as he spoke confidently. Leave that to me. I used to think he evaporated too, but who knew I'd tracked down his whereabouts recently? He's right here in Jiangnan City, living loud and dazzlingly at that. Bright and early the next morning, Lao Liu and Chen Yu were already present right in front of Su Xun's workplace. Midst a dense forest of reinforced concrete, the building of the Qingyun International Group rose prominently, as if wanting to pierce the sky. Looking up at the massive structure of the skyscraper, Chen Yu exclaimed in awe. So the legendary ghost detective is actually stationed at Qingyun International. A moment later, a security guard stepped forward to greet them, gesturing toward the main lobby and asking who the 2 gentlemen were looking for. Lao Liu nonchalantly flashed his badge and replied cheerfully, "We're from the Special Task Force. Please run inside and pass a message. We need an audience with the Grandmaster of your company." The male guard furrowed his brows tightly in confusion, but still politely replied, "Please wait a moment, gentlemen." Moment the guard's silhouette disappeared, Chen Yu anxiously grabbed Lao Liu's arm and grumbled, "Are you out of your mind? Do you know what kind of big shot the chairman of Qingyun International is? Even the city police chief trying to meet him is harder than ascending to heaven. Why the hell did you drag me here to meet him?" His old friend just shrugged and answered calmly, "Just chill out, man. You'll understand the whole picture soon." At the same time in Su Xun's office, the guy was leisurely playing with his phone on the sofa. To his left and right were Zikin and Yuru, while opposite him was Secretary Liu Yu, dressed in skimpy clothes, twisting her body to pour water. "Please enjoy your tea, President Su." Seeing this eyesore, Yuru immediately whispered in Zikin's ear, "See, I've been harping on until my mouth got tired that she has designs on Su Xun." Zikin also glared daggers at Liu Yu, replying resentfully, "So annoying, to think I've never bothered to be on guard against her." Saying that, Zikin gripped Yuru's hand tightly, her face fuming as she decided, "Let's go. We sisters cannot lose ground to her." Meanwhile, Su Xun was still unhurriedly taking sips of tea, his eyes glued to the phone screen without budging an inch. Suddenly, Zikin and Yuru aggressively lunged forward, each propping a leg right onto his chair. Zikin smiled slyly and asked a question that made him spit out his mouthful of tea. "Are you aching, boss? Let us help you stretch your bones and muscles, shall we?" Su Xun broke into a sweat looking at the two pairs of pale white thighs dominating his view. He stammered and waved his hands, "No, please spare me," while internally screaming in panic, "I'm doomed, the killing intent is too thick." Zikin ignored him and stepped right behind him to massage his shoulders, speaking in a whiny, coquettish tone. "What do you mean refusing? You've been at the company scrolling on your phone for 2 solid hours. Let me pound your shoulders so you feel better." Yuru, down below, also vigorously massaged his legs, chiming in, "Exactly, let me serve you a foot massage." Just then Liu Yu walked in and reported to Su Xun, "President Su, I'll take my leave first. If you need anything, just call my name." He could only awkwardly hum, "Approved." Just as Liu Yu turned the doorknob to step out, a desperate shout came from outside. "President Su, we've got a huge problem." Xiao Hu rushed into the room as fast as a tornado, panting heavily to deliver the urgent news. "The cops are here to handcuff you. There's no time for a long explanation. Let's bolt, boss." Upon hearing that, all three of them, Su Xun, Zikin, and Yuru, were completely dumbfounded. He furrowed his brows in confusion and retorted, "The cops are here to handcuff me. What the hell did I do to get arrested?" Xiao Hu frantically dragged him along, his face completely drained of color as he yelled, "I told you there's no time to stand here and explain, let's just scram." Su Xun, still clueless, tried to resist. "Hold on a second, I'm a model citizen who lives and works according to the Constitution. If they show up at my door, it must be for something else." As he was being yanked out the door, Su Xun still hurriedly craned his neck back, cleared his throat, and instructed Liu Yu, "Just invite them up here. I'll receive them in the meeting room." The secretary stood bewildered by the chaotic scene, awkwardly throwing out a quick, "Yes, sir." A moment later, the two guests from the police department were seated in the meeting room. Lao Liu casually sat there shaking his leg, while Chen Yu paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, nervously grumbling. "Oh, Lao Liu, the water is already up to our necks, and I don't know what you're still hiding." He aggressively stepped up to his colleague, his mouth still rattling on. The man is a ghost detective, so naturally he wouldn't want to expose his identity to anyone. You, on the other hand, are so great, charging straight into his lair. Aren't you afraid of bringing disaster upon yourself? In stark contrast to that frantic behavior, Lao Liu calmly reassured him, "Chief Chen, just dial it back. You'll figure it out in a bit." A bit later, Su Xun and his secretary pushed the door and walked in. He smiled socially and spoke up, "Oh my, I'm so sorry to make you two wait so long." Catching sight of Su Xun, Chen Yu eagerly ran up to shake hands and greet him. "We have to bother President Su today." He didn't beat around the bush either and went straight to the point. "What brings you two all the way here to see me?" An awkward silence enveloped them both. The police officer kept stammering, unable to squeeze out any words other than "about this." Right at that moment, Lao Liu suddenly sprang up like a spring, his eyes wide in astonishment. "This is surreal. What kind of magic do you use that, after so many years, your looks haven't been worn down by time at all?" Hearing that, Chen Yu was baffled and blurted out, "What do you mean by that? Don't tell me President Su here is the ghost detective." The three of them pulled their chairs into a circle to start chatting. Lao Liu took the lead to open the floor. 13 years ago, during the dismemberment case at Jiangcheng University, if you hadn't lent a helping hand, it probably would have taken us a lifetime to catch the killer." The old friend gleefully reminisced about the past. "Ever since then, you vanished into thin air. Last time, when I was watching the live broadcast on TV, I was totally freaked out to realize that not only are you a master chef, but you also sit in the chairman's seat of Qingyun Group. It truly shocked my brains out." At this point, Liu Yu, standing nearby, suddenly casually dropped a line, "My boss is also a half-baked exorcist." Su Xun forced a laugh to hide his embarrassment and quickly steered the topic away. "Just some trifling hobbies. Anyway, let's get back to the main point." Now Chen Yu finally spoke up to explain, "We had the thick skin to drag ourselves here this time because we are stuck in a dead-end case, so we want to beg President Su to lend a hand and save us. I'm not sure if you've caught wind of the recent 513 serial murder case." Truthfully, he was secretly calculating in his head. He looks so young he still smells like milk, yet he bears the title of ghost detective. I'd better probe his skills first before deciding. Su Xun frowned slightly in confusion and replied frankly, "I haven't really caught up on this case yet." Lao Liu immediately shoved a stack of papers into his hands, saying enthusiastically, "The files are all in here, take your time to study them." Wearing a shuddering expression, Chen Yu continued providing clues. On the night of May 13th, a slaughter took place in a suburban village. A family of 3 was massacred right in their home, their valuables wiped clean. The wife was gang-raped and tortured to death, the husband's body was mangled with 18 stab wounds, and even the 5-year-old son was beaten to death. Glancing at the chilling words in the case files, Liu Yu cupped her mouth in horror, letting out a frightened gasp. Even Su Xun's blood rushed to his head. He gritted his teeth and cursed 2 words, "fucking animals." At this moment, Lao Liu furiously slammed a heavy punch down on the armrest, announcing in frustration, "Right after the incident, our brothers turned every nook and cranny upside down to launch a large-scale investigation." Old friend's face darkened when mentioning the subsequent difficulties. The catch is, the crime scene is located in a godforsaken corner, and the roads don't have a single camera. As luck would have it, heaven poured down a heavy rain that night, washing away all traces completely. Currently, the police have only narrowed it down to 4 suspects, but the rest is as dark as a sealed jar. The investigation has stalled without moving an inch, and we truly feel immense guilt toward the souls of the deceased. Su Xun pushed the stack of files back to Lao Liu and lowered his voice, asking, "I understand the situation. To put it simply, you guys want to borrow my hands to crack the case, right?" The man across from him hastily grabbed the documents and nodded without hesitation. "That's exactly it. We just hope you don't find it troublesome." Without waiting for them to finish explaining, Su Xun sprang up, blazing with determination, and waved his hand to decide. "No problem. First things first, lead me to the autopsies." Hearing that, the 2 older men rejoiced inwardly, shouting loudly in unison, "Approved." Just a short while later, the trio arrived at the freezing morgue. Standing in front of the bed, entirely covered from head to toe with a stark white cloth, Lao Liu asked with a serious face, "Do you need me to call the forensic doctor to feed you the info first?" Su Xun slowly peeled back the cloth to reveal the pale face of the person lying beneath, dropping a concise sentence, "No need." Chen Yu was baffled hearing this, asking himself, if he rejects forensics, what is he poking around here to look at? Planning to catch the thief bare-handed and do the autopsy himself, he didn't even bring tweezers. Seeing this, Lao Liu turned and nudged him with his elbow, signaling him to keep his mouth shut. At this moment, Su Xun closed his eyes tightly, silently channeling his energy to activate his ultimate skill of communicating with the underworld. Then he gently placed his hand on the male victim's forehead. Faint streaks of light and a flow of ghostly energy began to spread. He immediately used his consciousness to transmit his voice to the soul across from him. "I promise to avenge this grudge on behalf of your family. Please provide all the clues you hold. I beg you, do not leave out any details, no matter how small." As soon as he caught the signal from the man's soul, Su Xun was so shocked that both his eyes bulged wide. With a swish, he pulled the cloth back to cover him as before, making Chen Yu watch with extreme suspicion. Is he seriously done just by touching him a bit? Good lord. Lao Liu then stepped forward to test the waters. "President Su, for the next step, do we need to look at the other 2 over there?" But his face was now as black as the bottom of a pot as he gritted his teeth and replied 2 words, "Skip them." Then he turned to look at the 2 cops, hurriedly urging, "The victim has already fed me the core information. Drive me to the crime scene right away, hurry." Right after throwing down that sentence, Su Xun strode away as fast as lightning, leaving Chen Yu standing there scratching his head and ears, asking, "Wait, is it really done?" At this moment the flames of determination burned in his eyes as he swore inwardly, "Your grievances and resentment, I have felt them to the core. Just rest in peace. Those 4 animals, they won't escape even if they grow wings." A while later at the single-story house in the suburbs, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. The patch of mustard greens planted in the yard was soaking in the rare, glimmering rays of sunlight. Now Lao Liu spoke up to introduce, "This is where the tragedy happened. The family of 3 was brutally murdered inside the house, while the husband specifically collapsed and died at the doorstep. Let me lead you inside to scout." Su Xun, hunched over and observing the fresh green patch of mustard plants on the ground, coldly refused, "No need for such trouble." The 2 older men then leaned closer to Su Xun, just as he dropped a firm statement, "What I want to find is right under my feet." Right next to the vegetable patch was the shoeprint Su Xun had just pressed down. The other 2 immediately explained that, "We brothers have already plowed through this piece of land, but sadly it rained heavily, so all the killer's footprints were washed out to the river and sea. Searching the victims' bodies didn't yield any physical clues either." Seeing him still stubbornly wading forward, Lao Liu anxiously stopped him. "President Su, it's all muddy swamp over there." Watching Su Xun squat down, holding a pure white handkerchief and digging for something under the mud. Chen Yu asked with extreme curiosity, "What are you digging up?" After just a few seconds of groping, the corners of his mouth curled up as he declared, "Got it." In an instant, Su Xun skillfully used the white handkerchief to pinch a tiny object and lift it off the ground. Gluing his eyes to the mud-covered object in his hand, Lao Liu squinted to identify it, then wondered aloud when he saw it was a cigarette butt. The two men poked their noses in to scrutinize the cigarette butt. Su Xun immediately enlightened them. This type of cigar costs a fortune. Where would the victim's family scrape up the money to afford this stuff? Chen Yu nodded in agreement. Spot on. The deceased didn't smoke at all. This butt was 100% tossed by the killer when he climbed the wall to escape. Then he shoved it into Lao Liu's hand, issuing clear instructions. The outer surface is probably all contaminated, but the filter inside can definitely be scraped for DNA. Take it for testing right now. Lao Liu carefully received the cigarette butt, shouting, "Yes, sir." The old man dashed toward the gate as fast as his legs could carry him with the precious evidence, hollering for Zio Han to rev the engine and speed straight back to the station. And you gave Su Xun a thumbs up, clicking his tongue in admiration. "Mr. Su really lives up to his reputation. You're so skilled you can dig clues out of the mud. What kind of magic trick do you use to be so prophetic?" Su Xun kept his cool expression and replied, "The victim appeared in my dream. He told me that before he died, he stared at the murderer tossing the cigarette butt, then stomped on it a few times with his heel, burying it deep into the ground." After hearing that superstitious explanation, Chen Yu clicked his tongue in amazement. "I see, the occult is truly mysterious." 5 days later, while Su Xun was sweating it out on the treadmill, and Zikin floated over to him, holding a vibrating phone. She reported crisply, "Master, someone's calling for you." He quickly stepped off the machine, snatched the phone, pressed it to his ear, and gave a short hello. From the other end, an excited voice boomed, "Mr. Su, great news. Thanks to your cigarette butt clue, we've hauled the murderer out into the open. We've now pinpointed their hideout and are planning a raid tonight. You're the mastermind behind this operation, so Chief Chen wants to invite you along for the fun. Interested in joining the hunt?" Su Xun smirked smugly and shot back, "Count me in. Where are your men lying in wait?" Meanwhile, Zikin was curiously poking a dumbbell, asking naively, "What's so fun about this lump of iron?" Su Xun called out from across the room, "And Zikin, get ready to come with me for some excitement." Settled in the passenger seat, the ghost girl kept prying, "Where are you taking me for some fun, master?" Su Xun calmly turned the steering wheel and replied, "Fun, my foot. We're going to do some serious business." Then he put on a stern face and added, "There's a shady operation that needs your help to step in for me." Before long, Su Xun's luxury car screeched to a halt in front of a towering apartment complex. Lao Liu appeared by the car door in a flash, waving and shouting, "Mr. Su." Su Xun rolled down the window and quickly asked, "Are those 4 thugs holed up in this area?" Lao Liu frowned anxiously and reported, "That's right. We had the place surrounded, but these bastards are too cunning. They smelled something fishy and grabbed a hostage, barricading themselves in a room. We're racking our brains trying to figure out a way in." Upon hearing this, Su Xun immediately opened the car door and stepped out, cursing angrily, "These fools are deaf to reason. Take me there to see what they look like." At the same time, police had the ground floor of the building surrounded. An officer with a loudspeaker yelled upward, "You're cornered. Drop your weapons and surrender." Meanwhile, Chen Yu was fuming at his men, yelling, "You idiots! You couldn't even keep a tail without getting busted. I want a written report from every single one of you when we get back." Just then, Lao Liu led Su Xun through the crowd and reported, "Chief Chen, Mr. Su is here to back us up." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu rushed over, grabbed Su Xun's hand, and apologized, "I'm so grateful you're here, Mr. Su. I'm truly sorry we botched the perfect opportunity you handed us. Those bastards are holding an 8-year-old girl hostage. The chance of a successful rescue by force is extremely slim." Su Xun remained calm, looking up at the massive building and asked flatly, "Which floor are they on?" Chen Yu quickly replied, "The 5th floor." Then Su Xun announced his bold plan with a serious expression, "I'm going in to negotiate with them. I'll offer myself as a hostage exchange." The two men were shocked. Chen Yu blurted out, "Are you kidding?" Lao Liu muttered, "A hostage exchange." After a moment of astonishment, Chen Yu quickly waved his hands in refusal. "Are you crazy? This is police business. We can't put a civilian like you in harm's way. You look like you couldn't hurt a fly. I'm sending in the special forces right now." Before he could finish, Su Xun moved with a blur, his face menacing with murderous intent. He dashed forward like a whirlwind and threw a powerful punch that smashed straight through a concrete wall. A huge hole appeared, and Chen Yu and Lao Liu's jaws dropped. Chunks of rubble and dust fell from the damaged wall after that devastating blow. Lao Liu gulped nervously and asked, "Chief Chen, are you sure it's safe to let Su Xun go in there? What if something goes wrong?" Chen Yu looked up at the sky leisurely and countered confidently, "Are you blind? You just saw that earth-shattering punch. That's not normal human strength, so stop worrying." Lao Liu remained skeptical, "But what if something happens to him? He's a billionaire tycoon. What if he gets hurt?" Chief Chen smirked slyly and retorted, "That's exactly why those bastards won't suspect his identity. It'll make them let their guard down. Someone who can casually talk to ghosts and demons is way beyond our need to worry about." Meanwhile, inside the apartment, a door swung wide open. An angry shout rang out, "Get lost! Pull your men out of this area and get us a car. Make a wrong move and I'll slit this brat's throat." On the stairs, special forces with riot shields crept forward inch by inch. Su Xun appeared right behind them. He suddenly tapped a special forces officer on the shoulder and said in a low, deliberate voice, "Leave this to me." Immediately Su Xun strode up the stairs, hands raised in surrender with a wide grin. "Hey there, guys, nice to finally meet you. I hope you'll go easy on me." Inside the room were 4 burly thugs. The fat one, Cheng Fei, held a knife to the little girl's throat with one hand and pointed at Su Xun with the other, growling, "Who the hell is this kid?" Ignoring him, Su Xun kept walking forward, his hands still raised, and announced confidently, "Can't you see? I'm Su Xun, the current chairman of Qingyun International Group." The gang froze for 5 seconds. Lu Tian panicked as he recalled that Qingyun International was in the global top 500 companies. Sheng Tian quickly Googled on his phone, and upon seeing the results he cursed, "Holy shit, he's the real deal." Cheng Fei glared at Su Xun with rage, grinding his teeth as he spat out the words, "What the hell are you doing here?" Su Xun leisurely pointed at the sobbing little girl and lied confidently, "The girl you're threatening is my family's child." After bluffing, he put on a serious face and made an offer, "I'm here to negotiate a deal. What do you want to release her? How about 50 million? Does that satisfy you?" The fat Cheng Fei angrily pointed his knife at Su Xun and screamed, "You think we're idiots? The cops have us surrounded outside. Even 50 million won't get this brat free. If you've got the guts, come in here and take her place." Facing the raging beast, Su Xun just grinned brightly and agreed without hesitation, "Fine, it's a deal. Release the girl and I'll gladly offer myself to you." The 4 thugs were stunned. They all thought the same thing in their heads. He agreed that fast. In a flash, the cold blade was pressed against Su Xun's throat. The young man grinned and said, "That's more like it." Surrounded by the 4 beasts, Su Xun still had the nerve to taunt them. "Holding a billionaire like me hostage is 1,000 times better than holding some snot-nosed brat, don't you think?" Taking the opportunity, the little girl ran out, crying, and jumped into her mother's arms, sobbing, "Mom, save me." With the knife still pressed against Su Xun's throat, the fat man, Cheng Fei, was still bewildered, muttering, "Am I hallucinating? What kind of trick are you pulling?" Su Xun shot a piercing glare at Cheng Fei, making the hand holding the knife tremble. He said in a cold, murderous tone, "What I'm about to say is not for outsiders to hear," and Zikin closed the door. As soon as Su Xun spoke, the fat man's mouth dropped open in fear. A dark force slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Lu Tian peed his pants and whimpered, "Who the hell closed the door?" Cheng Fei panicked, pressed the blade harder against Su Xun's skin and threatened, "What kind of ghost trick are you trying to pull? I'll kill you right now, believe me." Su Xun's eyes glowed with a bloody red, and he said through gritted teeth, "Go ahead and try." Enraged, Cheng Fei swung the knife, aiming to cut his throat, yelling, "You're dead." But he had no idea that Su Xun had already moved several meters away. Before the fat man could react, a powerful punch shattered his jaw, sending blood spurting everywhere. Seeing this, the other 3 thugs charged forward like madmen, yelling, "Kill him! Send him to meet the devil!" Sheng Tian swung his knife and missed right in front of Su Xun's face. Su Xun calmly remarked, "That punch just now was payback for the child you killed." At that moment, the bald Lu Tian lunged forward and stabbed his knife into Su Xun. Su Xun stood still as a statue, calmly punching and breaking Kui Lei's jaw, cursing, "This one is for justice for that poor woman." Next, Lu Tian received a powerful knee strike, accompanied by Su Xun's firm judgment, "And this one is blood for that man." In just a few seconds, Lu Tian, Cheng Fei, and Kui Lei were lying on the floor. Sheng Tian stood frozen, holding his knife with trembling hands and stammered, That's enough. We only killed 3 people. That means I get to live, right?" Su Xun cracked his knuckles and walked closer, his face still dark and grim, sneering, "You think you're clever, huh? I've got plenty for you." He grabbed Sheng Tian by the hair, yanked his head back, and landed a powerful punch square on his face, adding, "This is for the little girl you scared earlier." After dealing with the scumbags, Su Xun pulled out a white handkerchief and casually wiped the dirt off his hands, his face still radiating murderous intent. Sheng Tian's companions, dazed and terrified, backed away, stuttering, "Who? What kind of monster are you?" Su Xun crouched down in front of them, gave a chilling smile, and threatened, "I'm just a law-abiding citizen who likes to help the weak. If the cops can't handle you, leave it to me. It's too late for you now. Any last words?" Before Sheng Tian could say anything, the fat man in the corner yelled, "Huh, you can beat us all you want, we won't talk. We got 4 guys, the cops can't make us all disappear. As long as one of us gets out, I swear I'll destroy your Qingyun group. Just wait and see." That cursing made Su Xun turn his head in annoyance, his eyes full of disgust. Seeing Su Xun's frustration, Cheng Fei grew bolder and mocked him, "Go ahead, send us all to meet the devil. If you kill us, you'll be the one in trouble, haha. Let's see what you can do to us." Su Xun stood up calmly and retorted, "Sending you to the devil is too easy. And Zikin, the next act is yours." With that, he put on a serious face, turned the doorknob, and walked out. As soon as the special forces saw him, they asked in a flurry, "What's going on in there? Can we break in now?" Su Xun waved his hand dismissively, "Stay calm. The 4 gentlemen inside need some time to meditate." Inside the room, the thugs were looking at each other in confusion. Kui Lei, with a swollen face, muttered curiously, "Why did that guy just leave? It feels like there's something weird in this room." And Zikin had fully materialized, bringing an aura of bone-chilling cold. The gang suddenly shuddered, and Sheng Tian trembled, What's that creepy sound?" He slowly turned his head and saw a white shadow floating right behind him. He shook violently, feeling a chill on the back of his neck. And Zikin gently breathed an icy cold wind onto Sheng Tian's neck, making him freeze in terror, too scared to even breathe. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore through the night, leaving the police outside staring at each other in confusion. News report broadcast live showed Sheng Tian being led away, still foaming at the mouth, shouting about ghosts. Beside him, the news anchor continued calmly, "The shocking 513 murder case officially closed today. Authorities have arrested 4 suspects at a residential building. According to sources, all 4 were mentally unstable when arrested and have been transferred to a psychiatric hospital for observation." The program continued with an interview with Chen Yu, who declared confidently, "The 4 suspects are suffering from hallucinations and delusions due to guilt over their crimes. The authorities will do their best to treat them and ensure they face justice in court." Back at Su Xun's apartment, he turned off the TV and smirked, "Guilt, my foot. Chief Chen's performance was so good I almost believed it myself." After tossing the remote aside, Zikin snuggled into his arms and asked coyly, "Master, how was my performance?" He gave a radiant smile and gave her a thumbs up, "Absolutely perfect." Hearing the praise, Zikin's face flushed and she cooed, "Then reward me." Seeing Su Xun stay quiet, she leaned in and whined, "Come on, don't ignore me or I'll be mad." Helplessly, he leaned over and gave her a quick peck, thinking to himself, "Oh God, kissing a ghost, is this going to drain my yang energy?" Suddenly, Zikin pushed Su Xun down on the sofa. He felt a bit panicked by her boldness. Then Zikin reached out and touched his body, whispering her desire, "Master, I want you so bad." Su Xun broke out in a cold sweat, asking himself, "Is this ghost girl under some kind of spell? Is she really going to strip and force herself on me?" Without wasting a second, she pounced and yanked at his pants zipper, declaring, "Those other girls got it, so I want it too." Su Xun quickly grabbed her hands, sweating, and warned, Zikin, calm down. Right at that critical moment, Su Xun's phone on the table vibrated. The screen showed Liu Yu's number. Seizing the lifeline, he grabbed the phone and answered, "Let me take this first." Zikin was furious at being interrupted. Answering the call, Su Xun excitedly blurted out, "Liu Yu, you have perfect timing. You're like a savior sent to rescue my life." But his smile quickly faded as he heard Liu Yu's desperate scream, "Mr. Su, help me." Rewind a bit. Liu Yu was walking alone down a dark alley. Sensing something was wrong, she quickened her pace. Sweat poured down her forehead as she realized someone was following her closely. In panic, she dashed into a park for safety. The stalker grinned perversely, thinking, "You're not getting away from me tonight." The mysterious man pursued her relentlessly, the distance between them shrinking. He smirked slyly, reaching into his pocket for a tool. The stalker decided to act, lunging at her like a hungry beast with a chloroform-soaked cloth. Liu Yu turned around in terror. The pervert grabbed her tightly by the neck. Liu Yu screamed in fear, "Help, someone's kidnapping me." He pressed the cloth over her mouth and nose. Liu Yu could only shed tears of despair. At that critical moment, 3 luxury cars suddenly shone their headlights directly at the stalker from across the street. A cold voice came from behind the lights. "Scumbags are always around, but this year seems to be a bumper crop." The stalker, startled, quickly reached behind him for a weapon. At that moment, Su Xun and Xiao Hu stepped out of their cars. Su Xun glared at the enemy. "Since you dared to touch my people, you're going to face the consequences." Panicking, the stalker pressed a dagger against Liu Yu's neck, shouting, "Don't come any closer, or I'll slit her throat." Before he could finish, a flash of ethereal energy knocked the dagger from his hand. In an instant, a ghostly hand caught the blade midair. The stalker stared at the impossible scene, stammering, "What the hell are you?" Now Su Xun gently held Liu Yu in his arms, while in his other hand, he pointed the stalker's own dagger at him, scaring him out of his wits. "Are you a ghost or a demon?" the stalker cried. A few minutes later, the stalker was roughly dragged into a shabby warehouse by 2 of Su Xun's burly bodyguards. Hearing Su Xun's command to kneel, the bastard wisely dropped to his knees. Xiao Hu used a tweezer to lift the chloroform cloth and reported, "Mr. Su, it's strong anesthetic." Su Xun casually ran his finger along the dagger's blade and raised an eyebrow. "Nice tools. What were you planning after you knocked her out?" The stalker forced a pitiful smile and tried to talk his way out. "Spare me, boss. I was just desperate for money. I swear I had no other bad intentions." No sooner had he spoken than the gleaming dagger was stabbed straight through his foot, blood spraying out like a fountain. The stalker howled like a trapped wolf, tears and snot running down his face. Su Xun calmly stepped forward and coldly repeated his question, "I'll give you one last chance to tell the truth. What were you really after?" The pervert trembled violently, sobbing, "I was going to drug her, take her somewhere secluded, rape her, then steal everything she had." Hearing his disgusting confession, Su Xun interrogated him, "How many women have you hurt?" The stalker confessed obediently, "6, boss. Please go easy on me. I'll never do it again. I'll turn myself in to the police right now." At that moment, Xiao Hu whispered in Su Xun's ear, "Lately, the police have found 6 women's bodies, all naked, with signs of assault. This bastard is definitely the killer." Su Xun crouched down, pointed a finger at the stalker, and said through gritted teeth, "6 lives lost for the price of a dog's life. That's a bad deal." The stalker turned pale and whimpered, "Then, what do you want me to do?" Su Xun ruthlessly declared, "You must experience 6 times the pain of your victims before I'll accept your apology." The stalker screamed in terror. The pervert struggled frantically, pleading, "Please, boss, I swear I'll never do it again." Su Xun shoved his hands in his pockets and walked away, turning back to tell Xiao Hu, "Find him 6 big, strong black men to keep him company." Xiao Hu nodded, "Understood, boss." As Su Xun walked away from the warehouse, the stalker's agonizing screams echoed in the distance, "Please, I'll take the punishment. I'll turn myself in." Su Xun opened the car door and saw Liu Yu still trembling. He patted her shoulder reassuringly, "Don't be scared. Everything's okay now." She nodded weakly. Seeing her still pale, he thought, "She's terrified. Leaving her alone might traumatize her further." So he suggested, "All right, let me take you to my place for now." Soon, his car stopped in front of his mansion. In the living room, Zikin and Yan Yuru were lounging on the sofa. When they saw him enter, they both approached. Ignoring them, Su Xun gently guided Liu Yu inside, warning her, "Careful, don't trip." The 2 women stood frozen behind them. After settling Liu Yu on the bed, he said gently, "You can stay in the guest room tonight. It's very safe here. I'll be right next door if you need anything." Suddenly, Liu Yu clung to him like an octopus, crying, "Please don't leave me alone. I'm so scared." As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the drifting clouds. Su Xun groggily opened his bedroom door and stretched, yawning as he welcomed the new day. Suddenly, Zikin appeared with a gleaming kitchen knife, slashing the air wildly and muttering curses. "Die, you filthy fly." She stomped around, chanting, "Die, just die." Seeing this, Su Xun quickly turned to sneak away, thinking, "Who kills flies with a kitchen knife this early in the morning?" As he passed the kitchen, Yan Yuru splashed a basin of vegetable washing water at him. The ambush made him angry. Zionhu, are you crazy? She replied nonchalantly. I'm cooking. I just tossed out the rice water. Su Xun was even more furious. That water was hot, and the sink is right there. Why did you throw it outside? Just then, Zikin's gloomy face appeared behind him, hissing, Good question. Why did you dare bring that vixen here? Are you trying to juggle 3 women now? The 2 women, rolling up their sleeves and brandishing pots and pans, closed in on him with murder in their eyes. And Zikin sneered, How about we just cut off your 3rd leg to save the trouble? He panicked, waving his hands in self-defense. Please, ladies, I was just trying to comfort her. I have no other intentions. Meanwhile, in the next room, Liu Yu was naked, her ear pressed to the door, eavesdropping on the fight. And Zikin's voice rang out, I don't believe you. Just lie down and take your punishment. That afternoon, Zikin strolled through the university campus gate with her friend, in high spirits. Suddenly, she stopped, her gaze distracted by a scene in the distance. Not far away, Su Xun was cheerfully waving at her, holding a bouquet of red roses with a luxury car as a backdrop. He smiled brightly and offered the flowers, asking, School's been tough lately, huh? But Zikin coldly walked past him like a stranger. Staring at her retreating figure, he sighed, Women's hearts are really hard to understand. Finally, she pouted and retorted, You think a bouquet of flowers is enough to make me forgive you? Keep dreaming. Without hesitation, Su Xun stepped forward and scooped her up into his arms. He then held her tightly and ran off cheerfully, shouting, Let's go. And Zikin was stunned, What are you doing? Watching the scene, the nurse behind them shook her head in admiration. The youth these days are really strong. Ignoring her struggles and demands to be put down, Su Xun just grinned and carried her as fast as he could. When they reached the restaurant, and Zikin remained cold and ignored him, Su Xun scratched his head. Are you still mad at me? She just let out a proud hum. When the food arrived, he lovingly picked up a piece of meat and offered it to her, saying, Open wide. But she merely replied, I'm not hungry. Her coldness made Su Xun sad, and he said apologetically, Last night was really innocent. Why won't you believe me? And Zikin covered her ears and shook her head. I don't want to hear your sweet talk. Meanwhile, in a car parked outside the restaurant, Zio, who watched the couple through the window and smirked, no matter how cool Mr. Su acts, he's still wrapped around her finger. Li Nan, typing on his phone, chimed in, but he seems to be enjoying it, huh? Just then Zio, who noticed something and asked, Hey, when did you get that new phone, and why does it look so beat up? Li Nan proudly waved the phone. It's from that pervert killer we caught yesterday. I swiped it for fun before we sent him to the bottom of the sea. Zio, who snatched the phone, frowning, Are you crazy? You took evidence from a criminal. If the cops trace it, you're going to bring trouble to Mr. Su. Li Nan stammered, I swear I was just gonna play with it for a bit and then get rid of it. Suddenly, something on the screen caught Zio, whose full attention. He dashed into the restaurant just as Su Xun was coaxing Zikin, saying, Liu Yu has always been loyal to me. She's got no one here, I can't just ignore her. Zio, who ran to the table, breathing heavily and whispered, Mr. Su, we've got a problem. He showed the phone screen to Su Xun and reported urgently, I've had the guys search everywhere. They both looked out the window. Zio, who continued, The stalker was way too sneaky. He's long gone, we couldn't find any trace. On the phone, a group chat called 6-Men Gang had a new message. It was a picture of Su Xun feeding Zikin, sent by a user named Rat, with the caption, Hey guys, new prey spotted. Without wasting a second, Su Xun quickly grabbed Zikin's hand and left the restaurant. Sensing her anxiety, he soothed her, Stay calm, don't look around, just walk straight ahead. Hiding behind a bush, Zio, who saw Zikin pass by and whispered into the radio, Any movement? The reply came, Clear for 200 meters behind. Hearing that, he slapped his thigh in frustration. Damn it, he got away. Back at Su Xun's residence, Zio, who stepped forward and vowed, Mr. Su, I'll personally command the security team to protect you and Missin with my life. Looking at the phone screen, Su Xun frowned. It seems this killer gang isn't just one guy, but 6. The other 5 don't know one's already dead. They see a good target and are reporting immediately. A sinister smile curled on Su Xun's lips. They had a chance to turn back, but they chose to go deeper. Since they're tired of living, I'll just have to clean up this trash for society. Zio, who suggested, Why not send a message to the group to get more info? But Su Xun dismissed it. Only one person has spoken so far. That means they're cautious. Acting rashly will only make them more alert. Angry Zio, who slammed his fist against the wall. Damn it, this guy is too clever. He even cleared the message history clean. Then Su Xun asked in a low voice, "Can we retrieve the body?" Zio, who was surprised but replied honestly, "It's locked in a cage at the bottom of the sea. Retrieving it is still possible." Instantly Su Xun stood up and ordered, "Let's go check it out." Zio, who panicked and explained, "We already stripped the body clean. There's no usable evidence left." Su Xun strode forward, his voice cold and firm, "I don't need clues. I need the body itself to talk." That chilling statement made Zio, who freeze, thinking he must have misheard a sci-fi plot. A short while later, they were at the beach. The iron cage with the body was slowly pulled onto the sand. Wet seaweed clung to the metal bars, and salty water dripped from the bottom of the cage. As the cage was pulled closer, the stench was overwhelming. Zio, who pinched his nose and cautiously asked, "Mr. Su, the body smells awful. Are you sure you want to do this?" Before he could finish his words, Su Xun boldly approached the rotting corpse and casually dropped a sentence, "That's not a problem." After that, he calmly placed his hand on the cold body curled up in the cage. In the blink of an eye, the clairvoyance ability was activated to recreate the entire past. Fragments of memories rewound in Su Xun's mind, including a guy wearing a horse mask, a sick pervert approaching to caress the terrified girl and joking, "Sweetie, even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you." Next was the pig-masked guy shouting his order, "Boss, make me a bowl of noodles." The gorilla-masked guy kept laughing maniacally, intertwined with the moment the pig head invited his accomplices, "Hey, where are we partying tonight, bros, haha." After scanning the filthy memories of those animals, he quickly withdrew his hand from the reeking corpse. He pulled out a pure white handkerchief to wipe his fingers clean, the corners of his mouth curling up in a mocking sneer. Interesting, these pieces of trash turn out to be complete strangers. Hearing this, Zio, who was dumbfounded and wondered, if no one knows each other, how could they form a gang? Su Xun strolled over to open the car door, casually explaining, "These 6 guys are just online brothers who call each other by nicknames. Once someone hunts down a satisfactory prey, they take a picture and throw it into the group chat. When taking action, they all cover their faces completely, so they themselves are clueless about each other's true appearances." As soon as he settled into the car, he absent-mindedly looked at the screen of the scarred guy's phone, calculating in his head. No wonder the group chat was dead silent. It turned out they were all waiting for instructions from this guy. After a moment of consideration, he boldly typed a message and dropped it into their depraved group chat. "I just locked in the information. The target currently resides in Qingmu Villa. We make our move tomorrow night." The other 5 guys immediately jumped in and replied continuously, "Holy shit, Old Mouse has finally surfaced. We thought you got taken away in handcuffs. We almost ran for our lives. Awesome, that hunting speed is insane. That area is full of real tycoons. A true Golden Branch jade leaf beauty. Just hearing about it gets my professional blood pumping." Skimming through those disgusting words, he furiously threw the phone hard onto the seat, growling, "What a bunch of societal scum. It looks like tomorrow night we have to throw a grand banquet to welcome them." Seeing his attitude, Zio, who turned his head, made a throat-slitting gesture and asked, "Should we take them all out at once?" He immediately waved his hand in rejection. "No need. I prefer watching them walk into the police station themselves and bow their heads in confession." But in reality, Su Xun was rejoicing inside. Only 2 more cases left. God truly knows how to create favorable conditions for me. As night fell over Qingmu Villa, the slender silhouette of a young woman faintly appeared behind the curtains on the ground floor. The group of sick perverts had gathered completely, hiding behind the dense bushes. The pig-masked guy asked softly, "Are you sure this is the house?" The bull-masked guy nodded firmly, "It can't be wrong." The bear-masked guy stretched his neck, looking around, "So where did Old Mouse sneak off to?" At that very moment, a figure wearing a mouse mask suddenly emerged from behind and waved a signal, "Stick close to me." The bullhead whispered excitedly, "Here is Old Mouse." While stealthily following the mouse guy, the bull-masked guy was so excited that he blurted out filthy words, "Tonight I swear I'm going to party till the very end." The mouse guy took the lead, guiding the whole pack sneaking into the villa area, not forgetting to turn his head and urge his accomplices to speed up their pace. After that, he quietly pushed open the door of a room and gently waved his hand, making way for the bullhead to enter first. The pack of perverts tiptoed inside, but the bull guy suddenly felt a chill due to a suspicious detail. "Weird, this is definitely the room. When I was downstairs I saw the lights were still on. How come it's pitch black once we got up here?" As soon as he finished speaking, from the dark corners, two freezing gun muzzles pressed tightly against both sides of his temples. At the exact same time, the room's lights flickered on brilliantly, exposing the whole truth. Now all 5 criminals were pinned tightly against the wall by the bodyguard squad, surrounded by a series of pitch-black gun barrels ready to spit bullets. At that moment, Zio, who was leisurely dangling a beauty mannequin in his hand, chuckling sarcastically, "This is my private residence, yet you small fries actually had the guts to sneak in, quite the audacity, huh?" The perverts cowered and shrank their necks, their faces draining of all color when they saw the burly bodyguard step forward with the order, "Drag them away." A moment later, the entire depraved gang was neatly escorted into a sealed storage basement. All of them were stripped of their masks and suspended in midair by ropes. Their groans and pleas echoed endlessly, "Boss, please let us down. We were just foolishly trying to steal some stuff. We beg for your mercy. We'll never do it again. We beg you, bosses, let us down. Our arms are going to break from the pain." Mid the chaos, Hui Wu, the one in the horse disguise, spoke up in panic. "So weird, where did Old Mouse vanish to? We're doomed, brothers, we fell into his trap." Fei Shi, the pig-masked guy, immediately brushed off that thought. "Are you crazy? How would Old Mouse have the guts to sell us out?" Jai Sen, the bear-masked guy, yelled irritably, "The 5 of us are hung up like roasted pigs. Only he is missing. If it wasn't him, was it a ghost?" Right at that tense second, the door of the basement holding the 5 sick perverts slowly opened. The scarred guy was dragged in roughly by 2 bodyguards holding him by the armpits, leaving a dark red trail of blood on the floor. One bodyguard was still dangling the mouse mask in his hand. He was thrown heavily onto the tile floor, his entire body covered in bloody wounds, lying motionless like a soulless corpse. Witnessing that tragic sight, Fei Shi roared in panic, "You guys are too ruthless. How could you torture him to this extent?" At this time, Zio, who slowly walked in, blowing out a thick cloud of cigar smoke, then smirked mockingly, "If you don't taste some violence, how would you scumbags obediently spit out the truth?" Jai Sen's face lost all its color as he stammered, "They beat Old Mouse to pulp to force a confession. No wonder we haven't seen a trace of him all this time." Hui Wu, hanging next to him, trembled and moaned, "If they beat him like this, is he completely dead? Look, he's lying dead still without even twitching." Catching snippets of their chatter, Zio, who casually kicked the scarred guy right in the butt, then looked up and asked the rest, "What do you guys think?" Seeing the scarred guy remain motionless, Shen Yao, the one playing the gorilla, cried out trembling, "Did you guys actually send him to the afterlife by mistake? You brutal murderers." Zio, who pointed his finger straight at the faces of those animals, gritting his teeth and hissing every word, "It's you guys who are the murderous demons." His face was shrouded in a layer of murderous aura as he shot a look of extreme contempt at them. Growling, "This brat confessed everything. You all ganged up to take the lives of 6 innocent girls. All my life, I've been most disgusted by animals who specialize in raping the weak, so even if you scumbags lose your lives here, it's not worth a single cent of pity." Despite the group shivering nonstop, Zio, whose voice remained chillingly calm. "However, today my master told me to hold back on the killing. I'm only allowed to take a maximum of 5 lives. Exceeding that number will bring bad karma. So hurry up and confess who is the least guilty. I'll grant a special favor and spare that one's life." Out of greed for life and fear of death, Fei Shi hurriedly tried to cover up his crimes. "I swear I only stood and watched. In all 6 of those cases, I never touched a single hair on their heads." Jai Sen yelled furiously, "You dog, you're bullshitting." Hui Wu next to him also quickly exposed him. "Stop lying. At least twice you were the first one to rush in and tear their clothes off." Shen Yao also seized the opportunity to explain himself. "You guys all have your hands stained with blood. I'm the only one who skipped a case and didn't participate. I'm the cleanest one here." Fei Shi immediately counterattacked to expose his accomplice's crimes. "I spit on your hypocritical face. I know all the filthy things you've done. Before joining the gang, didn't you dispose of 2 lives? If you have the guts, spit it out." Hit right in his weak spot, the other guy was struck dumb, only able to glare and stammer, "You." So, a grand convention of airing each other's dirty laundry officially erupted. "Hey, it was you who forced me to watch those sneakily recorded hotel clips." Fei Shi retorted bitterly, "You're the real scammer, swiping over 5 million from a dozen old ladies." Hui Wu didn't hold back either, adding fuel to the fire. "Someone like you even dares to commit vile acts against a child." The session of exposing all the putrid deeds of these animals made even Zio, who widened his eyes, utterly speechless. He could only shake his head in weariness. "Motherfucker, These bastards are beyond saving. After a round of viciously cursing and degrading each other, every single one of them was out of breath, gasping weakly on their binding ropes. Xiao Hu leisurely crossed his legs on the chair, sipping his red wine, looking at the battered group with a smirk, done barking. Do you want to drag each other's ancestors out to curse them too? Knowing he had no way to survive, Hui Wu pleaded with teary eyes, "Boss, please grant us a quick and painless death. We know our lives are at their end, please do it quickly." Xiao Hu immediately sprang to his feet, clicking his tongue and mocking the guy, talking nonsense. Your grandfather here is a model citizen who abides by the Constitution. How could I ever get my hands dirty taking people's lives? Right at that moment, Su Xun pushed the door open and walked in alongside Chen Yu. He asked casually, "So, Director Chen, are those confessions enough to throw them in jail?" He swept his sharp gaze over the pack of evil beasts hanging in midair, pronouncing his judgment with a growl, "More than enough. For these crimes, making each of them pay with their lives 800 times over would still be considered a light sentence." Without further delay, Chen Yu loudly issued an order: handcuff these 5 murder suspects and escort them back to the station, and transfer that corpse back to the hospital morgue. They are caught in the net. Hearing the order, the police force rushed in as quick as lightning, shouting in unison, "Yes, sir." The radiant dawn of the next day shone upon Zikin's private residence. The living room TV was broadcasting the news bulletin with a statement from the authorities' representative. Through a rigorous investigation process, we have successfully dismantled a notorious murder syndicate responsible for a series of barbaric crimes spanning multiple provinces and cities. Su Xun and Zikin watched the screen intently, where the anchor emphasized that the death penalty would undoubtedly be the fitting end for them. Hearing this, Zikin frowned in curiosity and asked, how could those 6 completely unfamiliar guys cooperate to take people's lives? He reached out to wrap his arm around her shoulders, slowly decoding it. That's right, they were just internet cronies. Finding they shared the same sick interests, they colluded with each other. They even treated their monstrous crimes as trophies to show off to one another, so every one of them knew the other's secrets clearly. Right then, Zikin's mother's voice echoed from the door, "Are you kids hungry yet?" making the couple startle and shyly pull away from each other. Li Ziu walked in carrying 2 bulky bags of groceries, cheerfully bragging, "Xiao Xun, this noon auntie will show off her skills and make a fish dish to treat you too." He quickly waved his hands to politely decline, "Auntie, please don't go through the trouble. I already booked a table at a restaurant today to invite the whole family out for a meal. You should just rest and relax." She glared at him with affectionate reproach. "What trouble? In the future, when you and Zikin live under the same roof, are you going to drag each other to restaurants every single day? Home-cooked meals are always warmer and cleaner." Hearing her mother mention marriage, Zikin blushed deeply and objected, "Mom, what are you talking about? I'm still young, I don't want to put a yoke around my neck this early." Li Ziu let out a snort, walking straight into the kitchen while criticizing her precious daughter. "If you're so capable, then grow roots at home for the rest of your life. You're forbidden from getting married. Now drag yourself in here and help Mom pick the vegetables." Zikin hurriedly grabbed Su Xun's hand, mischievously sticking her tongue out at her mother before boldly declaring, "No way, I have to take Su Xun up to my room for a tour now." The older brother, who was planning to sneak away, was stopped by Li Ziu's call. "Jianian, where are you trying to escape to? Get in here and gut this fish for your mom." The young man was rooted to the spot, stammering without being able to squeeze out a single word, "I." Meanwhile, in Zikin's private room, the girl quietly locked the door, while the young man looked around in wonder, asking, "So is there anything fun to do in here?" Suddenly, Su Xun had an idea. "How about we head down to the kitchen to give everyone a hand?" Zikin abruptly stepped forward and pushed him down onto the soft mattress, saying shyly, "Help with what? Why is your face suddenly as tense as a guitar string?" The beauty's bold move left the young man momentarily stunned. Currently, Zikin was straddling Su Xun, shooting him a sultry, captivating look straight into his eyes and softly uttering, "How about you focus on showing me what you're capable of?" A while later, Su Xun casually strolled down the stairs, looking extremely refreshed, with a toothpick in his mouth and a smug smirk on his face. Jianian was glued to the TV screen. Hearing the footsteps, he turned around and asked sarcastically, "Are you 2 lovebirds done messing around?" He turned his whole body, glaring at him intensely and interrogating, "Don't you try to fool me that you went up there just to admire the girl's room decor without pulling any tricks. You've got some nerve, doing shady things up there with the adults sitting right downstairs." Caught red-handed, Su Xun could only pretend to scratch his head and laugh it off, hastily changing the subject. Brother-in-law sure knows how to joke. Are you watching the afternoon news? From the TV came the voice of an editor reporting the case of Chen Tian, the boss of Tian Group, who had just been declared innocent by the court due to a lack of incriminating evidence. Jianian gritted his teeth furiously. Just as expected, that piece of scum slipped through the net of the law again. His eyebrows knitted tightly together as he let out words full of resentment and indignation. Su Xun dropped himself onto the sofa next to Jianian, asking curiously, what kind of legal trouble did this old guy Chen Tian get into? His face immediately darkened as he explained that old bastard is a devil in human skin, secretly cuckolding his employees and then driving his own subordinate to death. Yet miraculously, the police couldn't find a single shred of evidence to throw him in jail. It's absolutely ridiculous. His curiosity surged even higher. How can you be so sure he had a hand in everything? Jianian replied angrily, all of his filthy deeds are clear as day to everyone in this business circle. On the live broadcast, Tian's smug face appeared zoomed in. The old man brazenly declared to the cameras, I've already affirmed it, justice always stands with the righteous. Where would a law-abiding businessman like me find the nerve to do such depraved things? Before he could finish, a raw egg flew from out of nowhere and smashed right into his face. The culprit behind the throw was an elderly woman, crying and screaming in extreme outrage. You animal, my son worked his life away for your company, yet you had the heart to have an affair with his wife, pushing him to his death. Even if I turn into a ghost, I'll drag you to hell with me. The female secretary Huan-Le hastily pulled out some tissues to clean up the mess on her boss's face. Tian remained completely calm as he dropped a threat. Listen here, old lady, the court has already proven my innocence. You better stop spitting blood to frame people. If you open your mouth without evidence, beware that I'll sue you for defamation. Then he squatted down in front of the pitiful mother, spewing the most utterly despicable words. Out of consideration that your son used to be my employee, I'll toss you some spare change for his funeral. Hearing this, the old lady seemingly went mad, roaring through her stifled tears, you beast. Having cleared the obstacle, the old man casually stepped into the supercar with his hot secretary, leaving behind bursts of horrific, inhumane laughter. Witnessing that entire arrogant and unreasonable farce, Jianian was so infuriated that he slammed a fist onto the sofa cushion, cursing, God damn it, are the laws truly helpless against this kind of scum? Sitting next to him, Su Xun also had to brace himself to suppress the flames of fury, his face turning as dark as a storm-approaching sky. The radiant morning sunlight of a new day illuminated the headquarters of Qingyun International Group. Liu Yu escorted Chen Yu and a bald man into the meeting room, bowing slightly to report to Su Xun, President Su, Director Chen is here to see you. He spread his arms and politely invited the guests to sit, then said, Please enjoy the tea, Director Chen. As soon as Chen Yu sat down, he expressed his guilt. First and foremost, I must sincerely apologize to you. You made a massive contribution to taking down 2 major criminal syndicates, yet we couldn't even honor you in front of the media. Su Xun smiled faintly and waved his hand. You're exaggerating. Our core agreement from the very beginning was to keep my identity an absolute secret. I am the one who should be grateful to you for suppressing the information so well. Having said that, he shifted his gaze toward the bald companion and introduced him. Please allow me to introduce. This is Wu Quan, the captain of the Jiangdong police sub-branch. Just hearing this figure's name, Su Xun immediately raised an eyebrow and saw right through it. Captain Wu going through the trouble to come all the way here must surely be because of Chen Tian's case, right? Wu Quan jumped in surprise at being read like an open book, hastily replying, spot on. But how did you guess it like a god? Scheming smile appeared on his lips as he slowly analyzed, that old guy Chen Tian is drowning in sins, yet still roaming free outside the law. You folks in the police force must be going crazy with anger because all your investigative tactics are useless against him. Driven to a corner, you have no choice but to seek me out as a final lifeline, am I wrong? Wu Quan clenched his fists until the veins popped, expressing his frustration. You hit the nail on the head. Our entire police department is having our faces rubbed in the mud. Everyone is boiling with murderous intent, swearing to find a loophole to throw that old bastard into prison. Seeing the fish bite the hook, Su Xun instantly seized the opportunity. Great minds truly think alike. I'm also finding that old guy an eyesore. Please summarize the case file for me, Captain Wu. The older man replied joyfully, agreed, I won't leave out a single detail. Without hesitation, Wu Quan thoroughly narrated the background. The unfortunate victim was Lan Yang, 32 years old in his prime, who used to hold the position of sales director at Taiwan. His wife is Li Man, a renowned, stunning beauty. The story began 6 months ago when Lan Yang was continuously sent on overseas business trips by the company. Thinking he was being favored by the big boss for promotion, he worked even harder, dreaming of advancing and striking it rich. Until one fateful day, a delayed flight forced him to change his schedule. His sudden return helped him uncover an earth-shattering secret right in his own home. It turned out that for 6 whole months, his wife had been secretly rolling around in bed with that guy Chen Taiyan. That endless series of business trips was actually just a ploy to clear the way so the big boss could easily mess around with his wife. In utmost resentment, Lan Yang caused a massive scene right at the company headquarters to reclaim his honor. However, from that point on, no one ever saw a trace of him again. The public simply assumed he had taken some hush money to let the scandal sink. The matter only blew up when we fished out his freezing cold corpse, and we were shocked to realize this was a brutal murder. Absorbing the information swiftly, Su Xun immediately concluded, so judging by both motive and execution capability, Chen Taiyan is the #1 suspect. I'm not wrong, am I? Wu Quan nodded in confirmation, absolutely correct. Just as he finished speaking, his beloved phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated violently. He hurriedly pressed the phone to his ear to answer. The information transmitted from the other end of the line made Wu Quan's face turn pale with shock. What did you say? Lan Yang's mother just had her life taken by a traffic accident. That sensational news made Su Xun's face darken in contemplation. This bastard of an old man even dared to lay his hands on a frail old lady. At this time, Chen Yu anxiously patted his colleague's shoulder and pressed him. Did you catch the driver? His face darkened as he replied resentfully. He vanished without a trace. We only fished the car out of the river, but the culprit evaporated without a clue. That animal, he wouldn't even spare an old lady who was already with one foot in the grave. Without saying a word, Su Xun sprang to his feet and called out Liu Yu's name loudly. The moment the beauty appeared at the door, he decisively gave his order. Go book the entire VIP room at the most exclusive hotel in Jiangdong immediately. In exactly 2 hours, I will host a banquet for a partner there. The female secretary nodded and obeyed instantly. Understood, boss. Hearing the instruction, Wu Quan turned pale with concern. Mr. Su, a 2-hour deadline is impossible. Even the fastest supercar would take 5 hours to crawl to Jiangdong. We'd better push the appointment back to be more relaxed. He shot him a gaze as sharp as a razor, spitting out every word with a threatening tone. When you want to crush the heart of an enemy, time is something non-negotiable. A moment later, the quartet of Su Xun, Liu Yu, and the 2 police captains were already seated in a silver-gray jet helicopter. Inside the cabin, Su Xun asked in a deep voice to check the progress, have you sent the invitation to Taiwan? Sitting next to him, Liu Yu confidently reported, don't worry, boss. I personally connected with their secretary's side before we took off. This godlike speed of action left the 2 police officials with their jaws dropping, completely resigning themselves to fate's arrangement. At this moment, Liu Yu frowned slightly in concern. What if old Taiyan calls in sick and refuses to show his face? What do we do then? Su Xun flashed a proud, confident smile. Just throw that worry away. Even if he borrowed 100 more guts, he wouldn't dare refuse my invitation. Meanwhile, at Taiyan's lair, the old man was half closing his eyes in enjoyment on his armchair, with Huan-Le closely whispering reports next to him. President Chen, the driver has been disposed of smoothly. Rest assured that no one will ever be able to trace it back to you. Just as the report finished, the old man's lustful hand slipped between Huan-Le's slender thighs, laughing despicably in praise. Zio Qin, well done. Your daddy here will give you a hot reward in a bit. The secretary trembled in waves, moaning shyly and ambiguously, President Chen, please don't. Her body writhed restlessly. Right at that moment, Huan-Le pulled out her phone and continued to report the situation. There's another intense development. I just took a call from Qingyun International. Their chairman Su Xun sent word that he wants to meet you at the Jiangdong Center Hotel. This news was like a bucket of cold water splashed right in his face. His pupils contracted, a bad premonition flashing through his mind. He immediately withdrew his hand, stroking his chin beard in deep calculation. Why would that brat Su Xun suddenly lower himself and want to meet me? After that, he turned to look at Huan-Le with a probing gaze. Historically, aside from some superficial business dealings, Our Taeyeon hasn't had any deep connections with that Kingyun group, right? The woman flirtatiously pulled down her black stockings, her voice sultry and inviting. Then why bother caring about him at all? Let's get back to the main event, boss. I just perfected some amazing new poses. Bam! Taeyeon slammed a slap onto the desk, glaring and cursing. You stupid bitch, if I dare to brush off the face of a big boss like Su Xun, are you trying to bankrupt this company? Being scolded, Hyun-la turned pale with fear, hurriedly apologizing profusely. I misspoke. Please calm your anger and forgive me, President Chen. The old man paced around the room restlessly, his brain crunching numbers constantly. Kingyun's power can crush our company hundreds of times over. Disrespecting that kid is asking for a death wish. But why does this reek so much of a hangman banquet trap? Have I ever poked at him before? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, making him grin from ear to ear. I have to face him anyway. Who knows, maybe that kid has his eyes on me to sign a massive contract. Then I'll really be soaring high. Shifting the scene to the Jiangdong Hotel banquet room, Su Xun's group of 4 were fully seated. Chen Yu was still relentlessly anxious and inquired, will that cunning old man really take the bait and come here? Su Xun was still burying his face scrolling his phone, utterly relaxed, answering leisurely, just rest easy and wait. With his merchant nature, he knows how to sniff out where the money is. As soon as the words ended, a cautious knock sounded on the door. He immediately called out with a refreshing voice, come in. Stepping in from outside, Taeyeon was carrying 2 large gift bags in both hands, flattering obsequiously, President Su gracing my territory with his presence. I had to personally prepare some premium wine to entertain you, hoping it suits your taste. Su Xun kept his gaze glued to his phone screen, dropping a freezing cold sentence to cut him off. Sorry, I have no interest in alcohol. The old man awkwardly set the gift bags down on the table, trying to salvage the situation with a sly smile. This old brother understands your vibe now. Youth must have a passion for other things, right? I've thoughtfully taken care of everything. Saying this, he clapped his hands and called out loudly, Beauty, come in and serve. Instantly, a pair of pristine legs wrapped in a layer of mysterious black fishnet stockings seductively stepped through the doorframe. The fiery showgirl held a bottle of foreign liquor, flirtatiously winking at him, her mushy voice ringing out, hello, President Su. Taeyeon fawned and moved close to him, excitedly hyping up the merchandise. Do you find the goods I selected sharp? I'm giving you this beauty for free to be your assistant. Not only is she smoking hot, but her skills in bed are absolutely top-notch too. Hearing this, Su Xun only gave a half-smile full of disdain. You actually dare to bring this piece of trash merchandise as a gift? She's not even worthy to carry my secretary's shoes. Liu Yu, step out and broaden President Chen's horizons so he can see what an ultimate beauty truly is. Liu Yu gave a slight, elegant bow, her soft voice ringing out, at your command, President Su. After that, the girl took graceful strides forward, her ethereal beauty akin to a goddess overpowering everything around her. She raised a hand to lightly flick a strand of her cloudy hair, a nation-toppling smile blooming on her lips. With just a passing glance at Liu Yu, Taeyeon looked as if his pressure points had been struck, his eyes rolling back, his jaw dropping, unable to utter a single word. The ridiculous showgirl from earlier also had to shrink back in inferiority, muttering softly in her mouth, this girl. In her heart, she silently admitted, this woman's looks and aura completely crush mine from head to toe. It took a moment for the old man to regain his senses, hurriedly holding the teapot and sidling up to Su Xun with a forced laugh. Haha, so President Su already has such a dazzling peony by his side. This old man is truly a frog at the bottom of the well. Please allow me to raise this cup of tea instead of wine to apologize to you. However, right at the moment the hot stream of tea was about to pour out, he coldly flipped the teacup upside down onto the table. The old man lost face, his hand holding the teapot suspended in midair, his eyes full of bewilderment, not understanding what play he was acting out. Witnessing that high-class display of dominance, Chen Yu and Wu Quan looked at each other, secretly marveling. This kid is young, but his preemptive strikes are pretty ruthless. How is the old man supposed to hide his face now? Being insulted in public, Taeyeon's nerve of patience snapped. He slammed the teapot hard onto the table and shouted loudly, what the hell is that attitude, President Su? Su Xun remained calm, receiving the outburst of rage and smirking in retaliation. My blessings are too thin. I don't dare trouble a big boss like you to pour water right to my mouth. What if after drinking it, I walk out the door and get hit head-on by a car, heading down to see the king of hell just like the mother and son of Lan Yang? That would be a terrible injustice. Hearing that taboo name, Taiyan jumped in a guilty conscience, but still tried desperately to put on an act. What nonsense are you spewing? I don't understand what you're hinting at all. At that exact moment, Su Xun sprang to his feet, his voice cold. Is your brain too flat to digest it? Then let me explain it in a more common way. Immediately, he reached out and patted Taiyan's shoulder rhythmically, looking perfectly calm as if making small talk, but every word he uttered was as sharp as a knife. I'm very afraid of your bad juju. Anyone who offends you ends up sharing the same fate of being forced into a tragic death by you, just like Lan Yang and his mother. As he spoke, Su Xun immediately deployed his telepathic ability, with faint streams of light circulating around his palm that was touching the old man. As if electrocuted, Taiyan panicked and swatted his hand away, stammering to cover it up. President Su, you can eat whatever you want, but words must be backed by evidence. Your corporation might be as big as the sky, but don't even think about spitting blood to frame me. Looking at the old man's flustered demeanor, Su Xun let out a refreshing, mocking laugh. Your reflexes are pretty sharp too. Caught the scent of the Grim Reaper, did you? But unfortunately, you're still one beat slower than me. Instantly, he held up two fingers, the corners of his lips curling up as he dropped the death sentence. I don't have the free time to bicker with you. I'll finalize two options right now for you to decide. 1. Kingyun International will use its full power to suffocate your trashy company. I bet in less than a month you'll be living on the streets drowning in debt and a pile of court summons. 2. The police bosses are sitting right here. Voluntarily confess all the crimes you've had a hand in. Once it's done, I'll pick up and leave immediately. Taiyan was petrified, losing his mind in terror upon hearing the word police. At this time, Wu Quan leisurely spoke up to mock him. What, do you need me to pull out my badge for you to admire? The old man stepped back and collapsed into his chair, suddenly throwing his head back and laughing maniacally, hissing with contempt. I thought you brat President Su came to offer a contract. Turns out you were scheming to set up a hangmen banquet trap for me. Saying that, he casually grabbed the wine bottle and poured a full glass. The ridiculously dressed showgirl from earlier also took advantage of the situation, wiggling over to criticize him. Hey, President Su, you dare to accuse my boss of being a murderer? That's blatant defamation. Hurry up and kneel down to kowtow and apologize, otherwise we'll drag our lawyers out to crush you. Su Xun shot a gaze as cold as ice and snowed toward the woman, growling a single sentence. What right does a high-class escort like you have to preach to me? The oppressive aura was so immense it scared the life out of the woman, making her stumble back several steps and stammer defensively. I didn't mean it like that, boss. Su Xun stood up straight, jerking his chin toward the old man Taiyan who was sitting with his neck shrunk nearby, casually tossing a warning. Then shut your trap, obediently tuck yourself into a corner, and don't go looking for trouble. Gulping down the harsh glass of red wine, the old man slammed the table and roared, You brat, you better worry about saving your own face first. I know how to leash my own dog, I don't fucking need your help. The random curse had barely slipped from his mouth. Su Xun had already gifted him a heaven-shaking slap that made him see stars. This sudden twist of events left the two police officials in utter shock, only able to look at each other and swallow hard in awe. Dear God, beating someone right in front of the police like this. What kind of legal system is this? At that time, Su Xun smirked faintly, tilting his chin to retort. You can't even manage your own affairs. What gives you the right to reprimand the staff? Chen Taiyan sprang to his feet, his face flushed bright red. He roared furiously. Damn it, Su Xun, you're taking this too far. Remember whose territory this is. I can easily kick you out of Jiangdong City with my eyes closed. Facing the enraged old man, Su Xun leisurely threw out a mocking remark. A guy who leeches off his wife and secretly cheats right in his office like you, how are you qualified to boss anyone around? Chen Taiyan flinched upon hearing the word office. He awkwardly turned his face away, his heart pounding. How strange, how did he know about me and Li Man at the company? Could it be a blind guess? Grasping Chen Taiyan's inner thoughts, Su Xun leaned in close and said slowly, Do you think I'm just guessing? Well, it's true I was just testing the waters. By the way, I also guess you used Lan Yang's elderly mother and young child as bait, forcing him to commit suicide right on the rooftop. The old man turned pale and stuttered in denial. I didn't do any of that. Hearing those words, Wu Quan was stunned, a series of thoughts flashing through his mind. No wonder all the evidence pointed to Lan Yang's suicide, so this was the truth. It's just that he was pushed to a dead end. A life for a life is exactly what this guy Chen Taiyan deserves. Su Xun didn't stop there, continuing to expose Chen Taiyan's dark roots. That's not all. 3 years ago, you ordered your thugs to force thousands of households to sign relocation papers, pocketing $1 billion in clearance funds. Even with the bridge project, you skimmed materials, turning a massive construction into a pile of scrap. Listing your sins for 3 days and 3 nights wouldn't even be enough. The old man's blood boiled. Pointing his finger right at the young man's face, he growled, "Su Xun, these are all blatant slanders. If you have the guts, show the evidence." Su Xun didn't even bother to argue, merely spelling out a string of numbers slowly. 284,821. Seeing Chen Tian's dumbfounded expression, he smugly added, "The password to your home safe, right? I didn't say a single wrong word." At this point, his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor. The old man kowtowed repeatedly, his voice filled with despair as he pleaded, "President Su, your power truly overshadows the sky. I, Chen Tian, am completely convinced and defeated." The scene before his eyes left Wu Quan staring in disbelief. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The arrogant Chen Tian, who has dominated Jiangdong City for over a decade, is now kowtowing and begging someone else like this. As Su Xun turned to walk away, he trembled and clung to him. "Please, just treat me like trash. Starting today, I, Chen Tian, am willing to be your loyal dog. You can order me to do whatever you want. Even if it means going through fire and water, I won't refuse." He casually sat down at the banquet table, leisurely picking up some food before replying, "I have no need for a dog, especially a pet that's worse than livestock. As for the rest, you can take your time explaining it to the police." Like a worm turning when stepped on, Chen Tian gritted his teeth and squeezed out a single dry word, "Fine." Just as Su Xun was about to enjoy the food, he suddenly grabbed a knife and lunged forward, screaming madly, "Then I'll send you to hell first." The 2 bureau chiefs jumped up in panic, shouting a warning, "Watch out, President Su." But before Chen Tian could even touch his coat, Su Xun swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap that made the old man see stars. Chen Tian was sent flying and crashed hard onto the floor, the wall behind him cracking and releasing dust. He clicked his tongue in disappointment. "I was planning to make an epic final move, but you just had to be uncooperative." Shortly after, Chen Tian was carried away on a stretcher by paramedics due to severe injuries. His face was swollen like a tray, covered in blood with a massive bruise on his cheek, causing the crowd to whisper. Good heavens, did a steamroller run over his face? I heard he only took 1 slap, can you believe it? Then Wu Quan stepped forward, tightly gripping Su Xun's hand with full admiration. "Mr. Su, your investigative skills truly leave me in awe." He smiled faintly and said modestly, "Just some petty tricks. I'll have to rely on you all for the cleanup ahead." After that, he firmly made a promise. "Rest assured, Mr. Su, we will turn every corner upside down to investigate and will absolutely not let any criminal slip through the net." As soon as the 2 officials disappeared from sight, the system announced the good news. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task of assisting the police in cracking 3 cases. Reward received, mind reading." Reading those words, he muttered excitedly, "Has the mind-reading ability become permanent now? This game is getting interesting." Su Xun's private helicopter was already parked on the roof of Qingyun International Building. At the same time, Xiao, who had just driven the car through the toll booth. Sitting in the back seat, Su Xun stretched his limbs and sighed heavily. "Riding a helicopter leaves my whole body sore. It would feel like heaven if I had a pair of soft hands massaging my shoulders right now." Unfortunately, as he glanced to the side, he saw Qinzhu glued to her phone, yelling, "Ah, this bastard," leaving him speechless and too lazy to even tease her. Catching Su Xun's gloomy expression, Xiao, who quickly suggested, "President Su, do you want me to drive you to get a massage to relax your muscles?" But he just waved it off. "Forget it, just drive straight home." Finishing his words, Su Xun closed his eyes and silently recited the familiar command, "System, accept new identity." A notification panel immediately popped up. "Congratulations, host, for unlocking the identity of the legendary mercenary Sadin. You once considered bullets and bombs as your soulmates, wherever there was the smell of gunpowder. There were your footsteps. Your team was a pack of ferocious wolves on the battlefield, victorious in every fight. Hiding in the shadows, you were the king of assassins. Standing under the sun, you were the fierce god Sadin. The uncrowned king of the mercenary world, ruling over everything regardless of light or dark. 4 years ago, due to a backstabber, your squad suffered tragic casualties. Including you, only 3 managed to survive. You were boiling with hatred, but the culprit completely vanished. Eventually, out of sheer disillusionment, everyone decided to go their separate ways. Attached skill set: tactical deployment, terrain scouting, expert handling of all vehicles, proficient use of modern military equipment. Extreme environment survival skills. Mission requirements: 1. Uncover the mystery behind the defeat 4 years ago and avenge the fallen brothers. 2. Flawlessly complete all quotas. Skimming through the new requirements, Su Xun raised his eyebrows slightly and muttered, "My assassin title back then was only used for sneak attacks, and now I'm switching to a head-on bloodbath mode." At that exact moment, through the rearview mirror, Xiao noticed 2 high-clearance off-road vehicles tailing them. He immediately pressed the walkie-talkie on his wrist, giving an order, "Car number 2, check what those 2 tailing us are up to." Su Xun noticed the oddity and spoke up, "Something wrong?" Xiao replied warily, "There are 2 cars following us since we left the headquarters. I'm having our guys check them out." The driver of the escort car in the middle responded immediately, "Order received. Brother Hu, escort the boss ahead. I'll find a way to shake them off." Suddenly, a foreigner stuck his head out of the window and fired a hail of bullets forward. The escort car behind Su Xun immediately swerved, losing control of the steering wheel. Upon hearing the sound of the car crashing into the median, Su Xun jolted, turned around sharply, and asked, "Damn it, what was that awful sound?" Xiao gripped the steering wheel tightly, reporting with an extremely tense expression, "President Su, these guys aren't random thugs, their target is you." The escort car still tried to weave back and forth to block the bullets for the main vehicle. Xiao's face clearly showed his anxiety. He shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Shi Tu, bring the guys to East Hongjiangdong Road immediately, level alert." At this moment, Su Xun casually snatched Qin Zhu's phone and ordered, "Drop the game, it's time to work." She frantically reached for it, whining, "Hey, I was about to get a triple kill." He tilted his chin towards the back of the car, smiling mischievously. "What's so fun about video games? Look at those 2 cars on our tail, that's the real deal. They have assault rifles and submachine guns. It'll be much more fun if you go play with them." Qin Zhu craned her neck to look back, her eyes sparkling. "Really?" Finishing her sentence, she flashed an eerie smile and enthusiastically patted her chest. "Leave it to me." Inside the pursuing vehicle, the driver cursed furiously, "Useless trash, aim properly before you shoot." But he suddenly shut his mouth because Qin Zhu had miraculously appeared right next to him out of nowhere, waving and smiling widely. "Hey there, sweetie." The next blink, she had snatched the steering wheel, jerking it in a different direction. In just the blink of an eye, the brake-failed car smashed straight into a roadside utility pole. From the point of impact, flames erupted brightly. The other car in the group also slammed on its brakes in a panic, tires screeching. Sitting in the car, the bald guy deliberately revved the engine and surged forward. He cursed madly, "What a bunch of losers, how do you even drive a car into a pole?" On the roof of the car, a heavily bearded guy carrying a gun popped up. He told the bald guy, "We can't count on those idiots anymore, we have to do it ourselves." Seeing the 2 guys pursuing them relentlessly, Su Xun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, complaining, "Did I dig up your ancestors' graves in my past life or what? Why are you chasing me so hard?" Obviously, the system had already issued a warning. At this point, the bearded guy stood firmly despite the high-speed drive, smirking maliciously and whispering, "Your time is up, kid." The dark muzzle had locked onto the center of Su Xun's car, and the bearded guy roared with a sadistic laugh, "Go see the king of hell." Unfortunately, before his finger could pull the trigger, Qin Zhu pounced out, blocking the crosshairs completely. The guy jumped in fright, hastily jerking the muzzle upwards, accidentally misfiring and screaming in panic, "Oh my God." As the gun fired, the bearded guy turned pale and cursed, "Damn it." The bald guy sitting below snapped anxiously, "Are you shooting at birds?" Strangely enough, the stray bullet that flew into the air abruptly changed its trajectory. It aimed straight at the hood of their own car. The bearded guy's limbs went weak as he slumped down, murmuring, "We're doomed." An earth-shaking explosion rang out. Su Xun comfortably wrapped his arm around Qin Zhu, nodding in praise, "Well done, young lady." Some time later, outside Su Xun's mansion, a fleet of police cars was parked tightly. Entering the hall, Chen Yu rushed over to shake his hand, looking apologetic. "Letting you experience such a terrifying ordeal is truly the fault of our security forces. I've locked down all routes and swear to bring these lunatics to justice." Su Xun smiled faintly and replied, "With old Chen stepping in, I can rest easy." He pointed to the police officers standing guard on the porch, affirming, "Our men will be stationed here day and night, absolutely ensuring you won't face any danger again. Xiao Hu, standing behind, immediately brushed off the good intention. Save it, our bodyguard team is more than capable of handling the boss's safety. You police officers just withdrawing would be helping us a lot. Hearing the blunt rejection, Chen Yu frowned and asked, "Are you guys planning to start an armed conflict right in the middle of the city?" Su Xun feigned annoyance at the bodyguard's attitude, clearing his throat to scold. "Who gave you permission to speak so rudely to Officer Chen? Get out right now." Xiao Hu quietly retreated outside. He then turned to smooth things over with Chen Yu. "My subordinate doesn't know how to behave, please forgive him, old Chen. But you really should pull your men out. Having them wait around here to protect me is a waste of manpower." The officer hesitated, but seeing his determined look, he had to nod. "All right then, while waiting for the investigation to wrap up, please don't wander around unnecessarily." Just at that moment, a panic call for Su Xun echoed from the hallway outside. Zikin and Yuru, with tears welling in their eyes, rushed straight into the house, ignoring the police officer behind them who was awkwardly shouting, "Hey, you two can't just go in there." The two beauties threw themselves at Su Xun, hugging him tightly and sobbing, "You scared the life out of us, are you hurt anywhere?" Su Xun naturally wrapped his arms around both beauties, speaking softly, "Calm down now, the police are still here." Zikin continued to sob and act spoiled, "Let them be, I just want to hold you tight." The overly affectionate scene made Chen Yu blush with embarrassment. He turned his head, faking a cough. I just remembered there's work at the station." Before he could finish, Zikin chimed in, "Have a safe trip, old Chen, it's not convenient for us to see you out." Tears still rolling down Zikin's cheeks, she asked anxiously, "Why did those foreigners suddenly come and shoot at you? Did you offend them somehow?" Su Xun patted her head, replying awkwardly, "Beats me, I have no idea what's going on." Immediately she tightened her grip on his arm, puffing her cheeks and ordering, "From now on, you are forbidden to step out of the house." Yuru also clung to his other arm, chiming in, "She's right." He looked at the two girls in bewilderment. "Hey, what are you two planning to do to me?" Before he could even process the situation, Su Xun was pushed backward onto the bed by the combined force of the two beauties. While gently unbuttoning his clothes, Zikin, though blushing deeply, boldly declared, "We've already agreed on a plan. If we want to keep you at home, there's only one way, and that requires our flawless coordination." The next second, she climbed entirely onto him, shyly whispering the rest of the sentence, "Drain all your energy so you can't even crawl out of bed." Su Xun felt a burst of joy in his heart, secretly cheering, "Oh my, how delightful, is today International Men's Day or something?" Just as Zikin's hand lightly brushed across Su Xun's neck, the annoying ring of a phone shattered the mood, making him grumble in frustration. What ghost is calling at this hour? Glancing at the screen, he was a bit surprised to see the caller Liu Yu. Suddenly, a super dark scenario flashed through Su Xun's mind. A threesome. Are the girls getting this bold lately? Hearing his muttering, Zikin craned her neck, asking innocently, "What three people, honey?" Su Xun jolted and cleared his throat, quickly covering it up. Nothing, let me take this call first." As soon as he picked up, a terrified female voice screamed, startling him, "President Su." Realizing the critical situation, Su Xun's face darkened, and he roared into the speaker, "If you have a score to settle, come find me. Don't you dare touch a single hair on her head." The person on the other end arrogantly issued an ultimatum, 20 minutes, bring yourself to the office. Knowing she was being used as a hostage to trap him, Liu Yu screamed in despair, "President Su, absolutely do not come here." But as soon as the scream ended, Du Luo's cold hand clamped down, ruthlessly stifling her mouth. Over here, Su Xun felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He threw off the blanket and rushed to the window, shouting out, "Lao Hu!" Zikin and Yuru stared at each other, completely clueless. What's going on? Xiao Hu appeared in the blink of an eye, bowing slightly. "Boss, you called." Su Xun hurriedly got ready, his mouth constantly giving instructions. "I have to rush to the company right now. Gather the men and protect these two ladies closely." The bodyguard eagerly suggested, "Boss, let me assign a few guys to escort you." Su Xun waved it off, pointing at the two girls, his voice icy cold. "Forget it. If they lose a single hair, bring me your own head." Xiao Hu stood at attention, replying mechanically, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Qingyun International, Su Xun hurriedly stepped out of the elevator, taking long strides straight toward the chairman's office. As soon as he arrived, he immediately twisted the doorknob hard. It seemed the lock had been deadbolted from the inside. No matter how hard he twisted, it wouldn't budge. In the dead silent room, the clicking noise made Du Luo frown, and she stepped toward the door to check. The moment the door swung open, she took a defensive stance, raising her gun straight ahead. But the hallway was completely empty, without a single soul, making the woman lower her gun in astonishment. At that split second, from the ceiling, Su Xun's silhouette crashed down like a fierce beast. She looked up at the ceiling in horror. Before she could pull the trigger, he landed a fatal kick right on her chest with lightning speed, sending Du Luo flying backward into the room. Seeing his partner take a hit, Lei Jun charged forward with red eyes, his fists clenched like iron pliers, roaring furiously, "Go to hell." However, that powerful punch was caught effortlessly by Su Xun with just one hand. He swiftly used his other hand to grab the back of Lei Jun's neck. With a lightning-fast dodge, Su Xun twisted his wrist, bending his opponent's arm behind his back and pinned him to the ground in a perfect pincer hold. Lei Jun let out a pained groan that was stifled in his throat. Despite taking a chest-crushing kick, Du Luo still gritted her teeth and scrambled up, aiming her gun forward and screaming, "Bastard, let him go." But Lei Jun, lying on the floor, was terrified out of his wits and frantically waved his hand. "Forget it, we've failed." His voice trembled as he stuttered, "If you take one more step, he'll crush my arm." Hearing this, Du Luo sneered sarcastically. "I thought living in luxury all this time would have rusted your bones. After all, you have an entourage everywhere you go now. No need for these blood-stained hands anymore." Su Xun released his grip and tilted his chin proudly in response. "My moves might be a bit rusty, but they're more than enough to put you two in your place." Taking in the whole fight, Liu Yu's jaw dropped in shock, her mind spinning, unable to comprehend what the hell was going on. He clapped his hands to dust them off, cutting straight to the point. "Missing for all these years, what made you resurrect from the dead to find me today?" Su Xun crossed his arms, his voice flat. "I remember we made a pact back then, didn't we? Live or die, we'd never cross paths again." At this moment, Liu Yu finally burst into tears. Su Xun silently grabbed a tissue and gently wiped away the tears streaming down her face. He bent down, slowly untying the ropes binding her, and comforted, "Stop crying, you're safe now." Holding back her sobs, she timidly asked, "President Su, who on earth is this man and woman?" Without needing him to open his mouth, Du Luo leisurely crossed her legs and lounged on the sofa, stealing the introduction. "I am Man Du Luo, the little lover of this Su Xun here." Liu Yu shot up, choking on her words. "Lover?" Su Xun waved his hands frantically, snapping, "Don't listen to that crazy woman's nonsense." He grabbed Liu Yu's shoulders and gently pushed her out the door, forcing a smile and advising, "Go back to your room and rest. If I need anything, I'll call." He immediately slammed the door shut. Turning around with an ice-cold face, he walked toward Lei Jun and interrogated, "Spill it, what's your purpose for dragging yourselves here? If you're short on cash, just say it, I'll write a check." The man crossed his arms and shook his head. "We didn't come here for those useless pieces of paper." As he dropped himself into the chairman's chair, Lei Jun dropped a bombshell. "The traitor who stabbed our brothers in the back 4 years ago, we have leads now." Du Luo clutched her stomach, gritting her teeth, squeezing out every word filled with hatred. "That mission cost the lives of so many comrades. Even I had to have my ovaries removed due to severe injuries. Today, the final chance to exact our blood debt has finally come." Su Xun narrowed his eyes suspiciously, pressing, "Is the intel reliable?" Lei Jun patted his chest, guaranteeing, 100% certain. But if you've drowned in the smell of money and don't want to get involved with guns and bullets anymore, we won't blame you." Hearing the provocation, Su Xun rested his chin on his hand, raised an eyebrow and cut in lightly. "When do we fly?" His quick nod left Du Luo stunned. "Are you really deciding to make a comeback with us?" After a moment of silence, Su Xun's hands clenched until his veins popped, and he growled, "The brothers who stayed behind that year were my flesh and blood too. A blood debt must be paid with fresh blood." As soon as his voice dropped, Du Luo joyfully lunged forward, throwing her arms around his neck, cheering happily. "Awesome, exactly the Sadden I used to know." Su Xun tactfully pushed her away, tapping the table with a serious face. "Cut the nonsense. Back to the main point, who is the prey this time?" Seeing the boss's awkward expression made Du Luo even more amused. She pressed her chest closer, her fingers tracing his cheek, flirting seductively. "Oh my, someone's blushing? Boss, you're too cute lately, makes me just want to pin you down and do it right here." Lei Jun, finding it an eyesore, interrupted, "We set sail tomorrow, but the prerequisite is we have to do a bodyguard gig." Consider it the opening act for rebuilding the death squad. The person hiring us is the one holding the clue about that mole." Su Xun's face showed deep contemplation. He frowned and asked, "The remnants only consist of 3 people, yet there's still a client willing to throw money to hire us. What's the background of this person?" Du Luo quickly fed the answer. "It's the second miss of the Middle East International Trade Conglomerate. She specifically requested us by name. The reward is the identity of the traitor from that year." Having dropped the story, Du Luo casually squatted on the desk, slowly unbuttoning her clothes to flaunt her curves in front of Su Xun, winking flirtatiously. "Business is done, let's discuss the details tomorrow." Facing the unsolicited striptease, he yelled in panic, "Lei Jun, get out right now, and you get off my desk immediately." Lei Jun tactfully slipped out the door, not forgetting to wink and call back, "You two take your time chatting, I'll keep watch." Inside the room right now, one side was lounging invitingly. "Come on, let loose, boss." The other side was shrinking into the corner of the wall. "Put your clothes on." He stepped into the lobby and bumped into Liu Yu. The secretary still hadn't recovered from the violent scene earlier, her whole body trembling. Lei Jun scratched his head, offering a friendly smile. "I was a bit rough earlier, please forgive me, miss." She replied in a tiny voice, "Yes, it's nothing." Time flew by. The next day, in front of a notorious entertainment venue in the city, Su Xun pressed his finger on the doorbell. While waiting with Lei Jun and Du Luo, he shook his head and laughed mockingly. "Stuffing a rich heiress into a bar, you guys sure are bold." Du Luo pouted and argued, "You're funny, is there any place on earth with better security than Longguo?" Su Xun scoffed, immediately rejecting it, "Not necessarily. Just last night, I was ambushed by assassins, put out a bounty on the underground market, a $10 million reward for whoever digs up the mastermind's identity." Du Luo tapped away on her phone, nodding, approved. As the room door slid open, the sight inside made Su Xun's jaw drop, standing frozen like a statue. Right before his eyes was an army of menacing thugs, fully armed to the teeth, glaring at his group as if they wanted to eat them alive. Striding past the wall of people, Su Xun glanced around and whispered to his subordinate, "Are these guards all the client's people?" She nodded vigorously. "Spot on, she booked this entire floor." Stopping at the threshold of room 6666, Lei Jun tilted his chin toward the frosted glass, lowering his voice. "We're here, the target is waiting inside." Before his hand could knock on the door, a cold voice rang out from out of nowhere, stopping him. "What do you think you're doing?" A squad of gunmen swarmed over, everyone's face reeking of murderous intent. Lei Jun glanced at them, explaining, "Your boss asked us to bring someone here to meet her." John glared, raising his voice assertively. "What's the meaning of bringing a stranger to meet the miss? If you want to walk through this door, you have to be searched first." Hearing the unreasonable demand, Su Xun merely sneered back, "Search me. Do you know who I am?" The foreigner got irritated, his eyes wide as he roared. "Do I give a damn who you are? Whether God or the devil comes here, they have to let me search them all." Du Luo curled her lips into a seductive smile, crossing her arms and replying leisurely, "Then you guessed exactly right. He is the real Sadin, the leader of the death squad, the supreme boss of the mercenary world." John had just swung his fist, ready to lunge forward, but that title made him stiffen and stop midway. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, if I back down in front of my subordinates, my reputation will be trashed. How will I command anyone later?" Su Xun clicked his tongue, lazily urging, "Hurry up and knock on the door, let's go inside and settle this quickly." Lei Jun answered briskly, "Understood, boss." Unfortunately, John's sharp mouth piped up again with insults. "Wait a minute, I thought he was something special, turns out he's just the leader of the stray dogs of the death squad. What's so mighty about Sadin? Times have changed, don't even think about throwing your weight around on my turf." As soon as the words fell, Su Xun spun around, his eyes sharp as knives. "What did you just bark?" He pointed the gun barrel straight at his face, laughing uproariously in contempt. "Letting a Longguo guy take command, no wonder the death squad died out in the gutters. It's practically karma." In just the blink of an eye, the gun in John's hand disappeared into his grasp. The situation instantly reversed. The dark muzzle was pressed firmly against his forehead before his brain could even process it. The pack of underlings jolted, frantically cocking their guns and aiming at Su Xun, shouting over each other, "Put the gun down, freeze right there." He swept a disdainful gaze over the small fry, his voice emitting an aura of death. "Are you sure you want to use these toys to point at me?" The threat exuded a terrifying pressure. The mercenaries broke into a cold sweat, their hands trembling uncontrollably. At that tense moment, a melodious female voice rang out from the other side of the door. "Please invite the honored guests of the death squad inside." Lei Jun nudged him with his elbow, winking. "Boss, the client is calling." Before turning away, Su Xun still managed to slip in a sarcastic remark. "Can't even hold onto your own weapon, you really are a total amateur." His magical hands moved swiftly. With just a few light pushes on the latches, the state-of-the-art gun was turned into a pile of scrap metal. Piece by piece, the components scattered onto the carpet with a clatter. After the show of force, Su Xun led his two teammates swaggering straight into the room. Two guards stared at the pile of parts on the ground, muttering, "Dismantling a gun with one hand in the blink of an eye, is this guy a human or a ghost?" Leaving John still sitting on the floor, scared out of his wits and not yet understanding what had just happened. Inside the luxurious room, Lei Jun respectfully gestured toward the leader. "Miss Kai Li, please let me introduce to you, this is Sadden, the brains of our squad." Catching sight of the client's appearance, Su Xun paused slightly, his eyes revealing surprise. "Oh my, so it turns out to be." What struck his eyes was a pair of long, smooth, perfectly white legs crossed in a highly arrogant manner. Kai Li closed the magazine, smiling seductively. "A pleasure to meet you, the illustrious Mr. Su." Kai Li calmly announced, "For the journey ahead, I'll have to rely entirely on the skills of Mr. Su here." She shifted her crossed legs, her sweet smile like honey poured into his ears. "I completely trust that with the king of mercenaries escorting me, absolutely no one would dare to touch a single hair on my head." Su Xun brushed aside the empty words, hitting straight at the target. "Rumor has it that Miss Kai Li knows the identity of the one who backstabbed us 4 years ago," but awkwardly, his eyes accidentally slipped down to a sensitive spot, and he thought to himself, "Lotus pink, huh?" Noticing his gaze glued to her without shifting, she tactfully pulled her dress down to cover up, still maintaining her charming smile. "Of course I know, but you have to wait until you deliver me safely to the shore. Only then will that secret be revealed." Su Xun smirked, his eyes filled with suspicion. "What guarantee do I have that you're not just spinning tales to trick us?" Kai Li took a small sip of wine, leisurely throwing out the bait. "Consider it a little welcoming gift for you. The fact that you were ambushed by foreigners last night, I know full well that it was the handiwork of the Yilang Mercenary Corps. Is this information enough of a greeting gift?" Hearing that title, Su Xun's brow furrowed slightly. Du Luo, standing beside him, whispered the context. "The Yilang mercenaries are a newly risen power from the past 2 years. Rumor has it their backing is a literal gold mine." Before Du Luo could finish, Kai Li took the floor, dropping another shocking bombshell. "Exactly. While the intelligence network of the Wilson family was digging deep, they accidentally stumbled upon a highly fascinating truth. The infamous assassin Shangdi and the fierce god Sadden turn out to be the exact same person." The chain of information made Su Xun suddenly realize, the image of the old man from back then flashing through his mind. He slapped his thigh loudly. The Wilson family, so it was that bunch. Hearing the exchange, Du Luo and Lei Jun turned to stone on the spot. Du Luo's jaw dropped. Good heavens, so the assassin Shangdi is also the boss. Lei Jun also wiped his face in awe. Boss hid his skills so well. We went through life and death together, yet he never breathed a word. Kai Li leaned back on the sofa, crossing her arms with a triumphant smile. "So, with this intelligence-gathering ability, are you willing to trust me now?" Su Xun smirked, lightly clapping his hands in praise. "The Middle East trade conglomerate truly is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, digging up even my secrets. Miss Kai Li's network truly covers the world." She quickly waved her hand in feigned modesty. "Mr. Su praises me too much. But even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms, I still have to rely on the barrels of your guns. Otherwise, I might lose my life before crawling back to the main headquarters." Su Xun then laid his cards on the table, asking directly, "May I ask, who exactly is thirsting for the Mrs. Life?" At the same time, his mind was racing. What faction is it that even the Middle East conglomerate can't suppress, could it be? She coldly dropped a sentence, "My precious older brother." Hearing the origin of the enemy, Su Xun nodded thoughtfully. "Just as I thought, another drama of family turning against each other in a wealthy household." Kai Li didn't hesitate to expose her older brother's true face, analyzing sharply. "Basically, it's because I shine too brightly, making his air position shaky. His male ego trampled, he'll resort to any dirty tricks to bite back. I'm not stupid enough not to find bodyguards to protect this little life of mine. Su Xun stood up, extending his hand to seal the deal. He loudly promised, Miss Kai Li can sleep soundly. This is the Death Squad's debut. We will definitely protect you to the bitter end. She affectionately squeezed his hand. I entrust this body entirely to Mr. Su. The suggestive remark left him stunned for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. He nodded in return, but inwardly he felt uneasy. Why does this line sound so wrong? Is this girl giving me the green light to flirt? Under a radiant dawn, the ultra-luxurious private jet smoothly tore through the fluffy clouds. Qinzhu hugged her pillow, yawning repeatedly and complaining, dragging people out of bed and stuffing them onto a plane before dawn. I'm dead tired. In stark contrast to Su Xun, who was highly focused on processing data on his laptop, she kept whining like a hen laying eggs. Oh, I'm so sleepy. A moment later, the Du Leijun and Du Luo stepped forward to report, Boss, we'll reach the airdrop zone in 20 minutes. Du Luo puckered her lips and flattered him. Infiltrating from the air, that's our boss's standard, simply top-notch. Su Xun kept his eyes glued to the screen, brushing off the flattery, save the sweet talk. Miss Kai Li's safety is in your hands, don't let any mistakes happen during the jump. Du Luo confidently patted her chest. Don't worry, Miss Kai Li has had survival training since childhood. This little skydiving trick is a piece of cake for her. At that exact moment, Qinzhu suddenly widened her eyes, her sharp intuition sensing danger. She immediately turned her head, scanning with a highly guarded gaze. Then she whispered into Su Xun's ear, Boss, there's an eye glued to your back. He calmly replied, What does he look like? Give me a brief description. Qinzhu locked her gaze on the suspicious guy, reading every detail, blonde hair, a hooked nose like a parrot, clean-shaven face, and a long scar right by his right eye. So it was that guy Yuehen, sitting sullenly in the back row with a scowl on his face. Slamming his laptop shut, Su Xun stretched and smiled cryptically. Looks like someone is still bitter and refuses to submit to me. As soon as he looked up, Kai Li gracefully walked over and placed 2 glasses of rippling wine on the table, giving him a slight start. She tilted her head and asked curiously, Who's bold enough to go against you? Su Xun scratched his head, giving a random answer to brush it off, then quickly changed the subject. Oh, it's nothing. Miss Kai Li looks absolutely stunning in this dress today. It really brings out the classic beauty of our country's women. Praised so sweetly, Kai Li blushed shyly. Mr. Su has such a smooth tongue, I'll gladly accept this lovely compliment. The two happily clinked glasses and drained them together, the entire scene falling into Yuehen's scrutinizing, meaningful gaze. Even though his blood was boiling, the guy had to swallow his pride and force a smile, trying to suppress the rage deep in his heart. Right in the middle of their lively chat, the system suddenly sounded an alarm indicating that the aircraft was about to enter the designated area, requesting everyone to get ready to jump. The man and woman didn't forget to exchange a few words before parting. See you later, agreed. A moment later, pristine white parachute flowers bloomed in the sky as silhouettes followed one another, throwing themselves from the plane. Their final landing spot was an empty clearing nestled deep within a dense forest. As soon as his feet touched the soft ground, Su Xun clicked his walkie-talkie and anxiously called, Mandu Luo, is Kai Li all right? The other end quickly replied, touchdown successful, I'm escorting her to your location now. Su Xun intently examined the digital map, quickly confirming that everything was still on track, the landing coordinates were accurate, and now they just had to sit back and wait for the pickup vehicle. Du Luo glanced around and raised an eyebrow in confusion. So where are the pickup rides? The soldier checked his phone screen and spoke up. Signal's dead here. I'll climb up somewhere high to catch a signal first. He then connected to call Lei Jun. Big guy, see any sign of vehicles? The other end answered restlessly. It's completely deserted. I've got a bad feeling about this, boss. Right at this moment, while Kai Li was clumsily taking off her protective gear, an anomaly flashed, making Du Luo panic to the point of a heart leap. As it turned out, a highly suspicious, bright red laser dot was blinking right in the middle of Kai Li's chest. Keenly catching the scent of death in a split second, Du Luo frantically rushed over and tackled her away. Watch out, trouble. Su Xun on the other end also sharply detected the rats, immediately roaring into the mic. Ambush. Take cover now. Big guy 1 o'clock, send them to hell for me. The female bodyguard did her utmost to ensure Kai Li's survival by pinning her face down in the mud, growling softly. Stay perfectly still. Catching Su Xun's order, Lei Jun nimbly ducked behind a dirt mound ahead, showing no mercy as he pulled the trigger, unleashing a hail of bullets. Mid the blinding rain of bullets, a tragic howl tore through the quiet atmosphere of the forest. Seeing the situation getting tougher, he decided to retreat, pulling out an explosive, yanking the pin, and roaring, "Let's bounce, guys." Without a word, Du Luo grabbed Kai Li and ran for their lives. Su Xun hurriedly yelled at Lei Jun, "Big guy, block their muzzles, buy everyone some time to fall back." In the midst of the chaotic skirmish, the unlucky wealthy young lady snagged her toe on an obnoxious dry log on the ground. Just as she was about to eat dirt, thankfully Du Luo was quick-eyed and swift-handed enough to catch her tightly. "Watch your step, miss." Kai Li, her face drained of all color, looked around frantically at the person next to her and asked in deep panic, "These coordinates are only known to my own blood. How on earth did we get ambushed?" Hearing that naive question, Su Xun casually dropped the words, "Simple, you've got a traitor in the house," a phrase that made both girls freeze for 5 seconds. When the veil of secrecy was lifted, the heavyweight director of this mess revealed himself, shocking her to the core and freezing her completely. "Why would you do this?" The name slipped from her lips unconsciously, Yuehen. At that very moment, his face was stone cold as he aimed the iron barrel straight at them. Yuehen kept a firm grip on the gun, leisurely taking one step at a time, his chilling voice dropping a threat, "Be good and stand still." Kai Li's eyes brimmed with despair. She frantically fired questions in hopes of a denial. "Why you? I trusted you with all my heart. What is the reason in the end?" Yuehen sneered faintly, snapping back with a ridiculous excuse. "You ask why? I followed you for years, serving you faithfully like a good dog. And what did I get? You didn't even care. You never even saved a glass of fruit juice for me." Knowing the root of the treason was just a craving for juice, Su Xun was dumbfounded but still mockingly teased, "Buddy, if you crave juice, why didn't you just bark earlier? I'd have 2 tons shipped to drown you." Yuehen, enraged out of embarrassment, yelled, "Shut your mouth." Triggered into boiling blood, the guy started fiercely dropping vicious words. "Sha Seng, right. I've been sick of the sight of you for a long time. Today I'll conveniently send you to the grave too." Qinju instantly lost control, her face dark as a pot bottom, her eyes sharp as a butcher knife as she uttered gloomily, "Who did you just say you want to send to the grave?" A sentence that made Yuehen's heart skip a beat. He was scared out of his wits, his mind spinning as he grimaced and roared, "Oh my God, a ghost." Du Luo suddenly reached out and pressed Kai Li down, frantically shouting in alarm, "Get down on the ground, hurry." Quick as lightning, Su Xun had drawn his dagger, his technique incredibly sharp and decisive. He unleashed his flawless knife-throwing skill. The steel blade embedded deeply into Yuehen's arm, making him stagger and howl before he could even process what happened. Yuehen collapsed onto the ground, his weapon sent flying far away, his face contorted from the excruciating pain ravaging his body. Damn it. Without stopping, Su Xun used the momentum to spin around and deliver a jaw-shattering kick that sent the guy falling backward, a fountain of blood spurting from his nose. He grabbed the guy by the collar, growling to force a confession, "Spit it out, how many men, what's the formation?" Yuehen proved to be thick-skinned. He shakily stood up to assert his dominance, stubbornly keeping the secret. "Dream on, baby, I won't leak a single word. If you're so good, let's fight hand-to-hand like real men." Seeing that, Su Xun didn't even think twice, pointing the dark iron muzzle right at the center of Yuehen's forehead, mockingly sneering, "A nobody like you demands a fair fight with me." Seeing death closing in, the guy weakly dropped to his knees, throwing both hands up to surrender unconditionally. "Boss, spare my pathetic life, I'll tell you everything. 300 men in total, split into 3 routes. The base is located on the west side of the lake. That's all I know." Having gathered enough information, he coldly turned toward Kai Li, lowering his voice to yield the authority. "He's your traitorous subordinate. You handle it yourself." Yuehen delusionally thought the girl would soften up out of old sentiment, looking up with sparkling, teary eyes to beg for mercy. But the young lady decisively gifted a copper bullet right into his skull, shattering his illusions completely. After cleaning up the aftermath, she put away her weapon, dropping words as cold as ice without a trace of warmth. "What disgusts me most in this life are ungrateful traitors. At the end of the road, there is only death." Taking in that entire scene, Su Xun smirked in satisfaction, silently praising, "What a clean kill, truly living up to the name as the heir to the world's #1 financial empire." At the same time, Lei Jun rushed over from a distance, breathlessly reporting, "Boss, We're surrounded by mercenaries on all sides. Trying to carve a bloody path out of here is gonna be hell." He scanned the terrain to assess the situation, his heart easing up a bit. Luckily, this area has dense vegetation. Let's find a hole to hide in first and plot later. Su Xun toyed with the knife blade as he approached Kai Li, speaking politely to warn her in advance. "Miss Kai Li, this outfit of yours seems a bit too cumbersome for running for our lives. Excuse me in advance." A split second later, Su Xun unhesitatingly sliced off the frilly part of the beauty's dress with a swipe of his knife. Making Kai Li blush furiously, she hastily grabbed the hem of her skirt and pulled it down almost as a reflex. He quickly explained, "Doing this prevents branches and grass from catching your legs, avoiding a situation where we give away our position." She reluctantly clicked her tongue, entrusting her fate to the young man, knowingly replying, "Fine, I'll listen to you then." Su Xun put on a serious face and entrusted her to Duo Luo. "Miss Kai Li's life is in your hands." Duo Luo patted her chest, guaranteeing, "Understood, unless I stop breathing, she won't lose a single hair." At that exact moment, Lei Jun also swiftly got into the groove. "I'll go ahead and clear the path." After a blink of calculation, he immediately summoned Qin Zhu. The mysterious girl appeared silently, whispering to ask, "What move does Master want me to execute?" Su Xun jerked his chin forward, instructing, "Following the info that Yuehen spilled, go hunt down their lair and see." He restrained his expression, his eyes brimming with calculation, his lips mumbling something, then stopping. The night deepened. The mercenary hounds were still patiently tearing up the gloomy forest, flashlight beams sweeping wildly, sparing no corners. Parallel to that, Du Luo and Lei Jun were holding their breath, hiding behind a dense thicket, their gazes sharp as razors locked onto every movement of the enemy. She nervously spoke up, "The search frequency is getting too tight, the perimeter is slowly closing in at this rate. It's only a matter of time before they find this hole." The hot-tempered guy turned around to probe the big boss. "Aren't we gonna use the cover of darkness to tear through the net and escape? If we linger until dawn, we'll need wings to fly out of here." In stark contrast to that panic, Su Xun remained as steady as a rock. Leaning against an ancient tree trunk, he casually replied, "What are you worried about? We aren't playing the net-tearing game anyway." Kai Li curled up beside him, quietly revealing an earth-shattering secret. "Mr. Su, the one who sold you out back then, was a retired high-ranking executive from the Bay Fei International Security Corporation. The old man's name is Fei Hernandesi." Catching that identity, the Duo Luo and Lei Jun widened their eyes in shock, exchanging bewildered looks. "That old man? How could it be Delisi?" She added, "The old man was bitter about being kicked out of his seat of power in Bay Fei, so he intended to grab one last big score before retirement. Therefore, he sold out all your team's tactical routes. Both sides used to work closely together, so it was easy for him to grasp all your plans." Su Xun acted nonchalant, not bothering to be surprised. "Why did you only spit this out now? If my memory serves me right, our sweet deal was originally." Kai Li shyly lowered her head, softly dropping the words, "Carrying a burden like me, it'll be hard for you guys to get out of here alive. Everyone has done their best, just leave me be and get out of here quickly." Hearing this, Du Luo glared in disbelief, her insides churning. "Is the miss trying to trade her own life for our survival?" Tears had begun to fall without her knowing. She hurriedly wiped them away, sobbing her last words in this desperate situation. "I only beg you all to bring these words back to my parents. Tell them that their unfilial daughter couldn't repay their kindness and had to grit her teeth to accept her punishment, begging for their forgiveness." Su Xun gently reached out to catch the tear about to fall on the beauty's cheek, his soothing voice comforting her. "Relax, since I promised to bring you back in one piece, I certainly won't break my word." Kai Li twisted her face in absolute confusion. "Then, why did you reject the idea of breaking the siege? Isn't it because dragging me along gets in your way?" Seeing the girl overthinking things too much, he gave a helpless smile, calmly dropping a bomb. "My goal is to cook the whole lot of them alive. Why the hell should we run away and break through?" The words barely left his lips before Lei Jun dropped his jaw in horror, shouting, "We're screwed. Is the boss's brain short-circuiting?" Du Luo also chimed in to add flavor. "Admittedly, I like showing off too, but our side only has 3 souls wanting to solo 300 hardcore gunmen. This flex is a bit too delusional." Right at the climax, Qin Zhu had smoothly wrapped up her task and returned to report. "Everything is done." Su Xun concisely replied, "Approved, thanks for your hard work." Kai Li froze in bewilderment, curiously asking, "Are you muttering to the underworld?" He completely ignored the question, shooting up to his feet, coldly barking an order, "Gear up, move out." The clock's hands ticked away not much longer. The lens shifted to a massive base standing tall in the deep forest. This was the headquarter hub of the mercenary dogs. Deep inside, the boss angrily slammed the table, his whole body bouncing up, his face dark and full of murderous intent as he cursed. "A bunch of useless trash, outnumbering them like an army, yet you still fail to hunt down 4 brats." The henchman hurriedly flattered him to smooth things over. "Boss, don't worry, we've set up an infrared radar net on the perimeter. Even if they grew wings they couldn't escape. They must be hiding in some dog hole. Wait until dawn breaks, we'll definitely drag them back by the neck." Walian crushed the armrest, his voice triumphantly arrogant. "The glory of personally sending Sha Seng to meet the Grim Reaper is definitely falling into my hands." Zooming outside, perched on a towering watchtower, the gatekeeper was feeling sluggish, constantly yawning as sleepiness crept in. Suddenly, a copper bullet pierced right through his skull, waking him up completely. Before he could even utter a sound, he reported to the afterlife. Having disposed of the trash smoothly, Su Xun and Lei Jun, light as cats, stealthily approached the enemy's lair with extreme caution. Another random guy was just about to light a cigarette, but unfortunately glanced sideways and caught the shady silhouettes of the duo. The guy jolted in surprise, frantically grabbing his weapon, taking a ready stance and roaring loudly, "Who's sneaking around there?" But in less than a blink of an eye, he ate a full clip of bullets from the young man, rolling on the ground dead before he could even utter his last words. Hearing the deafening sound from the perimeter, Wilian boiled over with extreme rage, glaring at the door and roaring like a slaughtered pig. What the hell is going on? Hitting his eyes was his terrified subordinate rushing in headlong, panting heavily and crying out, "It's Sha Seng, they're sweeping the base, boss." As the bad news struck his eardrums, Wilian ground his teeth, frowning and racking his brain. Blatantly pulling the tiger's whiskers and directly assaulting the stronghold, did Sha Seng take the wrong reckless pills? Taking an unforeseen preemptive strike, the guards fumbled like headless chickens as copper bullets rained down fiercely, body after body dropping to the floor. Submerged in a blinding cauldron of fire and bullets, the duo Su Xun and Lei Jun still stood tall and proud, their footsteps coldly sweeping through, spraying machine gun fire as if there was no tomorrow. In another corner, a platoon of mercenaries geared up, ready to reinforce, as the commander loudly shouted, "Charge! Load your weapons, prepare to sweep them right now." His boot had barely lifted a hand's breadth when the unlucky guy stepped right on a deadly watermelon buried under the mud. The entire gang turned pale with fear, slamming the brakes and standing frozen like statues. A blink later, an earth-shattering explosion struck, engulfing the whole pack of rats into a violent firestorm. Walian lost his soul in terror, screaming until his voice cracked. Why the hell did the rear just blow up? A lackey finally dragged himself close enough to weakly report, "The backyard is heavily rigged with landmines. Our side is torn to pieces, boss." Witnessing everything turned upside down, Wilian rolled his eyes back, unable to believe reality. Hidden bombs planted in our own house? How did bombs get in? Before he could even regain his senses, he was already growling and furiously rushing out orders. "Damn it! Call the artillery unit out to blow them to bits for me," the errand boy frantically agreed. Following the situation, an armored monster carrying a massive cannon barrel came rolling out with a thunderous noise. When the target entered his crosshairs, the driver tightly gripped the lever, pouring 10,000 parts of hatred into the dark iron barrel. "Go to hell, you dogs." The devilish thing was that the firepower array suddenly went as mute as a clam, making him frantically yell, "What kind of trash machine is this? Is the trigger jammed?" Barely a few seconds later, a deafening blast detonated from the rear of the vehicle, violent flames erupting and tossing the gunner out of the turret, letting out a tragic howl. Taking that entire scene into his eyes, Walian froze completely, then cursed loudly. "We're dead, the Grand Cannon just blew itself up." On the other side, a bunch of grunts frantically rummaged through their gear, each of their eyes filled with utter panic. "Where did my ammo magazine fly off to? Mine evaporated too. Did ghosts drag this place to hell?" From the distant horizon, a copper bullet tore through the air and embedded itself into a soldier's skull, making him crash to the ground right before his comrades' bewildered eyes. One sharp-witted guy smelled the scent of death, immediately diving to the ground, roaring an alarm to the whole group. "There are snipers, get down, brothers." At the same time, through the sniper scope from high above, the lens captured the scene of scattered mortal bodies, while the remnants crawled around looking for hiding spots. The female sniper smirked faintly. "Looking for a hole to hide in now? I'm afraid you've missed the boat, darlings." Kylie glued her eye to the binoculars to peek, curiously throwing out a question. "Hey, why did they all misfire completely?" Duoluo quickly chimed in. "I'm completely clueless too, but maybe our big boss really is the chosen one." Wylian, currently cowering behind a sheet of vehicle armor, frantically screamed into the radio, "There are snipers on the hill. Where did our firepower drop off to? Smash their skulls for me." The radio immediately crackled. "Boss, the cannon barrels have all been glued solid." While the guy was still foaming at the mouth cursing, a deadly pineapple rolled over from God knows which corner, making Wylian curiously poke his head out to look. In a flash, violent flames erupted, sending the vehicle flying into pieces amidst a roaring sea of red, dense smoke swallowing everything to paint a desolate apocalyptic picture. After a brief moment passed, the ruins were still smoking with a burnt smell. The grunts lay scattered dead, and blurry gray smoke still lingered throughout the space. A blood-soaked hand shakily clawed at the arid dirt floor, trying to hold onto a meager sliver of consciousness before taking its last breath. Wylian exhaled heavily, agonizingly dragging his ruined body out of the scrap metal pile. His whole body dyed red, his heavy breathing coming in strenuous gasps. Suddenly, 2 feet blocked his line of sight, making him jolt in panic, immediately looking up with a highly defensive glare. Su Xun, with a face like an ice block, pointed the dark iron muzzle right at the enemy's face, coldly dropping the words, "Where are you planning to run off to, buddy?" Wylian was obviously choking on this bitter end, wheezing with deep resentment. "Brat, tell me, what kind of magic trick did you pull to flip the table?" He casually let the word slip. "Use your own brain, buddy." As the final word dropped, the copper bullet also left the chamber, finishing him off instantly. Turning the camera back to the land of Suli, at the headquarter mansion of the Jiangdong Global Trade Conglomerate. Fallon, after getting the situation update, flew into a rage, angrily smashing an expensive bottle of wine to pieces, his mouth mumbling curses like a madman. "You useless bunch of trash, even a trivial task gets botched. If that bitch manages to make it home, my life is definitely over." He crazily jabbed his finger straight at Dai Kellen's face, roaring an order. "You deploy yourself personally for me. If you can't get her head, then just borrow a plot of land out there to bury your own corpse, understand?" The old man hastily bowed his back to obey. "Yes, sir. Young master can sleep soundly. This old man swears to never let you get upset again." Panning the frame over to Su Xun's team currently in their getaway wheels, Kylie's ringing voice echoed, "Flick some info my way so I can hear." The girl curiously questioned nonstop. "In the end, what kind of voodoo did you use that made their base blow up so completely? Oh, and one more thing, right before going to his grave, what the hell did Yuhan see that made him bite so frantically like a mad dog?" Su Xun calmly replied, "I will only bestow these 4 golden words upon you. Perk up your ears." Kylie took it seriously, squinting her eyes and pouring all her focus into listening. He leaned close to the beauty's face, whispering teasingly, "Heaven's secrets cannot be leaked." The girl pulled a long face and pouted, "Hey, are you planning to box me in just to tease me?" Su Xun laughed it off. "I'm too innocent for that, I wouldn't dare." Amidst that romantic scene, Duoluo's scowling face popped up, accompanied by a spine-chilling cold snort. Lei Jun glanced over at the fuel gauge and saw it glowing red, frantically calling his boss's name. "The car's completely out of fuel, boss. Should we turn into the city to find a station or ditch the ride and walk?" Su Xun in the back seat, still busy teasing Kylie with crinkled eyes, caught the question and made a snappy decision. "I remember the area ahead is Fei Cheng, right? Pull in there and refuel." While relaxed and off guard, he was suddenly playfully bitten on the bicep by the wealthy heiress, painfully letting out an ouch. Su Xun winced and contorted. "Since when did you learn the habits of a dog thief?" Kylie wiped her lips, triumphantly striking back, "Instant karma for daring to mess with me." In the blink of an eye, the 4-wheeler had swiftly set its tires into the territory of Fei Cheng. Duoluo steered the wheel while frowning to warn them. "These mercenary hounds definitely won't let us go. It's highly likely they have ambushes set up in the urban area. Keep your eyes peeled, guys." He skimmed his eyes over the digital clock on his phone, calmly adding, "Fei Cheng is the only path if you want to reach Suli. If they want to make a move, the trap is certainly set here. However, our side is 1 hour ahead of them." Kylie felt her scalp tingle, blurting out an exclamation, "What the heck?" Hearing the boss's entire speech, Du Luo felt an itch and turned her head back, arguing right away, "Then why jump in if you know it's a fire pit? Let's just skirt around it." Su Xun clicked his tongue indifferently. "Running away with our tails between our legs our whole lives is boring. If the enemy is thirsty for a game, then we just take the challenge, so what?" A short while later, the four-wheeled vehicle hit the brakes with a screech. The whole gang quickly pulled into a deserted gas station by the side of the road. The bald, dark-skinned station manager poked his face out, excitedly marveling. "Let me take a look. Oh my, all pretty girls and handsome guys, you look pretty badass." Du Luo put on a thoroughly unamused face, coldly tossing an order, "Fill the tank up fast, please." Catching the wavelength of the beauties, the guy immediately showed his lecherous tail, leaning his hip heavily against the side of the car, pulling out his hardware to provoke. "Hey, gorgeous, have a drink with this officer. I'll cover the whole gas bill for the lot of you." Su Xun sat cross-legged in the back seat without even glancing over, kindly dropping a piece of advice. "Rein in that perverted look, old man, or the lady will shatter your skull with just one copper bullet." Annoyed by his arrogant demeanor, Tangmu aggressively charged forward, pressing his iron barrel right against Su Xun and spitting out a few threats. "Brat, drinking bootleg liquor. Pull the tiger's whiskers and let's see if you can drag your corpse out of this Fei Chang." But his lecherous eyes accidentally swept across the jade-like silhouette of Kai Li sitting nearby. Tangmu instantly tore off his disguise, intending to reach his claws out and commit a foul act. "Oh mother, where did you find such a smoking hot prime catch?" But before he could cop a feel, Su Xun smacked his hand away. He fiercely followed up with a sledgehammer-like punch straight to the guy's mouth, grinding out every word. "I warned you, keep your hands off acclaimed flower." Tangmu held his aching face, falling heavily onto the ground, squealing like a slaughtered pig. "Tired of breathing, huh? This master will grant you a one-way ticket to the afterlife." The guy furiously roared out loud, "Chop them to pieces." At the same time, a whole gang of bloodless-faced thugs armed with swords and guns swarmed in. Lei Jun, too lazy to think, simply drew his gun, pointing it straight at the roof, and fired several deafening shots that went bang, bang, bang. Sweeping the gun muzzle back and forth aiming straight at the thugs, he aggressively roared, "If any of you is brave enough, take one more step and see," scaring the entire gang out of their wits, cold sweat pouring like a stream, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Seeing Lei Jun's aggression, Su Xun frantically waved his hand to stop him. "Cool down, brother, this is a gas depot. I don't have the free time to participate in a mass cremation." At this point Tangmu, scared out of his mind, nodded profusely in agreement. Right, it's a gas mine. If there's beef, just pull out knives to slice, put away these explosive cigars, all right." He popped his head out, crankly slapping the guy right in the face. "Lock that nonsense-spouting mouth, or I'll chop you into spring rolls right now. Drag your ass up and take me to meet that brat Chuoni, hurry up." Hearing the big boss's name, Tangmu froze completely, his face dumbfounded like a cow wearing a hat as he stammered, You know my boss." The camera transitioned to a luxurious casino, dazzling lights blinding the eyes, the frantic shouts of gamblers echoing over the red and black tables. "Go all in, brothers." Chuoni smoothly leaned back in his armchair, his mouth puffing out cigar smoke, looking extremely relaxed and enjoying himself. Right at that moment, a terrified subordinate rushed over, crying out, "Boss!" Seeing his frantic demeanor like his house was on fire, he frowned and yelled, "Spit it out, what's the matter?" The jumpy underling leaned into Chuoni's ear and whispered, "Tangmu from the gas station brought a guest from Longyu over, saying he wants an audience with the boss," which made him slightly bewildered. "A Longyu citizen." Chuoni flipped his attitude like flipping a pancake, furiously cursing aloud. "I've told you 1,000 times, I detest Longyu people the most in this life. Are you all deaf?" Just as the subordinate was trembling under the boss's thunderous rage, a familiar voice echoed, "Wow, Chuoni, throwing a tantrum so soon." The guy jolted and snapped his head around, his tongue naturally twisting into knots. This voice, could it be? Su Xun arrogantly walked in like he was strolling through a market, sweeping his eyes around the casino, conveniently teasing, "Business seems to be booming, huh?" Catching sight of him, Chuoni was scared out of his mind and roared loudly, "Sha Seng." The henchman beside him was completely clueless. "Huh, what kind of breed is Sha Seng?" Su Xun stepped up and threw his arm around his close buddy's shoulder, his voice full of mockery as he interrogated, "Looking at your best pal as if you've seen the king of hell, what's with that? Relax your face." Seeing their boss being overpowered, The whole gang of underlings swarmed up like a broken beehive before they could even process the situation, fiercely shouting, "Let go of our boss! Are you tired of living?" The guy's anger shot straight to the top of his head. He turned around and unleashed a furious tirade. "You bunch of idiots, get lost. Do you have the right to interrupt here?" He nonchalantly threw a line, so tense looks like someone wants to pick a fight. The servants were scared out of their wits, immediately bowing and apologizing profusely. "Yes, boss, we messed up." In a flash, Chuoni was meekly pouring drinks to serve him, dropping drooling flatteries. "Boss Sha Seng has been off the grid for years. Where did you go? I've missed you to death." Su Xun caught his weakness and immediately fired back. "Bullshit, when I first poked my face in, I heard you whining about hating Long Guo people." Caught red-handed, the guy frantically jumped in to clear his name. "I'm so falsely accused. I said I adore Long Guo people the most in the world, especially incredibly handsome and badass Long Guo people like you. I put you on a pedestal and would willingly go through life and death for you, but sadly you disappeared without a trace for over a year, so I had no chance to show my devotion." Su Xun leisurely took a sip of the spicy liquor and cut straight to the main point. "Then you hit the jackpot. Today is the perfect occasion for me to borrow your hands for a little job." Time flew by. The evening twilight had already cast a golden hue over everything. Striking the eyes was a terrified Dai Kellen sticking his neck out of the car window, waving his arm and shouting signals. "Hide the cars, fall back and lay low on the side of the building, quick." Hearing the directive, the mercenaries dropped their weapons and ran for their lives, scattering to find hidden corners to duck into. The fleet of armored supercars was also herded away and carefully concealed in another corner. In the car, a guy patted his chest and confidently reported, "In about 30 minutes, they'll walk right into this trap. Later, we'll squeeze them from both sides with snipers. Even if they grow extra wings, they won't escape." Hearing this, Dai Kellen just gave a perfunctory grunt. The old man's wrinkled face revealed a sinister look, his tone reeking of bitterness. "Little lady, allow me to collect your life. If you reincarnate in the next life, remember to steer clear of the seats of power." Boom, a volcano erupted, the deadly flames devouring everything. A flash flared up, wiping out the darkness, turning everything to ash in just a single horrifying breath. Dai Kellen roared in shock. What the hell was going on? The bodyguard scrambled to grab the radio, screaming to summon the squads for a quick damage update. As he poked his head out to check the situation, another guy ran for his life toward him, screaming, "Bombs have been planted in the bunker, boss." Before he could finish, a full magazine of bullets shredded his body like a sieve. Dai Kellen snatched the walkie-talkie, roaring furiously, "Damn it! It's a trap! Everyone fall back to my position, set up a defensive formation now." Amidst the blinding crossfire, the frenzied mercenary hounds fired wildly, turning the area into a chaotic mess reeking of gunpowder. "Stick close to me now." Any unlucky enemy who caught a bullet immediately dropped dead to the ground. Meanwhile, Kylie and Su Xun were leisurely enjoying delicacies at a fancy restaurant. She frowned slightly, whispering uneasily, "Can your friend handle this? Farron's hounds are all hardcore gangsters. Even if they were caught off guard, once they recover, their sweeping power is no joke." He remained as calm as a cucumber, looking through the glass window, and nonchalantly reassured her, "Relax, these loudmouth thugs never play by the rules anyway. The real show is at the end." The two sides engaged in a life-and-death standoff, a storm of bullets whistling through the air, covering everything in a thick, scorched cloud of dust. Dai Kellen screamed himself hoarse to boost his subordinates' morale. "Hold your ground, brave men. Reinforcements are already sweeping in from outside the town." A gunman immediately jumped for joy. "Look over there, brothers." Seeing the aggressive reinforcement army sweeping in, everyone was thrilled and cheered wildly. "The backup has arrived. We're turning the tables." Seeing the tide turn, the old man instantly regained his swagger, lit a cigar, and smirked triumphantly. "Good thing I was smart enough to hide a reserve force in the suburbs. Let's see which brat dares to pull the tiger's whiskers now." Before they could fully celebrate, a brutal explosion ripped through the sky, completely crushing the marching formation of the backup gang. Dai Kellen's jaw dropped in horror, his voice trembling with sheer panic. "What kind of bullshit is this now? Is the sky falling?" The deafening noise terrified the men outside, some looking around in panic, whispering in fear, "What the hell is that chilling sound?" When they finally squinted to see, the whole gang was scared out of their wits by the looming monstrosity. A tank, a massive armored beast, was rumbling forward, violently crushing everything in its path. Kylie glued her eyes to the insane situation outside the window, muttering anxiously. What kind of rules do they play by in this place? In this land, Su Xun suddenly concluded, without heavy weapons and sheer force, even petty thugs don't have what it takes to survive. Absorbing his words, her face contorted even more. With such massive military power, why are they obediently following your orders? He casually revealed the truth this. A while ago, Tony and his gang were escorting a sweet batch of goods, and I hijacked it. Kylie froze for a few seconds, her mouth gaping like a fish out of water. Even that could turn into a friendship. Su Xun leisurely finished the story. Although I sent all his lackeys to the grave, I accidentally spared his life. So since then, the two of us have been as tight as blood brothers. Cutting back to the squad drowning in danger, the guys in the vehicle frantically roared. The backup gang has already turned tail and run. Damn these bastards, stop that armored monster. In the blink of an eye, the roaring armored chariot spat out a devastating artillery shell straight into the mess of the reinforcement convoy. The terrifying shockwave sent the fleet of cars and the rats inside flying into the sky, before shredding everything to blend into the thick smoke reeking of death. In a flash, the battle was over. Dai Kellen was now tied up like a dumpling and thrown in front of Su Xun. Be a good boy and lie still, or you'll eat lead. Tony patted the old geezer's shoulder and reported to him, this old man was hiding in the sewer. My brothers fished him out, pretty sure he's the final boss. With just a side glance, Kylie recognized the familiar wrinkled face, utterly shocked and unable to believe her eyes. It turned out to be him. Noticing her strange reaction, Su Xun curiously asked, "You know him?" She bitterly spat out, "He's the treasurer and the right-hand man of my eldest brother, who would have thought he'd personally lead troops here to take my head this time." He slowly walked right up to the old man, mocking with a sarcastic tone, "Seems like your dear brother really wants to eat you alive." Dai Kellen looked up at Kylie with puppy dog eyes, trembling like a leaf and begging pitifully, "Please be generous and spare this worthless life, miss. I know all the dirty schemes of the eldest young master. I promise to spill everything to the big boss." Tony shoved an iPad into his hand and reported that this was the loot fished out of the old man's pocket. "Probably the hot stuff you guys are looking for." Su Xun smirked in amusement, reaching out to grab it. "Then what's the point of torturing him for information? Feel free to wipe him out, buddy." At this point he threw away all his dignity, clinging to the flimsy life preserver. "Spare my life, miss. I am willing to be your beast of burden. Even if you make me clean toilets, I would gladly do it." Thrown right into his face was a razor-sharp curse from Kylie, "You opportunistic piece of trash." Saying that, she pulled a compact pistol from her holster. Kylie calmly raised her weapon, the cold steel barrel matching the glare she gave the trembling man. "My second brother treated you well, yet in the end, you're still just a running hound." She didn't bother wasting any more breath, coldly sending Dai Kellen to hell with a bullet deeply embedded right between his eyebrows. Once it was done, she staggered and collapsed into Su Xun's arms, her chest heaving with exhaustion. He gently supported Kylie, softly comforting her. "Relax, we still have some good business to settle ahead." Su Xun gave her a tender look, his heart feeling as light as if a heavy stone had been lifted. From this moment on, probably no lunatic would dare to stand in the way of the lady returning home. At that exact moment, Tony's voice suddenly echoed from behind, "Hold on," making the two of them startle slightly and turn around. He smugly lifted his chin and questioned Sha Zeng, "Right now I have guns, subordinates, and even a tank in my hands. How much do you think my power has increased?" Su Xun didn't bother to answer immediately, only nonchalantly throwing back a counter-question, "Compared to when?" Tony smirked maliciously, "Of course, compared to the time my men were sent to the afterlife by you." Su Xun turned around, meeting Tony with an utterly calm gaze, his steady voice ringing out, "What do you mean?" Infuriated by that provoking attitude, he pointed his gun barrel directly as a threat and yelled loudly, "Are you still playing dumb?" Tony roared in extreme resentment, "Back then my business was booming. Ever since you wiped us out, I've had to hide in this godforsaken place. Today you show your face here again, so let's settle the old grudges and new hatreds all at once." Su Xun showed absolutely no sign of flinching. He pointed at himself and slowly replied, "Tony, do you know the reason why I spared your life back then? Because I realized you were actually a very naive child." Hearing this, he completely lost his patience, frowning and hurling insults. "Do you even grasp the current situation? Still daring to spout nonsense at me at a time like this?" Right then, a henchman standing nearby noticed something unusual, timidly nudging him to warn, "Boss, on your face." Tony grunted fiercely, "What is it?" The guy fearfully pointed straight at his face, trembling as he reported, "You're locked on by a sniper's laser sight." Su Xun smiled brightly, smugly chiming in to explain, "Allow me to correct you a bit. It's not a sniper rifle but an infrared grenade launcher, the kind with a blast radius that wipes out 10 meters. Tony's entire gang of subordinates immediately panicked, scanning around in horror, a grenade launcher. Only he stubbornly denied reality, even arrogantly shouting, "Don't even dream of bluffing me with this trick." At this time, the remote support sniper duo, Du Luo and Lei Jun, were happily chatting, taking turns kissing up to Su Xun. No wonder the boss strictly forbade us from showing our faces from the start. Turns out he was setting up this net. No doubt, his foresight is truly miles ahead of ours. Back at the scene, he casually threw out a provocation. "If you don't believe it, just pull the trigger and see." A phrase as light as a feather completely froze Tony on the spot. In the suffocatingly tense atmosphere, the weapon in his hand suddenly slipped through his fingers, hitting the ground and creating a harsh noise that shattered the silence. Just a few minutes ago he was glaring and threatening, but in the blink of an eye, he broke into a flattering smile, shamelessly making excuses. "Boss Sha Zeng, your little brother was just trying to joke around with you to liven things up." Su Xun dropped to one knee, intentionally digging into Tony's terror. "Oh really, this little game is quite fun too." Those weightless words scared the living daylights out of him, making him hurriedly prostrate on the ground, begging, "Please be merciful, boss. I was just possessed by a demon for a moment. Please treat me like a fart and let it go." He immediately came up with an arrogant idea. "If you want to keep your life, of course you can, but you have to help me with one last thing." Grabbing the fragile lifeline, Tony didn't even think twice, nodding vigorously, "Yes, I will definitely do my best to follow your orders." A moment later, people only saw Su Xun highly amused, clicking his phone continuously. "Perfect, stick your chest out, bare your teeth and smile, very good." It turned out he had forced Tony and his gang of lackeys to strip off all their clothes, wearing only the sexiest two-piece bikinis to strike poses in front of the camera. "Keep going, let's take a few more shots." After a busy session, Su Xun finally returned the phone to Kylie with satisfaction, carefully instructing her, "From now on, whenever you run into trouble, just call them for help. If they dare to refuse, just threaten to leak these hot photos online and you're good." Although feeling a bit awkward, she couldn't disobey, so she softly agreed. The two didn't bother lingering any longer, quickly turning and walking away. He even intentionally left behind an echoing farewell, "Take care, my dear friends." By now, when Du Luo and Lei Jun settled into the car, they saw Su Xun already waiting. She immediately voiced her question, "Boss, our mission was just to escort Lady Kylie safely to Turkey, right? Why did you go out of your way to pave the road for her future?" Kylie stayed silent, casting a shy glance at him. Su Xun then just casually brushed it off. "It's no big deal, I simply wanted to use them for my own amusement." Hearing that, Lei Jun immediately teased happily, "I don't buy it, you definitely have your eyes on Lady Kylie, that's why you deliberately planted someone to protect her, right?" Du Luo also grinned and chimed in, "I completely agree." Su Xun couldn't help but laugh wearily, "You guys can script it however you like." Throughout the journey, the lively atmosphere never faded. As for Lei Jun, he kept teasing nonstop, "Why don't you just put down roots here and become the son-in-law of the Middle East Global Trading Corporation?" Du Luo clutched her stomach, laughing hard, nodding continuously. I raised both hands in agreement. Su Xun couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "If you guys keep babbling nonsense, pack your bags and get out to walk." Time flew by, and the scene now shifted to the headquarters of the Middle East Global Trading Corporation in Turkey. The fact that the group of four had smoothly set foot on this turf raised Du Luo's suspicion. The whole trip, and we didn't hit a single obstacle. Lei Jun also started feeling anxious. "I have a bad feeling about this." Kylie quickly reassured them upon hearing this, "Just set your minds at ease. Since we've made it this far, this is my father's territory. Who would dare to cause a ruckus here? All the troubles are over." Su Xun softly dropped a line, "I also hope everything is truly over." At the same time, inside Niels's private office, Farron was groveling on the floor, pleading desperately, "I beg you, father, don't strip away my right to inherit. I swear I will perform 10,000 times better than Kylie." The old man crushed his cigar fiercely, grinding his teeth as he sneered, "You idiotic son, are you naive enough to think I am blind to the dirty tricks you've pulled?" Facing the relentless barrage of razor-sharp questions from his father, he was speechless and couldn't argue back. So many attempts, yet you couldn't even touch a thread of your sister's clothes. Your incompetence truly depresses me. For that reason, I have decided not to revoke your inheritance rights." Finishing his sentence, Niels raised a gun and pointed it straight at Farron without flinching, his face cold as stone, spitting out a hair-raising verdict, "Because I will directly take your worthless life." Back in the main hall of the corporation, Kylie was leading her companions inside. As soon as they stepped through the door, a man hurried over to receive them. "Miss, you have endured a grueling journey." He spoke in a highly disciplined tone. "The boss ordered that you should go rest. We will discuss everything tomorrow." She appeared extremely impatient, replying, "I have an urgent matter and need to see my father. I must go right now." Yang He remained expressionless, calmly responding, "If you want to discuss young Master Farron's matter, there is no need to report to the boss anymore." That statement struck like a bolt of lightning. Young Master Farron stopped breathing 5 minutes ago. This information completely rooted Kylie to the spot, her face turning pale, her eyes filled with shock, refusing to believe the bloody truth she just heard. "What did you say?" In another corner, Du Luo stepped up and leaned on Su Xun's shoulder, reaching out to point ahead, calling out loudly, "Boss, look over there." Following the direction of her hand, 2 doctors could be seen rushing to carry a corpse toward the door. Catching their eyes was a pale arm hanging down, clearly revealing a hexagram star tattoo. Kylie covered her mouth, her pupils dilating in horror. There is absolutely no mistake. She trembled, trying to force out each word, but her throat felt strangled. "That tattoo, that really is Farron." Even as a mere bystander, Lei Jun felt shaken by the series of events he just witnessed. "I vaguely don't get it. Why would a father directly get his hands dirty, personally ending his own flesh and blood in a fratricidal war?" Su Xun calmly resolved the doubt, simply because Farron fell off his horse, meaning he completely lost his seat as the heir. In a massive commercial empire like this, blood ties have long been tossed aside. The loser must vanish, otherwise, the leader will be treated like trash by the board of directors. Finishing his explanation, he raised his voice, "Let's get out of here." Kylie burst into tears, her heart shattered, choking out sorrowful words. "Farron, why were we siblings pushed to such a tragic state?" Witnessing that scene, Su Xun slowly offered words of comfort. "Stepping into a wealthy family means grudges as deep as the ocean. That's your destiny, face it bravely." Just as the group of 4 was about to leave, a squad of bodyguards suddenly rushed over to block the way. This situation made Du Luo irritated and snappy. "What kind of trick is this? Not letting us see him and now blocking our exit." Yang He suddenly emerged from behind, loudly delivering the order, "Lady Kylie can freely return to her residence. But as for Sha Zheng, please come with me. The chairman has the courtesy to want to chat." Understanding the situation, Lei Jun immediately turned around, unable to hide his anger as he retorted, "We take our pay as Lady Kylie's bodyguards, not as your boss's hounds. Does he think we just run over to serve his whims whenever he feels like it?" Unexpectedly, Su Xun nodded in agreement. "No harm done. Let me see what schemes this fierce tiger who tears apart his own child is brewing. You two take care of escorting Lady Kylie back to the manor safely." At that quick nod, Lei Jun exclaimed in shock, "Boss." Du Luo also anxiously added, "Don't we need to wait for you to come down?" He strode after Yang He, looking back and waving his hand to instruct, "Just go ahead, I won't suffer a scratch." Taking in that silhouette, Kylie unconsciously called out after him, "Mr. Su." In a flash, Yang He had led him into Niels's lair, respectfully reporting, "Sir, Sha Zheng is here." The old man stood with his hands behind his back, staring intently out the glass wall, not even bothering to turn around to look at the guest. But his mouth didn't forget to praise, "Mr. Sha Zheng looks much more youthful than my imagination." Su Xun shrugged and teased back, "To tell you the truth, I'm already in my 50s, just blessed with age-defying looks. Do you believe it?" Niels finally turned around, maintaining a polite smile as he invited, "Mr. Sha Zheng is indeed a man with a sense of humor. Please take a seat." He had no time to beat around the bush with the old man, immediately getting straight to the point. "Chairman Niels didn't summon me here just to enjoy my bantering skills, did you? Whatever scheme you have, just spit it out." Niels unexpectedly adopted an accusatory tone, as if wanting to dump all the blame on Su Xun. "I am truly shocked. Kylie actually had the capability to invite the king of mercenaries to act as her bodyguard. Precisely because of your interference, I was forced to personally send my own biological son to hell. My heart is currently writhing in endless agony." He nonchalantly replied, "Are you blaming me? Then I'll excuse myself." He flipped his attitude as fast as flipping a pancake, lowering his voice to threaten, wanting to slip away isn't that easy. To compensate for these losses, you must serve and dedicate yourself to me for 5 years. In return, I will throw money to help you rebuild the death squad. Su Xun dropped his smile entirely, coldly laying down the law. I am extremely allergic to threats. May I ask, are you trying to force my hand? Niels threw his head back and laughed maniacally, lifting his face to the sky and jutting his chin out. Evaluate it yourself. Looked down to see dozens of red laser dots from sniper rifles densely pinned on his body, sighing in exasperation, pulling out this outdated trick again. Meanwhile, the old man kept rambling on with threats that if he dared to make a move, the bullets would instantly tear him into 100 pieces. Su Xun kept a calm tone, his hands slowly rising. Aren't you afraid I might take your life right here? Niels smirked slyly, full of arrogance as he firmly believed victory was in the bag. My subordinates already searched you earlier. Where would you pull out a weapon to defend yourself? Just as he was gloating, the ashtray on the table was secretly lifted into the air by his psychic ability. The object just hovered in midair, scaring the living daylights out of Niels, his face turning pale without a drop of blood, his eyes bulging, breaking out in a cold sweat. Niels couldn't believe his own eyes, frantically screaming, "What the hell is going on?" Su Xun waved his hand up and down, feeling the sudden urge to mess with the old man. Chairman Niels, you should understand that in this world there are still countless phenomena you are not qualified to witness. It turned out he had secretly summoned Qin Zhu to take action. She clung to the ashtray, spinning it around and making him extremely dizzy. The old man could only scream in terror, "This is absurd. This must be an optical illusion. Exactly, it's just a magic trick." Su Xun smirked faintly, tossing out a mocking remark, truly stubborn to the point of idiocy. Next, he controlled the ashtray to explode into 100 pieces right under Niels's nose, startling him into sheer panic. Su Xun leisurely continued, "I originally intended to keep the peace, but unfortunately you love pointing guns at my head, truly a frog at the bottom of the well overestimating its own strength." Niels's face contorted, terrified out of his wits witnessing the cigar and lighter slowly levitating in midair, as if possessed by a ghost. He clamped the cigar between his fingers, skillfully controlling the lighter to light it, then casually taunted the old man, "Take a seat, Chairman Niels, why are you standing there hunching over?" Niels stared at him blankly, cold sweat soaking his face, trembling as he asked, "How on earth did you do that?" Su Xun simply pivoted to another topic, "Why are you sweating profusely like that? Is the temperature in this room too stuffy?" Su Xun smiled while telepathically commanding Qin Zhu, "Then adjust the room temperature." She instantly caught the signal, agilely propelling herself upward, swiftly replying, "Order received." She reached her hands out into the void, twirling lightly, instantly creating bone-chilling ice tornadoes swirling around her body, bursts of freezing air continuously radiating out, biting into the flesh. In just a blink of an eye, the entire space was engulfed by countless sharp ice blocks condensed from the swirling snow. Niels stood frozen, his eyes rolling back in shock, utterly speechless. He shivered in fear, collapsing onto the floor, shrinking and huddling tightly into a corner of the wall. Looking at that pathetic state, Su Xun found it even more hilarious, not hesitating to throw out a sarcastic remark. "Chairman Niels, just a moment ago you were so fierce and majestic, right? Why can't you even stand steady on your own 2 feet now?" Niels crawled to his feet, looking utterly miserable, his whole body twitching continuously, his mouth mumbling desperate pleas, his voice choking with terror. "Respected Mr. Su, I beg you 100 times to generously overlook my stupid actions just now. I am willing to do everything to make amends." He threw away all his pride, knocking his head on the ground, desperately clinging to the fragile straw of life. "Please have mercy and let me be your loyal hound." Want to be my lackey, but the response to him was just a sharp mockery from him. "I'm afraid your old life still hasn't reached that standard." At that exact moment, Kylie, having lost all patience due to extreme anxiety, pushed past Yang He's obstruction and kicked the door open. "Father, you absolutely must not do anything reckless." However, the scene laid bare before her eyes left her dumbfounded, stuttering incoherently, "What are you two doing?" The old man awkwardly called Kylie's name, while Su Xun stood frozen not knowing what to say. After a few seconds of awkwardness, he quickly regained his calm demeanor, pretending to kindly help the old man up, with a gentle look, slowly making up a story as if no clash had happened. Chairman Niels was just looking for an item. Hearing that, he hastily chimed in to save face. Right, I don't know which corner my coin rolled into." Kylie stood blank-faced, her mind still full of suspicion, softly muttering a coin. Glancing at the young man's timid and forgiving expression, Niels immediately caught the scent of the situation, secretly calculating, wait a minute. This brat has feelings for my daughter. If I match them up, and Kylie bears him a child, wouldn't everything flourish? Afterward, Su Xun was too lazy to drag things out, so he decided to slip away quietly. Our discussion is done. I will leave this space for you, father and daughter. Excuse me for leaving first. Seeing this, he eagerly urged Kylie, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and see Mr. Su out. She awkwardly replied, see him out, but I'm the one who paid to hire him here. Niels hastily slipped outside fast as lightning, but didn't forget to leave behind a shady instruction. Put on some makeup and dress up gorgeously. Take Mr. Su out to eat. Take a stroll, chat, or even go to bed. Use any means to tie him down for me. The quiet night began to fall over the luxurious villa of Kylie's family. Du Luo slouched on the sofa in an incredibly cozy manner, chatting excitedly. Lady Kylie is truly hospitable, generously taking us in for another 2 days, just in time to wash away all the exhaustion of these past few days. Looking over to the side, Lei Jun was still pushing weights, a true fitness addict anytime anywhere. He curiously asked, Big Boss, is the next stop to bash DeLee's head in? Su Xun kept his eyes glued to his mobile screen, answering abruptly, no rush yet. Before turning him into mincemeat, I have to drop by the US first. Just then, a clear voice rang out, successfully drawing everyone's attention, all curious and perking their ears to listen, Mr. Su. Kylie stepped out gorgeously in a flowing evening gown, showing off her aristocratic and gentle aura. She lowered her head bashfully, with timid eyes, nervously offering an invitation. Do I have the honor of inviting you to dinner with me? The scene shifted to an outdoor banquet that was extravagantly decorated, immersed in the dim, flickering candlelight. Kylie shyly spoke up to break the atmosphere. Although the menu here isn't as diverse as in Long Country, the flavor is still quite appetizing. Opposite her, Su Xun took a bite and nodded in praise. Wow, this sauce is extremely pleasing to the palate, truly a top-notch beefsteak. The moment his gaze accidentally met the person opposite him, he suddenly froze, his chest skipping a beat, not even knowing the reason himself. At that time, she was staring blankly into nowhere, her face clearly showing an unconcealable pensiveness. Su Xun caught that moment and gently asked, Lady Kylie, what's on your mind? Kylie snapped out of it, awkwardly changing the subject, I'm perfectly fine. After hesitating for a long while, she finally gathered enough courage to shyly ask, will we still have the destiny to cross paths in the future? Hearing this, he vaguely saw through her heart, yet still deliberately poked fun to tease her a little more. What? Are you reluctant to let me go? Kylie lowered her head in embarrassment, honestly confessing, you truly are a man full of charm. Su Xun smiled brightly with a smug look. Lady Kylie is indeed a person with good taste, but I don't want to hide it either. I am already taken. Unexpectedly, she casually retorted, you're thinking too far ahead. I have no intention of marrying you. Kylie choked up as she poured her heart out, her voice tinged with melancholy. I bear the burden of taking over the family's legacy, so I've already accepted that I will stay single in this life. Otherwise, the entire family fortune would slip into an outsider's hands. Then she stammered out an invitation, so could you drop by my room tonight? Please don't worry, I won't bring you any trouble. Hearing these words, Chinju furrowed her brows tightly, bitterly complaining, what right does she have to steal my man? While Su Xun only smiled faintly in response about this. The very next second, playfully fiddling with the fork in his hand, he added in amusement, I think I should still ask for the father-in-law's opinion first. The fork was instantly thrown with wind-breaking speed, pinning the stalker hiding well behind the bushes. A tragic scream tore through the night, startling Kylie, who jumped up angrily and yelled, who's hiding in the bushes there? The figure popping its head out was none other than Niels. He timidly poked his head out, forcing a flattering smile. Mr. Su is indeed a prodigy. I hid so well yet was still caught. This sudden appearance made the daughter drop her jaw in astonishment. Oh my. Su Xun warmly offered an invitation. Chairman Niels, since you took the trouble to come here, join the party for fun. But he hurriedly declined. I'll pass, my stomach is full. I just dropped by to slip Kylie something, and then I'll bounce right away. As his daughter approached, he hastily shoved a shady item into Kylie's hand, whispering closely to her ear, keep this handy. Dad already poked a hole in it with a needle. Tonight you must get pregnant at all costs, you hear? She was completely bewildered. What the hell is this? Before turning to slip away quickly, Niels didn't forget to turn his head and give a thumbs up of encouragement, gently instructing his precious daughter. Just boldly chase your happiness, my dear. Throw away those outdated family rules. As long as it's someone who catches your eye, my entire fortune will naturally be handed to him. Those shocking words made Kylie unable to hide her utter disbelief. Has Dad lost his mind? The old man laughed heartily, gleefully waving goodbye. Sorry to bother you too. The girl blushed bright red, muttering back, I kneel to you, Dad. Kylie was so embarrassed she didn't dare to look up at him, a hint of sadness in her eyes, awkwardly piecing together fragmented words. I sincerely apologize. I was completely clueless about him secretly stalking us. It is true that he dreams of marrying me to you, but… At this point, she finally couldn't hold back her emotions and burst into tears, two streams of tears rolling down her cheeks, her voice choked with grievance. I know my place. How could a lowly duckweed dare to climb the high clouds? I simply happened to fall for you, that's all. Su Xun slowly stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her trembling shoulders, his eyes full of tenderness, every gesture exuding affectionate comfort. Stop crying, you silly girl. Su Xun tilted his head slightly, taking the initiative to lead the way. My stomach is full anyway. How about you take me to your room for a while? The night dew is too cold. Kylie bashfully bloomed an incredibly shy smile. Time flew like a fleeting shadow. At this time outside Kylie's mansion, a black car sat motionless, bathing in the fading patches of the afternoon sun. Niels sat imperiously in the car with his arms crossed, laughing heartily with a beaming face. The script was going smoothly up to this point. Just wait until Kylie gets pregnant with his bloodline. Let's see how he can escape then. Right when the old man was intoxicated with his dreams of dominance, Su Xun suddenly popped up and poured cold water on him. What kind of toy are you planning to offer this time? The old man's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily made up an excuse. I was just casually taking a stroll passing by. Unfortunately, the car ran completely out of gas. He gave a mischievous smile. I just remembered that I have two missions that require a bit of your power. The camera then shifted to the towering financial tower of the Wilson family. A luxury supercar slowly rolled into the lobby, lined on both sides by a row of black-clad bodyguards bowing respectfully to welcome it. The newly appointed leader of the Wilson Empire, Ent Wilson, puffing on a cigar, roared fiercely over the phone. What the hell do you mean by vanishing without a trace? I paid to send you to the Dragon Kingdom to hunt for lives, not to sponsor your vacation. He ground his teeth and issued a threat. I am giving you an extension of exactly 10 more days. If you can't bring God's head back here, I will personally peel off your dog skin. Ent cursed loudly, what a bunch of useless puppets. Right at that moment, Jiang seductively walked over, reaching out to stroke his chest, and spoke in a flirtatious, enchanting voice. Calm down, boss. Let me help you relieve your fire. Ent reached out to gently squeeze her chin, smirking lewdly as he whispered close to her ear, then let's handle it right in the car. Jiang caressingly touched his chest, her cheeks flushing pink as she moaned shyly, boss, you are too naughty. Before the adulterous pair could get down to business, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, sending both of them tumbling forward. Ent and Jiang were pulled by inertia and fell face first onto the floor of the car. He furiously shouted, what the hell kind of driving is that? Are you tired of living? The driver in the front seat panicked, looking back and pointing at the windshield, his voice trembling with fear. Boss, there is someone blocking the road ahead. Looking into the distance, the imposing back of Su Xun stood tall, exactly like a hunter waiting for his prey to fall into the net. Ent furiously pointed his finger straight at him and growled, it's just a psycho. If he wants to die, I'll send him off. Floor the gas and crush him to pieces for me. I will pay to buy his cheap life. Having no other choice, the driver closed his eyes and stepped on the gas to charge forward. Suddenly, from behind, another car sped up at a terrifying speed, cut across the front, and slammed fiercely into the side of his car. The explosive collision caused both vehicles to sway violently. Inside the cabin, only Jiang's terrified screams could be heard. Ent ground his teeth and exclaimed bitterly, what the hell is this? The figure sitting behind the steering wheel of the car that caused the crash was none other than Lei Jun. He completely ignored the dent on his vehicle, just smirking triumphantly, caught you. Only at this moment did he wake up from his dream, rubbing the lump on his head while arrogantly cursing, so you came to take my life. You stupid brats actually dare to pluck the tiger's whiskers. Su Xun maintained his posture with both hands in his pockets, calmly listening to the string of roars echoing from Ent's car. My car is a top-tier bulletproof, and mine-resistant armored supercar in the world. Even tank shells would cry in despair, and a few little brats like you think you can take my life. He swaggeringly declared war. On top of that, my reinforcement army will arrive in just 3 minutes. You better prepare yourselves to eat dirt. Right at that moment, a fleet of black escort cars came roaring from a distance. However, in just the blink of an eye, one of the cars in the convoy suddenly exploded in a blinding flash. Immediately, a series of trailing cars simultaneously suffered the exact same tragic fate. The lackeys in the gang poked their heads out of the shattered windows, whispering in panic, "What's happening? There's a sniper hiding outside." It turned out it wasn't some time bomb, but rather Du Luo firing sniper rounds from a prime location. She quickly reported through the comms device, "Boss, I have sealed off all entrances and exits of the Wilson Tower. Now, not even half a fly can slip through." And still stubbornly shouted challenges, "A 1-minute countdown and my army will trample you flat. Even if you pick up your shoes and run now, it's beyond saving." At the same time, the driver frantically connected the radio. "Hello, does the security team read me?" As soon as the threat ended, his face froze like a soulless person upon hearing the reply from the other end of the line. "What did you say?" "All roads have been blocked by barricades. The security forces have suffered massive casualties and can no longer be deployed." Lei Jun stepped out of his car with a gun at the ready, smiling sarcastically. "I bet your arrogant smile has vanished by now, hasn't it?" Ent was boiling with rage, straining his neck and screaming madly into the phone, "If you bunch of trash can't drag your bodies here, then just die there. Get out of my sight tomorrow." Lei Jun approached silently, raising his gun without hesitation and firing a barrage of bullets at the glass window. Ent cowered in the cabin, arrogantly raising his middle finger to provoke with an utterly insolent attitude, "Drop those cheap tricks. You think you can pierce my armor relying on that crappy gun?" Lei Jun, helpless and unable to make a dent, bitterly cursed, "You scum." Suddenly, a familiar calm voice rang out to stop him, "Don't be hasty." Su Xun slowly strode forward, patted Lei Jun's shoulder to hold him back, and stated clearly, "Ent Wilson, let me give you a notice." The man inside was now sweating profusely as he took in the death sentence from him. "Your remaining time has exactly 30 seconds left on the countdown." He casually raised the gun in his hand, using eyes as sharp as a scalpel to stare intensely at Ent. He slapped the glass mockingly. "I thought you were hiding some earth-shattering heavy weapon. It turns out it's just this measly gun." Su Xun was too lazy to argue, silently pressing the muzzle of the gun against the bulletproof glass. Ent still calmly held Jung in his arms, laughing hysterically and taunting, "Keep showing off, don't stop, great acting." He chuckled softly, his index finger decisively pulling the trigger. A bright red fireball erupted from the muzzle. Without hesitation, Su Xun fired, unleashing a warhead as blinding as a rocket. The bullet tore through the wind, whistling as it embedded itself tightly into the tempered glass, tearing open countless spiderweb cracks. His eyes rolled back, sweat pouring like a stream, terrified as he looked at the widening cracks, babbling incoherently, "You." Not giving Ent a chance to bark another word, he followed up with a deafening barrage of bullets, scaring the man out of his wits as he backed away completely, shrieking shrilly. Su Xun calmly reloaded, glancing at the glass panel that had been hollowed out into a gap, and counted down in a deep voice, "Exactly 5 seconds left." Ent frantically popped open the car door on the opposite side, crawling out and screaming for help. He still stood calmly watching, softly counting 4. He clumsily scrambled, running for his life as he climbed over the roadside median. Right when he set foot on the opposite lane, the countdown number stopped at the 3 mark. He blindly charged straight ahead without the slightest realization that a truck was honking blaringly and rushing right at him. Su Xun counted in a deep voice, 2. As if sensing the Grim Reaper's scythe brushing past his neck, Ent braked hard, turning his head in panic to look at the massive vehicle of death hurtling toward him. With a deafening crash, the vehicle, unable to brake in time, crushed his body. He took in the entire tragic scene with his eyes, but only coldly uttered the final number, 1. The 2 pitiful survivors in the battered car only now knelt down and begged, "Please, big bosses, spare the lives of these lowly ones. I am just a hired hand." Su Xun hoisted the gun onto his shoulder, reassuring them, "Put your minds at ease, your dog lives are still intact. Go back and report to the elders of the Wilson family." He emphasized every word, "Regardless of who succeeds the leadership seat, feel free to come find me. This god has no qualms about wiping the entire Wilson clan off the map of this earth." The scene shifted to the stifling high-level meeting room of the Wilson Empire. The elder sat in the cool air conditioning yet sweated profusely, his trembling hands pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his forehead as he ordered, that foolish ent, of all people to provoke, he went and plucked the Grim Reaper's whiskers. Transmit the directive immediately to the dark web. The Wilson family officially raises the white flag to surrender to the Assassin King, God, permanently. The entire council shouted in unison, understood. Under the clear and quiet sky, with gentle sunlight filtering through the roadside leaves, Su Xun's squad was gathering to celebrate their victory. Du Luo, munching on meat with a full mouth, asked curiously, "Boss, if it were me, I would have just thrown a bomb and flattened that headquarters. Why go through such a hassle?" He leisurely picked up a piece of food and answered slowly, "Our target is solely Wilson's life, not to massacre civilians. As humans, we should accumulate some good karma." Catching that sentence, Lei Jun and Du Luo immediately shot looks full of suspicion towards Su Xun, both screaming in their minds, "Accumulate good karma." This sacred phrase actually came out of the mouth of a notorious assassin king. Du Luo leaned her head slightly toward him and pried, "Oh hey boss, speaking of which, regarding Miss Kylie, did you use safety protection?" Su Xun closed his eyes and replied indifferently, "Didn't use it, and besides, that condom was poked with holes anyway." She panicked and slapped her thigh loudly, "Good heavens, doesn't that mean you were set up by that sly old man? What if Miss Kylie really gets pregnant, wouldn't you?" He lifted his glass of filtered water, his demeanor cryptically profound. "There is a very good proverb circulated in the Dragon Kingdom. Guess what it implies?" Du Luo quickly clung to Su Xun's arm, whining flirtatiously, "Then tonight you should demonstrate to open my eyes." He held up his phone, tapping it as a reminder, "Cut out that flirtatious behavior." Lei Jun, sitting opposite and witnessing this scene, chewed his food while pouting and mocking, "Man, Du Luo, stop acting up. The stench of your stale flirting is giving me goosebumps all over." At that moment, his expression suddenly darkened when he answered the phone. "The information has been confirmed, right. Clear, we will be there immediately." Su Xun jumped up, nudging Du Luo's shoulder to issue an order, "Put down your chopsticks, clean up and retreat right now." The girl absent-mindedly held a bone in her mouth, asking indistinctly, "Is something wrong, boss?" Lei Jun still desperately gnawed on the last rib, begging and haggling, "Wait until I finish this plate before we leave. This steakhouse is the true love of my life." He nodded curtly, approved, "Just chew carefully. I will take Man Du Luo to settle some debts first." Du Luo was taken aback and repeated, "Settle some debts." Su Xun summarized the situation. "Niels just tipped me off that Fernand Ellis will show his face at the shareholder meeting tomorrow." This shocking news made Lei Jun frown, reluctantly spitting out the piece of beef right away. The frame shifted to a bustling red-light district street corner, a gathering place for flirtatious streetwalkers waving at customers. "Handsome guys, come in and let us relieve your bad luck. We just got some fresh and tender new arrivals today." A dilapidated, dust-covered pickup truck screeched its brakes and came to an abrupt halt by the side of the road. The trio, including Lei Jun, jumped out of the car one by one. Du Luo frowned in confusion. "It's still a long distance from here to the Helios villa. Why are we walking?" Su Xun calmly explained, "We can't risk alerting the enemy." As soon as they saw his godlike figure, the swarm of gold diggers immediately swarmed him like ants to sugar, sweetly pouring honey into his ears. "Oh my, this handsome guy has such a dashing physique. Come in here and have some fun with us. I'll give you an exclusive 50% off discount." Su Xun quickly pulled Du Luo out as a shield. "I must apologize to you beauties. I already have a wife managing me." The madams looked deflated, clicking their tongues in complaint. "Oh my, what a waste of God's gifts." Didn't even hesitate to point at Lei Jun and poke fun, however. "That big guy over there has been single and desperate for a decade, not to mention his pockets are very deep." The guy jumped, panicking and crying out, "Hey, hey." The night butterflies immediately grabbed the fat bait, rushing over to tear into him. "Our shop has a variety of services from A to Z, drop by for a quickie, handsome. Oh wow, your bulging muscles are too delicious." Lei Jun desperately reached out, screaming for help, "Boss, oh boss," while Su Xun cheerfully linked arms with a blushing Du Luo to slip away quietly, not forgetting to wave and tease, "Take care, enjoy yourself." Out of sight, he released his hand from her waist, casually commenting, "That kid has a big body, but his mind is still very green. Sometimes he needs to be let loose to relieve his physiological needs a bit." Suddenly, Su Xun noticed his teammate's unusual expression and asked, "Why are your cheeks as red as boiled shrimp?" She hastily pressed her hands against her burning cheeks, awkwardly making an excuse. "Huh, is that so? I must have caught a cold." Dusk gradually fell, obscuring the light at the headquarters of the North African Security Group, the Sunflower Villa. The outer perimeter was barricaded by layers of guards holding rifles, patrolling extremely strictly. He and Du Luo were hiding stealthily behind a giant ancient tree. She raised her binoculars to scan the area and softly reported, "Spotted the whereabouts of that guy Fernand Ellis. Do you want to pull the trigger and send him off right now? At this distance, I have more than enough skill to plant a piece of lead dead center between his eyebrows." Su Xun pressed his hand onto Du Luo's shoulder to stop her. Doing that would let him die too peacefully. Right at that moment, Lei Jun finally managed a difficult escape, running over panting heavily, tearfully complaining. "Big boss, how could you have the heart to throw me into the spider demon's lair all by myself?" He tore open his shirt flap to reveal a mess of bright red lipstick marks. Lei Jun grimaced like a monkey eating ginger, whining and complaining, "Those madams are exactly like wild beasts pouncing on their prey. I would rather fight barehanded with a dozen muscular bruisers than have to resist those demons." Su Xun gave a thumbs up, teasing, "Lasting 40 minutes on your first time is an absolutely brilliant performance." The guy, wrongly accused and not knowing how to argue to feel less embarrassed, quickly clarified, "Hey, where did that come from? I didn't do anything." Du Luo softly reported, "Boss, the party inside has kicked off. When are we going to make our appearance?" He immediately dialed the phone. The person on the other end promptly reported, "Mr. Su, the mission you entrusted to me has been handled perfectly." Su Xun nodded in praise, "Well done, we've troubled Mr. Niels too much this time." Finishing his words, he stuffed the phone into his pocket and finalized, "Now let's make a grand entrance." The girl curiously turned to him and pressed, "What kind of mess did you just order Niels to clean up anyway?" Just as the three strode up to the door, a burly bodyguard pointed his finger, lifting his chin and yelling loudly, "Hit the brakes. Where did you people crawl out from?" Su Xun pointed toward the main hall, casually replying, "I am just a guest here to enjoy the party." The guard lifted his face menacingly, "Your face is completely unfamiliar. This is our company's private party. If you have no business here, please go play somewhere else." However, the person standing next to him this whole time remained as mute as a clam. Catching on to the other man's expression, he stared fixedly into his eyes and sneered, "It looks like this brother here has already remembered who I am." The other man suddenly felt his heart skip a beat, beads of sweat breaking out and completely soaking his forehead. He frantically raised his hand to salute out of reflex, stuttering for a long time before making a sound, "Hello, boss, greetings, boss." He hurriedly bowed his back, respectfully extending his hand in a welcoming gesture. "Yes, please come inside, sir, I am deeply grateful to you." The loudmouthed bodyguard from earlier, seeing the ironic scene, whispered, "Wait, who the hell is that guy? I know all the big bosses here by heart, so why have I never seen this person before?" A colleague turned to whisper, "Do you know why our North African security used to dominate the world but has now hit rock bottom?" The other guy quickly rattled off, "I know about that. Back in the day, the Dead Nail Squad was wiped out completely and sent to the afterlife. Ever since then, the company has been in a free fall." He then held up 3 fingers, mysteriously revealing, to be precise, they were almost wiped out. There are still 3 survivors as tough as leeches, one of whom the underworld calls Satan. The final sentence turned the loudmouth into stone instantly. "The big boss you were just yelling at is the real deal, Satan himself." Murderous intent radiated wildly from him, swallowing the surrounding atmosphere whole. At the same time, someone was leisurely reaching out to grab a glass of wine. Du Luo cast her gaze far away and softly reported, "The target delis is over in that corner." Su Xun also followed her gaze and nodded indifferently, "Understood." Far in the distance, 2 old men were hugging and fondling some incredibly hot girls. At this moment, a young man holding a wine glass was passionately bragging to a beauty, "Do you see?" At that moment, I swiftly took a step back exactly like this. Just as he finished his sentence, he bumped heavily right into Su Xun. As a result, the glass of red wine in his hand wobbled and splashed all over the ground. Fox gripped the empty glass tightly in his hand, furiously turning his head and barking loudly, "Which blind fool walks so carelessly?" Hearing someone biting blindly, he slowly turned around, frowning and staring intently at him. Fox was so terrified that he dropped the glass, immediately standing at attention like a wax statue, whimpering as he spoke, "Boss, greetings, boss." The surrounding crowd, seeing this scene, began murmuring and gossiping, "Hey, isn't that? Am I seeing things? Good heavens." Su Xun, with both hands in his pockets and an unhurried demeanor, tossed out a freezing cold sentence, "I am back." The entire crowd simultaneously shouted in a voice that resonated across the sky, "Respectful greetings, boss." Ken and Delis were also startled, immediately directing all their gazes toward that young man. The boss was as happy as if he had struck gold, rushing over to embrace Su Xun to joyfully welcome him. "Satan, congratulations on your return to the underworld." He gently patted Ken's back and offered some polite words. "I've troubled the boss, disappearing for so long without sending proper regards." Took a step back, looking Su Xun up and down before promising, "It doesn't matter. As long as you are willing to return, I will devote all my best troops and generals for you to revive the Dead Nail Squad." But his gaze shifted in another direction. "Mr. Delis here doesn't seem very happy to see my face, right?" Delis crossed his arms over his chest, pouting and mocking. "I thought it was something special, but it's just a failure who ruined the mission and frantically ran away. What the hell are you showing your face here for?" As soon as the insult ended, Su Xun dropped his smile, his murderous aura flaring up fiercely, emphasizing every cold word. "I came back here to send you to meet your ancestors." The old man turned pale with fear, stuttering with a chill, Send me." Ken quickly frowned to intervene. "Satan, this joke is getting too bland." He pointed his finger straight at Delis's face, firmly exposing him. "I don't have time to joke. 4 years ago, the Dead Nail brothers were beaten to a pulp entirely thanks to this old man secretly selling out our route." Delis frantically argued and denied. "Stop making false accusations. As a veteran meritorious official of the company, if you accuse me of treason, bring out the evidence for us to see." The entire banquet hall suddenly became as noisy as a market. Ever since Dead Nail met with disaster, the company has been in shambles. What benefit could he possibly get from doing that? Could Satan be losing his mind out of anger? Yeah, why would Delis do such a thing out of boredom? Ken frowned in suspicion, looking at Satan inquiringly. "Such a monstrous charge cannot be spoken carelessly. What material evidence do you have?" Su Xun hardened his face and crossed his arms over his chest, arrogantly replying, "When this Satan wants to take someone's life, since when do I have to submit a certificate too?" The old man knitted his brows tightly, speechless and stuttering. "You little brat." Ken furiously stepped forward to protect his comrade. "Satan, I warn you to stop acting recklessly. I know you have mountainous merits with the organization, but don't even think about taking lives arbitrarily while I am standing right here." Delis hurriedly pointed and shouted instructions. "I actually think it's you three who have hidden motives. Brothers, quickly arrest this traitor." In his head, he chuckled secretly. 4 years ago you were lucky to escape death. Today I will personally pull out the weeds by the roots." The swarm of bodyguards immediately charged forward with their weapons ready, shouting in unison, "Orders received." He remained as motionless as Mount Tai, his cold gaze sweeping over the soldiers. "If you have the guts, try firing." A gunman aimed through the iron sights, his whole body trembling as he muttered, "Boss, forgive me, but since the superiors gave the order, I have to do it." Su Xun waved his phone, smirking in contempt. "It looks like you are completely blind to the current situation. Then I'll have to shoot off some fireworks to open your eyes." The man exclaimed in shock, "Fireworks?" Over the walkie-talkie, Su Xun's subordinates immediately responded, "Orders clear." The massive firepower array also began getting into position, ready to open fire. A second later, a sharp command rang out, and just like that, a barrage of artillery shells shrieked through the wind, tearing across the sky as they flew. The crowd below craned their necks to watch the streaks of light hurtling toward them, their faces bewildered like cows wearing hats. "Oh my God, what the hell is flying over there?" A deafening explosion roared, the artillery shells slamming straight into the ground, scattering smoke and fire right in the center of the party. At this point, Delis and Ken had no choice but to hold their heads and lie flat on the ground like they were worshipping the stars, screaming pitifully, "Oh Lord, help me." A lackey with a face devoid of blood rushed in to report, "Boss, we are really doomed." Outside, out of nowhere, an armed firepower legion as mighty as thunder has appeared. Even worse, warships and helicopters are completely surrounding the sky. He casually held his hand out in front of his face, his eyes as sharp as razor blades, dropping a cruel mockery. "Now that I want to send you to the underworld, do I need to drag out any more evidence to present?" Delis was so terrified, he lost his wits, kneeling flat on both knees, while Ken could only poke his twisted face up to look at the scene before him in horror. The underlings around trembled uncontrollably, whining, "Did these soldiers spring up from underground? If our crappy guns even twitch, we'll all be turned to ash in less than a second." Su Xun leisurely pulled a piece of heat from his jacket, whistling an extremely provocative tune. "Think for yourself, old man. If I wanted to pull the trigger, would I even need to throw away that pile of evidence?" He dragged himself backward while trembling and shouting, "You brat, don't rely on your strength to bully others. Heaven has eyes, and so many people are watching here. If you dare to pull the trigger, then—" Before his mouth could close, a piece of lead screamed past Deli's ear, scaring him out of his wits and stiffening his whole body. He coldly pointed the gun barrel, still lingering with the acrid smell of smoke, toward Deli's, smirking and challenging, "I pulled the trigger. If you're so tough, let's see what you can do to me." The old man hastily touched his earlobe, which was bleeding profusely, feeling an extreme terror in his heart, as if he had just stepped one foot through death's door. Delis immediately banged his head heavily on the ground, weeping and wailing, "Lord Satan, please spare this old man's life. It's all because I was foolish and muddled. However much money you want to demand, I will pay it in full. I only beg you to keep this life for me." Ken stood dumbfounded, rooted to the spot upon hearing the humiliating confession straight from his comrade's mouth. The surrounding crowd stared with wide eyes, utterly astounded. He actually confessed on his own. It turns out the backstabber was him. This piece of scum, is his face as thick as a chopping board that he still dares to howl for mercy? Everyone simultaneously threw their hands up, cheering and encouraging Su Xun, "Chop him to pieces. Finish off this piece of trash. This thing dying 1,000 times wouldn't absolve his sins." Delis clung tightly to the boss's trouser leg, tears and snot smearing as he cried loudly, "Boss, oh boss, please look down and save me. For all these long years serving you, I have never dared to have half a point of disloyalty." Ken, cornered, had to speak up to buy time. "Satan, there's a time and place for everything. Calm down first. Just give me a few days. I swear to interrogate him and give you a fair outcome." His face darkened completely, dismissing it outright. "How can your cheap judgment be exchanged for the lives of dozens of my fallen brothers?" Feeling humiliated, the man flew into a rage. "I don't care what position you hold, but if you cause trouble on this turf, you're stepping on my face. If you know what's good for you, get rid of that mob of guns outside right now. Did that get through your ears?" Too lazy to argue, Su Xun coldly pulled the trigger, blasting a piece of lead straight through Delis' skull. In the blink of an eye, the old man collapsed, fresh blood flowing profusely before Ken's utterly horrified eyes. He was so furious his lungs were about to explode, grinding his teeth as he called his name. He ignored the raving man, his gaze only staring intently at the system's notification screen. "Ding, host's achievement report. 1. Successfully deciphered the tragedy from 4 years ago and avenged the brothers. 2. Completed the first phase of the talent recruitment mission. Bonus gift, max-level expert driving skill." Having resolved things smoothly, Su Xun lowered his weapon and smirked. "The job is done. I won't be thick-skinned enough to stay and ruin the party. You all carry on, I'll take my leave first." Just as his feet were about to turn, he heard someone snarl, "Stand still right there." He glanced sideways, asking blandly, "Does the boss have any further instructions?" Ken shoved his hands into his pockets, growling a threat, causing a massive mess, and not planning to give this old master an explanation. "Planning to wash your hands and scram that easily." He casually whistled while dropping a loose comment, "Don't even have time to think about it." Hearing this, the man felt a lump of anger choking his throat. "You." Ken immediately pulled out a gun and pointed it straight at Su Xun's face, screaming until his throat burned, "If you take your face out of here, consider it a declaration of war against the entire North African Security Organization." In his gut, he seethed, "Damn it, daring to take a life right in front of me and walking away leisurely. What face will this old master have left to command troops in the future?" He spun around, his eyes as sharp as razor blades, replying, "Reload your knowledge. North African security giving birth to Dead Nail is dead wrong. It should be Dead Nail that built this foundation. Without my hands, Dead Nail is nothing, and your North African security title is just a joke to the world." Ken, boiling with rage, prepared to fire, his mouth constantly cursing, barking nonsense, "You ungrateful bastard." Deafening gunshots rang out continuously, but every bullet was gracefully dodged by Su Xun, as light as a feather. In just a blink, he circled behind and firmly locked the man's wrist. With his arm painfully twisted, Ken was forced to drop his weapon. Su Xun pressed close, emphasizing every word, "So bold to dare shoot at me. Did you borrow a tiger's courage? Out of arguments, the man resorted to threats of authority. Touching me means you're tired of breathing, boy. The assassin Lord God has arrived. I will invite him to peel your skin. He wasn't afraid at all, instead showing an extremely excited expression, whispering softly, "Oh really? The good show is about to start. Let me whisper an earth-shattering secret in your ear. I am exactly Satan." Su Xun leaned right up to his ear and revealed, "And I also hold the title of God." Ken grimaced, stuttering and yelling out loud, "What the hell are you babbling about? You think I am a 3-year-old child to believe those boastful words?" Su Xun shrugged and retorted, "What's the fun in tricking an old man like you? If you don't believe it, go ask around. The Wilson family has probably tasted enough of my second identity by now." Right after speaking, he immediately pressed the phone to instruct, "Tell the brothers to clean up and withdraw quickly. This chess game is over." Darkness had now fallen to blanket the space. Du Luo casually pressed the lock, causing the car's headlights to flash brilliantly. Just as the three were about to step into the car, a voice called out from behind, "Boss, oh boss." Su Xun turned his head to look, then squinted and guessed, "What is it now? Or are you gathering to demand a blood debt for delis?" He swept his gaze over the messy crowd and sneered arrogantly, "Dragging just this many lives out here probably won't pose a challenge to me." The whole crowd stood straight as statues, shouting in unison with blazing determination that echoed across the sky, "Please accept us, boss, and lead us back to the golden era. We are determined to break away from North African security. We humbly beg you to lead us to the peak once more." Su Xun scratched his head, replying in confusion, "I'm afraid I'm out of ideas to start over from scratch on this." In his stomach, he grumbled, "Damn it, I thought there'd be another bloody brawl. Who knew I'd pick up a flock of trailing fans like this?" The crowd remained as persistent as leeches, demanding life and death to follow him. "We swear to follow you even if we die, boss. Wherever you point, we will strike." He crossed his arms over his chest, sighing in frustration, "These immature kids." Du Luo, standing nearby, also felt soft-hearted and chimed in, "Big boss, why don't you just gather all these brothers into our team?" Su Xun immediately retorted, cutting to the chase, "Are you joking? I'm doing business in the Dragon Kingdom. Dragging a whole army of mercenaries in their en masse is no different from telling the Dragon Kingdom's government to arrest me." The girl had to cover her mouth and chuckle wryly, "Then I surrender. You direct and act on your own." He ruffled his hair in exasperation and finalized a plan. "If you guys genuinely want to cut ties with North African security, I will inject capital for you to open a new company. Stick to the old trade. Sounds good to your ears." The whole gang teared up with immense gratitude. "Thank you, Big Boss. We are 1,000 times grateful to the Big Boss." Su Xun turned to point and assign tasks to Du Luo. "You two ladies run and find Niels for me immediately. Tell him to handle the land and finances, establish a new company right away, and pull in our loyal contact, the Middle East Global Trading Company. With this backing, you won't have to worry about starving." She immediately reported formally, "Orders received." Du Luo suddenly paused and asked in confusion, "Wait a minute. The two of us are going on a mission, so where is the boss going?" He tearfully held up his phone screen, which was flooded with threatening messages from Zikin, sweating profusely. "I've been out for quite a while lately. If I don't drag myself back, I'm dead meat with her." After saying that, Su Xun slipped straight into the car and floored the gas pedal, disappearing from sight, only leaving behind a lingering voice, "If anything happens, just call me." She stood there rooted to the spot, smacking her lips and muttering, "Well, even an unrivaled hero has a weakness." 2 days after that, in the pitch-black night surrounding a luxurious villa, Qinzhu narrowed her eyes at Su Xun's sneaky behavior, unable to contain her curiosity as she asked, "Master, there is a main door, why don't you walk in openly?" He crouched down and peeked inside, whispering, "Of course I want to give them a heart-stopping surprise. But this is weird, why is this window stuck so tight?" She pouted and puffed her cheeks in resentment. "I've been serving you throughout the whole trip, yet you didn't even spare me a glance." Su Xun was speechless, forcing himself to coax her, "Please, young lady, stop picking fights. Don't you sneak into my bed and sprawl out there every single night. What more do you want?" Qinzhu recalled how she clung to him in her sleep every night, and her face instantly turned beet red as she coquettishly retorted, "I just wanted to hug you for a bit while sleeping. I didn't do anything shady." His mouth twitched, secretly patting his chest. "It's a blessing from 3 lifetimes that this girl can't do anything to me." Having said that, Su Xun leaned forward and gently pushed a window ajar. He swiftly slipped through the narrow gap, landing safely in the bathroom. What caught his eye was a large bathtub completely obscured by a tightly drawn curtain. Su Xun squatted on the tiled floor, stroking his chin with a wicked smile. Oh my, a windfall right after I dragged myself home. I wonder if it's Zikin or Yuru in there. Suddenly, the voices of his two beloved wives echoed from outside. Sister, come out and see the fireflies. Oh, where take me to see them? Su Xun craned his neck outward, sweating profusely as he muttered, how bizarre if those two are out there, then who is the one soaking in here? Right at that moment, a soft hand gently pulled back the thin curtain. He frantically turned his face away, his hands and feet feeling so awkward that he didn't know where to hide them to ease his embarrassment. Peeking through the misty steam, the silhouette of an exquisite beauty gradually revealed itself, and that person was none other than Liu Yu. She gasped in shock, her cheeks turning as red as tomatoes, completely frozen by this awkward situation. Su Xun hurriedly covered his face, shut his eyes tight, and frantically explained, I swear to the light bulb that I haven't seen anything. Ironically, the voices outside chirped up again. Why is the bathroom window wide open? Liu Yu is taking a bath in there. Let's go check it out. Hearing this, his face turned ashen. Su Xun snapped his head back, his heart pounding as he groaned inwardly, I'm doomed. If they catch me this time, jumping into the yellow river wouldn't wash away this stain. Liu Yu didn't say a single word. She reached out, grabbed his collar, and yanked him in. Using all her might, she pulled Su Xun, making him tumble into the bathtub, causing him to let out a dumbfounded cry, ah. Yuru and Zikin peeked through the crack of the window, asking worriedly inside, Liu Yu, are you okay? Why did the window suddenly open like this? She gently closed the curtain to completely conceal Su Xun, then poked her head out with an awkward smile, making up an excuse, I'm fine. It was just too stuffy, so I slightly opened the window for some fresh air. He huddled in a corner, holding his breath to listen to the conversation outside. Let us close it for you, don't open it again. Yes, thank you both. Yuru shut the window tight, clicking her tongue in complaint. It's the ground floor after all, this girl is way too careless. When the space returned to silence, Su Xun finally dared to exhale, wiping his cold sweat, rejoicing at his narrow escape. He and Liu Yu huddled in a corner, and Su Xun softly spoke up, I owe you one for covering for me just now. She casually draped a towel over herself, hugged her knees, and replied in a tiny voice, it's no big deal. He suddenly wondered and asked about the reason for her appearance in his house. Liu Yu's cheeks turned rosy, and she timidly explained, while you were away, Sister En and Sister Yan were so bored that they dragged me here to relieve their boredom. Now that you're back, I will leave tonight. Su Xun frantically waved his hands to clarify, hey now, don't get the wrong idea, I wouldn't dare chase a guest away. Hearing that, she happily blinked and asked back, so you don't want me to leave, right? He scratched his head and ambiguously admitted, well, let's just say that. But his heart was beating like a drum, the atmosphere is way too ambiguous, I better slip away before something happens. Just as he was about to lift his foot, Liu Yu lunged forward, cupping Su Xun's handsome face and planted a passionate kiss on his lips. In that moment, they were entangled in each other's misty, infatuated gazes, their breathing gradually becoming heavily rhythmic. Liu Yu suddenly jolted up, biting her lip and mumbling, I'm sorry, I'll leave right now. Suddenly, he reached out and firmly grasped her soft wrist. Su Xun looked up at Liu Yu, tossing out a seductive remark, since you've been so enthusiastically proactive, if I still sit still like a Buddha, it would make her turn back in a daze. He lowered his voice, his lips curling into a wicked smile, then how could I still have the face to call myself a man? The night quietly fell, intertwining with soft, tantalizing sounds. In the blink of an eye, dawn had broken, and thousands of flowers stretched out to welcome the new day. Su Xun stirred and woke up in the tranquil atmosphere, the close warmth at his side making his heart skip a beat. Looking to the side, Liu Yu was still fast asleep, her arms clinging tightly to him without letting go. Su Xun scratched his head in frustration, cursing inwardly, I'm screwed. Yesterday I was suddenly possessed by ghosts and demons. What excuse can I use to explain this to Zikin and Yuru now? Especially Zikin, she has already compromised once, I can't let this be exposed. At that moment she also opened her eyes and spoke softly, so when do you plan to tell the two sisters the truth? He startled, turning to reply, you're awake. Liu Yu lowered her eyes, sadly confessing, I absolutely do not want to hurt them, but I've already fallen madly in love with you. If the two sisters mind, I will automatically back out. Su Xun hurriedly jumped out of bed, frantically putting on his clothes while instructing, "Just stay calm and don't get worked up. I'll find a chance to talk to them. For now, just act normal, don't show any flaws. While they are still asleep, I have to slip away quickly." He stealthily walked out, closing the door softly, and started calculating. At this hour, those two probably haven't woken up yet, right? I'll just pretend I just got back from outside with my suitcase. That's perfect. Unexpectedly, Zikin had been leaning against the wall with her arms crossed since who knows when, uttering a sarcastic remark. How convenient. It scared Su Xun so much he almost dropped his heart. Her face darkened as she angrily interrogated, bright and early in the morning, "Why are you sneaking out of Liu Yu's room? You'd better make up an excuse that sounds pleasant to my ears." Yuru, standing nearby, also chimed in, radiating murderous intent. "You obviously dragged yourself home last night, so why?" The two wives glared at the guy shrinking on the sofa, furiously yelling, "You men really have bottomless greed. You already have the two of us, yet it's still not enough." Su Xun sighed heavily, stammering his excuse, "It's just that I was momentarily possessed. I swear I'll repent until I'm old. There won't be a next time." The two wives instantly roared, "What did you just say?" Zikin didn't say much. She swung her leg and stomped hard on the empty space right next to him, scaring the wits out of Su Xun and turning his face ashen. She lowered her face and interrogated, "What were you just mumbling?" He hurriedly leaned back and waved his hands frantically. "I swear, I promise, I guarantee there will absolutely never be a next time." Yuru raised her hands and shrugged, pretending to be innocent as she explained, "Sister and means, are you planning to be heartless and ungrateful to little sister Liu?" Su Xun sniffled, putting on a completely blank face. So what exactly do you two mean?" Zikin turned pale, rubbed her forehead, and sighed bitterly. "If you were just an ordinary man when Yuru appeared, I absolutely would not have accepted it. But the catch is that you are. Whatever, never mind, I only have one condition." She threw her arm around his shoulder and straightforwardly declared, "I am the main wife. No one is allowed to climb over my head. Plus, you have to surrender your life to me tonight." The guy could only swallow hard and nod. "Your command is my wish, absolutely." Yuru immediately leaned close to his ear and whispered sweetly, "Then you have to stay with me tomorrow night, okay?" Deal sealed. Zikin turned around triumphantly. "Let's go, Yuru, time to fill our stomachs with breakfast." Just as the door swung open, she caught sight of Liu Yu hovering, waiting outside the door. She blushed furiously, hastily confessing without being asked, "Miss N, please understand, I just happened to pass by. I wasn't eavesdropping or anything." Zikin gently patted Liu Yu on the shoulder, smiling as she instructed, "Calling me miss and sounds too distant. From now on just obediently call me sister." She fiddled with her elbow, murmuring her compliance. Leaving Su Xun stranded in the room, scratching his head in bewilderment. How strange, is Zikin this easygoing and accepting lately? Could it be? He raised a finger, smiling smugly to himself. Or is she secretly encouraging me to expand my harem and get more girlfriends? Before his sweet dream could finish, a cup of freezing water was splashed right into Su Xun's face, like a bucket of water extinguishing that absurd thought. In a flash, dark clouds gathered, pouring down heavy rain, with thunder and lightning tearing across the sky. Another long, endless night passed by, greeting the bright, warm sunshine. Su Xun tilted his head to admire Zikin, muttering complacently, "With a wife like this, what more could I possibly ask for?" He suddenly remembered a major matter and hurriedly commanded, "System, activate and receive the new identity immediately." The server immediately beeped, downloading the mission package. Data immediately flooded in. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the identity of Hacker Emperor. In the cyber world, everyone has a weakness. There is inherently no one who claims to be king, but because of your birth, a new empire will be formed. You are the god of the internet, possessing recognition capabilities, divine hacking skills, and lightning-fast speed. A brain with superhuman memory. The goal is to create a buzz so that the whole world must acknowledge your title of Hacker Emperor. The mission time limit is within 5 days. Su Xun stroked his chin, furrowing his brow as he calculated, the previous 6 titles were all served on a silver platter. I just had to show up, and that was it. This time it's making me start from scratch to build a global reputation. This task is probably... He frowned slightly, giving a soft, provocative smile. It's quite interesting, isn't it? Before long, Su Xun was already glued to the computer rig. Yuru brought in a glass of water and said softly, "Take a break and have a sip of water first." I just put a lot of effort into brewing this tea, but he remained busy with his eyes fixed on the screen, casually dropping a sentence. just leave it there. She gently placed the glass on the table, asking curiously, "What are you typing away at?" Yuru glued her eyes to the lines of code scrolling rapidly on the screen, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, you can even write code." Su Xun smirked with a hidden meaning. "What's there to say about this trivial programming stuff? Next is the time to witness a miracle happen." The camera shifted to Shanghai, the stronghold of Long Country's dominant online platform Shining Star Entertainment, also known as SSC. Boss was standing there talking nonstop in front of the projector screen. When the number of active users on Shining Star hits tens of millions, the banner right on our homepage will bring 500,000 views to clients every day. The revenue generated will be equivalent to 300,000 RMB. Suddenly, the large screen flickered and glitched. The crowd gasped in bewilderment, a technical error. All images disappeared, replaced by an unfamiliar face accompanied by huge glaring text, "Hacker Emperor, inviting you all to tune in." The scene shifted to a group of boys on a bus who were chatting noisily. "Hacker Emperor, huh? What an arrogant title. Just how much money did this guy throw at the platform to hog all the recommendations? What the hell is this situation?" The kids' phone screens were all simultaneously hijacked by this strange guy. In another corner, a young man glared at his screen and swore, "Damn it, Hacker Emperor. The title is really cocky. Is it a fake gimmick or real?" Behind him, a provocatively dressed teenage girl also frowned in curiosity. Seeing him sitting on a pile of waste paper, she whispered, "Go in and see what exactly this guy's background is." The guy immediately clacked out a few commands to trace it. Suddenly, the hacker turned on the live stream, cheerfully boasting, "Welcome everyone to my broadcast room. Today I will show you the world's peak hacking techniques." The content ranges from unlocking accounts to piercing through national security defense networks. I can handle it all. The reason I hide my face is also for safety issues. The chat channel immediately exploded with messages, "Bullshitting, I don't buy it." Hearing the voice, the girl behind praised in awe, while the live streamer's voice is so seductive. The hacker continued to shamelessly boast, "To be frank, that banner on the homepage has nothing to do with Shining Star. I just casually played a few little tricks. You gotta work for what you get. How can I keep bothering others all the time?" The young man sneered and threw shade, pretending to be the Hacker Emperor. "How ridiculous. With such sky-high skills, yet having to show your face here to live stream and beg for donations. What a waste of money." Storm of comments began to appear densely. "While great voice, I'm totally mesmerized. Hey man, let's do online dating. I'm very obedient and can cater to whatever type you like. Upstairs, please stop simping over guys. What does a good voice have to do with anything? Stop exaggerating so much. Hacking accounts is one thing, but claiming to pierce national security, cut the crap about the national defense system, you god. If you're so good, try banning my account. If you have the skills, do it, and I'll believe you immediately. Upstairs +1, I'm waiting for it too." It turned out that the cocky hacker was none other than Su Xun. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he happily indulged everyone. "Since you have all sincerely requested, then I have no choice but to grant your wishes." After performing a bunch of operations, the netizens were wide-eyed with astonishment. "Huh, has anyone's account disappeared yet? Raise your hands, let's see. This trick is too silly, typing so crazily. His fingers are really flexible. I'm starting to like this trick. I can't take it anymore, top of the line." Su Xun raised his voice to announce, "Up till now a total of 15 accounts have been locked by me. Now I will lift the ban for you guys." Doing as he spoke, he clacked out a few more divine commands. The netizens exploded in excited screams. "Truly shocking, experiencing it personally, it's the real deal guys. I really just got banned. Upstairs +1, I got hit too. The most messed up part is that the IP address got locked too. I borrowed another phone and still couldn't log in. Guys, let's bail quickly, this is no joke. This guy is a real top master. The water army is as numerous as ants, all hired shills by the streamer to hype it up right. I've seen enough of this self-directed and self-acted script." Back to the online company from earlier, the whole group saw Su Xun leisurely sipping water and screamed frantically, "What the hell is going on? What kind of management are you guys doing?" Zayu slammed his hand on the table, whirled around and growled, "Why has the banner on the app's homepage been changed? Restore it immediately for me." Luo Hui was scared out of his wits, drenched in sweat and nodding profusely. "Yes, boss, it must be some technical glitch. I will fix it right away." After messing around for a while but everything remained the same, he craned his neck and urged, "How is it?" The pale-faced employee reported, "Oh boss, I don't have the permission to change it. The homepage configuration rights have been completely blocked." Yu roared, "What did you say?" He shot up, waving his arms and cursing, "Damn it, daring to stroke the tiger's beard on my turf. Call the senior management right away to lock his account." Luo Hui frantically grabbed the phone and yelled, "Hello, where is the technical department?" Qi Yang at this time was squishing a hamburger with one hand and chewing loudly, the other hand holding a drink and slurping noisily, looking extremely relaxed and at ease. The fat guy saw the desk phone ringing and slowly picked it up. "Hello, technical department speaking." After listening to the phone call, his face turned ashen, his eyes popping out in panic. "What? The system got breached by some brat calling himself the Hacker Emperor? Yes, I'll inspect it immediately." Over on Su Xun's side, Yuru tilted her head and asked, "What are you hesitating and waiting for?" He crossed his arms over his chest and leisurely replied, waiting for cannon fodder to appear. A tick later, Su Xun jutted his chin towards the screen and told her, "Look, the bait is taken." She also curiously poked her head out to watch. Suddenly, a blazing red warning panel popped up right in his face. "Warning, because your broadcast room is involved in dirty content, we will send you to the island." Netizens took the opportunity to spam the keyboard like crazy. "Admin is coming for you. The Supreme Administrator has descended. Are you shutting up yet, you fake emperor? Get out of here, let's see how you dance this time. Oh, so shocking, the manager is here. Hey streamer, you claim to be a hacker, right? Kick the admin out for us to see and open our eyes. What a pity, I originally wanted to see a few more good tricks." He kept typing diligently, his voice full of arrogance. "A super administrator, right? Then I'll send the super admin account straight to the trash can." Qi Yang, sitting behind the screen, burst into mocking laughter. "Ban me. Nowadays kids on the internet really love to have these crazy delusions of grandeur, don't they?" Before he could even close his mouth, a notification popped up on the fat guy's screen saying your account has been banned from logging in. He broke into a cold sweat, gluing his eyes to the screen and roaring, "Oh my god, what kind of ghostly trick is this?" Just then Yu kicked the door open and barged in, screaming himself hoarse. "Has our entire management team dropped offline or what?" The female assistant hugged a stack of documents tightly, reporting in a panic, "Yes, that's right, boss. It looks like this guy is a genuine hacker god." He loudly issued an order, "Notify the entire team of programmers. We must regain control immediately. If we let this bastard completely wreck our platform, we'll all be screwed." The internet was once again in an uproar. "Oh, Idol is still alive and kicking, but the super admin is wiped out, guys. Oh mother, could they really be banned? The super admin is really gone." Didn't even bother to speak up, didn't shut down the streamer's livestream either. What the hell is going on? "I just called a friend who works at SSC. He said the whole company is in a chaotic mess like a broken beehive. The super admin is locked out. The permissions have been completely altered. Is it true or fake?" Idol is forever salty. Idol is truly a master wizard. Please forgive me for accidentally criticizing you earlier. Oh my god, forgive this uneducated fool. Streamer is unmatched. Idol, do you accept lackeys? Idol is too transcendent. Let me toss you some small gifts. Su Xun waved his hand decisively and said, "I'm not greedy for these rewards. Everyone stop with the gift giving. Whatever secrets you guys want to dig up, just speak out. I'll cover it all for you." On the online company's side, they were in extreme panic. Oh crap, the internet mob is starting to make demands, from celebrity nude photos to the company's secret contracts, even demanding to dig up bank passwords. If just one of these gets leaked on the live stream, we'll all end up in jail. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out coldly from nowhere, "Make way." An intimidating squad loomed into the room with overwhelming murderous intent, causing the surrounding crowd to gasp in awe. The company's 5 tiger generals have reappeared. It's all smooth sailing this time. Looks like the big boss is about to make a move. What a pity for that guy. Su Xun sat cross-legged in front of his computer rig, still arrogantly declaring, "In front of me, all your resistance is futile." In this corner, the whole crowd held their breath, looking up at the backs of the people who just entered and whispering. The design of this entire platform was coded by their hands from the very beginning. Anyone who dares to come and steal the spotlight is truly digging their own grave. However, the corporate 5 suddenly froze, seeming to catch a whiff of a bizarrely dangerous scent. Seeing that the situation had changed, Yu hurriedly rushed in and interrogated Han to see what the hell was going on. Why did the computer array suddenly act up right at this sensitive moment? The other party was sweating profusely, fluently biting his nails while stammering a report. "This is absolutely not some technical error at all, but that guy has quietly sneaked in from afar. snatching our entire system. The bitter part is, we are completely blind to even his IP address, unable to dig up a single clue. Ziyu's face darkened. With no other choice, he had to resort to his last trick, yelling for the police, call the police immediately, making the female assistant frantically obey. Right at that moment, tons of data were still continuously dancing on the screen. "O Lord of the live room, please don't dip your hands into illegal matters. All these actions absolutely have nothing to do with Shining Star. Oh look, has Shining Star raised the white flag to surrender? This is complete helplessness before the hacker emperor. Oh my god, you are insanely cool. Please accept a bow from this humble one. Big bro, let your underling tag along." Su Xun turned to ask Yuru for help, winking to say the platform is fully cleared. Now is the time to perform the main act. In your opinion, what earth-shattering secret will make the public gasp in fascination the most, while conveniently showing off my superhuman skills? She gracefully brushed a strand of hair, smiling as she offered a plan. At this level, it definitely has to be a national-level secret. For example, some top-secret military campaign blueprints. The guy nodded in agreement. Sounds reasonable. Then I'll take a stroll over to Country M to see. The camera now shifted straight to the headquarters of Country M's National Intelligence Organization, right inside the MBI office building. Catching sight of the situation, two figures frantically ran for their lives, hastily shouting to shut down the server power, pull out the network cables immediately, hurry up. One guy rushed to the door, yelling desperately, "The electrical room is locked tight. Someone has bypassed the passcode system to lock it from the outside." Right at the center of the chimp room, a middle-aged uncle stared at the screen, his face drained of blood, groaning and wailing, "Oh my god, this time we're really going to meet our ancestors." Looking at the data download bar that had reached 99%, the uncle bitterly lamented, the entire massive wealth of resources is just vanishing in the blink of an eye. In the quiet space of the office, a mysterious voice suddenly rang out evenly, "These are extremely hot documents. I've scattered them across various large and small forums. Feel free to download and use them. See you tomorrow." The computer system suddenly became as smooth as if nothing had ever happened. Someone opened his eyes wide in astonishment and shouted, "The network is back alive, but where did all the documents evaporate to?" The crowd was scared out of their wits by the sight before their eyes. Oh wow, I dug it out. It's even a full HD video of a congressman having an affair. Oh, so juicy. The stream of time quietly slipped away. Before long, Su Xun stretched out lazily, slowly declaring, "Just let public opinion explode for a while longer." Yuru, standing beside him, kept praising him nonstop. "I never expected your keyboard skills to reach such a surreal realm." Suddenly, he grabbed her wrist tightly. Instantly, Yuru was pulled down by Su Xun's force. Her entire soft body pressed against Su Xun's chest, and he smiled, whispering softly, "I'm having too much free time causing me to act up. How about the two of us?" Yuru also brought her lips close to his ear and obediently played along. Just as the feast of love was about to be served, a ringing phone rudely interrupted, displaying the name Li Dao clearly on the screen. Su Xun frowned and reached out to grab the phone, muttering complaints about the clueless party pooper. Meanwhile, she was so shy her face turned completely red, snorting and turning away. He irritably swiped to answer, "What's the matter?" The other end of the line frantically yelled, "Oh President Su, this is great. Thank goodness you finally showed up." Hearing Li Dao report the bad news, Su Xun's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. "Please spare some time to come by the company immediately. A storm has really hit." The scene immediately shifted to Qingyun International, accompanied by a grumpy voice, to sum up what happened. Standing right inside the office, Li Dao explained the whole story, reporting to President Su, "Qingyun International's centenary grand ceremony is approaching. To make it the most spectacular party in history, we went through the trouble of inviting Wang Dingfeng, the newly rising male idol who is taking the internet by storm, to perform for us." As he pieced together the image of Dingfeng suggestively dancing and twisting on stage, he bitterly continued his presentation. Black ink on white paper has also been properly stamped. Li Dao rubbed his hands anxiously, getting straight to the point. "The horrible thing is the other side just cried and reported that while spinning around on the film set, he accidentally got a cut on his hand. Currently, the kid is resting in the hospital, so that side sent a manager over to haggle with us, hoping Qingyun International can be accommodating and push back the date of the grand ceremony a bit." Su Xun scratched his head in confusion and immediately interrupted, "Hit the brakes, what did you just spout?" The guy grazed his hand while filming and demands to be hospitalized. Yuru sitting beside him also dropped her jaw and chimed in, "Is this young man made of crystal? Just a chipped nail, and he wants to smell disinfectant." Not knowing how to explain it coolly, he had to hold out his phone in front of his boss. "President Su, just take a look and you'll see." The artist's sappy status update was clearly displayed on the screen. "Wang Dingfeng, today giving my all on the film set. I unfortunately got grazed by a prop between my fingers, currently lying in a hospital bed for close medical observation. Thank you all for your golden hearts, shooting hearts to everyone. The commercial gig for Kingyun International that I previously teased will unfortunately have to apologize and be postponed." Crazy fan club competed to scream in the comments section, "Oh my goodness, my Dingfeng is bleeding. Is this film crew doing a sloppy job? How could they have the heart to let my darling get hurt? Exactly, shut down this entire crew out of sight. My bleeding heart hurts so much, you must try to nourish yourself so the wound heals quickly. The harem will forever wait for your comeback. A cut hand like this means you must seclude yourself for at least a few months. Your jade-like fingers must absolutely have no blemishes." His mouth twitched, unable to hold back his sarcasm. Just a tiny scrape on the skin, and he acts like the sky is falling. Outsiders who don't know would think he contracted a terminal illness and is about to pass away. Going by this ridiculous logic, if this Wang Dingfeng clips his own nails without local anesthesia, he would probably be ranked as the strongest tough guy in the world. Li Dao shut his eyes tightly and agonizingly reported, "As soon as that post went live, I telegraphed Wang Dingfeng's manager directly. She hinted that if we want him to perform with injuries, his fee must be bumped up by 2 million, far exceeding the originally negotiated figure of 1 million. Su Xun tossed a bland smile, threw the phone on the table, and laid down his final word. "The company throws money out the window to hire people to sing and dance. We are not free enough to splurge on bringing an ancestor back to worship. Message his manager right away, tear up the contract immediately, send that guy to the bottom of society." He tapped the table for emphasis. "Kingyun will find someone else as a replacement itself. President Su, if we kick away SSE's money-making golden boy, I'm afraid it will anger their side and breed resentment, so we—" Su Xun waved his hand and cut him off immediately. "In the business world, there is no place for mutual affection. If we cancel the contract, we'll just find someone else to fill in. Those guys at Shining Star probably aren't free enough to blow this out of proportion either." He immediately pulled out his phone to obey. "Understood, sir. I will connect with Wang Dingfeng's representative in a minute." He smirked and directed, "Tell her to show her face straight at my office here. You can go ahead and bicker with her. I will cross my arms and watch the show." Li Dao resoundingly shouted, "Understood." About 40 minutes later, the room door slowly swung open. Ma Xiaoping, the notorious female manager of Shining Star, swaggered in and spoke up. "The traffic outside was a bit congested, being delayed for a few minutes. I suppose President Li wouldn't be narrow-minded enough to hold it against me, right?" Li Dao could only remain polite, standing up to welcome the guest. "Please take a seat over here." The woman frivolously crossed her legs and arrogantly began, "President Su, revolving around this incident of forcing our Dingfeng to go on stage with injuries, you gentlemen." Before the last word could escape Xiaoping's mouth, Su Xun bluntly blocked her. "Madam Ma, you are suffering from severe delusions. Our internal team has racked our brains and concluded that Wang Dingfeng's style is far too out of tune with our company's direction, so we ask to see our guest out and cancel our business deal right here." She stared in horror and blurted out, "What the hell are you saying? Cancel the deal? You mean kick away Dingfeng's contract?" He nodded crisply, spot on without need for correction. Xiaoping's face turned ashen, gritting her teeth as she threw out a threat. "President Su, have you foreseen how devastating the consequences of this foolish act will be?" Su Xun leisurely crossed his legs, declaring bluntly, "The consequence is that we are not free enough to postpone our grand party just for some random individual. I've explained it so thoroughly, I wonder if Miss Ma has absorbed it yet." She still stubbornly made a scene, throwing out her trump card to threaten. "President Su, I'm kindly warning you. Between Dingfeng and our big boss, there is an incredibly close connection that goes without saying." He calmly leaned back on the sofa, tossing back a sneer. "Thank you very much for the heads up, but those petty relationships won't sway my decision in the slightest." Holding onto a huge chunk of anger, Xiaoping jerked up and stood abruptly, gritting her teeth to yield. "Very well. Then please have your esteemed company gather enough compensation money. I will order my subordinate to bring the contract over in person." Just as her foot touched the door, Su Xun spoke up to hold her back. Miss Ma, halt your steps. It seems you are misunderstanding a bit too far. Hearing that, Xiaoping felt overjoyed inside, secretly mocking, talking so tough, turns out he's just a fox exploiting the tiger's might. I really thought you guys were blind enough not to be terrified of the shining star name. She tilted her head back and turned around, urging disdainfully, I wonder if President Su has any other matter to discuss. My time is gold and silver, you know. Cleared his throat, pretending to be serious as he exposed her. Miss Ma, is there a problem with your brain? Your side is the one arrogantly demanding to postpone the performance schedule. We haven't even knocked on your heads to demand compensation yet, but you actually dare to open your mouth to demand a contract penalty fee. This backwards way of thinking sounds a bit offensive to the ears and eyes, doesn't it? Xiaoping swallowed a bitter pill, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Very well, President Su. Today this lady has finally tasted your ruthlessness. She stomped her feet furiously, grabbed her handbag, and marched off in a huff, not forgetting to glance back and growl. The road is long, it's never too late for a gentleman to take his revenge. Li Dao frowned and tried to dissuade him. President Su, this bitch Ma Xiaoping has a lot of say at SSC, not to mention Wang Dingfeng is like a right-hand man to Liu Xun, the big boss of Shining Star Entertainment. Making such a massive enemy out of nowhere, I'm afraid it will. Su Xun waved his hand dismissively and replied coolly, even if that old man Liu Xun is petty enough to hold a grudge over this trivial matter, his career will only ever amount to lingering in the kitchen. In this game, even if a heavenly king descended to earth, I absolutely wouldn't take the losing end. Switching the camera angle to the VIP room of Wang Dingfeng, the currently booming top-tier idol, he fell back as if struck by lightning and shrieked, what, tearing up the contract? Does that mean I have to spit out all the money I've pocketed? Xiaoping gripped her phone tightly, nodding with a funeral face, yeah. Dingfeng clenched his fists, throwing a tantrum in indignation. This is absolutely not over, Sister Xiaoping. How the hell am I supposed to swallow this anger? Please rack your brains and come up with a plan for me. She shoved the phone into his hand and suggested, why don't you go cry about it on Weibo? This move will not only dump a bucket of shit on Qingyun International's head, but also create a media storm to harvest sympathy from your crazy fans. Dingfeng had an epiphany and slapped his thigh, brilliant. Suddenly he wrapped his arms tightly around Xiaoping, whining coquettishly, Sister Xiaoping, you're a true master. I love you so much my heart could drop. She flirtatiously stroked the hem of Dingfeng's shirt, coaxing him with seductive words, talking big about love, huh? Then use practical actions to prove it to me. He didn't hold back at all, directly dragging Xiaoping down onto the soft mattress. Dingfeng pressed his body against hers, whispering with hot breath, just relax, I'll devote everything to you. Xiaoping blushed shyly, moaning and scolding affectionately, you little devil. Back at the company office, Liu Yu kicked the door open, out of breath, and raised the alarm, we're doomed, President Su. That sharp-chinned little pretty boy just made a post on Weibo. Zikin and Yuru were also frowning, glued to the newsfeed, indignantly condemning it. Their bizarre move this time is truly kicking us while we're down, using vague words to throw dirty mud at Qingyun International's face. Their true nature is just too despicable. With just a few tear-jerking, cliched lines, Dingfeng not only harvested a basket full of fans' tears, but also took advantage of the situation, turning the online mob into a spearhead to coerce and oppress, making it hard for Su Xun's company to extract a single dime of compensation. Zikin gritted her teeth in anger, these people are all crazy, just listening to a few of Wang Dingfeng's bullshit lies and they mercilessly hurl insults at us. Yuru chimed in with full frustration, has this society been brainwashed? A mere scratch from peeling fruit is exaggerated into a dangerous set accident. It's ridiculously unbelievable. Liu Yu timidly asked, President Su, should our side make a post to clarify and wash ourselves a bit? If we let this scandal ferment any further, I'm afraid. He curled his lip into a cold smirk, his eyes flashing with stubbornness, no need to bother. If they want to fight to the death, I'm ready to play along to the very end. Su Xun immediately grabbed his phone and dialed a number. A sleepy voice on the other end answered gruffly, hello, what bored fool is causing trouble? He leisurely twirled the pen in his hand, calmly introducing himself, President Liu. This little brother is Su Xun of Qingyun International. Liu Xun, the big boss of SSC, was still wallowing among a bevy of beauties, lazily drawling, oh la la, President Su. I've heard of your great name for a long time. For you to personally call me today, I bet it's to bail out that kid Wang Dingfeng, right? Su Xun tested his opponent's nerve. It seems President Liu grasps the situation quickly. Then let's get straight to business to save trouble. Your precious idol is publicly smearing mud on our group's face. As an elder, are you going to teach your underling a lesson or what? The old man chuckled and retorted, President Su, you're wrongly accusing people. According to my careful scrutiny of Dingfeng's Weibo post, the kid didn't utter a single word of insult towards your Qingyun International. He tapped his pen against the desk, coldly preempting, is President Liu trying to play word games with me? Liu Xing chewed his food loudly while laughing defensively. President Su is joking again. Meals must have soup, and talks must have proof. Don't you think my judgment makes sense? He pursed his lips and preached, young people these days are still wet behind the ears yet have such loose mouths. If you want to beg someone, you should tuck your tail and act humble. Since you're so stubborn, today this senior in the industry will grant you a free lesson on how to be a proper human. Hearing this, Su Xun sneered contemptuously, didn't bother to reply half a word, and directly hung up with a snap. Zikin looked bewilderedly at him, typing wildly on the keyboard, and asked, "What are you up to?" He frowned, pointing out the blind spot. Liu Xing is inherently a shrewd old fox in business. Why would he defend a wet-behind-the-ears artist to the death? Don't you girls notice the anomaly in this? Su Xun once again donned the cloak of a masterful hacker, quickly typing out a matrix of code that zigzagged across the screen. Yuru acutely grasped the idea. So you're planning to hack into the devices of Wang Dingfeng and Ma Xiaoping to dig out whatever hidden script is inside, right? He nodded in praise, exactly. At that exact moment, the camera on Dingfeng's phone also coincidentally recorded the entire shady scene in full. Parallel to that development, he and Xiaoping were rolling around in a mess of intimacy. Dingfeng smugly interrogated her nonstop. "Oh, Sister Xiaoping, tell me, do my skills surpass that husband of yours at home? Tell the truth, yes or no, yes or no." From Su Xun's end, the whole group was forced to inadvertently listen to a live broadcast of a stomach-churning bedroom act. "Oh, Dingfeng baby, you're so cunning. You're 1,000 times better than that mindless log at home." Everyone's cheeks flushed red. Yuru curled her lip in disgust. This couple is utterly shameless. Zikin was still in shock, exclaiming with such an age gap, how could that guy even stomach it? His face darkened, secretly evaluating, not bad. Ma Xiaoping's husband is definitely oblivious to these horns, but he accidentally became the spice to make this adulterous couple's fun even more intense. This twisted game is probably to give the husband a bit of remote interaction feeling, huh? The frame jumped to the miserable husband. Tai Zhen had just walked out of the gym dripping with sweat when his beloved phone beeped incessantly. A spicy message from Xiaoping arrived. "My love, today your wife has a surprise gift for you, right in Dingfeng's private room. Start the car and rush over here quickly to join the fun. Dingfeng's skills are 10,000 miles ahead of yours. If you don't believe it, drop by and verify it yourself." He was paralyzed when he opened the attached video. "Oh, Dingfeng baby, you're so wonderful, so incredibly great, I can go even wilder. Do you dare to try a little? You're so naughty." Tai Zhen's blood rushed to his brain, roaring wildly, "You slutty bitch, just wash your neck and wait for me." On this end, Zikin threw a sarcastic remark, "Oh my, how sinister." Su Xun rested his hands behind his neck, retorting defensively, "I'm so wronged. How could you bear to use the word sinister on me?" He opened his hands, his tone tinged with a sly justification. "This matter is clearly me single-handedly nurturing their family bond, helping to make their fun even more explosive and stimulating." Suddenly, a scream that tore through the eardrums erupted from Zikin. "Oh my God, my precious eyes have been defiled." Yuru stared blankly at the screen, dropping a blunt remark. "Turns out this guy is an AC/DC bisexual plug." Hitting their eyes was footage of Dingfeng intimately entwined with Liu Xing. A voice echoed out. No wonder in the interview room, Wang Dingfeng kept blabbering about how thorny and bumpy his road to stardom was. Su Xun's hands were still typing swiftly, muttering as he settled the score. Not just that, this scum also groped and harassed countless other female stars. The messages popped up one after another. "Come serve me tonight. I'm busy, Mr. Wang. If you don't come, prepare yourself to embrace the consequences." He narrowed his eyes in deep thought. For those beauties who firmly refused, that scum definitely found excuses to rub against them and commit indecent acts. Zikin frowned in frustration, spitting out in disgust. This backstabbing bastard is truly shameless beyond words. Liu Yu hastily probed for the next move. "So, President Su, what's your plan to handle this situation?" He tilted his chin, replying tersely, "Such a rare treasure. Naturally, it must be scattered all over social media for the whole world to cleanse their eyes. Su Xun issued a firm order. By the way, tip off the media outlets that are on good terms with Qingyun International, tell them to pack their cameras and equipment and head straight to Wang Dingfeng's hospital room at the First People's Hospital, quick and clean. She shouted clearly, understood. Just a moment later, a girl stared at her phone, her jaw dropping as she gasped, "Oh my God, this is massive, massive drama." The young man next to her also panickily nudged his girlfriend, "Baby, get on Weibo and catch the tea quickly. Your national brother idol is totally cancelled." On the screen at that time was a full view of Dingfeng blushing shyly under Liu Xun. Both sides were stark naked, exchanging a fiery gaze of passionate love so intense it couldn't be hidden. Netizens seized the chance to erupt in a frenzy of discussion. "Good Lord, the blockbuster of the new year is here. Who would have thought this effeminate guy is a genuine bottom? I've hated his guts since forever. He used his halo to extend his octopus tentacles and harass female actors, absolutely filthy. Wang Dingfeng, I misplaced my trust in you. From now on, I'm officially withdrawing from your harem." The camera angle immediately shifted to the First People's Hospital. Dingfeng hugged Xiaoping tightly, arrogantly showing off his achievements. "I just checked. The whole internet has been buzzing and sniffing this drama all day long. This time Qingyun International is definitely in massive trouble. It's instant karma who told them to stroke the tiger's whiskers and piss me off." She flirtatiously nestled into his chest, flattering him, "Exactly, you are the most formidable. That session just now almost made my little life fade away." Suddenly, a thunderous kick slammed straight into the door, busting it wide open. It turned out to be Tai Zhen, gripping a baseball bat in his hand, his face radiating murderous intent, panting heavily as he charged straight into the room. The deceitful couple, caught red-handed, were scared pale. Xiaoping looked bewildered, stammering out a single word, "Hubby." He raised the bat, preparing to bring it down, roaring like a wild beast. "That dog didn't take your life earlier, so now I'll personally send you to hell." Passers-by in the hallway unexpectedly hit the jackpot, immediately raising their phones to hastily record the jealousy drama. "Beloved husband, you misunderstood. I swear I won't do it again. Big bro, spare my life. I've learned my lesson. I won't dare to mess around anymore." The crowd gathered, pointing and clamoring noisily. Good heavens, who would have thought Wang Dingfeng's chain of scandals was still broadcasting live? "Call the cops quickly. If they keep fighting like this, someone might get murdered." Tai Zhen beat the adulterous couple half to death. He rolled up his sleeves while aggressively cursing, "You bastards, you pair of shameless dogs have the guts to put horns on my head." Dingfeng shrunk his neck, hiding behind Xiaoping, crying and pleading, "Big bro, please spare my face. From now on, I swear off this till I'm old, I won't dare to make a peep anymore." Back to Liu Xun, a minion frantically kicked the door open and rushed in to report, "President Liu, we're really doomed. A massive crisis has fallen on our heads." He was currently entranced in the arms of a beauty and irritably shouted, "What are you panicking about? Running like you're chased by ghosts? What kind of manners is this?" The lackey urgently rushed him, "President Liu, a great disaster has truly arrived. Pick up your phone and check Weibo right now." Seeing that demeanor, Liu Xun begrudgingly pulled out his phone to check. Hitting his eyes were the top 5 hottest trending searches. A drama series named The Dark Overlord of SSE, Tax Evasion Exposed, the rotten unspoken rules between Liu Xun and Wang Dingfeng, the AC/DC bisexual plug, Wang Dingfeng. His neck veins bulged, his fists clenched as he roared furiously. "This chaotic mess is clearly someone playing dirty, making up stories to throw dirty water and smear me." The subordinate bowed respectfully and stated, "President Liu, the PR team of Qingyun International also just released a document confirming they've cut ties with Wang Dingfeng." Tens of thousands of gossiping comments from netizens flooded the feed. "Oh, so the truth is this disgusting. Getting a tiny paper cut on the fingernail and demanding a 2 million yuan price tag, even bank robbers would probably bow to him as their master. Wang Dingfeng is too filthy. He even used unspoken rules on the beauties of showbiz." Wang Dingfeng running rampant like that, turns out it was thanks to Liu Xun's backing. No wonder SSE created fake accounts to exploit loopholes and evade taxes. The law of karma finally spares no one. Liu Xun was now speechless, only able to rub his temples, frantically racking his brains for a way to cope. The phone rang abruptly. He irritably picked it up. "Who is it?" Su Xun sneered sarcastically through the line, "It's your little brother, President Liu. We just talked on the phone this afternoon. Tusk tusk tusk, I didn't expect President Liu's skills to be so brilliant, turning the media upside down with this massive PR bomb. He roared in anger, "It's you. You're the one stabbing me in the back to ruin me." He wasn't afraid of anyone, nonchalantly admitting it on the spot. "Exactly, it was my handiwork. So what?" Liu Xun sprang up, swearing and cursing wildly. "You bastard surnamed Su, just you wait and see. Wait till I get through this tribulation, and your days will be numbered." Su Xun still maintained his leisurely, cryptic tone. "Calm down, President Liu. I'm very thorough in planning ahead. How the hell could I let you survive this disaster so easily? In this round, I swear to arrange a neat and clean departure for you." He complained bitterly, "You little brat surnamed Su. Just because of that trivial ant-sized matter, you have the heart to backstab me so ruthlessly." Su Xun continued to ignite the fuse, adding fuel to the fire. "Yes, of course, it's extremely necessary. If the world yields me 1 foot, I respect them 10 yards. I've left you enough face." He stared intently at the screen in front of him, uttering words of resentment. "Since you didn't give me face, how is that any different from slapping me directly in the face?" Conversation was clearly exposed. "Ziola, if you desire the title of a universally loved top-tier idol, you must know how to trade for it with practical actions. President Liu, regarding this issue, just close your eyes and think of the personal loss. You'll get rid of that hesitation. President Liu, tonight just drag your body to room 888, and the supporting male role in the company's web drama will definitely fall into your hands." Su Xun tapped his fingers on the desk, ambiguously probing the opponent. "My nature has always been to hold long grudges. My life motto is that if you commit a crime, you must pay for it. Reflect on it yourself and see if my actions are justified or not." Liu Xing held his head, getting a headache hearing the following words. "President Liu, please remember this lesson for the rest of your life. You're old, yet you act without a shred of rationality." Choking on his anger, the old man cursed inwardly. "Damn it, how the hell did this little brat Su Xun dig up this pile of deep, dark secrets? Did he throw money to hire a top-tier hacker?" He stood up straight, mockingly repeating the exact same sentence the old man had said. "President Liu, times have changed. Consider this round as a junior in the business world granting you a free lesson." Liu Xing panicked and hurriedly called out, "Su Xun, wait, don't hang up yet." But Su Xun had ruthlessly slammed the phone down, making the old man go mad with rage, sweeping the pile of wine glasses off the table and swearing. Qin Zhu, standing closely beside him, spoke up to report, "Master, SSE just released an open letter of apology, in which they obediently bowed their heads and admitted to the act of evading taxes." He leisurely stripped off his clothes, wrapped a towel around his waist, while pricking his ears to hear the information. They earnestly expressed their readiness to accept investigation from all departments, accept any punishment handed down, and swore to pay the taxes as soon as possible. Qin Zhu hesitantly pointed at the screen, curiously asking, "But if they want to apologize, they should just apologize. Why the hell did they drag our Qingyun International into it?" Su Xun raised an eyebrow in surprise, exclaiming, "Him." She shoved the phone right in front of his face to dissect the issue. "They suspect that the hacker live streaming on the internet just now is actually an employee of our Qingyun International. Otherwise, how the hell can anyone explain how SSE's internal system was breached as easily as eating candy?" Qin Zhu stuffed the phone into Su Xun's hand, casually adding, "Netizens are also enthusiastically dissecting this conspiracy theory." Flurry of comments popped up. "That's so surreal. Wang Dingfeng had just thrown cold water to smear Qingyun International, and in the blink of an eye he tasted the cold shoulder of being blacklisted. There's definitely something shady here. So true, with that level of arrogant, badass hacker technique, only the Hacker King has the skills to do it. I boldly predict, if that guy isn't on the payroll of Qingyun International, he definitely has some sort of connection with them." The original poster makes perfect sense, but no matter what conspiracy theory there is, it can't serve as a meat shield for SSE's tax evasion. Exactly, it's obvious that SSE's guts are completely rotten, from penny-pinching tax evasion to internal strife, it's all true. Yet at the last minute, they still tried to bite back wildly to smear Qingyun International. That's just wrong. He couldn't be bothered to care and tossed it away, saying indifferently, "This is nothing but SSE's dying struggle tactics." Su Xun calmly stepped into the bathroom, voicing his next plan. "Wait until tomorrow. I will personally deliver a super-massive gift right to their beds so they can open their eyes wide and take a really good look at our Qingyun International." She agilely lunged forward, hugging him tightly and groping him, pouting coquettishly, "Master, I also want a gift." Qin Zhu acted like a super-adorable, clingy girl, pleading, Sister Zikin, Sister Yuru, and even Sister Liu Yu all got their share. I want to be pampered too. He frowned, coldly refusing no way. She used it as an excuse to push Su Xun all the way inside the shower stall. Anyway, I'm feeling hot, so why don't the two of us shower together to save water? He was cornered, clumsily gripping the door to hold his ground. Ah, hey, hit the brakes for a second. Chinju slowly stripped off her layers of clothing, smiling flirtatiously to provoke him. Oh, come on, master, be bold. What is there to be embarrassed about in front of me? Su Xun was completely speechless, only able to look up at the ceiling and cry out in his mind, oh my, the karma is too much. Switching the camera angle to another mysterious company, the employee submissively presented a stack of documents and reported, Director Yi, the Hacker King character we've been hunting so intensely for so long finally has some news. Yu blew out a puff of white smoke, narrowing his eyes to confirm, really. The assistant hurriedly relayed further information, based on investigations across multiple aspects. Our side is raising suspicions about a close connection between President Su of Qingyun International and the Hacker King. He flipped through a few pages of the report, casually uttering, tomorrow at dawn, drag your ass over to Qingyun International to snoop around and see how the situation is. The subordinate shouted loudly, understood. At the crack of dawn the next day, Yi Yu was already sitting majestically in Su Xun's office. The two sides exchanged polite, formal greetings. President Su, a pleasure to meet you. Hello. He politely extended his hand to introduce himself. I am Yi Yu, currently holding the position of director. For some delicate reasons, my agency requests to temporarily conceal its background, hoping President Su will be generous and not mind. He crossed his arms and hugged his knees, cutting straight to the point. I wonder what wind blew Director Yi to take the trouble to come all the way here looking for me. Yu leaned forward, laying his cards on the table. I took the liberty of coming here today specifically to discuss a matter related to the Hacker King. I wonder if President Su has some free time. Su Xun leaned back in his chair, nodding immediately, of course. Whatever topic Director Yi wants to dissect, I'm ready to accompany you. He immediately took the cue. Great, then I'll be completely blunt. Yu paused for a beat, then dropped an investigative bomb. You are the Hacker King, right? As soon as the sentence ended, he retracted his smile, throwing a dagger-like gaze straight at him. Su Xun perfectly played the role of an innocent fool, denying it flatly. Is the director joking? How on earth could I be that godlike figure? Yu showed his hand and confessed the truth. Lately, our side caught wind of some classified info. Rumors in the underworld say you splashed cash to bribe the Hacker King to breach their company's internal department. He tilted his chin, exposing it right away. You're probably hinting at those Shining Star guys, right? Su Xun abruptly stood up, playing the thoroughly disappointed victim. Recently, between Qingyun International and the Shining Star gang, there truly has been a fierce, fiery clash. Those guys sit on high horses and never gave a damn about me. He added, the worst part is, I never expected those bastards, wanting to drown Qingyun International to the bottom, would not hesitate to dump a bucket of shit on my head like this. He interlocked his 10 fingers, sharply questioning back, suppose you truly have absolutely nothing to do with the title of Hacker King or them, then what reason makes you still sit here calmly chatting when I mentioned this figure right from the start? Su Xun snapped his fingers with a click, answering nonchalantly, it's because your face gave off the vibe that you absolutely had to pry my mouth open at any cost. Yu froze for 5 seconds, his face turning blank with a confused expression. He then proposed a hypothetical scenario. If earlier I stubbornly denied it or changed the subject, I bet you would get suspicious that I was being fake or deliberately suppressing and hiding some secret. Su Xun smiled faintly, trying to pour honey into the opponent's ears. To be frank, I'm not the Hacker King at all, nor do I have any connection to that guy. If you're interested in gossiping, I'm ready to chat. Deep down, he understood perfectly well that showing his true tale right now would only bring a mountain of trouble upon himself. He glanced at him, secretly calculating a foolproof move. Instead of being slippery, it's best to calmly deal with this director to shatter his bubbles of suspicion. The ancients had a saying, treating people with sincerity is the ultimate martial art. Yu tensed up, grabbing his water cup to take a sip, his brain spinning in deep thought. The guy didn't parrot the question, his eyes didn't dodge at all, his expression was too straightforward and calm. Could it be that I'm really suffering from extreme paranoia? He still wasn't completely subdued, continuing his interrogation. President Su, do you dare to swear that you absolutely do not know the Hacker King? Su Xun shook his head repeatedly, finalizing the matter. My sincere apologies to Director Yi, but where would I find the connections to associate with such an outstanding figure like that? He threw his hands up in the air, feigning innocence. If the master who took down SSE is truly that figure, then I have no idea what his underlying motive was. He was probably just bored and acted on a whim, not intending to stand up for me. Everything is just a coincidence. Inside, he felt incredibly smug. Well, feeding my own ego feels pretty damn good. Out of options, Yu had to wave the white flag. All right then, President Su, consider my abrupt intrusion today an offense. Su Xun smiled thinly and waved his hand. Oh please, why so formal? It's no problem at all. He sluggishly pushed off his knees to stand up, letting out a sigh of relief before concluding, if everything is clear, then I'll take my leave. I won't bother you any further. Yu dragged his feet to the door, waving goodbye. I'm leaving now. He also fully maintained the manners of a host. Take care on your way out, Director. In the future, if there's anything this little brother can help with, just boldly give a shout. As soon as the guest disappeared from sight, Qinju poked her head out to tease. Suppose that guy found out the Hacker King he's been painstakingly searching for all this time was sitting right in front of him. I bet you couldn't guess how twisted his face would look. Su Xun pinched her cheek mockingly. He would freeze up like a statue. He wouldn't have an expression like yours. Qinju's hands and feet were itching. Taking advantage of the moment, she lunged forward, intending to force a kiss on his cheek. Right at that blush-inducing moment, Liu Yu pushed the door open and loudly called out President Su, startling both of them into jumping apart to opposite corners. Qinju turned away in a huff, complaining aggrievedly, my luck is so rotten. Why is it that whenever things get intense, some third wheel always pokes their head in like this? Su Xun felt sorry for her and could only stroke her to comfort her. Be a good girl, I'll make it up to you another time. Liu Yu scratched her ear, catching the shady vibe from her boss, and immediately got nosy. President Su, what's with your appearance right now? Su Xun cleared his throat, coughing loudly to cover it up. Cough, it's nothing. He quickly steered the conversation to another topic. By the way, how is the intense drama over at Shining Star progressing? She eagerly reported, Liu Xing is currently taking a massive storm of bricks from the public. His dirty tricks have caused a huge uproar in public opinion. At this rate, the downfall of SSE is only a matter of days. Su Xun dropped into the sofa, thoughtfully stating, if the SSE group goes bankrupt, a whole bunch of employees under them will have to sleep on the streets, crying their eyes out over unemployment. Then hatched a grand scheme. At this rate, I will acquire and swallow up SSE for the price of scrap metal. This move will not only propel the domestic entertainment ecosystem to new heights, but also conveniently clean up a huge mess of social pressure. It truly is one arrow hitting two birds dead on. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu's eyes lit up, clicking her tongue in flattery. President Su is truly too profound. Just a moment later, the two girls outside were calling out to urge each other, hurry up sisters, pick up your phones and check Weibo. Qingyun International just made a post, let me see what's hot. Massive long essay hit their eyes. The fact that SSE's empire has been ruined to this state is 100% due to Liu Xing digging his own grave. Being a grand figure in the entertainment industry, not only did he fail to cultivate any culture, but he also molded a stinking scandal that is unbearable to smell. Truly speechless and utterly outraged. The pile of trash that Liu Xing and his accomplices dumped has dealt a fatal blow to SSE, ensuring they won't be able to raise their heads for years to come, leaving them no choice but to bite the bullet and take losses until declaring bankruptcy. But tell me, what sin did the tens of thousands of lowly employees at Star Entertainment commit? Once the SSE ship sinks, what will those wage earners cling to? They don't just live for themselves, but also carry the rice bowls of tens of thousands of families on their backs. For that reason, Qingyun International solemnly declares its willingness to step up and sweep up the final mess of SSE. With absolutely no intention of personal gain, we simply want to open our arms and embrace these kind-hearted people who are now left helpless and lost. Two beauties gasped in admiration, dissecting every word. It's obvious he hates their guts, yet the boss is still generous enough to completely buy out the SSE furnace that once caused such bitter enmity. What's the deep underlying motive here? It's proof that President Su's heart is completely dedicated to the welfare of suffering laborers. Our boss is truly an outstanding businessman carrying a spirit of social responsibility. Open letter immediately summoned a shower of praise from netizens. Crazy fan number 1, raising both hands and feet to support President Su. If everyone in the elite tycoon circle had a heart of gold like our guy, this world would be so beautiful. Crazy fan number 2, Absolutely spot on, those merchants only know how to exploit. Look back at our president Su, he cooks like a god and even kindly offers free fortune-telling to save humanity. He's an absolute masterpiece on Earth. Crazy fan number 3. I don't give a damn about that SSE trash. President Su has top-tier visuals, so I willingly bow at his feet. He radiates charisma and shines with justice. At entertainment, a guy yelled at the top of his lungs, "Oh my." The moment Su Xun opened his mouth, he stood right at the peak of moral high ground, acting exactly like an enterprise casting aside all grudges to dedicate itself entirely to the livelihood of the employees. Over at 20 Media, the bald guy clicked his tongue and sighed, "In this situation, if anyone tries to cut in and take a sip of the bone broth, they'll definitely be sacrificed alive by the netizens." It truly is a case of the new generation outshining the old. This player Su Xun is not to be messed with. At 20 Group, a woman processed the information extremely fast and concluded, "How terrifying." Shining Star Entertainment messing with Su Xun basically logged themselves out of existence. The lesson learned is, if you want to peacefully breathe the fresh air, absolutely do not foolishly stroke Su Xun's whiskers. In the afternoon, inside Liu Xing's office, he was going mad, throwing things flying everywhere, accompanied by furious roars, "What the hell? Qingyun International wants to acquire our company." The assistant, despite trembling uncontrollably, still tried to add fuel to the fire. "Yes, that's exactly it, President Liu. Please take a look at this." In his hand, he was holding the summary of the contract from Qingyun International. As soon as Liu Xing saw it, he was so enraged that his blue veins throbbed, grinding his teeth as he scolded, "How on earth can there be someone this thick-skinned in this world?" He personally kicked Shining Star into the mud, and now he plays the hero, taking advantage of the wind, brazenly jumping out to save us and demanding to completely buy out Shining Star. At the same time, the news of Su Xun acquiring his company was also flying high on social media platforms. The salty, stinging comments from the online community made Liu Xing feel like he was sitting on a bed of hot coals. Netizens were gossiping animatedly. Liu Xing should pack his bags and resign immediately. Shining Star Entertainment is really thirsting for a wise ruler like President Su. Exactly, Liu Xing, pack your suitcase and leave right now. President Su being willing to step in and clean up this battlefield is already a blessing from 3 lifetimes for your family. Harboring a massive lump of anger, the old man coughed violently and non-stop to the point of spitting blood. Seeing this, the assistant panicked and asked, "President Liu, are you okay?" However, Liu Xing ruthlessly swatted the assistant's hand away, firmly declaring, "Today, even if Shining Star completely collapses, I will absolutely not hand it over to Qingyun International." Unexpectedly, right at that moment, 2 strangers burst through the door. They were security officers. After presenting his badge, a police officer spoke coldly, "President Liu, right? You are under suspicion of being involved in a series of criminal and civil cases violating the law. The evidence is crystal clear. Please come have a cup of tea with us." Liu Xing was left with no way to deny it this time, so he obediently shut his mouth and held out his hands to receive the shiny figure-8 bracelets. The moment he was escorted away, his heart was filled with despair. It was truly over, everything ended right here, and even the right to voluntarily file for his company's bankruptcy had been stripped away. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt. Liu Xing looked up at the sky and roared, "Damn you, Su Xun." Just as he dragged himself to the door, he was swarmed by a pack of reporters pointing microphones at him, asking non-stop questions. "President Liu, what do you think of Director Su of Qingyun International? Director Su just acquired your empire, do you have any words to say?" Liu Xing irritably yelled, "I don't have any thoughts at all, nothing, please let me go." He hurriedly turned to the police for help, "Please shove me into the car quickly, don't let them take any more pictures." But the police officers calmly replied, "With this massive crowd of reporters, you couldn't fly away quickly even if you sprouted wings." Su Xun stood among the crowd, witnessed the whole scene, and secretly curled his lip. Does a scumbag like him actually know how to feel embarrassed? Truly a rare sight, the sun must have risen from the west today. He leisurely turned around and walked away, casually pulling out his phone to call Li Dao to pass down instructions, have Li Song wrap up the Shining Star acquisition quickly and cleanly. On the other end of the line, he immediately agreed, "Yes, President Su." Time flew by until the next morning, netizens were sitting on pins and needles waiting for the drama to unfold. An anxious girl wondered, why hasn't the hacker emperor gone live yet? Don't tell me he's already been arrested. Another young man jumped in and complained, "God forbid, I stayed up all night just to catch the streamer going live. I've never seen a channel this captivating in my entire life. Yet another person chimed in curiously, in short, was this whole recent mess with Shining Star orchestrated by the streamer himself. After reading that series of lively comments, that person immediately turned to instruct their assistant. As soon as he turns on the broadcast, we'll execute the plan exactly as arranged. Midst all this intense anticipation, our Su Xun was still sleeping soundly next to a beautiful lady. He had just started to get up when Qin Zhu's soft hands tightly held him back, determined not to let him escape. Su Xun seized the opportunity to turn around and pin her down, whispering softly, "If you're awake, stop pretending to be fast asleep. Be a good girl and get out of bed." Qin Zhu blushed profusely, rolling around in bed making excuses. "I'm feeling shy right now." He immediately teased her back. "Shy, huh? That energetic attitude of yours last night didn't look like this at all." Hearing that, Qin Zhu threw off the blanket and sat right up, covering Su Xun's mouth with one hand and pressing him hard into the mattress. "Shh, just shut up, please." He slowly removed her small hand and smiled. All right, get up and get ready. It's about time for the hacker emperor to go on screen." Qin Zhu nodded happily. "Okay." The moment the youth's idol came online, the entire channel exploded. "Oh my god, the streamer is still breathing." A guy cheered excitedly. "After waiting forever, this glorious moment is finally here. The first order of business is to fire off a rocket to greet the streamer." On the broadcast screen, Su Xun began to speak. "Thank you all for your support and massive gifts, guys. Before going live, I accidentally stumbled upon something quite hilarious in the hidden mailbox. Now I will expose it for everyone to see." The details of the letter read, "You stupid little hacker emperor, you're just showing off your amateur skills on some petty firewalls. If you've got the guts, come over and try to crack our US system." Before he could even respond, the bros and sis watching the livestream rushed in to smash their keyboards. "Streamer, humor him a bit. Teach him a lesson about life. I beg the streamer to grant that smooth-brained idiot's wish." Seeing the audience so overly enthusiastic, Su Xun nodded and sealed the deal. "All right then, I will oblige our friends from afar. Today I will wreak havoc on the US system." Counting down for exactly 1 minute and 30 seconds, the entire national data center was turned upside down, with people screaming in panic. "What the hell is happening? The defensive firewall is under heavy bombardment. Hurry, stop him from copying the data right now." After trashing the system, Su Xun casually gave a thumbs up and loudly announced, "That's a wrap. I've scattered all the piping hot classified documents across various forums. Any bros interested can dive right in and enjoy the gossip." The atmosphere in the livestream boiled over to its peak. Both guys and girls were going crazy with joy. "Oh my god, how could the streamer steal top-secret documents like these? This is too magical. 666, sending another rocket to offer my utmost respect." In contrast, the people whose information was stolen were tearing their hair out, so helpless that they could only hypnotize and deceive themselves. "They are fake, definitely fake. You madman, pull back now. You will pay a heavy price for this. I'll fight you to the bitter end." On this side, Qin Zhu laughed until her stomach hurt. "That's so hilarious. Having been a ghost for so many years, this is the first time I've witnessed such an arrogant demand." Su Xun just calmly replied, "When someone shows contempt for you, there's no need to waste your breath explaining. Just slap them with actions and everything will go silent." She nodded vigorously in agreement. "That's absolutely savage, as expected. My master's style never disappoints me." Suddenly, the secret mailbox chimed with a new notification. He stared in utter confusion when the name Yi caught his eye. "What is this about?" Without wasting a single second of hesitation, Su Xun clicked on it to take a look. Director Yi had drafted a long, highly emotional letter. "Greetings, streamer. I am Yi, director of the security agency. Today, representing all of Longguo, I respectfully send you an invitation, sincerely hoping you can contribute your talents to our country. Shouldn't a true man harbor such ambitions?" After reading the letter, Su Xun couldn't suppress a smirk. "So all this time that director has been tagging along after me just for this sole purpose." Qin Zhu found it strange and peeked over to snoop. "What's all the fuss about?" He leisurely recounted. "A while back when he showed up at the company, his face was fuming as if he swore he wouldn't leave until he caught me. After thinking it over, I decided to keep my identity hidden." Qin Zhu blinked and asked eagerly, "So how do you plan to handle the next step?" Su Xun casually shrugged. "Of course I will decline. Being as free as a bird in the sky or a fish in the water, without any entanglements, isn't that much more enjoyable?" That said, he immediately typed a reply to Yi. He decisively responded, "Greetings, Director Yi, I have received your message. Should the country ever face a crisis and need my help, I will absolutely not turn my back, but as for joining the organization, drop it. I only wish to be an online village teacher, bringing joy to humanity day by day. Please do not bother me from now on. Highly appreciate your understanding." As soon as he hit send, Su Xun casually disabled the secret messaging feature altogether. When the system asked to confirm or cancel, he confidently clicked confirm right away. On the other end, Yu read these words and bitterly muttered, "Wish to be a normal streamer, my foot. You yourself might seem normal, but the things you pull out on your live streams are anything but normal." The assistant sitting nearby gloomily reported, "Boss, the hacker emperor has locked the permissions. Even if we want to reply, there's no way." Yu let out a long puff of smoke and smacked his lips thoughtfully. "That kid has essentially blocked any path for us to recruit him. Let it go. I will write a report explaining the situation first, and then we'll just have to wait for instructions from the higher-ups." Hearing this, the assistant immediately kept his head down and started typing. The strings of programming code just kept dancing relentlessly. At this moment on international news outlets, the title of Hacker Emperor was sitting dazzlingly at the top of the search rankings with the headline, "He is the creator, the uncrowned king of the internet world. He has just bestowed another earth-shattering event upon the world." The online community erupted into a fierce keyboard war. The foreign squad was screaming, demanding the streamer to release the remaining documents. "Drop your account number, we'll pay whatever it takes, 100 million for a single photo," begging the streamer for mercy. Meanwhile, the domestic bros furiously tried to stop it. "Oh God, streamer, absolutely do not fall for those outsiders' tricks, exactly." Glancing over the chaotic mess of comments, Su Xun merely smirked and clapped back harshly, "Drop this trick of throwing money in my face. If I only desired a few bucks, I would be more than capable of sweeping the vaults of any bank on this planet clean." This razor-sharp clapback sent shivers of excitement through the netizens, sending their admiration soaring even higher. "Oh mother, the streamer is so freaking cool." Some were even passionately begging to become his disciples. Overflowing with swagger, "Does the streamer need a loyal disciple? I have 2 older sisters and a beautiful youngest sister at home." Su Xun finalized with a solid statement, "That's not all. Any individual who covets the documents I hold only needs to pour charity funds into medical or educational supplies for the mountainous regions of Longguo, and I will generously give away this information for free." Fans were extremely thrilled by their idol's noble gesture. "The streamer is so majestic and awe-inspiring. I am a peasant from a remote area. I represent my village to kowtow and thank the streamer. Do those people who do nothing but sweet talk and scam all day have the right to call themselves internet stars? Open your eyes and witness this. This is the true savior of the internet. This old man is over 60 years old this year. I only hope the streamer keeps going live persistently. This old man will write a will forcing my descendants to worship the streamer for eternity. Is the uncle upstairs planning to turn the streamer into a family heirloom or what?" Concluding the performance, the system's notification sound chimed continuously. A super-massive gift package dropped straight into Su Xun's inventory. "Congratulations to the host for crushing the mission, becoming world-famous, and forcing the whole Earth to submit under the Hacker Emperor's reign. Attached gift, God-tier hacking skill." Receiving the reward notification, Su Xun gleefully rubbed his hands together and thought to himself, "Everything went smoothly. The mission is perfectly completed." In his euphoria, he generously distributed blessings to his fans. "It's done. The documents have been thrown onto the net. Many thanks to the bros for your wholehearted support." However, before the viewers could fully enjoy the joy, Su Xun blindsided them with a shocking declaration. "However, today is probably the last day I livestream with you guys." This thunderous news made all the subjects of the Hacker Emperor fall back in shock, everyone crying and begging him to stay. "Wait, why the sharp turn? If you vanish without a trace, what will we have left to gossip about? Streamer, please don't quit the game." Su Xun said his goodbyes through the screen. "All the donation money collected from these 2 live streams, I will throw entirely into charity funds. To any bros and sis, if we are destined, we will definitely meet again." As soon as he turned off the machine, he breathed a sigh of relief as if a 1,000-pound boulder had been lifted off him. "Oh my, the work is finally done. Now I can put my feet up and get some rest." Unexpectedly, a whining voice echoed in his ear, "Master." Chinju loomed up, leaning flirtatiously on the desk with a ravenous look in her eyes. "Master, you're off the air now, so can we go back to finishing our unfinished business from earlier?" This shady scene made Su Xun turn pale and jolt in fright. Erg. His cold sweat poured down like taking a bath, his heart screaming and bleeding. "Spare me, miss. Please have mercy and magnanimity to let this little brother of yours rest and recover for a day." Right at that critical moment, Lion Yu kicked the door open and barged in, shrieking in panic, "President Su, we're doomed, we're doomed." Chinju was so angry she could steam, silently gritting her teeth and cursing. "What the hell is wrong with this lady, always jumping in to ruin my good time right at the golden hour?" Su Xun sighed in relief as if he had struck gold. He reached out to pet and comfort the bristling little ghost, while casually turning back to ask Lion Yu, "Is there some life-or-death document that I need to approve this instant?" The girl, with a pale face, reported, "President Su, Yuru's family has come and surrounded the place. They are down in the main lobby turning the whole house upside down." Hearing this, he bounced up and stood straight. "Yuru's family? What is this mess all about?" Lion Yu dashed over, grabbed Su Xun's sleeve, and dragged him along. "No time for explanations. Drag yourself down there and admire the battlefield for yourself." Just as he cautiously stepped down the last stair, a shrill cursing voice echoing from the main lobby entered his ears. "Look in the mirror and see yourself. Do you have any sense of decency left?" Just as he poked his head out, he saw Yuru engaged in an intense tug-of-war with a young man. The guy glared and shouted loudly, "Pack your things and get the hell back home with me immediately." But she stubbornly argued back, "I won't go back even if I die." He gripped Yuru's wrist tightly and roared, "Where is that pimp? Drag him out here right now. I must interrogate him to see what kind of black magic he fed you to make you so blind that you forgot your way home." Seeing the situation getting out of control, Su Xun cleared his throat and coughed a few times to temporarily blow the whistle on this fiery battle. The young man whipped around, his face radiating murderous intent. The moment he came face to face with him, his tiger-pouncing attitude made a sharp drift. He smiled from ear to ear, flattering, "Greetings, President Su. I am Yan Yulin, the eldest son of the Yan family from Yunlin. I am truly sorry to have bothered you, and thank you for tolerating my stubborn little sister lately." In truth, he was secretly evaluating in his mind, "This Su Xun guy's status is on par with my old man's. I have to play nice and be polite first." He flashed an extremely corporate smile and mocked, "Ah, and if my ears aren't failing me, that bastard you were just calling out earlier seems to be me, doesn't it?" Yulin panicked and hurriedly waved his hands to correct himself. "100,000 apologies, President Su. Earlier, my head was on fire, so I accidentally misspoke and offended you. My little sister has been obstinate since childhood, never listening to anyone. Her freeloading at President Su's place will probably only bring you more trouble." Just as he was sweet-talking, he suddenly turned to stone upon witnessing his biological sister's next absurd move. Yuru submissively offered a glass of plain water and said softly, "Master, please have some water." Yulin's ears rang, thinking he had misheard. He stammered and interrogated, hold the brakes, what the hell did you just open your mouth and call President Su?" Yuru retorted haughtily, "It's master. I enjoy calling him that, so what?" Yulin's face contorted as he forced out a bitter smile. "Ah no, it's fine, this title sounds quite salty." His inner self was bleeding and lamenting, "You little brat. I've dragged my body in here for so long and you haven't even pointed me to a chair. I had to pour water for myself, and now there's this disgusting way you two address each other." To break this awkward atmosphere, Su Xun spoke up to soothe things, "Young Master Yan, please feel free to take a seat first. Yuru, go get a glass of water for your brother to cool down." With a completely straight face, she immediately snapped back, "Master is worrying too much. He doesn't know what being thirsty is." The lump of anger choked in Yulin's throat burst like a ticking time bomb. He roared in despair, "Hey you brat, your brother is thirsty. My throat is dry as a bone here." Su Xun turned around and tactfully shooed Yuru away, "Go play somewhere else. I have important matters to discuss privately with your brother." She went mute and didn't dare utter a single word, obediently stepping back, "Yes, master." Witnessing the whole event, Yulin was so shocked he almost got depressed. How weird, is this really my rebellious and troublesome sister? He scratched his head in curiosity, "President Su, please allow me to ask, what kind of spell did you cast on her to discipline her so well?" His brain was calculating rapidly. If this little brat Yuru had thrown herself at some dirt-poor loser, I swear I would have hogtied her back home. But the catch is that the other party is Su Xun, and with the two of them being so close to sparking a fire, I'll just have to swallow my pride and go back empty-handed. He nonchalantly waved his hand. "I didn't flirt with her at all. Yuru brought herself over to offer herself up." This critical counterargument made Yulin freeze like a stone statue. What kind of ghost story is this? Su Xun smirked jokingly. It's probably because my good looks are simply too dazzling. This delusion of grandeur pushed Yulin into a second heart attack. What the heck? Retreating to the backstage, Lion Yu was still clutching her heart anxiously, turning to ask Yuru, the situation on President Su's side probably won't catch fire, right? The girl immediately smacked her lips to reassure her. You're just worrying for nothing. That's Su Xun over there. My brother doesn't have water in his brain to dare carry a sword and sweep through Qingyun International's headquarters. Not to mention, the diplomatic relations between the Yan family and Qingyun International are very tight right now. Only a fool would cause trouble and smash their own rice bowl, so you can just sleep with a high pillow. While the two gossips were whispering to each other, President Su and Yulin walked out with their arms around each other's shoulders. He cheerfully instructed, "Little sister, it's time for me to hitch a ride to the airport. I'll slip away first. Remember to serve President Su properly. I'll try my best to cover up your sins in front of the old master." This precious older brother even cheekily leaned into his sister's ear and whispered, "But hey, if you're making love, hold it back a little, watch out for kidney failure and going bald." Hearing that, Yuru's face turned as red as a tomato. She stomped her feet and screamed, "Get the hell out of my sight." Before sneaking away, Yulin turned his head back to say goodbye. "Well, President Su, stay well, I'm ascending now. In the future, if you have any business seeking the Yan family, just pick up the phone and give me a holler." He cheerfully replied, "Agreed, easy as pie." On an early morning, as clear as a dewdrop, Su Xun lay with his arms spread out on the soft bed, embracing two beauties, one on the left and one on the right, falling into a deep slumber after a wildly stormy night. When a faint ray of sunlight slipped through his eyelashes and woke him up, a stream of thought crossed his mind. Oh my, is it time to change skin and draw a new identity again? Su Xun decisively ordered, "System, summon the eighth persona." In a split second, the data scanning engine ran vigorously. The notification board flashed text continuously, connecting to the new identity. A few short seconds passed, the completion bell rang out, throwing flowers to congratulate the host for successfully matching. The character this time is a dark, villainous young master. The rules of survival were also sent straight into Su Xun's brain. When going to KTV, don't be foolish enough to pick a fight with a kid wearing tacky clothes, who has a smooth face, but roots himself in a corner without touching a drop of alcohol. When strolling through a bustling commercial area, it's best not to act up and bind the hands and feet of a street peddler who is there to close a deal on a villa. If you're unlucky enough to step on either of those two landmines, you will get your face swollen from the opponent's habit of playing the pig to eat the tiger. The laws of heaven and earth have clearly distinguished heroes from villains, and you were born to play the background villain, constantly being stepped on by the male lead so he can shine. Not only humiliated at the pub, you will also be beaten to a pulp at school and at parties. Your life's mission is just to be a punching bag for the male lead to vent his anger, breaking your back to offer up delicious beauties to the male lead, and then being exploited down to the last drop of blood before taking a fatal punch and passing away. In this lifetime, you will be equipped with the superpower to show off, accompanied by the arrogant trait of spending money like water. At the same time, the system has assigned the mission to hunt down and smash the male lead's halo, flipping the miserable chessboard of the villain's destiny. Reviewing his basket of awesome skills like trading tycoon, invisible assassin, mind-reading fortune teller, renowned chef, master drifter, plus the god-tier hack, Su Xun felt thrilled in his stomach. Playing the villain while wearing so much armor might be a bit cumbersome, but it's actually quite exciting. Even so, a nagging worry still lingered in his heart. Now the biggest black hole appears, looking for a needle in a haystack. Which corner is he supposed to find that male lead guy in? In the main hall of the Qingyun International Press Conference, the number of reporters gathering was as massive as a conquering army. Su Xun puffed out his chest proudly on the speaking podium. Well, no more beating around the bush, let's jump straight into the Q&A session. The crowd below had been waiting just for this moment, hurriedly applauding thunderously in response. A hand hesitantly went up from the front row. He nodded and pointed the mic right at this person. "Please fire the first bullet." The reporter eagerly fired away immediately. "Yes, thank you, Director Su. Your move to acquire Shining Star Entertainment truly makes people bow down in admiration. Please enlighten me a bit. Will your future development path reuse the old bottle with new wine approach just like Shining Star used to do?" Su Xun calmly replied, "First of all, let me make a slight correction. Shining Star Entertainment will officially change its name to Kingyun Entertainment. Their old trick was to specialize in hyping up superstars to conquer the world. Meanwhile, my strategy is to forge high-quality movies and TV series to captivate the audience. These two paths are fundamentally unrelated to each other. A fat-bellied old man sitting nearby quickly snatched the mic and provoked, "Director Su, I've heard secret reports that you always have a basket full of beauties hovering around you. I wonder a little, do you have any shady hidden affairs with those women?" Su Xun bluntly threw cold water on him. "Forgive me. Before we started, I made the rules clear. Whoever brings up nonsensical matters outside of this Shining Star acquisition project will be ignored." The pot-bellied man flew into a rage, jumping up intending to use his words to overpower him. "Director Su, you are evasively dodging. This expression is no different from you implicitly admitting that you keep mistresses and have illicit relationships with those wenches, right?" Su Xun shot a razor-sharp glare, his face as flat as a lake's surface. "Guards, escort this crazy old man out to catch some breeze on the street. Hurry up." In the blink of an eye, two burly bodyguards were looming right there. The reporter who had just asked the previous question was scared out of his wits and immediately moved aside to make way. The fat man, being grabbed by the collar and dragged away, went mad and screamed, "What are you guys trying to do? Let me go right now. I am a journalist. I have the right to free speech. Get your dirty hands off me." Su Xun gave an apologetic smile to reset the mood. "Please forgive us, everyone. Some trash just drifted in, but it won't be a hindrance. Let's proceed to the main agenda." The reporters below began clamoring again, fighting for the mic to claim their spot. "Director Su, what is your opinion on the habit of parroting lines in showbiz today? Director Su, if you venture into cinema, what will be your criteria for selecting actors?" The pot-bellied troublemaker was carried by the neck and thrown straight out onto the street, instantly earning a permanent ban. He humiliatingly propped himself up on his hands, his voice grinding with resentment. "You lot just wash your necks and wait for me." However, before he could scram, he was grabbed by the collar and yanked backward by Xiao Hu. Terrified out of his wits, he shrieked, "Are you planning to silence me with murder?" The guy dropped his voice to an icy tone. "If you want to scram, take that troublesome thing out of your pocket." He turned pale and tried to cover it up. "What are you framing me for?" Xiao Hu was too tired to even speak. He just swung his hand to search him and swiped the recording device hidden deep in his pants. With just a gentle squeeze, Xiao Hu crushed the toy, and once done, he shooed the bald old man away. "Now you can get the hell out of my sight." The miserable fat guy could only mutter curses, damn it all. After the press conference, Su Xun gestured for Xiao Hu to come over and instructed, "Lao Hu, send someone to look into the background of that reporter guy who caused a scene earlier. Dig out which suicidal person dared to pull the strings behind his back." His inner mind was now tangled in 100 knots. Not only was the task of hunting down the male lead young master to flip the villain's fate still at a dead end, but who knows where this extra trouble had popped out from. Lion Yu stood by, cupping her chin in thought. How weird, this whole thing feels somewhat off. If your enemies intentionally wanted to sabotage you, why would they use an amateur reporter who is easily exposed, effectively showing their own back to the audience? This cheap trick isn't even enough to get stuck between one's teeth. Su Xun smirked faintly. "That's why regarding today's mess, I'm leaning more towards the theory that the enemy is throwing stones to test the waters, or to put it bluntly, an annoying letter of challenge." Despite that, he couldn't stop obsessing over it. The only frustrating thing is that even after racking his brains, he still couldn't drag out the true face of this enemy. Su Xun stroked his chin and feigned innocence. "After all, I have always lived kindly and honestly with all creatures. Logically speaking, how could there be any bad blood or grudges?" But Lion Yu splashed him with cold water. "You forgot the theory that you've created so much bad karma. Your enemies are lining up so long that your brain has evaporated and can't remember them all." Without keeping his boss waiting long, Xiao Hu returned to report, "Boss, dug it out. That reporter is on the payroll of the Jiangsu Business Daily." However, his eyes carried a bit of dejection. "But the backing force behind that newspaper is too heavyweight. My tracking line got cut off." Su Xun thought to himself, to be able to force Lao Hu to let go and admit defeat, it seems the shadow standing behind this reporter is a big shot that isn't easy to swallow. A line in the report made him furrow his brows. "The Chamber of Commerce has spoken up to block your investigation. What corner of the world is this Kanglong Chamber of Commerce from? What kind of deity holds the president's seat?" Liu Jun stood straight, clasped his hands and explained, "This Kanglong Chamber of Commerce moves like will-o'-the-wisps, and its president is even more of a phantom. Although few people know about it, its authority covers half the sky. If you want to dissect the inside story, boss, just go knock on Uncle and Nanshan's door. Mr. and will surely know a thing or two." Receiving the information, Su Xun immediately sank into deep thought like a stone statue, not uttering a single word. Wasn't until dusk fell at the family mansion that Zikin, seeing him show up late, crossed her arms and let out a long, sulky sigh. "You let me get moldy for this long before dragging yourself over to coax me." Su Xun hurriedly held out a gift bag to explain himself. "I'm falsely accused. I've been up to my neck with the SSE acquisition project these past few days. As soon as it was finalized, I flew right here to present myself to you." As soon as he strode into the room, Nanshan, who was sipping a cup of tea, waved his hand and called, "Su Xun, hurry in here and have a cup of water." Seeing him seated, he slowly opened his mouth. "What brings a dragon to a shrimp's house?" He rubbed his hands, chuckled, and replied, "Uncle N, today I dragged myself over to visit Zikin, and incidentally, I wanted to ask for your advice on a small matter." He frowned curiously. "What shady business? Spit it out and let me hear it." Su Xun didn't waste time and cut straight to the chase. "Uncle N, how much do you know about the Kanglong Chamber of Commerce?" Hitting the keyword, Nanshan slightly raised his eyebrows and repeated, "The Kanglong Chamber of Commerce." After understanding the story, he looked as if bitten by an ant. "What the heck are you digging into that organization for? Moreover, how do you even know the name Kanglong Chamber of Commerce?" Su Xun scratched his ear and the back of his neck in embarrassment. "Well, I accidentally had a slight clash with them. Both sides are having a bit of a fractured relationship." Nanshan's face turned pale with sheer terror as he shouted, "You've lost your mind. You even dare to stroke the tiger's beard that is the Kanglong Chamber of Commerce. Don't think that just because Qingyun International is flattered as the unicorn of Jiangsu province, you can fly to the sky and become the invincible Jade Emperor of the world, okay?" Realizing his father-in-law was about to blow a gasket, he immediately raised his hand to soothe him. "Uncle N, cool down first. I swear I haven't provoked them at all. It's just that their side played dirty by pulling the strings of a hack writer to sabotage our Qingyun press conference. That's why I—" Faintly piecing together the root of the matter, Nanshan smacked his forehead and clicked his tongue. "If it's truly the henchmen of the Kanglong Chamber of Commerce, then we're really doomed." Su Xun impatiently interrupted, "Uncle N, just what kind of massive background does this crippled organization have?" His memories suddenly flooded back, with the silhouettes of a few burly men built like guardian deities, waving the gold medallion of the Kanglong Chamber of Commerce in their hands. He explained in a deep, gravelly voice, where their roots grew from, "I have absolutely no idea, but the first time I caught the scent of this chamber was half a decade ago. Across the dozens of large and small cities in Jiangsu, a series of hidden tycoons are all core members of theirs." Absorbing all the information, Su Xun broke into a cold sweat and calculated in his head. Translating that, it means that for all these years, this shallow puddle of Jiangsu has actually been a landing zone for crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Seeing his future son-in-law's face change color, Nanshan patted his shoulder to encourage him. "Don't panic just yet. Later, tail me to a place, let's see if there is any way to peacefully reconcile with the Kanglong Chamber of Commerce." As if grabbing onto a life preserver, Su Xun woke up and hurriedly asked, "Wait, Uncle N, you also have a line of communication with someone from the Kanglong Chamber of Commerce?" He smirked with a proud smile. "Having roamed the martial world until my shoe heels wore out, how could I not stash away a few close connections?" Su Xun immediately shot a thumbs up to praise Nanshan, his inner self blooming with joy. "As expected, my father-in-law is truly an old ginger that gets spicier with age. After this incident, I definitely have to work hard non-stop to produce a little baby for him to hold soon." About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he was escorted by Nanshan to an extremely elegant private mansion. His loud voice introduced, "This is the lair of Liu Chenggong, the head of the Tiancheng group." Sweeping his eyes across the magnificent mansion, Su Xun secretly marveled, who would have thought the boss of Tiancheng would also leech off the fame of the Kanglong Chamber of Commerce. While pressing the doorbell, Nanshan narrated, "Today happens to be the birthday of Li Xiaofeng, Liu Chenggong's wife. I managed to give him a heads up earlier. When we come face to face later, we must be a bit humble and try to clear all grievances tonight." Su Xun obediently nodded, "Yes, understood, obeying my father-in-law's orders." Yifeng trotted out to welcome the guests. As soon as his eyes landed on Su Xun, he froze in recognition. Reading the other's stunned expression, Su Xun raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do we know each other?" Yifeng just waved his hand dismissively and replied, "The reputation of President Su of Qingyun International is so illustrious right now, only a blind man wouldn't know." Seeing him dragging his words, and Nanshan irritably mocked, "Yifeng, you're so slow even when opening a door. Aside from being a live-in son-in-law, what else are you good for in life?" Yifeng wordlessly turned his back to lead the way, spitting out a curt sentence, "This way, you two." Su Xun and Nanshan trailed behind. The old man turned to complain softly, "He's the live-in son-in-law of the Liu family's second miss. He used to drift around in the West and just dragged himself back to the country." Watching his submissive back, Nanshan whispered, "Unfortunately, his habit of leeching off the Liu family is in his blood, so no one respects him. Just ignore him to save yourself the trouble. A perfunctory nod is enough." Su Xun immediately caught on, "Yes, I understand." The two were ushered straight into the banquet hall. Suddenly, he caught the eye of a woman who had just turned her head. She was sitting right next to Yifeng. With just one glance, Su Xun immediately recognized her. "Well, isn't this Professor Liu Yun, the one who used to make his life a living hell back in university?" On the other end, Xiao Yun also widened her eyes in recognition, muttering to herself, "What the hell is that Su Xun?" Seeing a Nanshan appear, Liu Chenggong warmly ran out to greet him. "Oh, Olden, you finally made it. Hurry and take a seat." Li Xiaofeng beside him also chimed in flatteringly, "Brotherin, make yourself comfortable. The grand feast is about to be served." Li Xiaofeng scanned Su Xun from head to toe, then hesitantly asked, "Brother En, who is this handsome guy?" Liu Chenggong, standing nearby, quickly chuckled and interjected, Well, isn't this Director Su of Qingyun International? How could I turn a blind eye to such a formidable younger generation?" Hearing her husband's explanation, the woman immediately put on a commercial smile. "Oh my, so it's the famous President Su. Your media coverage has been so strong lately that even someone as clueless about business as me recognizes your face on the news." He maintained his polite smile, swiftly presenting the gift bag, and flattered them in return. "Uncle Liu and Aunt Li, you're praising me too much. I just got lucky and received some public favor. This is a small token of my sincerity that I prepared. I hope it catches your eye." Li Xiaofeng eagerly snatched the gift bag, covering her mouth with a fake smile. "Oh my, you're too formal. Having you here is precious enough, why bother bringing expensive gifts?" Xiao Luan, who had been eavesdropping from the corner, urged, "Mom, open it right now. Everyone here is dying to see what kind of top-tier item Director Su spent his money on." The man standing with his hands behind his back also chimed in, "Exactly, Li Xiaofeng, reveal it so we can all broaden our horizons." Put on the spot, Li Xiaofeng felt a bit awkward and dragged out her words hesitantly. "This is..." Su Xun ran a hand through his hair, feigning embarrassment. "Oh please, this little trinket isn't worth much. If everyone is so eager, Auntie, just rip it open." The woman daintily placed the gift box on the table and slowly untied the ribbon amid the bated breath of the gossiping crowd. The moment the lid popped open, a dazzling jade bracelet struck their eyes. Li Xiaofeng shrieked in delight, "My goodness, it's breathtakingly beautiful." She caressed the glowing bracelet, pressing it affectionately against her cheek while throwing a party in her mind. This Director Su was truly born at the finish line. Compared to that live-in son-in-law Yifeng, he's leagues apart. Might as well throw Yifeng in the trash. If only I could get Director Su as my precious son-in-law, I'd probably wake up laughing in my sleep. Seeing the loot settled, Xiao Luan immediately turned her spearhead toward Yifeng, mocking, "Hey Yifeng, today is Mom's grand birthday. Even an outsider like Director Su brought a massive gift. What about you? Don't tell me you came to the banquet empty-handed." The older man on the other side also took the chance to sneer. "Well said, Yifeng, it's your first time attending your mother-in-law's birthday banquet. No matter how pathetic you are, you should at least show some sincerity." Ignoring the dogs barking in his ears, he just kept a poker face and took a sip of filtered water to wash down his anger. Yifeng's arrogant attitude turned the surrounding crowd to stone, leaving them sitting there with their mouths agape, eager for the drama. Li Xiaofeng crossed her arms over her chest and threw out words as sharp as a razor. "Forget it, I don't crave his cheap little gifts anyway. I just wish he'd drag his body out into the streets and find a decent job. Not being a parasite draining this family is already a blessing for 3 lifetimes. If Yifeng could scrape together even a fraction of Director Su's talent, I swear I'd kneel and thank the heavens." Su Xun stood in a corner, taking everything in, his hand gently rubbing his chin in thought. His face was elegant and calm, but his gaze was unpredictable and sharp. This nominal live-in son-in-law, engaged since childhood, had traveled abroad for years but was still treated like heir by his wife's family upon returning. His eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. "Oh my, isn't this the authentic male lead I've been searching for all this time?" Leaning back in his chair, Su Xun silently summed up his novel reading experience. Whenever sons-in-law are terribly scolded and treated like trash by their in-laws, their true identity is always some hidden tycoon, and he himself was definitely playing the role of the villain destined to be slapped in the face. While he was deep in deduction, Xiao Luan's tart voice suddenly cut in as she taunted Yifeng. "Why is my brother-in-law keeping his mouth shut like a mute?" She gestured wildly and added, "No one is forcing you to buy something as expensive as Director Su's, but even if you're poor, you should show some sincerity." Her husband hastily chimed in, "Couldn't be more right. Just look at Mr. Su over there, then look at yourself. Isn't it pathetic?" Continued his sarcastic tone, "You're the same age, so why is the difference in class like heaven and earth? I don't understand what was going through the old patriarch's head when he married Xiao Yun to you." Hearing this, Su Xun cried internally, "Hey, you couple can scold him all you want, but why drag me into it to use as a meat shield?" Amidst the tense atmosphere, Liu Chenggong suddenly slammed the table and roared, "All of you shut up." The chatty couple was instantly silenced, only daring to throw a resentful glare at the father. Liu Chenggong frowned aggressively. "So what if Yifeng hasn't prepared a gift? Making a racket like a fish market over some trivial things, in front of uncle and no less, where are your family manners?" Reaching the limits of his patience, Yifeng slammed his water glass on the table and coldly replied, "Who dares say I came empty-handed?" Seeing the young man step forward, Su Xun celebrated internally, "Here it comes, here it comes. The face-slapping of the supporting male is about to begin." Stepping close to his mother-in-law, Yifeng presented an elegant velvet box and said indifferently, "Mother, wishing you an auspicious birthday." Receiving the dazzling jewelry, Li Xiaofeng was left speechless. Her eyes widened as she stammered, What is the meaning of this?" The male lead swept a sharp, cold glance toward Su Xun, smirked, and asked, "Compared to Mr. Su's jade here, this little toy of mine shouldn't be too inferior, right?" The unexpected question made him break into a cold sweat. On the surface, Su Xun squeezed out a harmless smile, but deep down, he was already throwing up two friendly middle fingers and screaming, "I am innocent, Lord Bao. I didn't provoke you, so why do you keep targeting me?" Witnessing this show-off, Xiao Luan gritted her teeth in bitterness and muttered to herself, "Good heavens, does this dirt-poor loser actually have money to buy a birthday gift?" Su Xun frowned slightly and analyzed. Thinking about it, this guy Yifeng, from his impoverished background to his arrogant aura, fits the golden standard of a legendary male lead perfectly. Keeping a serious face, he quietly schemed, "Just wait for the right moment, I'll use my ultimate memory-reading skill to see if he's the one I've been looking for." Still refusing to submit to reality, Xiao Luan pointed her finger and yelled, "Bullshit! How could someone like you, who does odd jobs overseas, have the money to buy such rare treasures? It's fake, definitely bought from a flea market." Guest nodded in agreement, exactly. A dead-broke laborer like Yifeng would have a hard time even touching a display case, let alone buying jade. The guy next to him also swirled his wine glass and added fuel to the fire. "Li Xiaofeng, you better hide it away to be safe. If you wear fake stuff out in public, you'll be laughed out of town." Hearing the disparaging remarks, Li Xiaofeng flared up, threw the box right at her son-in-law, and gritted her teeth. "Yifeng, did you bring back a fake just to smear ashes on this family's face?" Catching the piece of jewelry, Yifeng held his head high and declared with a firm gaze, "I guarantee with my honor, this is genuine merchandise at a fair price." Seeing the tense situation, Xiao Yun stood up to defuse it. Yifeng, just say less to smooth things over. But he stubbornly pleaded with his wife, "Xiao Yun, you must believe your husband, this is absolutely not a fake." Right at that moment, Su Xun sprang up and interrupted, "Miss Liu, please stay calm. I've been navigating the jade world for years, let me take a look for you." He gave Yifeng a friendly pat on the shoulder, secretly channeled his energy to activate his memory-reading skill, and flashed a bright smile. "Brother, do you mind if I admire it for a moment?" Instantly, images flashed in his mind. Yifeng sitting grandly on a chair, coldly interrogating, "The one who acquired Shining Star and threw him into prison is him?" A lackey bowed deeply and reported, "Spot on, guild master." What's more, Liu Dong's tax evasion and the casting couch scandals were all leaked by King Yun's people. In the illusion, the male lead tossed Su Xun's picture onto the ground, frowning irritably. "If you want to pluck stars in the entertainment industry, you have to get your hands a little dirty. This brat is smart. Right after taking down Shining Star, he puts on the cloak of justice to acquire it, hoarding all the good reputation for himself." Yifeng even ruthlessly trampled on his face in the photo, dispatching his subordinates to instigate the Jiangsu media to wreck the press conference as a warning. The lackey hastily bowed and obeyed. The moment the footage ended, Yifeng irritably swatted Su Xun's hand away, smirking a warning. "I hope Mr. Su opens his eyes wide and looks carefully." After digesting the earth-shattering information, Su Xun's face darkened. "Oh my God, the mastermind behind the infamous Kanglong Chamber of Commerce is actually this nominal son-in-law." Scrutinizing the jewelry box, he began to piece the puzzle together. Shockingly, the press conference sabotage the other day was personally directed by him to avenge his precious uncle Liu Xun. Even more bitterly, the shady business dealings of the old company also had enthusiastic contributions from this male lead. Staring at the brilliant jade, his brain was working in overdrive. Well, thanks to that pile of heinous crimes, the guilt of playing the villain to punch away the male lead and change his fate suddenly vanished like soap bubbles. Unable to hold back her curiosity, Xiao Luan eagerly leaned in and pressed, "Boss Su, give us your verdict. Is this necklace the real deal or flea market junk?" Holding the jade pendant up to the light, he smiled faintly and shook his head. "Brother, you've really misstepped this time. Bringing a fake to your mother-in-law's grand birthday, what kind of decency is that?" Yifeng tilted his head up and retorted, "It's because your eyes can't recognize the real goods." Internally, he scoffed in contempt, truly an empty vessel making the most noise. The genuine article is right there, and he's still sprouting nonsense. It seems I've overestimated this clown. With a wicked smirk, Su Xun dropped a challenge. "Then Mr. Yi, what if someone as weak as me crushes this thing to pieces? Will you still boldly claim it's genuine?" He waved his hand disdainfully. "Boss Su sure loves to joke. A century-old antique heirloom, you think the meager strength of a normal person could even put a dent in it?" The last word was still stuck in Yifeng's throat when the precious jade crumbled into fine powder under Su Xun's crushing grip. Li Xiaofeng, standing behind, witnessed the scene and stared in horror. The male lead's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, utterly bewildered as he asked himself, "What the hell is this?" Su Xun dusted his hands, letting the jade powder scatter. Outwardly, he maintained an indifferent demeanor, but inwardly he was conceited. "Mortals naturally can't scratch jade, but I'm a top-tier assassin. Crushing a potato is nothing, let alone this fragile piece of stone." Stepping closer to the paralyzed male lead, he dangled the leftover string and sneered sarcastically, "See, even a commoner like me can crush it. Do you still dare argue this is a top-tier item?" Su Xun thought gloatingly, trying to slap this young master's face. "Wait for your next life, darling." Filled with towering rage, Yifeng clenched his fists and roared like a wild beast. "You bastard, your time is up." Upon hearing the roar, Li Xiaofeng stormed over and gifted her son-in-law a stinging slap across the cheek, screeching, "Who do you think you're talking to so disrespectfully?" She pointed her finger right at Yifeng's face and cursed, "The honor of this family has been completely thrown down the drain by you. Take your trash and get out of my sight." Humiliated, Yifeng gritted his teeth and swallowed his resentment. He was genuinely in deep shock. Why is that brat Su Xun's strength so tyrannical? Crushing ancient jade with bare hands, this script is completely off from the intel he had gathered. Xiao Yun covered her face and sobbed, her eyes welling with tears as she looked at her husband. "Yifeng, you really leave me speechless." Having dropped those parting words, the young lady turned on her heel and ran away. Su Xun hurriedly called out after her, "Hey Miss Liu, wait a minute." The male lead stood rooted to the spot, his face gloomy, not bothering to budge. Liu Chenggong, mad with frustration, roared, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and run after her." Looking at the son-in-law's sorrowful back, Xiao Luan seized the chance to throw shade. "Look at that. Boss Su is just a student's parent and even he has the heart to chase after her, while the husband stays completely mute like a block of wood." The guy with her laughed along. "Oh well, it's better not to compare. Put them on a scale and he'd run for his life." Liu Chenggong could only intervene in annoyance. "Enough, you two shut up and talk less." Turning to Nanshan, he smiled apologetically. "How embarrassing, Olden, making you witness family drama today." And Nanshan, with a cold face, took a sip of tea and indifferently replied, "It's nothing." Out on the street, Xiao Yun huddled under a streetlight, sobbing. Su Xun quickened his pace, approached her, and asked softly, "Miss Liu, are you okay?" Hitting right at the sore spot, the girl sobbed and vented, "His abilities are poor, yet he loves to polish his reputation. Now everything is ruined, and the whole family is laughing in my face." Just as he caught sight of Su Xun's hand near his wife, Yifeng's jealousy rushed to his brain, and he shouted, "You bastard surnamed Su, what are you trying to do? Let her go." He hastily raised his hands to explain, "Brother, calm down. I saw Miss Liu was sad, so I just came out to comfort her a bit." But he spat back bitterly, "If my wife is sad, it's my business. I didn't hire you to console her." He aggressively stepped forward to coax his wife. "Zio Yun, please listen to my explanation. That green jade is 100% authentic. This bastard used underhanded tricks to destroy it just to humiliate me." Being blatantly slandered, Su Xun spoke up feeling wronged. "Come on, Mr. Yi, what you're saying is completely skewed. Miss Liu, I've been your student for nearly 2 years. In your eyes, am I the kind of person who sows discord behind people's backs?" He reasoned firmly, and another fatal point, if the real jade is so sturdy, how could a weakling like me crush it? Yi Feng was left speechless, his chest choking with anger as he could only growl, "You." Wiping away her falling tears, Zio Yun frowned and questioned, "Yi Feng, you are truly beyond saving. You make a mistake, get exposed, and then you throw dirty water on others. Do you find it fun to play the victim?" Having dropped those sharp words, she decisively turned her head and walked straight away. The flustered husband reached out to desperately hold her back. "Wait, Zio Yun, listen to me explain." Su Xun pretended to put an arm around his shoulder, continuing to cast his dark arts to sneak a peek at his memories, while his mouth smoothly offered advice. "Boss, when a woman is fuming, clinging to her will only make things worse. It's best to give her some quiet space." As if touching an evil aura, he fiercely swatted his hand away, his face dark as he cursed, "Scram." The moment his rival's resentful back disappeared, Su Xun's brain had finished downloading the data. Well, so the true identity of this guy Yi Feng is the illegitimate son of the Yi family's patriarch, the authoritative Yi Tianlong in Jingcheng. A slow-motion film flashed by. The young Yi Feng thumped his chest and declared grandly, "Make me swallow my pride and go back to claim my surname? No way. This young master will single-handedly build a Yi family of his own." He rubbed his chin, summarizing the bubbles of memories. Back then, the old man Yi Tianlong racked his brains trying to bring his son back to restore the family line, who knew he'd get cursed out so badly he couldn't save face, firmly rejected. The illusion continued to play. Yi Tianlong, trembling, pointed directly at his rebellious son's face and roared, "Unfilial son, if you step out of this door, don't you ever dream of calling me father again." A familiar sound suddenly pulled Su Xun back to reality. "What are you thinking about? Spacing out like a statue, kid." Turning to see a Nanshan, he immediately called out, "Uncle N." The old man smiled kindly. "You saw today's situation, the family is a total mess. Anyway, on a quieter day, just find a way to ask Zio Yun to dig into the Kanglong Chamber of Commerce matter for me, all right?" Putting his hands in his pockets, he nodded obediently, "Yes, Uncle N." And Nanshan patted the young man's shoulder, urging, "Let's go home, kid." After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. "Uncle, you go back and rest first. I want to take a walk to catch the breeze and think about some things." The old man nodded in agreement. "Yeah, don't overthink things. If something happens, there's always a solution to every problem." He smiled in approval. "Yes, sir." Waiting for Nanshan to disappear from sight, Su Xun pulled out his phone and dialed Lao Hu, ordering him to dig up the contact info of the big boss Yi Tianlong at all costs. A vicious plan sprouted in his mind. The philosophy of survival is that the enemy of an enemy is a good comrade. He had to give a heads up to the Great Father first, just to see how the old man manages his unruly son. In another development, Yi Feng was still trying to tug at his wife's clothes to explain, "Zio Yun, the fragments of the real jade are still here. If you don't believe me, just take them to a shop and have a master appraise them, then everything will be clear." The girl turned around, tears lingering in the corners of her eyes, and sobbed as she laid it bare. "At this point, whether it's real or fake doesn't matter anymore. Yi Feng, I tried to endure and give you a chance, but your performance today has truly crossed the line. Let's get a divorce." Like a bolt of lightning to the ears, he dazedly yelled, "Divorce? For what reason?" She laughed bitterly and fired back, "You still dare open your mouth to ask why?" She spread her arms in helplessness. "Take a good look at yourself. A grown man hiding in the kitchen doing chores all day, dodging any real work. Do you think you're any different from a useless loser?" Hanging his head in shame, he muttered, "So it turns out you're infatuated with men who have massive careers, right?" Gently brushing a lock of hair off her cheek, she sighed, "No one is forcing you to become a successful businessman. I just wish the husband of my life had the willpower to strive for better." Yi Feng laughed bitterly, casually tucking her hair behind her ear with deep affection, and said, "Fine then, I won't come home tonight. Tomorrow when you wake up, you will see a transformed version of me. Remember to prepare yourself mentally." Leaving behind that ambiguous sentence, he turned his back and walked away, leaving his wife standing rooted to the spot in utter astonishment, watching him leave. Shifting the scene to the male lead, he pulled out his phone and growled at his subordinate, passed down the order. Within 3 days, I want Kingyun Group completely bankrupt. The other end of the line shivered and obeyed without question. Staring intently at his phone, his eyes were bloodshot. A stinky ant like Su Xun dares to swagger in front of me. Let's see what a miserable end you'll meet for offending me. The camera panned to another corner where a majestic elder was meditating. It was none other than Yi Tianlong, the patriarch of the Yi family in Jingcheng. The phone rang and he picked up with an authoritative voice. "Hello, who is this?" The replying voice was calm yet resonant. "Greetings, Mr. Yi. I am Su Xun, chairman of Kingyun International in Jiangsu." The old man frowned slightly in thought. "I've heard the name. What business do you have reaching out to me?" On the other end of the line, Su Xun was leisurely lying down enjoying juicy strawberries, with the girl Qin Zhu massaging and serving him attentively. He spat out his words slowly. "Rumor in the underworld has it that the young man Yi Feng is your son. I wonder if that's true." Touching upon his reverse scale, Yi Tianlong bristled and snapped. "I didn't sire such a son." Internally, his hatred churned endlessly. That traitor gave no face to his old father, daring to smear ashes and make the Yi family a laughingstock. He truly doesn't deserve to be this family's bloodline. Popping a strawberry into Qin Zhu's mouth, Su Xun stroked the other party's ego. "Mr. Yi, quell your anger lest you shorten your lifespan. If a child is naughty, just bring him back and teach him a lesson, and everything will fall back into place." His soft attitude made the old man calm down as well. He raised an eyebrow and probed. "Do you have a grudge against that brat? If so, there's a misunderstanding. Even though I disowned him as a father, I absolutely will not collude with outsiders to stab my own son in the back." Munching on a strawberry, he spoke with enchanting words. "Mr. Yi, you're overthinking again. I brought my sincerity here to save your family's foundation." In his brain, gears were turning rapidly. His fortune-telling profession had taught him that to herd people, your mouth must be slick and your rhetoric sharp. Hearing this, Yi Tianlong snorted in contempt. "Another deceptive trick. Who are you trying to act mysterious with?" Ignoring that hostile attitude, he leisurely beat around the bush. "True gold fears no fire. Mr. Yi surely has his own judgment. If I were sitting in your position to keep the family from being implicated, I would immediately speak out and sever all ties with Yi Feng." Having delivered the final blow, Su Xun decisively hung up the phone with a click. His next move was gently sending Yi Tianlong's number straight to the blacklist. Witnessing this string of sneaky maneuvers, Qin Zhu asked in a daze, "Master, why did you do that?" Chewing the last of a plump strawberry, he smiled slyly and tossed back a sentence. "Right now, that old man's brain must be muddled and his heart extremely uneasy, which is exactly the result I expected." Brushing off his pants and standing up, he said with a serious face, "To be frank, I don't even need the Yi family. Crushing Yi Feng with my own hands is as easy as flipping my palm, but that would be too bland. My ultimate goal is to force him to taste the flavor of absolute despair." After his impassioned declaration, he darted upstairs to pick up the call from manager Li. "I'm listening, Li Dao." From the other end of the line, the panicked voice of the old vice president pounded straight into his eardrums. "Boss Su, we're really doomed." Li Dao wiped the sweat soaking his forehead and reported tearfully, "A horde of partners are ganging up to backstab our company. Some are demanding debt repayment. Some are nitpicking to tear up contracts, and there's a hidden big shot sweeping up all our stocks for a hostile takeover on the stock market." Catching this bombshell news, Su Xun remained as cool as a cucumber. His brain kept crunching numbers. Yi Feng's moves are pretty sharp. Indeed, the strength of the Kanglong Chamber of Commerce is nothing to joke about. Dropping into his swivel chair, he turned on the computer, typing away as he reassured the old veteran. "Li Dao, just put your heart back in your chest. Let them dance and spin all they want. Whoever wants to put on a show, let them be." With his hands flying across the keyboard, his mouth ran on with supreme arrogance. "However much they eat now, I'll make them vomit back double the principal and interest later. You just obediently follow my strategy, and that will be enough." His head thick with question marks, Li Dao still nodded. "Yes, I understand." Scanning the brightly lit screen, the corner of his lips curled up wickedly as he thought to himself, "Insignificant Yi Feng, don't you like living in hiding?" The moment the thought ended, a finger heavily struck the enter key with authority. An extremely arrogant smile appeared on his face. "In this round, your big brother is determined not to let you get your way." Less than 5 minutes later, while scanning the forums, he stumbled upon an exposé post. Where did this cheap Kanglong Chamber of Commerce come from? As a Jiangsu native who's worn out my shoe soles walking around, I fundamentally have never heard of this name. At the bottom of the comments, netizens chimed in calling it out. Spot on. Original poster, don't spread fake news. Where on Jiangsu soil could you dig up such an organization? But immediately, someone jumped in throwing stones from the dark. The two guys upstairs are truly short-sighted. The hidden poster continued to mock. If this chamber really exists, how could dirt-poor commoners like you see it even if you craned your necks? There is no smoke without fire. There must be ironclad proof for people to make a fuss over it, understand? Qinzhu, who had been peeking the whole time, excitedly clapped her hands. The post's popularity is shooting through the roof, boss. It's true that once you attach the master hacker label, netizens will swarm like flies to sniff the gossip. Su Xun nodded complacently. Couldn't be more right. In a flash, a prompt window popped up on the screen. Confirmed to completely wipe this post clean. With a devilish smirk on his lips, he muttered, the next twist is to wipe all this trash out. Then the public will go even crazier with conspiracy theories. In some obscure corner after the godlike trash sweep, a guy in a white shirt widened his eyes and yelled. So surreal, the whole pile of exposé posts vanished in a single note. His drinking buddy clicked his tongue and judged, a guilty conscience needs no accuser. Maybe that rumor from earlier is actually the truth. Flying to another corner, an orange-haired girl hugged her pillow and reasoned, deleting posts at the speed of light like this, it's definitely the hacker king taking action. Only he has that kind of capability. A young man glued to his chair slapped his thigh with a smack. Exactly. If it's fake news, why panic and try to whitewash it? This is a classic case of a guilty person giving themselves away. Wandering over to the gossip section, the netizens were enthusiastically praying, are there any highly skilled masters who can dig up the background of this Kanglong Chamber of Commerce? The crowd competed to add fuel to the fire. So chilling, I've never heard of it. Respectfully requesting the big bosses to appear and spill the tea. Catching on to her boss's brainwave, Qinzhu clapped loudly and praised endlessly, borrowing the power of public opinion to sacrifice that Chamber of Commerce alive and push them to the crest of the wave. Some government agencies will definitely be attracted and launch an investigation. My master is the absolute peak. Stretching to relax his aching back, Su Xun said leisurely, in this Longguo, any spontaneous organization that rises up is extremely dangerous, always a thorn in the side that gets strictly cracked down on by government agencies. Closing his eyes to enjoy the aura of victory, he flashed a cunning smile. Although my own strength is too thin to beat the Kanglong wolf pack, borrowing the hands of the authorities is just a kindergarten math problem. The secretary girl gave a thumbs up in admiration, borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha, using the government's power to discipline the underworld. Freaking cool, boss. Exactly like the script, the police headquarters immediately convened an emergency meeting. Zhao Lun, with a face as cold as money, threw out a piercing question. What exactly is the origin of this Kanglong Chamber of Commerce? A subordinate hastily flipped through the report book. Sir, this organization crawled up from 7 years ago, gathering all the prominent enterprises in Jiangsu and the wealthy folks nearby. He rattled off a string of background info. The ultimate boss is Yi Feng, the illegitimate son of the Yi family in the capital. He used to carry a gun as a mercenary and was a hardcore leader of an overseas mercenary group. Upon hearing the resume, Zhao Lun flew into a rage and slammed the table resoundingly. Did this Yi Feng eat a leopard's gall? Managing mercenaries while secretly running an underground economic syndicate, is he planning to raise a flag of rebellion? Springing up from his chair, he aggressively ordered, dig up their ancestral graves, drag out the information of every single member in this snake dragon gang for me. His resonant voice echoed throughout the headquarters, if you dig up even a single hair of legal violation, throw it all into the files. The squad of subordinates below shouted in unison, orders received. Rubbing his aching temples, Zhao Lun frowned and analyzed, could that hardcore hacker king be involved with this gang? Whatever, I don't care. The core issue is what kind of devilish tricks this nest is plotting to play. Having figured out the problem, he glared and instructed, furthermore, just quietly monitor Yi Feng's every move. Once we've scooped up the whole nest, we'll grab him by the neck and settle the score. The squad mechanically agreed, yes, director. Returning to the Yi family mansion, Yi Tianlong sat cross-legged sipping tea, muttering anxiously, who would have thought that prodigal son would hold the reins of this damned chamber of commerce? If things blow up, the local authorities will definitely come knocking on our family's door. Lao sneakily interjected, the Kanglong chamber is about to collapse, so the young master will probably have a hard time saving himself. The old master jolted up and slammed the table with a smack. That's exactly why Su Xun's warning was so spot on. If we don't want to implicate the family, we have to kick this rebellious son out of our lives right now. Stroking his beard, he broke into a cold sweat as he calculated. If the authorities drag the whole chamber into the light and then slap the Yi family with the label of backing them up, we'll all rot in jail. Turning around decisively, he threw a sharp glance at his disciple. Lao pack your bags and get your ass down to Jiangsu for a trip. Lao bowed deeply and obeyed, yes, master. Meanwhile, at Su Xun's lair, an ear-piercing phone tore through his sweet sleep. Qinju was snoring loudly, her whole leg draped over her boss. Su Xun shifted, rolled over, and answered the phone, hello. From the other end came Yi Feng's voice. He slicked his hair back perfectly, admiring himself in the mirror, and spat out every word. Before 9 in the morning, come to the Liu family villa, kneel down and beg. I'll consider letting your Qingyun International gasp for air for a few more days. Having unleashed a barrage of threats, the young man abruptly hung up, not bothering to wait for a response from the other side. He smoothed a strand of his bangs, narcissistically thinking to himself that he looked incredibly cool, exactly like a domineering male god. Stuffing his hands into his pockets and stepping outside, the corner of his mouth hooked into an arrogant curve. You brat Su Xun, are you so used to playing king and tyrant in Jiangsu that you've lost your sense of self? Fine then, today I will crush you to pieces so you can open your eyes and see who really holds the power. Taking the full brunt of the thunderous call, Su Xun irritably tossed the phone onto the table and muttered, I don't get it. Calling and spouting nonsense right at the crack of dawn. Is his brain stuck in a door crack or something? Seeing her boss groggily getting up to get dressed, Qinju stretched sleepily and asked where he was going. He slipped on his shirt and muttered, some clown is about to put on a comedy show. Of course, I have to go crush his daydream. Smelling a good drama, the girl completely woke up, sprang up, and gestured wildly, if there's fun stuff, I want to tag along too. Su Xun kept a serious tone, lifting his chin. Then why are you still dawdling? Get your butt moving, let's go. Panning the camera to the Liu family mansion, a fleet of pitch-black luxury cars rolled in silently. Liu Chenggong's family stood in a cluster, craning their necks and wondering aloud. What on earth had happened to bring such a grand motorcade here? A car door swung open, and Yi Feng stepped out, looking dazzling and elegant in an immaculate white suit. Catching sight of him, Liu Chenggong froze and blurted out his son-in-law's name. Xiao Luan and her shrewish husband's jaws dropped, their eyes widening like marbles as they stared blankly. The gossip-hungry neighbors began whispering, wait, wasn't the live-in son-in-law of the Liu family rumored to be a piece of trash? How did he suddenly transform into such a big shot in the blink of an eye? Admiring his majestic and awe-inspiring demeanor, the crowd gossiped that he had probably been keeping a low profile all along. To have so many big bosses at his beck and call, his true capabilities must be extraordinary. Liu Chenggong furrowed his brow in deep thought. The heavyweights who used to pressure Yi Feng were all top bosses of the Kanglong Chamber of Commerce. Could this son-in-law's true identity actually be? He slowly strode over to his wife and confessed affectionately, Xiao Yun, aren't you infatuated with men who have illustrious careers? Let me be blunt, I am actually. Before the last word could leave his lips, a white luxury car dashed out of nowhere, delivering a critical rear-end crash right into the male lead's vehicle. He whipped around to look, while his men in black were also startled, cluelessly asking each other what was going on. Su Xun leisurely slammed his car door and stepped out, loudly complaining, who has such terrible manners, parking a car right across the road and blocking the way. Catching sight of the lamb-like figure, his lips curled into a triumphant smirk. Ha, the guy coming to beg for his life has finally shown up. But the plot took a sharp turn. Looming right behind Su Xun was an entire fleet of bulldozers. He lifted his chin, waving a hand to order, men, clear this pile of garbage out of my way. Yi Feng and his gang were dumbfounded, wondering, what kind of stunt is this? In less than a heartbeat, the bulldozer squad aggressively charged forward, aggressively sweeping away every single black supercar belonging to Yi Feng's group. His terrified underlings screamed themselves hoarse, stop, turn off your engines and stop right now. Watching helplessly as his toys got bulldozed, Yi Feng roared, Su Xun, are you out of your mind? His insides boiled with confusion. What kind of drug did this brat take to be so confident in seeking his own death? Su Xun stuffed his hands into his pockets, shrugging with a mocking sneer. Dragging along a few piles of scrap metal and a handful of random lackeys, and you already think you're the center of the universe, looking down on everyone else, honey. Grimacing, his voice hissed with deep resentment. Su Xun, it seems you still don't know whose name is written on your coffin's lid, do you? Adjusting his tie, he tilted his head up and confidently declared his name. I am Yi Feng, the grand dragon head of the Kanglong Chamber of Commerce, crushing a bug like you only takes a snap of my fingers. Hearing the truth, Liu Chenggong and the audience were utterly shocked. What, he's really the president? Xiao Yun cluelessly tugged at her father's shirt, asking softly, Dad, is that dragon snake chamber really that formidable? The old man replied with an ashen face, all the most notorious big shots in Jiangsu are gathered there, my dear. Now she finally understood what he meant last night when he told her to mentally prepare herself. Hiding behind, Xiao Luan tremblingly clung to her husband. We're doomed. We've always insulted him like singing a song. We're going to suffer big time now. Meanwhile, Madame Feng's eyes lit up like headlights, dancing with joy. Oh my, this is absolutely wonderful. Glancing over at his in-laws' terrified reactions, he laughed with inward delight. You looked down on me for being poor, so are your eyes opened now? Let me lay my cards on the table. I am the hidden CEO. Right after his moment of narcissism, he glanced at his watch and threw out a threat. There are exactly 5 minutes left before the deadline. The offer to kowtow and apologize to me this morning is still valid. With his hands in his pockets, his arrogant posture was incredibly annoying. If you know what's good for you, crawl over here and kowtow nonstop. Who knows, I might just let your trashy corporation gasp for air for a few more months. Xiao Yun stood behind him, frowning in dissatisfaction as she interjected. Yi Feng, you should forgive those who repent. Don't be so aggressive. He is my student after all. Madame Feng frantically stopped her daughter. Are you crazy? When men are handling big business, why should women butt in? My son-in-law is doing the right thing. Just stand still and watch. Xiao Yun argued back with a scowl. But Mom, why are you acting like this? Ignoring her plea, he gritted his teeth and repeated his declaration of war. Su Xun, are you deaf? If you don't kowtow, you'd better prepare your bankruptcy papers right now. Stroking his chin, he chuckled mockingly in return. Let's change the bet, big guy. How about you give me 3 living kowtows, and I'll reveal a super massive secret to you before 0 hour. Are you in? Leaning forward with murderous intent, he sneered. I gotta praise your mouth. Truly, you won't know fear until you crash straight into a cliff. He smirked, pointing right at the other's face as he retorted. Oh please, I did bring workers to measure a coffin today, but it's to measure your size so you can rest in peace. His utterly composed demeanor made the guy extremely anxious. What does this punk mean? Right at that moment, a squad of specialized vehicles rushed in with sirens blaring, sealing off every alley leading to the Liu family mansion. Xiao Luan panicked and gripped her husband's arm tightly. Oh my God, what is going on? Her husband also sweated profusely, muttering, the men in blue are swarming in like a festival. Are they raiding criminals or what? An imposing officer held up a megaphone and shouted loudly, Attention, entire Kanglong gang, this place has been locked down. He enunciated every word with iron force. No resisting allowed. Drop your weapons and put your hands up, otherwise face the consequences yourself. Hearing the megaphone, the small fry turned pale and broke into cold sweat in an uproar. Huh, do they have nothing better to do than handcuff us? Yeah, did you officers get the wrong guys? What the hell is this? His brain working in overdrive, he immediately realized this was Su Xun's trap. He snapped his head around, glaring and cursing, You backstabbed me again. Su Xun gave a wicked smile, snapping his fingers with a crisp sound. Spot on, no correction needed. Waving to the authorities, he spoke boldly, reporting to you comrades, I am the model citizen Su Xun. The coast is clear, you can boldly come in and clean up the trash. I've checked these loud-mouthed gangsters, they don't have a single piece of iron on them. Quick as a flash, the task force swarmed in and handcuffed the entire nest of lackeys. They thrashed around wildly, yelling, Hey, do you have too much free time? Let me go. Do you know how big my backer is? One phone call from me and you'll all lose your jobs, you hear me? A towering, imposing dark figure stepped forward and closed in on the bragging fat guy, making him glance up nervously. That prominent figure was none other than Zhao Dongqin, the chief of Jiangnan City. He repeated the challenge. Well, if you're so capable, why don't you try making a call to strip me of my power, so I can broaden my horizons and see how you summon the wind and rain? Seeing the other party's serious expression, he immediately dialed it back, swallowing hard and forcing a smile to explain. Chief Zhao, there seems to be some misunderstanding. You know full well that I am an honest businessman who always lives and works according to the Constitution. He tapped his fingers rhythmically and smirked, asking back, "Oh, an honest businessman who loves the law, you say? Then do you mind enlightening me about the forced eviction incident that led to fatalities 10 years ago?" The critical question rendered him speechless. He could only bow his head and curse silently in his mind. It's over. These people somehow managed to dig up some ancient file from God knows when. Out of nowhere, Yifeng aggressively stepped forward to intervene, asking in an arrogant voice, "Which squad are you people under? Call your commander out here to see me right now." The sharp-eyed crowd recognized him immediately, and the man replied, "You must be Yifeng. Let me tell you, we came down from the city level, not some small local branch. Your troubles will be carefully attended to by a VIP team." Right after that, a police comrade walked straight up, tapped his badge lightly near his face, and declared, "Yifeng, you are involved in a case threatening national security. Obediently come with us to the station for some tea to clarify the matter." The gossiping neighbors around began whispering, "Oh my, this freeloading son-in-law just rose to be the boss of the Kanglong chamber in the blink of an eye, and before his seat even got warm, he's about to eat prison food. Truly, times change faster than flipping rice paper." From behind, Su Xun slowly walked out, clapping loudly as he went, dropping a highly sarcastic comment. "Tusk tusk, Boss Yi's performance today was absolute fire. Taking on such a majestic and awe-inspiring charge, you've pretty much brought glory to your ancestors in this lifetime." Yifeng was so furious that his limbs twitched, his vicious eyes staring fixedly at him as if wanting to eat him alive. Su Xun leisurely raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms over his chest to show off an extremely infuriating and mocking posture. His anger rushing straight to his brain, Yifeng charged forward like a bull, shouting Su Xun's name. The bodyguards immediately rushed out to block him, yelling, "What kind of dirty trick are you trying to pull, Yifeng?" With hot blood rushing to his head, he exerted all his strength to shove two bodyguards away and roared, "Get out of my way." Continuing his aggressive momentum, Yifeng immediately swung a heaven-shaking punch straight at Su Xun's face. Looming up as if popping out from the ground, Du Luo immediately delivered a kick that completely blocked the attack, then loudly warned him, "Trying to pluck my boss's tiger beard. If you're so tough, step over my dead body first, then we'll talk." Yifeng could only clutch his numb, trembling arm, his face as pale as a slaughtered chicken. In a flash, the bodyguards simultaneously pulled out their hot weapons and pointed them right at his face, demanding surrender. Yifeng had the living daylights scared out of him, obediently raising both hands in surrender without daring to utter a peep. Su Xun stood tapping his foot, chuckling with delight. "Oh my, how embarrassing. I'm naturally timid and afraid of pain, so I always have to drag along a squad of bodyguards when I go out to feel safe. Surely an experienced person like you can sympathize." The moment he saw the gleaming silver of the approaching handcuffs, he struggled noisily and screamed, "I am the eldest grandson of the Yi family in the capital. Whoever is tired of living would dare to touch a hair on my leg." Right at the climax, the butler of the Yi family came panting over, loudly and arrogantly denying it. "Our Yi family has no such descendant as you." Recognizing a familiar face, Yifeng called out in pure joy, "Butler Long-er." Butler Long-er treated him like thin air, turning sharply to the officers to explain, "Reporting to you two police comrades, this man has corrupted morals. Our Master Yi has struck his name from the genealogy records 8 lifetimes ago. We respectfully hope the authorities handle him strictly to prevent him from dragging the Yi family's reputation through the mud." At this point, Yifeng's knees went weak, collapsing to his knees and tightly hugging his arm as he wailed, "Uncle Long-er, I am the eldest precious grandson. Surely father sent you to bring me home, right? Don't you foolishly abandon me at a time like this." Butler Long-er ruthlessly yanked his hand away, snapping back right in his face. "Does trash like you even deserve to bear the surname Yi on your ID?" Stunned by the harsh words, he sprang back up to his feet and questioned, "Uncle Long-er, what do you mean by that?" Yifeng placed a hand over his left chest, playing the part of sincerity. "I swear it was just my foolishness and confusion. Those arrogant words just now were merely a slip of the tongue. Please, Butler, take me back to the Yi family. I will personally kneel and apologize to my father." His mouth twisted out such words, but inside his stomach was doing flips. The surname Yi was now his only lifesaver. If his own family ignored him too, this time he'd be completely finished. Butler Long-er maintained a freezing attitude, throwing cold water on him. At this moment, there is no concept of going or staying anymore. Master Yi himself has declared all ties with you completely severed. He affirmed that this house will not tolerate a descendant who is both useless and fond of playing with the law like you. In a flash, Yi Feng was handcuffed with a click. Su Xun strolled over leisurely, dropping some comforting words that rubbed salt into the wound. Boss Yi, prison food definitely isn't as good as home-cooked meals. Once you're inside, tone down your arrogance, or else picking up leaves and kicking cans will be quite miserable for you. He glared wide-eyed, roaring in Su Xun's face. Don't point your nose at the sky so soon. Even if I fall from grace in my homeland, my international brothers will definitely not let you off easy. They will chew your head off for me. He raised an eyebrow in amusement, leaning in close to whisper in Yi Feng's ear with a bewitching tone. Ah, are you relying on that mercenary group over there? Oh, how embarrassing for you, just 30 minutes ago, they were bombed flat to the ground. He ground his teeth, unconvinced. What the hell is that? You're making it up. He curled his lips in a mocking smile, poking fun, still refusing to accept reality. Su Xun pulled out his phone, shoving it right in the other's face, tempting him. Come here, let me treat you to a little visually stunning action movie. After all, once you're in the slammer, you won't have the internet to binge-watch anyway. Seeing his base engulfed in a sea of fire and thick smoke through the small screen, Yi Feng's expression instantly crumpled up like a bitter melon. Su Xun sneered, observing the other's completely stunned face, and casually added, by the way, let me promote myself a bit. I am the mercenary boss Sha Seng. It's a pleasure to meet you through this explosive greeting. The moment the title of mercenary boss Sha Seng entered his ears, large and small beads of sweat began dropping from Yi Feng's forehead. His ears rang, thinking he was listening to a sci-fi story. From his perspective, Su Xun right now looked as evil as Yama himself manifesting, yet he still threw out a teasing remark. How about you try filing a complaint with the national security guys about my identity? Who knows, I might just get to share a cell with you to liven up the place. Yi Feng's face was drained of all blood, his mind calculating rapidly. Once Su Xun laid his cards on the table so blatantly, it was clear he had more than enough power to crush any accusations. If he foolishly opened his mouth now, he might end up bringing a clan-exterminating disaster upon himself. No joke. Wrapping up the issue, he had no choice but to give up and accept the bitter end, whispering to Su Xun, "You won this round completely." Watching Yi Feng's wretched back figure being dragged away, Su Xun was thrilled to see the system notification pop up. Congratulations to the VIP player for taking down the male lead and successfully steering the villain's plotline. The hot reward is the ultimate taunting skill. Skimming through the text, he propped his chin and muttered, "This ability to gather hatred and grudges sounds like an easy way to get my mouth smashed in." While he was deep in thought, a flattering call interrupted his train of thought. Boss Su. Madame Feng grinned from ear to ear like a blooming spring flower, opening her arms warmly to rope him in. Standing out in the sun all this time, your throat must be dry, right? How about you move your precious steps into my humble home for a cup of water to quench your thirst? Liu Chenggong hastily rushed out to pull his wife back, snapping at her like splashing water in her face. Can you stop acting crazy? Haven't we been humiliated enough in every way? Go inside the house right now. He secretly patted his chest, thanking heaven and earth that he had only just tagged along to submit an application to the Kanglong Chamber and wasn't yet on the board of directors, which was why he managed to keep his old life. If he had rubbed Su Xun the wrong way at this moment and gotten dragged into the slammer too, he would have been utterly ruined. Waiting until Madame Feng herded the two kids out of sight behind the door, Liu Chenggong finally sidled up to smooth things over. Boss Su, please have mercy. My wife is incredibly shallow-minded. I sincerely hope you can magnanimously overlook her tactlessness. Su Xun didn't bother taking it to heart, waving his hand with a chuckle. What's there to be petty about? Uncle Liu, I'm in a hurry with some business, so I'll excuse myself now. Liu Chenggong hastily bowed and respectfully gestured with his hand. Have a safe trip, sir. As soon as his car rolled away, Madame Feng poked her head out from behind, grabbing Xiao Yun to probe. Daughter, do you think Su Xun passes the test? A perfect 10 out of 10 young man like him is just too perfect for you. Xiao Yun replied with a scowl. Are you joking, Mom? My marriage certificate is still clearly valid right there. Besides, he is my favorite student, and he's already got a girlfriend with earth-shattering beauty on his arm. She immediately clicked her tongue and replied nonchalantly, then just tear up the paper and get a divorce. Don't tell me you plan to remain chaste waiting for that Yi Feng. Madame Feng still refused to give up, waving her hands and explaining, so what if it is? What law forbids a student from eyeing his teacher? You can't read his mind to know that the boy doesn't have a slight crush on you. She shook her head vehemently, resolutely shutting down the crazy idea before turning and walking away, turning my student into my man. I'll pass on this sci-fi fantasy. Failing to persuade Xiao Yun, Madame Feng stomped her feet in resentment. This stubborn girl. Frustrated with her daughter, she turned sharply to ask her husband, Liu Chenggong, do you think our Yun and boss Su have a chance to make something happen? Liu Chenggong looked at his scheming wife and sighed heavily. With a mother-in-law who specializes in brown-nosing like you, even the Jade Emperor would run for his life, let alone any success. Having her face slapped with the truth, Madame Feng threw a tantrum, crossing her arms and muttering as she walked, Fine, whatever, I refuse to meddle in other people's business anymore. She can marry whoever she wants herself. Liu Chenggong, annoyed to the max, whipped around and yelled loudly, Shut your mouth. The moment Su Xun opened his car door, he was met with Qin Zhu's whining. Oh, come on, the play has ended before I could even do anything. I didn't see any explosive martial arts action like in the movies. This drama is so realistic that it's bland. Dropping into his seat, he immediately retorted, Do you think they were playing house? When the armed forces swoop in, if you still try to fight back, your only path is onto the ancestral altar to stare at a naked chicken. Qin Zhu still pouted sulkily, Why so tense? I was just grumbling a bit to ease my frustration. Right at that moment, the phone in his pocket began to vibrate uncontrollably without stopping. Seeing Li Dao's name pop up on the screen, he swiped to answer and spoke. Yes, brother Li. The voice on the other end, sweating profusely, shouted, Boss Su, your prediction was as accurate as a descending immortal. Li Dao jumped for joy as he reported the good news. The corporations that secretly took a bite out of us recently are now having to vomit it all back and compensate us many times over. He proudly painted a glorious future. Furthermore, after weathering this storm, I'd bet my entire fortune that Qingyun International will soar straight to the #1 spot, claiming the throne of the business world here in Jiangsu. Su Xun praised him endlessly with delight. Excellent work, brother. For the next phase, if we need backup, we'll have to trouble your golden hands again. Boss Li also smiled brightly, yielding humbly, It's just my duty, you're too polite. After hanging up, he stroked his chin, happily calculating, This mission passed too smoothly. I still have a ton of time to sit around swatting flies before the next identity draw. Suddenly, Su Xun whipped his head around to ask Qin Zhu for her opinion, startling her. Hey miss, during these boring, idle days, what kind of entertainment should I find to make life less dull? She blinked playfully, twirling a bouncy lock of hair around her finger, and flirted affectionately. Is my master experiencing some psychological entanglement? Su Xun jumped in fright, hastily waving his hands in absolute denial. It's nothing, forget it. In his heart, he sweated silently. Stop right there. If I let Qin Zhu point the way, she might just bat her eyes and throw out some fishy bait at me. His brain automatically replayed the vision of Qin Zhu wearing a sweet bunny ear pajama set, obediently curled up on a warm mattress like an affectionate little kitten calling out, Master, come hug me. As soon as that highly ambiguous image flashed, Su Xun hurriedly slapped himself awake, shaking his head vehemently to chase away the wicked thoughts. All right, spare me. The safest bet is to drag myself out to find some wholesome entertainment to grind through the days. I fell on a luxurious restaurant, where a VIP group was holding a secret meeting. Around the banquet table were the beauty Xiao Mei, the intellectual young man Yi Heng, the elder Lao Luo, and the gangster De Tu. This bald guy resentfully slammed his hand on the table and cursed, Damn it, this brat Su Xun is truly a snake swallowing an elephant. The pile of businesses under the Kanglong chamber was completely cleaned out into Qingyun International's pockets in the blink of an eye. Xiao Mei smacked her lips in agreement. Exactly like that time, he swallowed the SSE group whole. He scraped it clean and slurped down the dregs, not even leaving a drop for us. Yi Heng calmly pushed his glasses up his nose and analyzed. Calm down, everyone. Ultimately, Qingyun International was already a top boss. Now that it has devoured the Kanglong chamber whole, its domineering power is hard to measure with words. Lao Luo slowly took a sip of tea and nodded. Spot on. With the arrogance of Qingyun International right now, anyone with water on the brain would dare pluck the tiger's beard. That's no different from digging your own grave. Seizing the moment, Mr. Yang Kang finalized with a blunt statement. If we know we can't beat them in a one-on-one fight, we might as well show up and ask to enlist right away. It's better to hug Boss Su's thigh and survive another day than to show off and die tragically. Another member at the table took a drag of his cigar, blowing out smoke dejectedly in agreement. Reasonable. Right now, King Yun International is dominating the charts. If we want to keep our shared rice bowl from breaking, this is our only way out. Not only did he have a scrunched-up face, but the entire banquet table suddenly turned as gloomy as a funeral. No one had the state of mind to relax anymore. The clock hands ticked gradually toward the dawn of the second day at Su Xun's villa. The young man was sprawling comfortably on his soft mattress, yawning repeatedly as he ordered the system to activate his ninth identity. The mechanical voice immediately rang out, reporting that it was in the process of downloading data. Please wait a moment. In less than 3 seconds, it announced that the match was complete, throwing confetti to celebrate the user's successful acquisition of the new character. This time, the occupation was assigned as a reactionary with alien nationality. This ragged storyline made Su Xun jump up like a fresh shrimp, yelling, "What the hell, a treasonous sinner and an extraterrestrial on top of that." The mechanical system explained further. On paper, you are a commoner born on Earth, but hidden deep beneath your flesh and blood is a massive label completely sealed off from the outside world that no one knows about. 3 decades ago, an uprising mission alongside the Grand General went terribly wrong. After going bankrupt, you had to tuck your spaceship under your arm and flee quickly to seek asylum on an abandoned planet called Earth. Going back in time 30 years, a coup d'etat battle shook Planet Z, the Jade Dragon division that you were enlisted in also joined the rebel faction. Ultimately, the movement was beaten to a pulp by the Royal Army. The Grand Marshal leading the Jade Dragon division was executed on the guillotine. You had no choice but to run for your life away from Planet Z, while simultaneously snagging the title of the most heavily wanted debtor in the galaxy. Now the storms have flared up again. The remnants of your former subordinates have figured out your location thanks to a spatial tracker you dropped earlier. Their goal is to abduct you back to be their lord, steering the brothers to continue raising the banner of rebellion for the shared, unfinished dream. The attached skill board was also fully revealed, including a full stamina bar buff, an explosive running speed buff, and maxed-out psychological armor stats. The main quest is to harbor your grudge, sharpen your sword, and slaughter your way back to Planet Z, quelling the warlords and establishing an exclusive empire. This job gives you free rein to grind KPI without worrying about time penalties. Being stuffed with a whole load of such sci-fi info made Su Xun mutter in annoyance. What the hell? This character setting is way too wildly surreal. Is this young master so domineering that even the universe can't contain me anymore or what?